Enter Warwick. Now where is he that will not stay so long till his friend's sickness hath determined me? Warwick. My lord, I found the prince in the next room, washing with kindly tears his gentle cheeks, with such a deep demeanor and great sorrow that tyranny, which never quaffed but blood, would, by beholding him, have washed his knife with gentle eye drops. He is coming hither. King. But wherefore did he take away the crown? Enter Prince Henry. Lo, where he comes, come hither to me, Harry. Depart the chamber, leave us here alone. Exeunt Warwick and the rest. Prince. I never thought to hear you speak again. King. Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought. I stay too long by thee, I weary thee. Dost thou so hunger for mine empty chair that thou wilt needs invest thee with my honors before thy hour be ripe? O foolish youth, thou seek'st the greatness that will overwhelm thee. Stay but a little, for my cloud of dignity is held from falling with so weak a wind that it will quickly drop while day is dim. Thou hast stolen that which after some few hours were thine without offense, and at my death thou hast sealed up my expectation. Thy life did manifest thou lov'st me not, and thou wilt have me die assured of it. Thou hidst 1,000 daggers in thy thoughts which thou hast whetted on thy stony heart, to stab at half an hour of my life. What, canst thou not forbear me half an hour? Then get thee gone, and dig my grave thyself, and bid the merry bells ring to thine ear that thou art crowned, not that I am dead. Let all the tears that should bedew my hearse be drops of balm to sanctify thy head. Only compound me with forgotten dust. Give that which gave thee life unto the worms. Pluck down my officers, break my decrees. For now a time is come to mock at form. Harry the Fifth is crowned up, vanity, down, royal state. All you sage counselors, hence, and to the English court assemble now, from every region, apes of idleness. Now, neighbor confines, purge you of your scum. Have you a ruffian that will swear, drink, dance, revel the night, rob, murder, and commit the oldest sins the newest kind of ways? Be happy, he will trouble you no more. England shall double gild his treble guilt. England shall give him office, honor, might. For the fifth Harry from curbed license plucks the muzzle of restraint, and the wild dog shall flesh his tooth on every innocent. O my poor kingdom, sick with civil blows! When that my care could not withhold thy riots, what wilt thou do when riot is thy care? Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again, peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants. Prince. Oh, pardon me, my liege. But for my tears, the moist impediments unto my speech, I had forestalled this dear and deep rebuke ere you with grief had spoke, and I had heard the course of it so far. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally long guard at yours. If I affect it more than as your honor and as your renown, let me no more from this obedience rise, which my most inward true and duteous spirit teacheth this prostrate and exterior bending. God witness with me, when I here came in, and found no course of breath within your majesty, how cold it struck my heart. If I do feign, oh, let me in my present wildness die, and never live to show t' incredulous world the noble change that I have purposed. Coming to look on you, thinking you dead and dead almost, my liege, to think you were, I spake unto this crown as having sense, and thus upbraided it. The care on thee depending hath fed upon the body of my father. Therefore thou best of gold art worst of gold. Other, less fine in carat, is more precious, preserving life in medicine potable. But thou, most fine, most honored, most renowned, hast eat thy bearer up. Thus, my most royal liege, accusing it, I put it on my head, to try with it, as with an enemy that had before my face murdered my father, the quarrel of a true inheritor. But if it did infect my blood with joy, or swell my thoughts to any strain of pride, if any rebel or vain spirit of mine did with the least affection of a welcome give entertainment to the might of it, let God for ever keep it from my head and make me as the poorest vassal is that doth with awe and terror kneel to it. King, O my son, God put it in thy mind to take it hence, that thou mightst win the more thy father's love, pleading so wisely in excuse of it. Come hither, Harry, sit thou by my bed, and here, I think, The very latest counsel that ever I shall breathe, God knows, my son, by what bypaths and indirect crooked ways I met this crown, and I myself know well how troublesome it sat upon my head. To thee it shall descend with better quiet, better opinion, better confirmation. For all the soil of the achievement goes with me into the earth. 'T seemed in me, but as an honor snatched with boisterous hand, and I had many living to upbraid my gain of it by their assistances, which daily grew to quarrel and to bloodshed. Wounding supposed peace, all these bold fears thou sayest with peril I have answered. For all my reign hath been but as a scene acting that argument, and now my death changes the mood. For what in me was purchased, falls upon thee in a more fairer sort. So thou the garland wear'st successively. Yet though thou stand'st more sure than I could do, thou art not firm enough, since griefs are green. And all my friends, which thou must make thy friends, have but their stings and teeth newly ta'en out, by whose fell working I was first advanced, and by whose power I well might lodge a fear to be again displaced, which to avoid, I cut them off, and had a purpose now to lead out many to the Holy Land, lest rest and lying still might make them look too near unto my state. Therefore, my Harry, be it thy course to busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels, that action, hence borne out, may waste the memory of the former days. More would I, but my lungs are wasted so that strength of speech is utterly denied me. How I came by the crown, O God, forgive, and grant it may with thee in true peace live. Prince, my gracious liege, you won it, wore it, kept it, gave it me. Then plain and right must my possession be, which I with more than with a common pain, gainst all the world will rightfully maintain. Enter Lord John of Lancaster, and others. King, look, here comes my John of Lancaster. Lancaster, health, peace, and happiness to my royal father. King, thou bringst me happiness and peace, son John, but health, alack, with youthful wings is flown from this bare withered trunk. Upon thy sight, my worldly business makes a period. Where is my Lord of Warwick? Prince, my Lord of Warwick. Enter Warwick and others. King, doth any name particular belong unto the lodging where I first did swoon? Warwick, 'tis called Jerusalem, my noble lord. King, laud be to God. Even there my life must end. It hath been prophesied to me many years, I should not die but in Jerusalem, which vainly I suppose the Holy Land. But bear me to that chamber, there I'll lie. In that Jerusalem shall Harry die. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Gloucestershire. Shallow's house. Enter Shallow, Falstaff, Bardolph, and Page. Shallow. By cock and pie, sir, you shall not away tonight. What, Davy, I say. Falstaff. You must excuse me, Master Robert Shallow. Shallow. I will not excuse you. You shall not be excused. Excuses shall not be admitted. There is no excuse shall serve. You shall not be excused. Why, Davy. Enter Davy. Davy. Here, sir. Shallow. Davy, 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 Davy. Let me see. Davy. Let me see. Davy. Let me see. Yeah. Mary. William Cook. Bid him come hither, Sir John. You shall not be excused. Davy. Mary, sir, thus. Those precepts cannot be served. And again, sir. Shall we sow the hayed land with wheat? Shallow. With red wheat. Davy, but for William Cook, are there no young pigeons? Davy. Yes, sir, here is now the smith's note for shoeing and plough irons. Shallow. Let it be cast and paid, Sir John. You shall not be excused. Davy. Now, sir, a new link to the bucket must needs be had, and, sir, do you mean to stop any of William's wages, about the sack he lost the other day at Hinckley Fair? Shallow. He shall answer it. Some pigeons, Davy, a couple of short-legged hens, a joint of mutton, and any pretty little tiny kickshaws, tell William Cook. Davy. Doth the man of war stay all night, sir? Shallow. Yeah, Davy, I will use him well. A friend-eyed at court is better than a penny in purse. Use his men well, Davy, for they are arrant knaves and will backbite. Davy. No worse than they are backbitten, sir, for they have marvelous foul linen. Shallow. Well conceited, Davy, about thy business. Davy. Davy. I beseech you, sir, to countenance William Visor of Woncott against Clement Perks Ode Hill. Shallow. There is many complaints, Davy, against that visor. That visor is an arrant knave, on my knowledge. Davy. I grant your worship that he is a knave, sir, but yet, God forbid, sir, but a knave should have some countenance at his friend's request. An honest man, sir, is able to speak for himself. When a knave is not, I have served your worship truly, sir, this 8 years. And if I cannot once or twice in a quarter bear out a knave against an honest man, I have but a very little credit with your worship. The knave is mine honest friend, sir. Therefore I beseech your worship, let him be countenanced. Shallow. Go to. I say he shall have no wrong. Look about, Davy. Exit Davy. Where are you, Sir John? Come, come, come. Off with your boots. Give me your hand, Master Bardolph. Bardolph. I am glad to see your worship. Shallow. I thank thee with all my heart, kind Master Bardolph, and welcome, my tall fellow, to the page. Come, Sir John. Falstaff. I'll follow you, good Master Robert. Shallow. Exit Shallow. Bardolph, look to our horses. Exeunt Bardolph and Page. If I were sawed into quantities, I should make 4 dozen of such bearded hermit staves as Master Shallow. It is a wonderful thing to see the semblable coherence of his men's spirits and his. They, by observing of him, do bear themselves like foolish justices. He, by conversing with them, is turned into a justice-like serving man. Their spirits are so married in conjunction with the participation of society that they flock together in consent, like so many wild geese. If I had a suit to Master Shallow, I would humor his men with the imputation of being near their master. If to his men, I would curry with Master Shallow that no man could better command his servants. It is certain that either wise bearing or ignorant carriage is caught, as men take diseases, one of another. Therefore let men take heed of their company. I will devise matter enough out of this Shallow to keep Prince Harry in continual laughter, the wearing out of 6 fashions, which is 4 terms or 2 actions, and he shall laugh without intervallums. Though it is much that a lie with a slight oath and a jest with a sad brow will do with a fellow that never had the ache in his shoulders. Oh, you shall see him laugh till his face be like a wet cloak ill laid up. Shallow. Within. Sir John. Falstaff. I come, Master Shallow. I come, Master Shallow. Exit. Scene 2. Westminster, the palace. Enter Warwick and the Lord Chief Justice. Meeting. Warwick. How now, my Lord Chief Justice, whither away? Chief Justice. How doth the king? Warwick. Exceeding well, his cares are now all ended. Chief Justice. I hope, not dead. Warwick. He's walked the way of nature, and to our purposes he lives no more. Chief Justice. I would his majesty had called me with him. The service that I truly did his life hath left me open to all injuries. Warwick. Indeed, I think the young king loves you not. Chief Justice. I know he doth not, and do arm myself to welcome the condition of the time, which cannot look more hideously upon me than I have drawn it in my fantasy. Enter Lancaster, Clarence, Gloucester, and others. Warwick. Here comes the heavy issue of dead Harry. Oh, that the living Harry had the temper of he, the worst of these 3 gentlemen. How many nobles then should hold their places, that must strike sail to spirits of vile sort? Chief Justice. O God, I fear all will be overturned. Lancaster. Good morrow, cousin Warwick. Good morrow. Gloucester and Clarence. Good morrow, cousin. Lancaster. We meet like men that had forgot to speak. Warwick. We do remember, but our argument is all too heavy to admit much talk. Lancaster. Well, peace be with him that hath made us heavy. Chief Justice. Peace be with us, lest we be heavier. Gloucester. Oh, good my lord, you have lost a friend indeed. And I dare swear you borrow not that face of seeming sorrow. It is sure your own. Lancaster. Though no man be assured what grace to find, you stand in coldest expectation. I am the sorrier. Would 'twere otherwise. Clarence. Well, you must now speak Sir John Falstaff fair, which swims against your stream of quality. Chief Justice. Sweet princes, what I did in honor, led by impartial conduct of my soul, and never shall you see that I will beg a ragged and forestalled remission. If truth and upright innocency fail me, I'll to the king my master that is dead, and tell him who hath sent me after him. Warwick, here comes the prince. Enter King Henry V, attended. Chief Justice, good morrow, and God save your majesty. King, this new and gorgeous garment, majesty, sits not so easy on me as you think. Brothers, you mix your sadness with some fear. This is the English, not the Turkish court. Not Amurath and Amurath succeeds, but Harry, yet be sad, good brothers, for, by my faith, it very well becomes you. Sorrow so royally in you appears that I will deeply put the fashion on and wear it in my heart. Why then, be sad. But entertain no more of it, good brothers, than a joint burden laid upon us all. For me, by heaven, I bid you be assured, I'll be your father and your brother too. Let me but bear your love, I'll bear your cares. Yet weep that Harry's dead, and so will I. But Harry lives, that shall convert those tears by number into hours of happiness. Princes, we hope no otherwise from your majesty. King, you all look strangely on me, and you most. You are, I think, assured I love you not. Chief Justice, I am assured, if I be measured rightly, your majesty hath no just cause to hate me. King, no? How might a prince of my great hopes forget so great indignities you laid upon me? What? Rate, rebuke, and roughly send to prison immediate heir of England? Was this easy? May this be washed in Lethe and forgotten? Chief Justice, I then did use the person of your father. The image of his power lay then in me, and in the administration of his law, whiles I was busy for the commonwealth, your highness pleased to forget my place. The majesty and power of law and justice, the image of the king whom I presented, and struck me in my very seat of judgment. Whereon, as an offender to your father, I gave bold way to my authority and did commit you. If the deed were ill, be you contented, wearing now the garland, to have a son set your decrees at naught? To pluck down justice from your awful bench? To trip the course of law and blunt the sword that guards the peace and safety of your person? Nay more, to spurn at your most royal image and mock your workings in a second body? Question your royal thoughts, make the case yours. Be now the father and propose a son. Hear your own dignity so much profaned. See your most dreadful laws so loosely slighted. Behold yourself so by a son disdained. And then imagine me taking your part and in your power soft silencing your son. After this cold considerance, sentence me. And as you are a king, speak in your state what I have done that misbecame my place, my person, or my liege's sovereignty. King, you are right, justice, and you weigh this well. Therefore still bear the balance and the sword. And I do wish your honors may increase till you do live to see a son of mine offend you and obey you, as I did. So shall I live to speak my father's words. Happy am I, that have a man so bold that dares do justice on my proper son. And not less happy, having such a son that would deliver up his greatness so into the hands of justice. You did commit me, for which I do commit into your hand unstained sword that you have used to bear, with this remembrance, that you use the same with the like bold, just, and impartial spirit as you have done gainst me. There is my hand. You shall be as a father to my youth. My voice shall sound as you do prompt mine ear, and I will stoop and humble my intents to your well-practiced wise directions. And, princes all, believe me, I beseech you, my father is gone wild into his grave, for in his tomb lie my affections. And with his spirit sadly I survive to mock the expectation of the world, to frustrate prophecies, and to raise out rotten opinion. Who hath writ me down after my seeming, the tide of blood in me hath proudly flowed in vanity till now. Now doth it turn and ebb back to the sea, where it shall mingle with the state of floods, and flow henceforth in formal majesty. Now call we our high court of parliament, and let us choose such limbs of noble counsel that the great body of our state may go in equal rank with the best governed nation. That war or peace or both at once may be as things acquainted and familiar to us, in which you, father, shall have foremost hand. Our coronation done, we will excite, as I before remembered, all our state. And God consigning to my good intents, no prince nor peer shall have just cause to say, God shorten Harry's happy life one day. Exeunt. Scene 3 Gloucestershire. Shallow's orchard. Enter Falstaff, Shallow, Silence, Davy, Bardolph, and the page. Shallow. Nay, you shall see my orchard, where, in an arbor, we will eat a last year's pippin of mine own graffing, with a dish of caraways, and so forth. Come, cousin Silence, and then to bed. Falstaff. For God, you have here a goodly dwelling, and a rich. Shallow. Baron, baron, baron. Beggars all, Sir John Mary, good air. Spread, Davy, spread, Davy. Well said, Davy. Falstaff. This Davy serves you for good uses. He is your serving man and your husband. Shallow. A good varlet, a very good varlet. Sir John. Be why the mass. I have drunk too much sack at supper. A good varlet. Now sit down. Come, cousin. Silence. Ah, sirrah. Quotha, we shall. Singing. Do nothing but eat, and make good cheer, and praise God for the merry year, when flesh is cheap and females dear, and lusty lads roam here and there so merrily, and ever among so merrily. Falstaff. There's a merry heart. Good Master Silence. I'll give you a health for that anon. Shallow. Give Master Bardolph some wine. Davy. Davy. Sweet sir. Sit, I'll be with you anon, most sweet sir. Sit, Master Page. Good Master Page. Sit, Proface. What you want in meat, we'll have in drink, but you must bear the heart's all. Exit. Shallow. Be merry, Master Bardolph, and my little soldier there. Be merry. Silence. Singing. Be merry, my wife is all, for women are shrews, both short and tall. 'Tis merry in hall when beards wag all, and welcome merry shrew-tide. Be merry, Falstaff. I did not think Master Silence had been a man of this mettle. Silence. Who, I? I have been merry twice, and once ere now. Enter Davy. Davy. To Bardolph. There's a dish of leathercoats for you. Shallow. Davy. Davy. Your worship? I'll be with you straight. To Bardolph. A cup of wine, sir? Silence. Singing. A cup of wine that's brisk and fine, and drink unto thee, leman mine, and a merry heart lives long. Falstaff. Well said, Master Silence. Silence. And we shall be merry, now comes in the sweet oat night. Falstaff. Health and long life to you, Master Silence. Silence. Singing. Fill the cup and let it come. I'll pledge you a mile to bottom. Shallow. Honest Bardolph. Welcome. If thou want'st anything and wilt not call, beshrew thy heart. Welcome, my little tiny thief. To the page. And welcome indeed too. I'll drink to Master Bardolph, and to all the caballeros about London. Davy. I hope to see London once ere I die. Bardolph. And I might see you there, Davy. Shallow. By the mass, you'll crack a quart together. Ha! Will you not, Master Bardolph? Bardolph. Yeah, sir, in a pottle pot. Shallow. By God's liggins, I thank thee, the knave will stick by thee. I can assure thee that he will not out. 'Tis true bred. Bardolph. And I'll stick by him, sir. Shallow. Why, there spoke a king lack nothing. Be merry. Knocking within. Look who's at door there. Ho! Who knocks? Exit Davy. Falstaff. To Silence, seeing him take off a bumper. Why, now you have done me right. Silence. Singing. Do me right, and dub me knight. Semingo. Is not so? Falstaff. 'Tis so. Silence. Is so? Why then, say an old man can do somewhat. Enter Davy. Davy. An't please your worship, there's one pistol come from the court with news. Falstaff. From the court? Let him come in. Enter Pistol. How now? Pistol? Pistol. Sir John, God save you. Falstaff. What wind blew you hither? Pistol? Pistol. Not the ill wind which blows no man to good sweet night. Thou art now one of the greatest men in this realm. Silence. By Our Lady, I think he be, but Goodman Puff of Barson. Pistol. Puff. Puff in thy teeth, most recreant coward base. Sir John, I am thy pistol and thy friend, and helter-skelter have I rode to thee, and tidings do I bring and lucky joys, and golden times, and happy news of price. Falstaff. I pray thee now, deliver them like a man of this world. Pistol. A fautre for the world and worldlings base. I speak of Africa and golden joys. Falstaff. O base Assyrian knight, what is thy news? Let King Cophetua know the truth thereof. Silence. Singing. And Robin Hood, Scarlet, and John. Pistol. Shall dunghill curs confront the Helicons? And shall good news be baffled? Then, Pistol, lay thy head in Fury's lap. Shallow. Honest gentleman, I know not your breeding. Pistol. Why then, lament therefore. Shallow. Give me pardon, sir, if, sir, you come with news from the court, I take it there's but two ways, either to utter them, or conceal them. I am, sir, under the king, in some authority. Pistol. Under which king, Bessonian? Speak, or die. Shallow. Under King Harry. Pistol. Harry the Fourth, or Fifth. Shallow. Harry the Fourth. Pistol. A fautre for thine office. Sir John, thy tender lambkin now is king. Harry the Fifth's the man, I speak the truth. When Pistol lies, do this and fig me, like the bragging Spaniard. Falstaff. What? Is the old king dead? Pistol. As nail and door, the things I speak are just. Falstaff. Away, Bardolph, saddle my horse, Master Robert Shallow. Choose what office thou wilt in the land. 'Tis thine. Pistol. I will double charge thee with dignities. Bardolph. O joyful day! I would not take a knighthood for my fortune. Pistol. What? I do bring good news. Falstaff. Carry Master Silence to bed. Master Shallow, my Lord Shallow, be what thou wilt. I am fortune's steward. Get on thy boots, we'll ride all night, O sweet Pistol. Away, Bardolph. Exit Bardolph. Come, Pistol, utter more to me, and withal devise something to do thyself good. Boot. Master Shallow, I know the young king is sick for me. Let us take any man's horses. The laws of England are at my commandment. Blessed are they that have been my friends, and woe to my Lord Chief Justice. Pistol. Let vultures vile seize on his lungs also. Where is the life that late I led? Say they. Why, here it is. Welcome these pleasant days. Exeunt. Scene 4. London. A street. Enter Beadles, dragging in. Hostess quickly and doll tear sheet. Hostess. No, thou arrant knave, I would to God that I might die, that I might have thee hanged. Thou hast drawn my shoulder out of joint. First Beadle. The constables have delivered her over to me, and she shall have whipping cheer enough. I warrant her, there hath been a man or two lately killed about her. Doll. Nut hook, you lie. Come on, I'll tell thee what, thou damned tripe-visaged rascal. And the child I now go with do miscarry. Thou wert better thou hadst struck thy mother, thou paper-faced villain. Hostess. O the Lord, that Sir John were come. He would make this a bloody day to somebody, but I pray God the fruit of her womb miscarry. First Beadle. If it do, you shall have a dozen of cushions again. You have but 11 now. Come, I charge you both go with me, for the man is dead that you and Pistol beat amongst you. Doll. I'll tell you what, you thin man in a censer, I will have you as soundly swinged for this, you blue-bottle rogue, you filthy famished correctioner. If you be not swinged, I'll forswear half-curdles. First Beadle. Come, you she knight-errant, come. Hostess. O God, that right should thus overcome might. Well, of sufferance comes ease. Doll. Come, you rogue, come, bring me to a justice. Hostess. I come, you starved bloodhound. Doll. Goodman Death, Goodman Bones. Hostess. Thou atomy, thou. Doll. Come, you thin thing, come, you rascal. First Beadle. Very well. Exeunt. Scene V. A public place near Westminster Abbey. Enter 2 grooms, strewing rushes. First groom. More rushes, more rushes. Second groom. The trumpets have sounded twice. First groom. 'Twill be 2 o'clock ere they come from the coronation. Dispatch. Exeunt. Trumpets sound, and the king and his train pass over the stage. Enter Falstaff, Shallow, Pistol, Bardolph, and Page. Falstaff. Stand here by me, Master Robert Shallow. I will make the king do you grace. I will leer upon him as he comes by, and do but mark the countenance that he will give me. Pistol. God bless thy lungs. Good night. Falstaff. Come here. Pistol. Stand behind me. Oh, if I had had time to have made new liveries, I would have bestowed the £1,000 I borrowed of you, but 'tis no matter. This poor show doth better, this doth infer the zeal I had to see him. Shallow. It doth so. Falstaff. It shows my earnestness of affection. Shallow. It doth so. Falstaff. My devotion. Shallow. It doth, it doth, it doth. Falstaff. As it were, to ride day and night, and not to deliberate, not to remember, not to have patience to shift me. Shallow. It is best, certain. Falstaff. But to stand stained with travel, and sweating with desire to see him, thinking of nothing else, putting all affairs else in oblivion, as if there were nothing else to be done but to see him. Pistol. 'Tis semper idem, for obsc hoc nihil est. 'Tis all in every part. Shallow. 'Tis so, indeed. Pistol. My knight, I will inflame thy noble liver, and make thee rage. Thy doll, and Helen of thy noble thoughts, is in base durance and contagious prison, haled thither by most mechanical and dirty hand. Rouse up revenge from ebon den with fell Electo's snake, for doll is in, Pistol speaks not but truth. Falstaff. I will deliver her. Shouts within the trumpet sound. Pistol. There roared the sea, and trumpet clangor sounds. Enter the king and his train, the Lord Chief Justice among them. Falstaff. God save thy grace, King Hal, my royal Hal. Pistol. The heavens thee guard and keep, most royal imp of fame. Falstaff. God save thee, my sweet boy. King. My Lord Chief Justice, speak to that vain man. Chief Justice. Have you your wits? Know you what 'tis you speak? Falstaff. My king, my Jove, I speak to thee, my heart. King. I know thee not. Old man, fall to thy prayers. How a white hairs becomes a fool and jester. I have long dreamt of such a kind of man, so surfeit-swelled, so old, and so profane. But, being awaked, I do despise my dream. Make less thy body hence, and more thy grace. Leave gormandizing. Know the grave doth gape for thee thrice wider than for other men. Reply not to me with a fool-born jest. Presume not that I am the thing I was. For God doth know, so shall the world perceive, that I have turned away my former self. So will I those that kept me company. When thou dost hear I am as I have been, approach me, and thou shalt be as thou wast, the tutor and the feeder of my riots. Till then I banish thee, on pain of death, as I have done the rest of my misleaders, not to come near our person by 10 mile. For competence of life I will allow you, that lack of means enforce you not to evils. And, as we hear you do reform yourselves, we will, according to your strengths and qualities, give you advancement, be it your charge, my lord, to see performed the tenor of our word. Set on. Exeunt king with his train. Falstaff. Master Shallow, I owe you £1,000. Shallow. Yeah, marry, Sir John, which I beseech you to let me have home with me. Falstaff. That can hardly be, Master Shallow. Oh, not you grieve at this. I shall be sent for in private to him. Look you, he must seem thus to the world. Fear not your advancements. I will be the man yet that shall make you great. Shallow. I cannot perceive how, unless you give me your doublet and stuff me out with straw. I beseech you, good Sir John, let me have 500 of my 1,000. Falstaff. Sir, I will be as good as my word. This that you heard was but a color. Shallow. A color that I fear you will die in, Sir John. Falstaff. Fear no colors. Go with me to dinner. Come, Lieutenant Pistol. Come, Bardolph. I shall be sent for soon at night. Enter the Lord Chief Justice, and Prince John, officers with them. Chief Justice. Go, carry Sir John Falstaff to the fleet. Take all his company along with him. Falstaff. My lord, my lord. Chief Justice. I cannot now speak. I will hear you soon. Take them away. Pistol. Si fortuna me tormenta, spiro me contenta. Exeunt all but Prince John and the Lord Chief Justice. Lancaster. I like this fair proceeding of the king's. He hath intent his wanted followers shall all be very well provided for, but all are banished till their conversations appear more wise and modest to the world. Chief Justice. And so they are. Lancaster. The king hath called his parliament, my lord. Chief Justice. He hath. Lancaster. I will lay odds that, ere this year expire, we bear our civil swords and native fire as far as France. I heard a bird so sing, whose music, to my thinking, pleased the king. Come, will you hence? Exeunt. Epilogue. First my fear, then my curtsy. Last my speech. Why fear is your displeasure. My curtsy, my duty, and my speech, to beg your pardons. If you look for a good speech now, you undo me, for what I have to say is of mine own making. And what indeed I should say will, I doubt, prove mine own marring, but to the purpose, and so to the venture, be it known to you, as it is very well. I was lately here in the end of a displeasing play, to pray your patience for it, and to promise you a better. I meant indeed to pay you with this, which, if like an ill venture it come unluckily home, I break, and you, my gentle creditors, lose. Here I promised you I would be, and here I commit my body to your mercies. Bate me some, and I will pay you some, and as most debtors do, promise you infinitely. If my tongue cannot entreat you to acquit me, will you command me to use my legs? And yet that were but light payment, to dance out of your debt, but a good conscience will make any possible satisfaction, and so would I. All the gentlewomen here have forgiven me. If the gentlemen will not, then the gentlemen do not agree with the gentlewomen, which was never seen before in such an assembly. One word more, I beseech you, if you be not too much cloyed with fat meat, our humble author will continue the story, with Sir John in it, and make you marry with fair Catherine of France, where, for anything I know, Falstaff shall die of a sweat, unless already he be killed with your hard opinions. For Oldcastle died a martyr, and this is not the end. My tongue is weary. When my legs are too, I will bid you good night. The Life of King Henry V. Contents. Act I. Prologue. Scene I. London. An antechamber in the King's Palace. Scene 2. The same, the Presence Chamber. Act 2. Chorus. Scene I. London. A street. Scene 2. Southampton. A council chamber. Scene 3. London, before a tavern. Scene 4. France, the King's Palace. Act 3. Chorus. Scene I. France, before Harfleur. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. Before the gates. Scene 4. The French King's Palace. Scene V. The same. Scene 6. The English camp in Picardy. Scene 7. The French camp, near Agincourt. Act 4. Chorus. Scene I. The English camp at Agincourt. Scene 2. The French camp. Scene 3. The English camp. Scene 4. The field of battle. Scene V. Another part of the field. Scene 6. Another part of the field. Scene 7. Another part of the field. Scene 8. Before King Henry's pavilion. Act V. Chorus. Scene I. France, the English camp. Scene 2. France. A royal palace. Epilogue. Dramatis Personae. King Henry V. Duke of Clarence, brother to the king. Duke of Bedford, brother to the king. Duke of Gloucester, brother to the king. Duke of Exeter, uncle to the king. Duke of York, cousin to the king. Earl of Salisbury, Earl of Huntingdon, Earl of Westmoreland, Earl of Warwick, Archbishop of Canterbury, Bishop of Ely, Earl of Cambridge, Lord Scrope, Sir Thomas Grey, Sir Thomas Erpingham, officer in King Henry's army. Gower, officer in King Henry's army. Fluellen, officer in King Henry's army. Macmorris, officer in King Henry's army. Jammy, officer in King Henry's army. Bates, soldier in the same. Court, soldier in the same. Williams, soldier in the same. Pistol, Inwyam. Bardolph, boy. A herald. Charles VI, King of France. Louis, the Dauphin. Duke of Berry. Duke of Brittany. Duke of Burgundy. Duke of Orleans. Duke of Bourbon. The Constable of France. Rambers, French lord. Gramper, French lord. Governor of Harfleur. Montjoy, a French herald. Ambassadors to the King of England. Isabel, Queen of France. Catherine, daughter to Charles and Isabel. Alice, a lady attending on her. hostess of a tavern in Eastcheap, formerly Mistress Nell Quickly, and now married to Pistol. Chorus. Lords, ladies, officers, soldiers, citizens, messengers, and attendants. Scene. England. Afterwards France. Prologue. Enter chorus. Chorus. Oh, for a muse of fire, that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars, and at his heels, leashed and like hounds, should famine, sword, and fire crouch for employment, but pardon, gentles all, the flat, unraised spirits that hath darred on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object. Can this cockpit hold the vasty fields of France? Or may we cram within this wooden, the very casks that did affright the air at Agincourt? Oh, pardon, since a crooked figure may attest in little place a million, and let us, ciphers to this great accompt, on your imaginary forces work. Suppose within the girdle of these walls are now confined two mighty monarchies, whose high upreared and abutting fronts the perilous narrow ocean parts asunder. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts. Into 1,000 parts divide one man, and make imaginary puissance. Think, when we talk of horses, that you see them printing their proud hoofs receiving earth. For 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings, carry them here and there, jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply, admit me chorus to this history, who prologue like your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play. Exit. Act I. Scene I. London. An antechamber in the King's Palace. Enter the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Ely. Canterbury. My lord, I'll tell you, that self-bill is urged which in the 11th year of the last king's reign was like, and had indeed against us passed, but that the scambling and unquiet time did push it out of farther question. Ely. But how, my lord, shall we resist it now? Canterbury. It must be thought on if it pass against us, we lose the better half of our possession. For all the temporal lands, which men devout by testament have given to the church, would they strip from us, being valued thus, as much as would maintain, to the king's honor, full 15 earls and 1,500 knights, 6,200 good esquires, and to relief of lazars and weak age, of indigent faint souls past corporal toil, 100 almshouses right well supplied, and to the coffers of the king beside, 1,000 pounds by year, thus runs the bill. Ely. This would drink deep. Canterbury. 'Twould drink the cup and all. Ely. But what prevention? Canterbury. The king is full of grace and fair regard. Ely. And a true lover of the holy church. Canterbury. The courses of his youth promised it not. The breath no sooner left his father's body but that his wildness, mortified in him, seemed to die too. Yea, at that very moment consideration like an angel came and whipped the offending Adam out of him, leaving his body as a paradise teat envelope and contained celestial spirits. Never was such a sudden scholar made. Never came reformation in a flood with such a heady current scouring faults, nor never hydra-headed willfulness so soon did lose his seat, and all at once, as in this king. Ely. We are blessed in the change. Canterbury. Hear him but reason in divinity and all admiring, with an inward wish you would desire the king were made a prelate. Hear him debate of commonwealth affairs, you would say it hath been all in all his study. List his discourse of war, and you shall hear a fearful battle rendered you in music. Turn him to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he will unloose, familiar as his garter. That, when he speaks, the air, a chartered libertine, is still, and the mute wonder lurketh in men's ears to steal his sweet and honeyed sentences, so that the art and practic part of life must be the mistress to this theoric, which is a wonder how his grace should glean it, since his addiction was to courses vain, his companies unlettered, rude, and shallow, his hours filled up with riots, banquets, sports, and never noted in him any study, any retirement, any sequestration from open haunts and popularity. Ely. The strawberry grows underneath the nettle, and wholesome berries thrive and ripen best neighbored by fruit of baser quality. And so the prince obscured his contemplation under the veil of wildness, which, no doubt, grew like the summer grass, fastest by night, unseen, yet crescive in his faculty. Canterbury. It must be so, for miracles are ceased, and therefore we must needs admit the means how things are perfected. Ely. But, my good lord, how now for mitigation of this bill urged by the Commons? Doth his Majesty incline to it, or no? Canterbury. He seems indifferent, or rather swaying more upon our part than cherishing exhibitors against us. For I have made an offer to his Majesty, upon our spiritual convocation and in regard of causes now in hand, which I have opened to his grace at large, as touching France, to give a greater sum than ever at one time the clergy yet did to his predecessor's part withal. Ely. How did this offer seem received, my lord? Canterbury. With good acceptance of his Majesty, save that there was not time enough to hear, as I perceived his grace would fain have done, the severals and unhidden passages of his true titles to some certain dukedoms, and generally to the crown and seat of France, derived from Edward, his great-grandfather. Ely. What was th impediment that broke this off? Canterbury. The French ambassador upon that instant craved audience, and the hour, I think, is come to give him hearing is at 4 o'clock? Ely. It is. Canterbury. Then go we in, to know his embassy, which I could with a ready guess declare before the Frenchmen speak a word of it. Ely. I'll wait upon you, and I long to hear it. Exeunt. Scene 2, the same, the presence chamber. Enter King Henry, Gloucester, Bedford, Clarence, Warwick, Westmoreland, Exeter, and attendants. King Henry. Where is my gracious Lord of Canterbury? Exeter. Not here in presence. King Henry. Send for him, good uncle. Westmoreland. Shall we call in t' ambassador, my liege? King Henry. Not yet, my cousin. We would be resolved, before we hear him, of some things of weight that task our thoughts concerning us and France. Enter the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Ely. Canterbury. God and his angels guard your sacred throne, and make you long become it. King Henry. Sure, we thank you. My learned lord, we pray you to proceed and justly and religiously unfold why the law Salic that they have in France, or should not bar us in our claim. And God forbid, my dear and faithful lord, that you should fashion, rest, or bow your reading, or nicely charge your understanding soul with opening titles miscreate, whose right suits not in native colors with the truth. For God doth know how many now in health shall drop their blood in approbation of what your reverence shall incite us to. Therefore take heed how you impawn our person, how you awake our sleeping sword of war. We charge you in the name of God, take heed. For never two such kingdoms did contend without much fall of blood, whose guiltless drops are every one a woe, a sore complaint, gainst him whose wrongs gives edge unto the swords that make such waste in brief mortality. Under this conjuration speak, my lord, for we will hear, note, and believe in heart that what you speak is in your conscience washed as pure as sin with baptism. Canterbury. Then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers, that owe yourselves, your lives, and services to this imperial throne, there is no bar to make against your highness claim to France but this, which they produce from Pharamond. Interam Salicum muliers ini succeedent, no woman shall succeed in Salic land, which Salic land the French unjustly glows to be the realm of France, and Pharamond the founder of this law and female bar. Yet their own authors faithfully affirm that the land Salic is in Germany, between the floods of Sala and of Elba, where Charles the Great, having subdued the Saxons, there left behind and settled certain French, who, holding in disdain the German women for some dishonest manners of their life, established then this law, to wit, no female should be inheritrix in Salic land, which Salic, as I said, twixt Elba and Sala, is at this day in Germany called Meissen. Then doth it well appear the Salic law was not devised for the realm of France, nor did the French possess the Salic land until 421 years after defunction of King Pharamond, idly suppository the founder of this law, who died within the year of our redemption 426, and Charles the Great subdued the Saxons, and did seat the French beyond the river Sala, in the year 805. Besides, their writers say, King Pepin, which deposed Childeric, did as heir general, being descended of Blithold, which was daughter to King Clothaire, make claim and title to the crown of France. Hugh Capet also, who usurped the crown of Charles the Duke of Lorraine, sole heir male of the true line and stock of Charles the Great, to find his title with some shows of truth, though in pure truth it was corrupt and naught, conveyed himself as the heir to the Lady Lingar, daughter to Charlemagne, who was the son to Louis the Emperor, and Louis the son of Charles the Great also. King Louis X, who was sole heir to the usurper Capet, could not keep quiet in his conscience, wearing the crown of France, till satisfied that fair Queen Isabel, his grandmother, was lineal of the Lady Ermengarde, daughter to Charles, the foresaid Duke of Lorraine, by the which marriage the line of Charles the Great was reunited to the crown of France. So that, as clear as is the summer's sun, King Pepin's title and Hugh Capet's claim, King Louis his satisfaction, all appear to hold in right and title of the female. So do the kings of France unto this day, howbeit they would hold up this Salic law to bar your highness claiming from the female, and rather choose to hide them in a net than amply to embar their crooked titles, usurped from you and your progenitors. King Henry, may I with right and conscience make this claim? Canterbury, the sin upon my head, dread sovereign. For in the book of Numbers is it writ, when the man dies, let the inheritance descend unto the daughter. Gracious Lord, stand for your own. Unwind your bloody flag. Look back into your mighty ancestors. Go, my dread lord, to your great-grandsire's tomb, from whom you claim. Invoke his warlike spirit and your great-uncle's, Edward the Black Prince, who on the French ground played a tragedy, making defeat on the full power of France, whiles his most mighty father on a hill stood smiling to behold his lion's whelp forage in blood of French nobility. O noble English, that could entertain with half their forces the full pride of France, and let another half stand laughing by, all out of work and cold for action. Ely, awake remembrance of these valiant dead, and with your puissant arm renew their feats. You are their heir. You sit upon their throne. The blood and courage that renowned them runs in your veins, and my thrice puissant liege is in the very Maymorn of his youth, ripe for exploits and mighty enterprises. Exeter, your brother kings and monarchs of the earth do all expect that you should rouse yourself, as did the former lions of your blood. Westmoreland, they know your grace hath cause and means and might. So hath your highness, never king of England had nobles richer, and more loyal subjects, whose hearts have left their bodies here in England and lie pavilioned in the fields of France. Canterbury, oh, let their bodies follow, my dear liege, with blood and sword and fire to win your right. In aid whereof we of the spiritualty will raise your highness such a mighty sum as never did the clergy at one time bring in to any of your ancestors. King Henry, we must not only arm to invade the French, but lay down our proportions to defend against the Scot, who will make road upon us with all advantages. Canterbury, they of those marches, gracious sovereign, shall be a wall sufficient to defend our inland from the pilfering borderers. King Henry, we do not mean the coursing snatchers only, but fear the main intendment of the Scot, who hath been still a giddy neighbor to us. For you shall read that my great-grandfather never went with his forces into France, but that the Scot on his unfurnished kingdom came pouring, like the tide into a breach, with ample and brim fullness of his force, galling the gleaned land with hot assays, girdling with grievous siege castles and towns, that England, being empty of defence, hath shook and trembled at the ill neighborhood. Canterbury, she hath been then more feared than harmed, my liege. For hear her but exampled by herself, when all her chivalry hath been in France, and she a mourning widow of her nobles, she hath herself not only well defended but taken and impounded as a stray the King of Scots, whom she did send to France to fill King Edward's fame with prisoner kings, and make her chronicle as rich with praise as is the ooze and bottom of the sea with sunken wreck and sumless treasuries. Westmoreland, but there's a saying very old and true, if that you will France win, then with Scotland first begin. For once the eagle England being in prey, to her unguarded nest the weasel Scot comes sneaking and so sucks her princely eggs, playing the mouse in absence of the cat, to tear and havoc more than she can eat. Exeter, it follows then the cat must stay at home. Yet that is but a crushed necessity, since we have locks to safeguard necessaries, and pretty traps to catch the petty thieves. While that the armed hand doth fight abroad, the advised head defends itself at home. For government, though high and lower, put into parts, doth keep in one consent, congregating in a full and natural close, like music. Canterbury. Therefore doth heaven divide the state of man in divers functions, setting endeavor in continual motion, to which is fixed, as an aim or but, obedience. For so work the honeybees, creatures that by a rule in nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. They have a king and officers of sorts, where some, like magistrates, correct at home, others like merchants, venture trade abroad, others, like soldiers, armed in their stings, make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, which pillaged they with merry march bring home to the tent royal of their emperor, who, busied in his majesty, surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold, the civil citizens kneading up the honey, the poor mechanic porters crowding in their heavy burdens at his narrow gate, the sad-eyed justice, with his surly hum, delivering o'er to executors pale the lazy yawning drone. I this infer, that many things, having full reference to one consent, may work contrariously. As many arrows, loosed several ways, come to one mark, as many ways meet in one town, as many fresh streams meet in one salt sea, as many lines close in the dial's center, so many 1,000 actions, once afoot, end in one purpose, and be all well borne without defeat. Therefore to France, my liege, divide your happy England into 4, whereof take you 1/4 into France, and you withal shall make all Gallia shake. If we, with thrice such powers left at home, cannot defend our own doors from the dog, let us be worried and our nation lose the name of hardiness and policy. King Henry, call in the messengers sent from the Dauphin. Exeunt some attendants. Now are we well resolved, and by God's help and yours, the noble sinews of our power, France being ours, we'll bend it to our awe, or break it all to pieces, or there we'll sit, ruling in large and ample empery o'er France and all her almost kingly dukedoms, or lay these bones in an unworthy urn, tombless, with no remembrance over them. Either our history shall with full mouth speak freely of our acts, or else our grave, like Turkish mute, shall have a tongueless mouth, not worshipped with a waxen epitaph. Enter ambassadors of France. Now are we well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin, for we hear your greeting is from him, not from the king. First Ambassador, may it please your majesty to give us leave freely to render what we have in charge, or shall we sparingly show you far off the Dauphin's meaning and our embassy? King Henry, we are no tyrant, but a Christian king, unto whose grace our passion is as subject as is our wretches fet-red in our prisons. Therefore with frank and with uncurbed plainness tell us the Dauphin's mind. Ambassador, thus then, in few, your highness, lately sending into France, did claim some certain dukedoms, in the right of your great predecessor, King Edward III. In answer of which claim, the prince our master says that you savor too much of your youth, and bids you be advised there's not in France that can be with a nimble galliard one. You cannot revel into dukedoms there. He therefore sends you, meeter for your spirit, this ton of treasure, and in lieu of this, desires you let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This the Dauphin speaks. King Henry, what treasure, uncle? Exeter. Tennis balls, my liege. King Henry, we are glad the Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His present and your pains we thank you for. When we have matched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases, and we understand him well, how he comes o'er us with our wilder days, not measuring what use we made of them. We never valued this poor seat of England, and therefore, living hence, did give ourself to barbarous license. As 'tis ever common that men are merriest when they are from home. But tell the Dauphin I will keep my state, be like a king, and show my sail of greatness when I do rouse me in my throne of France. For that I have laid by my majesty and plotted like a man for working days, but I will rise there with so full a glory that I will dazzle all the eyes of France. Yea, strike the Dauphin blind to look on us. And tell the pleasant prince this mock of his hath turned his balls to gunstones, and his soul shall stand sore charged for the wasteful vengeance that shall fly with them. For many a thousand widows shall this his mock out of their dear husbands, mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down, and some are yet ungotten and unborn that shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's scorn. But this lies all within the will of God, to whom I do appeal, and in whose name tell you the Dauphin I am coming on to venge me as I may, and to put forth my rightful hand in a well-hallowed cause. So get you hence in peace, and tell the Dauphin his jest will savour but of shallow wit, when thousands weep more than did laugh at it. Convey them with safe conduct, fare you well. Exeunt ambassadors. Exeter. This was a merry message. King Henry. We hope to make the cinder blush at it. Therefore, my lords, omit no happy hour that may give furtherance to our expedition. For we have now no thought in us but France, save those to God, that run before our business. Therefore, let our proportions for these wars be soon collected, and all things thought upon that may with reasonable swiftness add more feathers to our wings. For, God before, will chide this Dauphin at his father's door. Therefore let every man now task his thought, that this fair action may on foot be brought. Exeunt. Act 2. Flourish, enter chorus. Chorus. Now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive the armorers, and honor's thought reigns solely in the breast of every man. They sell the pasture now to buy the horse, following the mirror of all Christian kings, with winged heels, as English Mercuries. For now sits expectation in the air, and hides a sword from hilts unto the point with crowns imperial, crowns and coronets, promised to Harry and his followers. The French, advised by good intelligence of this most dreadful preparation, shake in their fear, and with pale policy seek to divert the English purposes. O England, model to thy inward greatness, like little body with a mighty heart, what mightst thou do, that honor would thee do, were all thy children kind and natural? But see thy fault. France hath in thee found out a nest of hollow bosoms, which he fills with treacherous crowns, and 3 corrupted men, one, Richard Earl of Cambridge, and the second, Henry Lord Scrope of Massam, and the third, Sir Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland, have, for the guilt of France, O guilt indeed, confirmed conspiracy with fearful France, and by their hands this grace of kings must die, if hell and treason hold their promises, ere he take ship for France, and in Southampton. Linger your patience on, and will digest the abuse of distance, force a play. The sum is paid. The traitors are agreed. The king is set from London, and the scene is now transported, gentles, to Southampton. There is the playhouse now, there must you sit, and thence to France shall we convey you safe, and bring you back, charming the narrow seas to give you gentle pass. For, if we may, we'll not offend one's stomach with our play. But, till the king come forth, and not till then, unto Southampton do we shift our scene. Exit. Scene I. London. A street. Enter Corporal N.Y.M. and Lieutenant Bardolph. Bardolph. Well met, Corporal N.Y.M. N.Y.M. Good morrow, Lieutenant Bardolph. Bardolph. What, our ancient pistol and you friends yet? N.Y.M. For my part, I care not that I say little, but when time shall serve, there shall be smiles. But that shall be as it may, I dare not fight, but I will wink and hold out mine iron. It is a simple one, but what though? It will toast cheese, and it will endure cold as another man's sword will, and there's an end. Bardolph. I will bestow a breakfast to make you friends, and we'll be all 3 sworn brothers to France. Let it be so, good Corporal N.Y.M. N.Y.M. Faith, I will live so long as I may, that's the certain of it. And when I cannot live any longer, I will do as I may, that is my rest, that is the rendezvous of it. Bardolph. It is certain, Corporal, that he is married to Nell Quickly, and certainly she did you wrong, for you were troth-plight to her. N.Y.M. I cannot tell, things must be as they may, men may sleep, and they may have their throats about them at that time. And some say knives have edges. It must be as it may, though patience be a tired mare. Yet she will plod, there must be conclusions, well, I cannot tell. Enter Pistol and Hostess. Bardolph. Here comes ancient Pistol and his wife, good corporal. Be patient here, how now? Mine host Pistol. Pistol. Base-tyke, call'st thou me host? Now, by this hand, I swear I scorn the term, nor shall my Nell keep lodgers. Hostess. No, by my troth, not long. For we cannot lodge and board a dozen or 14 gentlewomen that live honestly by the prick of their needles, but it will be thought we keep a bawdy house straight. NYM and Pistol draw. Oh well a day, lady, if he be not drawn now. We shall see wilful adultery and murder committed. Bardolph. Good lieutenant. Good corporal. Offer nothing here. NYM. Pish. Pistol. Pish for thee, Iceland dog. Thou procured cur of Iceland. Hostess. Good corporal NYM. Show thy valor, and put up your sword. NYM. Will you shog off? I would have you soulless. Pistol. Soulless, egregious dog. O viper vile. The soulless in thy most merveillous face. The soulless in thy teeth, and in thy throat, and in thy hateful lungs. Yea, in thy maw, purdy, and which is worse, within thy nasty mouth. I do retort the soulless in thy bowels. For I can take, and Pistol's cock is up, and flashing fire will follow. NYM. I am not Barbizon. You cannot conjure me. I have in humor to knock you indifferently well. If you grow foul with me, Pistol, I will scour you with my rapier, as I may. In fair terms, if you would walk off, I would prick your guts a little, in good terms, as I may, and that's the humor of it. Pistol. O braggart vile and damned furious wight. The grave doth gape, and doting death is near. Therefore exhale. Bardolph. Hear me what I say. He that strikes the first stroke, I'll run him up to the hilts, as I am a soldier. Draws. Pistol. An oath of mickle might, and fury shall abate. Give me thy fist, thy forefoot to me give. Thy spirits are most tall. NYM. I will cut thy throat, one time or other, in fair terms. That is the humor of it. Pistol. Couple a gorge. That is the word I thee defy again. O hound of Crete, think'st thou my spouse to get? No, to the spittle go, and from the powdering tub of infamy fetch forth the lazar kite of Cressid's kind, Doll Tearsheet she by name, and her espouse. I have, and I will hold, the quondam quickly. For the only she, and Pauca, there's enough. Go to. Enter the boy. Boy. Mine host Pistol, you must come to my master, and you, hostess, he is very sick, and would to bed. Good Bardolph, put thy face between his sheets, and do the office of a warming pan. Faith, he's very ill. Bardolph. Away, you rogue. Hostess. By my troth, he'll yield the crow a pudding one of these days. The king has killed his heart. Good husband, come home presently. Exeunt hostess and boy. Bardolph. Come. Shall I make you two friends? We must to France together. Why the devil should we keep knives to cut one another's throats? Pistol. Let floods o'erswell, and fiends for food howl on. NYM. You'll pay me the 8 shillings I won of you at betting? Pistol. Base is the slave that pays. NYM. That now I will have. That's the humor of it. Pistol. As manhood shall compound, push home. They draw. Bardolph. By this sword, he that makes the first thrust, I'll kill him. By this sword, I will. Pistol. Sword is an oath, and oaths must have their course. Bardolph. Corporal NYM, and thou wilt be friends, be friends. And thou wilt not, why, then, be enemies with me too, prithee, put up. NYM. I shall have my 8 shillings I won from you at betting? Pistol. A noble shalt thou have, and present pay. And liquor likewise will I give to thee, and friendship shall combine, and brotherhood. I'll live by NYM, and NYM shall live by me. Is not this just? For I shall sutler be unto the camp, and profits will accrue. Give me thy hand. NYM. I shall have my noble? Pistol. In cash most justly paid. NYM. Well then, that's the humor of't. Enter hostess. Hostess. As ever you come of women, come in quickly to Sir John. Ah, poor heart. He is so shacked of a burning quotidian tertian, that it is most lamentable to behold sweet men come to him. NYM. The king hath run bad humors on the night. That's the even of it. Pistol. NYM. Thou hast spoke the right. His heart is fracked and corroborate. NYM. The king is a good king, but it must be as it may. He passes some humors and careers. Pistol. Let us condole the night. 4. Lambkins, we will live. Exeunt. Scene 2. Southampton. A council chamber. Enter Exeter, Bedford and Westmoreland. Bedford. For God, his grace is bold, to trust these traitors. Exeter. They shall be apprehended by and by. Westmoreland. How smooth and even they do bear themselves, as if allegiance in their bosoms sat crowned with faith and constant loyalty. Bedford. The king hath note of all that they intend, by interception which they dream not of. Exeter. Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath dulled and cloyed with gracious favors, that he should, for a foreign purse, so sell his sovereign's life to death and treachery. Trumpets sound, enter King Henry, Scroop, Cambridge, and Grey. King Henry. Now sits the wind fair, and we will aboard. My lord of Cambridge, and my kind lord of Massam, and you, my gentle knight, give me your thoughts. Think you not that the powers we bear with us will cut their passage through the force of France, doing the execution and the act for which we have in head assembled them? Scroop. No doubt, my liege, if each man do his best. King Henry. I doubt not that, since we are well persuaded we carry not a heart with us from hence that grows not in a fair consent with ours, nor leave not one behind that doth not wish success and conquest to attend on us. Cambridge. Never was monarch better feared and loved than is your majesty. There's not, I think, a subject that sits in heart grief and uneasiness under the sweet shade of your government. Grey. True. Those that were your father's enemies have steeped their galls in honey, and do serve you with hearts create of duty and of zeal. King Henry. We therefore have great cause of thankfulness, and shall forget the office of our hand sooner than quittance of desert and merit according to the weight and worthiness. Scroop. So service shall with steeled sinews toil, and labor shall refresh itself with hope, to do your grace incessant services. King Henry. We judge no less uncle of Exeter. Enlarge the man committed yesterday, that railed against our person. We consider it was excess of wine that set him on, and on his more advice we pardon him. Scroop. That's mercy, but too much security. Let him be punished, sovereign, lest example breed, by his sufferance, more of such a kind. King Henry. Oh, let us yet be merciful. Cambridge. So may your highness, and yet punish too. Grey. Sir. You show great mercy if you give him life after the taste of much correction. King Henry. Alas, your too much love and care of me are heavy orisons gainst this poor wretch. If little faults, proceeding on distemper, shall not be winked at, how shall we stretch our eye when capital crimes, chewed, swallowed, and digested, appear before us? We'll yet enlarge that man, though Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey, in their dear care and tender preservation of our person, would have him punished, and now to our French causes. Who are the late commissioners? Cambridge. I won, my lord. Your highness bade me ask for it today. Scroop. So did you me, my liege. Grey. And I, my royal sovereign. King Henry. Then, Richard Earl of Cambridge, there is yours. They're yours, Lord Scroop of Massam, and, Sir Knight, Grey of Northumberland, this same is yours. Read them, and know I know your worthiness. My lord of Westmoreland and Uncle Exeter, we will aboard tonight. Why, how now, gentlemen? What see you in those papers that you lose so much complexion? Look ye, how they change. Their cheeks are paper. Why, what read you there, that have so cowered and chased your blood out of appearance? Cambridge. I do confess my fault, and do submit me to your highness' mercy. Grey. Scroop. To which we all appeal. King Henry. The mercy that was quick in us but late, by your own counsel is suppressed and killed. You must not dare, for shame, to talk of mercy, for your own reasons turn into your bosoms, as dogs upon their masters, worrying you. See you, my princes and my noble peers, these English monsters. My lord of Cambridge here, you know how apt our love was to accord to furnish him with an appurtenance belonging to his honor. And this man hath, for a few light crowns, lightly conspired and sworn unto the practices of France to kill us here in Hampton. To the which this knight, no less for bounty bound to us than Cambridge is, hath likewise sworn. But, oh, what shall I say to thee, Lord Scrope? Thou cruel, ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature, thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knew'st the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightst have coined me into gold, wouldst thou have practiced on me for thy use? May it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? 'Tis so strange, that, though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder ever kept together, as two yoke-devils sworn to either's purpose, working so grossly in a natural cause that admiration did not whoop at them. But thou, gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder. And whatsoever cunning fiend it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously hath got the voice in hell for excellence. And other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation with patches, colors, and with forms being fetched from glistering semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee bade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. If that same demon that hath gulled thee thus should with his lion gait walk the whole world, he might return to vasty Tartar back, and tell the legions, I can never win a soul so easy as that Englishman's. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Showmen dutiful? Why, so didst thou seem they grave and learned. Why, so didst thou come they of noble family. Why, so didst thou seem they religious. Why, so didst thou or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in purged judgment trusting neither. Such and so finely bolted didst thou seem. And thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot to mark the full-fraught man and best endued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee. For this revolt of thine, methinks, is like another fall of man, their faults are open. Arrest them to the answer of the law, and God acquit them of their practices. Exeter. I arrest thee of high treason, by the name of Richard Earl of Cambridge. I arrest thee of high treason, by the name of Henry Lord Scrope of Massam. I arrest thee of high treason, by the name of Thomas Grey, Knight, of Northumberland. Scrope, our purposes God justly hath discovered, and I repent my fault more than my death, which I beseech your highness to forgive, although my body pay the price of it. Cambridge. For me, the gold of France did not seduce, although I did admit it as a motive the sooner to effect what I intended. But God be thanked for prevention, which I in sufferance heartily will rejoice, beseeching God and you to pardon me. Grey. Never did faithful subject more rejoice at the discovery of most dangerous treason than I do at this hour joy o'er myself, prevented from a damned enterprise. My fault, but not my body, pardon, sovereign. King Henry, God quit you in his mercy. Hear your sentence. You have conspired against our royal person, joined with an enemy proclaimed, and from his coffers received the golden earnest of our death, wherein you would have sold your king to slaughter, his princes and his peers to servitude, his subjects to oppression and contempt, and his whole kingdom into desolation. Touching our person seek we no revenge, but we our kingdom's safety must so tender, whose ruin you have sought, that to her laws we do deliver you. Get you therefore hence, poor miserable wretches, to your death, the taste whereof God of his mercy give you patience to endure, and true repentance of all your dear offences. Bear them hence. Exeunt Cambridge, Scrope, and Grey, guarded. Now, lords, for France. The enterprise whereof shall be to you, as us, like glorious. We doubt not of a fair and lucky war, since God so graciously hath brought to light this dangerous treason lurking in our way to hinder our beginnings. We doubt not now, but every rub is smoothed on our way. Then forth, dear countrymen, let us deliver our puissance into the hand of God, putting it straight in expedition. Cheerly to see the signs of war advance. No king of England, if not king of France. Flourish exeunt. Scene 3 London, before a tavern. Enter Pistol, Nym, Bardolph, boy and hostess. Hostess, prithee, honey, sweet husband, let me bring thee to Staines. Pistol, no, for my manly heart doth yearn. Bardolph, be blithe. Nym, rouse thy vaunting veins. Boy, bristle thy courage up. For Falstaff he is dead, and we must yearn therefore. Bardolph, would I were with him, wheresoe'er he is, either in heaven or in hell. Hostess, nay, sure, he's not in hell, he's in Arthur's bosom. If ever man went to Arthur's bosom, made a finer end and went away, and it had been any Christom child, parted even just between 12 and 1, even at the turning o' the tide. For after I saw him fumble with the sheets and play with flowers and smile upon his fingers' ends, I knew there was but one way. For his nose was as sharp as a pin, and babbled of green fields. How now, Sir John, quoth I, what man? Be o' good cheer. So cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. Now I, to comfort him, bid him should not think of God. I hopped there was no need to trouble himself with any such thoughts. Why he bade me lay more clothes on his feet. I put my hand into the bed and felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. Then I felt to his knees, and so upward, and all was as cold as any stone. Nym, they say he cried out of sack. Hostess, aye, that a did. Bardolph, and of women. Hostess, nay, that a did not. Boy, yes, that a did, and said they were devils incarnate. Hostess, it could never abide carnation. 'Twas a color he never liked. Boy, said once, the devil would have him about women. Hostess, did in some sort, indeed, handle women. But then he was rheumatic and talked of the whore of Babylon. Boy, do you not remember? Saw a flea stick upon Bardolph's nose, and said it was a black soul burning in hellfire? Bardolph, well, the fuel is gone that maintained that fire. That's all the riches I got in his service. Nym, shall we shog? The king will be gone from Southampton. Pistol, come, let's away. My love, give me thy lips. Look to my chattels and my movables. Let senses rule. The word is pitch and pay. Trust none. For oaths are straws, men's faiths are wafer cakes, and hold fast is the only dog, my duck. Therefore, Cavito be thy counselor. Go, clear thy crystals. Yokefellows in arms, let us to France. Like horse leeches, my boys, to suck, the very blood to suck. Boy, and that's but unwholesome food, they say. Pistol, touch her soft mouth, and march. Bardolph, farewell, hostess. Kissing her. Nym, I cannot kiss, that is the humor of it. But, adieu. Pistol, let housewifery appear. Keep close, I thee command. Hostess, farewell, adieu. Exeunt. Scene 4. France, the king's palace. Flourish, enter the French. King, the Dauphin, the Dukes of Berry and Brittany, the Constable and others. French king, thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully it us concerns to answer royally in our defenses. Therefore the Dukes of Berry and of Brittany, of Brabant and of Orleans, shall make forth, and you, Prince Dauphin, with all swift dispatch, to line and new repair our towns of war with men of courage and with means defendant. For England his approaches makes as fierce as waters to the sucking of a gulf. It fits us then to be as provident as fears may teach us out of late examples left by the fatal and neglected English upon our fields. Dauphin, my most redoubt father, it is most meet we arm us gainst the foe. For peace itself should not so dull a kingdom, though war nor no known quarrel were in question, but that defenses, musters, preparations should be maintained, assembled, and collected, as were a war in expectation. Therefore, I say, 'tis meet we all go forth to view the sick and feeble parts of France, and let us do it with no show of fear. No, with no more than if we heard that England were busied with a Whitsun Morris dance. For, my good liege, she is so idly kinged, her sceptre so fantastically borne by a vain, giddy, shallow, humorous youth, that fear attends her not. Constable, O peace, Prince Dauphin, you are too much mistaken in this king. Question your grace the late ambassadors with what great state he heard their embassy, how well supplied with noble counselors, how modest in exception, and withal how terrible in constant resolution, and you shall find his vanities forespent were but the outside of the Roman Brutus, covering discretion with a coat of folly, as gardeners do with ordure hide those roots that shall first spring and be most delicate. Dauphin. Well, 'tis not so, my lord high constable, but though we think it so, it is no matter. In cases of defense, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems, so the proportions of defense are filled, which of a weak and niggardly projection doth, like a miser, spoil his coat with scanting a little cloth. French king. Think we King Harry strong, and princes, look you strongly armed to meet him. The kindred of him hath been fleshed upon us, and he is bred out of that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths. Witness our too much memorable shame when Cressy battle fatally was struck, and all our princes captived by the hand of that black name, Edward, Black Prince of Wales. Whiles that his mountain sire on mountain standing, up in the air, crowned with the golden sun, saw his heroical seed and smilled to see him mangle the work of nature and deface the patterns that by God and by French fathers had 20 years been made. This is a stem of that victorious stock, and let us fear the native mightiness and fate of him. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Ambassadors from Harry King of England do crave admittance to your majesty. French king. Will give them present audience. Go, and bring them. Exeunt messenger, and certain lords. You see this chase is hotly followed, friends. Dauphin. Turn head and stop pursuit. For coward dogs most spin their mouths when what they seem to threaten runs far before them. Good my sovereign, take up the English short, and let them know of what a monarchy you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting. Enter Exeter. French king. From our brother of England? Exeter. From him. And thus he greets your majesty. He wills you, in the name of God Almighty, that you divest yourself, and lay apart the borrowed glories that by gift of heaven, by law of nature and of nations, longs to him and to his heirs. Namely, the crown and all wide-stretched honors that pertain by custom and the ordinance of times unto the crown of France, that you may. 'Tis no sinister nor no awkward claim, picked from the wormholes of long-vanished days, nor from the dust of old oblivion. Racked, he sends you this most memorable line, in every branch truly demonstrative, willing you overlook this pedigree, and when you find him evenly derived from his most famed of famous ancestors, Edward III, he bids you then resign your crown and kingdom, indirectly held from him, the native and true challenger. French king. Or else what follows? Exeter. Bloody constraint. For if you hide the crown even in your hearts, there will he rake for it. Therefore in fierce tempest is he coming, in thunder and in earthquake, like a Jove, that, if requiring fail, he will compel, and bids you, in the bowels of the Lord, deliver up the crown, and to take mercy on the poor souls for whom this hungry war opens his vasty jaws. And on your head turning the widow's tears, the orphan's cries, the dead men's blood, the pining maiden's groans, for husbands, fathers, and betrothed lovers, that shall be swallowed in this controversy. This is his claim, his threatening, and my message. Unless the Dauphin be in presence here, to whom expressly I bring greeting too. French king. For us, we will consider of this further. Tomorrow shall you bear our full intent back to our brother of England. Dauphin. For the Dauphin, I stand here for him. What to him from England? Exeter. Scorn and defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome the mighty sender, doth he prize you at. Thus says my king, and if your father's highness do not, in grant of all demands at large, sweeten the bitter mock you sent his majesty, he'll call you to so hot an answer of it that caves and woomy voltages of France shall chide your trespass and return your mock in second accent of his ordinance. Dauphin. Say, if my father render fair return, it is against my will, for I desire nothing but odds with England. Oh, that end, as matching to his youth and vanity, I did present him with the Paris balls. Exeter. He'll make your Paris Louvre shake for it, were it the mistress court of mighty Europe, and be assured, you'll find a difference, as we his subjects have in wonder found, Between the promise of his greener days and these he masters now. Now he weighs time even to the utmost grain, that you shall read in your own losses, if he stay in France. French king. Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full flourish. Exeter. Dispatch us with all speed, lest that our king come here himself to question our delay. For he is footed in this land already. French king. You shall be soon dispatched with fair conditions. A night is but small breath and little pause to answer matters of this consequence. Exeunt. Act 3. Flourish. Enter chorus. Chorus. Thus with imagined wing our swift scene flies, in motion of no less celerity than that of thought. Suppose that you have seen the well-appointed king at Hampton Pier embark his royalty, and his brave fleet with silken streamers the young Phoebus fanning. Play with your fancies, and in them behold upon the hempen tackle shipboys climbing. Hear the shrill whistle which doth order give to sounds confused. Behold the threadened sails, borne with the invisible and creeping wind, draw the huge bottoms through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surged. Oh, do but think you stand upon the rivage and behold a city on the inconstant billows dancing. For so appears this fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfla. Follow. Grapple your minds to sternage of this navy, and leave your England, as dead midnight still, guarded with grandsires, babies, and old women, either past or not arrived to pith and puissance. For who is he, whose chin is but enriched with one appearing hair, that will not follow these culled and choice-drawn cavaliers to France? Work your thoughts, and therein see a siege. Behold the ordnance on their carriages, with fatal mouths gaping on girded Harfla. Suppose the ambassador from the French comes back, tells Harry that the king doth offer him Catherine his daughter, and with her, to dowry, some petty and unprofitable dukedoms. The offer likes not, and the nimble gunner with linstock now the devilish cannon touches, alarum, and chambers go off. And down goes all before them. Still be kind, and eke out our performance with your mind. Exit. Scene I. France before Harfla. Alarum. Enter King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Gloucester, and soldiers, with scaling ladders. King Henry. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility, but when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage. Then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let it pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow o'erwhelm it as fearfully as does a galled rock o'erhang in Judee his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean. Now set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide. Hold hard the breath, and bend up every spirit to his full height on, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war-proof. Fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn till even fought, and sheathed their swords for lack of argument. Dishonor not your mothers. Now attest that those whom you called fathers did beget you. Be copy now to men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war, and you, good yeomen, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not. For there is none of you so mean and base, that hath not noble lustre in your eyes. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start, the game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry, God for Harry, England and St. George. Exeunt alarum, and chambers go off. Scene 2. The same. Enter Nwym, Bardolph, pistol, and boy. Bardolph. On. To the breach, to the breach. Nwym. Pray thee, corporal, stabe the knocks are too hot, and, for mine own part, I have not a case of lives, the humor of it is too hot. That is the very plain song of it. Pistol. The plain song is most just, for humors do abound. Knocks go and come. God's vassals drop and die, and sword and shield, and bloody field, doth win immortal fame. Boy, would I were in an alehouse in London, I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety. Pistol. And I, if wishes would prevail with me, My purpose should not fail with me, but thither would I hie. Boy, as duly, but not as truly, as bird doth sing on bough. Enter Fluellen. Fluellen, up to the breach, you dogs. Avaunt, you cullions, driving them forward. Pistol, be merciful, great Duke, to men of mould. Abate thy rage, abate thy manly rage, abate thy rage, great Duke. Good Bawcock, bate thy rage. Use lenity, sweet Chuck. Inwyam, these be good humors. Your honor wins bad humors. Exeunt all but boy. Boy, as young as I am, I have observed these three swashers. I am boy to them all three. But all they three, though they would serve me, could not be man to me. For indeed 3 such antics do not amount to a man. For Bardolph, he is white-livered and red-effaced, by the means whereof effaces it out, but fights not. For Pistol, he hath a killing tongue and a quiet sword, by the means whereof breaks words and keeps whole weapons. For Inwyam, he hath heard that men of few words are the best men, and therefore he scorns to say his prayers, lest a should be thought a coward, but his few bad words are matched with his few good deeds. For a never broke any man's head but his own, and that was against a post when he was drunk. They will steal anything and call it purchase. Bardolph stole a lute case, bore it 12 leagues, and sold it for 3 halfpence. Inwyam and Bardolph are sworn brothers in filching, and in Calais they stole a fire shovel. I knew by that piece of service the men would carry coals. They would have me as familiar with men's pockets as their gloves or their handkerchers, which makes much against my manhood, if I should take from another's pocket to put into mine. For it is plain pocketing up of wrongs I must leave them, and seek some better service. Their villainy goes against my weak stomach, and therefore I must cast it up. Exit. Enter Gower and Fluellen. Gower. Captain Fluellen, you must come presently to the mines. The Duke of Gloucester would speak with you. Fluellen. To the mines. Tell you the Duke, it is not so good to come to the mines. For, look you, the mines is not according to the disciplines of the war. The concavities of it is not sufficient. For, look you, the adversary, you may discuss unto the Duke, look you, is digged himself 4 yard under the countermines. By Chashu, I think, a will plow up all, if there is not better directions. Gower. The Duke of Gloucester, to whom the order of the siege is given, is altogether directed by an Irishman, a very valiant gentleman, I faith. Fluellen. It is Captain Macmorris, is it not? Gower. I think it be. Fluellen. By Chashu, he is an ass, as in the world I will verify as much in his beard. He has no more directions in the true disciplines of the wars, look you, of the Roman disciplines, than is a puppy dog. Enter Macmorris and Captain Jammy. Gower. Here a comes, and the Scots captain, Captain Jammy, with him. Fluellen. Captain Jammy is a marvellous valorous gentleman, that is certain, and of great expedition and knowledge in the ancient wars. Upon my particular knowledge of his directions, by Chashu, he will maintain his argument as well as any military man in the world, in the disciplines of the pristine wars of the Romans. Jammy. I say good day, Captain Fluellen. Fluellen. God den to your worship, good Captain James. Gower. How now, Captain Macmorris? Have you quit the mines? Have the pioneers given o'er? Macmorris. By Crish law, Tishel done. The work ish give over, the trumpet sound the retreat. By my hand I swear, and my father's soul, the work ishel done. It ish give over, I would have blowed up the town, so Crish save me, la. In an hour, Tishel done, Tishel done. By my hand, Tishel done. Fluellen. Captain Macmorris, I beseech you now, will you vouchsafe me, look you, a few disputations with you, as partly touching or concerning the disciplines of the war, the Roman wars, in the way of argument, look you, and friendly communication, partly to satisfy my opinion, and partly for the satisfaction, look you, of my mind, as touching the direction of the military discipline. That is the point. Jammy. It sall be very good, good Fife, good Captain's Bath, and I sall quit you with good leave, as I may pick occasion. That sall I, marry. Macmorris. It is no time to discourse, so Crish save me, the day is hot, and the weather, and the wars, and the king, and the Duke's it is no time to discourse, the town is besieged, and the trumpet call us to the breach, and we talk, and, be Crish, do nothing. 'Tis shame for us all, so goddess Amy, 'tis shame to stand still. It is shame, by my hand. And there is throats to be cut, and works to be done, and there ish nothing done. So critious Emila. Jammy. By the mess, ere these eyes of mine take themselves to slumber, I'll do good service, or I'll lig I the grund for it. I, or go to death. And I'll pay't as valorously as I may, that's all I sewerly do. That is the breath and the long merry. I wad full fain heard some question tween you tway. Fluellen. Captain Macmorris, I think, look you, under your correction, there is not many of your nation. Macmorris. Of my nation. What ish my nation? Ish a villain, and a bastard, and a knave, and a rascal? What ish my nation? Who talks of my nation? Fluellen. Look you, if you take the matter otherwise than is meant, Captain Macmorris, peradventure I shall think you do not use me with that affability as in discretion you ought to use me. Look you, being as good a man as yourself, both in the disciplines of war, and in the derivation of my birth, and in other particularities. Macmorris, I do not know you so good a man as myself, so Krish save me, I will cut off your head. Gower. Gentlemen both, you will mistake each other. Jammy. That's a foul fault. A parley sounded. Gower. The town sounds a parley. Fluellen. Captain Macmorris, when there is more better opportunity to be required, look you, I will be so bold as to tell you I know the disciplines of war, and there is an end. Exeunt. Scene 3 before the gates. The governor and some citizens on the walls. The English forces below enter King Henry and his train. King Henry. How yet resolves the governor of the town? This is the latest parle we will admit. Therefore to our best mercy give yourselves, or like to men proud of destruction defy us to our worst. For, as I am a soldier, a name that in my thoughts becomes me best, if I begin the battery once again, I will not leave the half-achieved Harfla till in her ashes she lie buried. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand shall range with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass your fresh fair virgins and your flowering infants. What is it then to me, if impious war, arrayed in flames like to the prince of fiends, do with his smirched complexion all fell feats in link to waste and desolation? What is to me, when you yourselves are cause, if your pure maidens fall into the hand of hot and forcing violation? What rein can hold licentious wickedness when down the hill he holds his fierce career? We may as bootless spend our vain command upon the enraged soldiers and their spoil as send precepts to the Leviathan to come ashore. Therefore, you men of Harfla, take pity of your town and of your people, whiles yet my soldiers are in my command, whiles yet the cool and temperate wind of grace blows the filthy and contagious clouds of heady murder, spoil, and villainy. If not, why, in a moment look to see the blind and bloody soldier with foul hand defile the locks of your shrill shrieking daughters, your fathers taken by the silver beards, and their most reverend heads dashed to the walls, your naked infants spitted upon pikes, whiles the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds, as did the wives of Jewry at Herod's bloody hunting slaughtermen. What say you? Will you yield, and this avoid, or, guilty in defense, be thus destroyed? Governor, our expectation hath this day an end. The Dauphin, whom of succors we entreated, returns us that his powers are yet not ready to raise so great a siege. Therefore, great King, we yield our town and lives to thy soft mercy. Enter our gates, dispose of us and ours, for we no longer are defensible. King Henry, open your gates, come, Uncle Exeter, go you and enter Harfla. There remain and fortify it strongly gainst the French. Use mercy to them all, for us, dear uncle, the winter coming on, and sickness growing upon our soldiers, we will retire to Calais. Tonight in Harfla will we be your guest, tomorrow for the march are we addressed. Flourish, the king and his train enter the town. Scene 4, the French king's palace. Enter Catherine and Alice, an old gentlewoman. Catherine. Alice, tu es été en Angleterre, et tu parles bien la language. Alice. Un peu, madame. Catherine. J'ai pris, emincines. Il faut que j'apprenne à parler. Comment appelez-vous la main en anglais? Alice. La main? Elle est appelée de hand. Catherine. De Hand. Et les Deutsch? Alice. Les Deutsch? Ma foi, J. Ubli les Deutsch. Mais j'aime souviendrai les Deutsch? J. Pince tu les sonapels de fingers. Oui, de fingers. Catherine. La main, de hand. Les Deutsch, de effengre. J. Pince que J. suis le bon écolier. J. Gagny du mos d'anglais vêtement, comment appelez-vous les anglais? Alice. Les anglais? Nous les appelons de nails. Catherine. De nails écoutes, dites-moi. Si je parle bien. De hand, de fingers, et de nails. Alice. C'est bien dit, madame. Il est fort bon anglais. Catherine. Dites-moi l'anglais pour le bras. Alice. De arm, madame. Catherine. Et le coude? Alice. D'elbow. Catherine. D'elbow. Je min face la répétition de tous les mots que vous m'avez appris à présent. Alice. Il est trop difficile, madame, comme je pense. Catherine. Excusez-moi. Alice écoutes, de hand, de fingers, de nails, de arm, de bilbao. Alice. D'elbow, madame. Catherine. Au Seigneur Dieu. Je min oublie. D'elbow. Comment appelez-vous le col? Alice. De nick, madame. Catherine. De nick. Et le menton? Alice. De chin. Catherine. De sin. Le col. De nick. Le menton. De sin. Alice. Oui sa fatrionar, en vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droit que les natives d'Angleterre. Catherine. Je n'ai doute point d'apprendre, par la grâce de Dieu, et en peu de temps. Alice. N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié que je vous ai insane? Catherine. Non, je reciterai à vous promptement. De hand, de fingers, de mails. Alice. De nails, madame. Catherine. De nails, de arm, de elbow. Alice. Sa fatrionar, de elbow. Catherine. Ainsi dis je, de elbow, de nick, et de sin, comment. Appelez-vous le pied et la robe? Alice. De foot, madame, et de cown. Catherine. De foot et de cown. Ô Seigneur Dieu. Ils sont les mots de son mauvais, corruptible, gros, et impudique. Et non pour les dames d'honneur de usard. Je voudrais prononcer cs, mots devant les seigneurs de France pour tout le monde fa. Le foot et le cown. Néanmoins, je reciterai un autre fois ma leçon ensemble. De hand, de fingers, de nails, de arm, de elbow, de nick, de sin, de foot, de cown. Alice. Excellent, madame. Catherine. C'est pour une fois. Allons nous à diner. Excellent. Scene V. The same. Enter the King of France, the Dauphin, the Duke of Bourbon, the Constable of France and others. French King. 'Tis certain he hath passed the river Somme. Constable. And if he be not fought withal, my lord, let us not live in France. Let us quit all and give our vineyards to a barbarous people. Dauphin. O Dieu vivant. Shall a few sprays of us, the emptying of our fathers' luxury, our scions put in wild and savage stock, spurred up so suddenly into the clouds, and overlook their grafters? Bourbon. Normans, but bastard Normans, Norman bastards. Mort de ma vie, if they march along unfought withal, but I will sell my dukedom, to buy a slobbery and a dirty farm in that nookshotten Isle of Albion. Constable. Due to Buttleys, where have they this metal? Is not their climate foggy, raw, and dull, on whom, as in despite, the sun looks pale, killing their fruit with frowns? Can sodden water, a drench for Sir Rain Jades, their barley broth, decoct their cold blood to such valiant heat? And shall our quick blood, spirited with wine, seem frosty? Oh, for honor of our land, let us not hang like roping icicles upon our houses' thatch, whiles a more frosty people sweat drops of gallant youth in our rich fields. Poor we may call them in their native lords. Dauphin. By faith and honor, our madams mock at us, and plainly say our metal is bred out, and they will give their bodies to the lust of English youth to new store France with bastard warriors. Bourbon. They bid us to the English dancing schools, and teach La Volta's high and swift Corantos, saying our grace is only in our heels, and that we are most lofty runaways. French King. Where is Montjoy the herald? Speed him hence. Let him greet England with our sharp defiance. Up, princes! And, with spirit of honor edged more sharper than your swords, high to the field. Charles Delabreth, High Constable of France, you Dukes of Orleans, Bourbon, and of Berry, Alsace, Brabant, Bar, and Burgundy. Jacques Chatillon, Rambers, Vaudemont, Beaumont, Grandpré, Roussy, and Fauconbridge, Foy, Lestrade, Boucicault, and Charolais. High Dukes, great princes, barons, lords, and knights, for your great seats now quit you of great shames. Bar hairy England, that sweeps through our land with pennons painted in the blood of Harfla. Rush on his host, as doth the melted snow upon the valleys, whose low vassal seat the Alps doth spit and void his room upon. Go down upon him, you have power enough, and in a captive chariot into Rouen bring him our prisoner. Constable, this becomes the great. Sorry am I his numbers are so few, his soldiers sick and famished in their march. For I am sure, when he shall see our army, he'll drop his heart into the sink of fear and for achievement offer us his ransom. French King, therefore, Lord Constable, haste on Montjoy, and let him say to England that we send to know what willing ransom he will give. Prince Dauphin, you shall stay with us in Rouen. Dauphin, not so, I do beseech your majesty. French King, be patient, for you shall remain with us. Now forth, Lord Constable and princes all, and quickly bring us word of England's fall. Exeunt. Scene 6, the English camp in Picardy. Enter Gower and Fluellen. Meeting. Gower. How now, Captain Fluellen? Come you from the bridge? Fluellen. I assure you, there is very excellent services committed at the bridge. Gower. Is the Duke of Exeter safe? Fluellen. The Duke of Exeter is as magnanimous as Agamemnon, and a man that I love and honor with my soul, and my heart, and my duty, and my life, and my living, and my uttermost power. He is not, God be praised and blessed, any hurt in the world, but keeps the bridge most valiantly, with excellent discipline. There is an ancient lieutenant there at the bridge. I think in my very conscience he is as valiant a man as Mark Antony, and he is a man of no estimation in the world, but I did see him do as gallant service. Gower. What do you call him? Fluellen. He is called Ancient Pistol. Gower. I know him not. Enter Pistol. Fluellen. Here is the man. Pistol. Captain, I thee beseech to do me favors. The Duke of Exeter doth love thee well. Fluellen. I praise God, and I have merited some love at his hands. Pistol. Bardolph, a soldier, firm and sound of heart, and of buxom valor, hath by cruel fate and giddy fortune's furious fickle wheel, that goddess blind, that stands upon the rolling restless stone. Fluellen. By your patience, Ancient Pistol fortune is painted blind, with a muffler afore his eyes, to signify to you that fortune is blind. And she is painted also with a wheel, to signify to you, which is the moral of it, that she is turning, and in constant and mutability and variation. And her foot, look you, is fixed upon a spherical stone, which rolls and rolls and rolls in good truth. The poet makes a most excellent description of it. Fortune is an excellent moral. Pistol. Fortune is Bardolph's foe, and frowns on him. For he hath stolen a pax, and hanged must be, a damned death. Let gallows gape for dog. Let man go free, and let not himp his windpipe suffocate. But Exeter hath given the doom of death for pax of little price. Therefore, go speak. The Duke will hear thy voice, and let not Bardolph's vital thread be cut with edge of penny cord and vile reproach. Speak, Captain, for his life, and I will thee requite. Fluellen. Ancient Pistol, I do partly understand your meaning. Pistol. Why then? Rejoice therefore. Fluellen. Certainly, Ancient, it is not a thing to rejoice at. For if, look you, he were my brother, I would desire the Duke to use his good pleasure, and put him to execution. For discipline ought to be used. Pistol. Die and be damned. And Fico for thy friendship. Fluellen. It is well. Pistol. The fig of Spain. Exit. Fluellen. Very good. Gower. Why, this is an arrant counterfeit rascal. I remember him now. A bawd. A cutpurse. Fluellen. I'll assure you, Uttered as brave words at the bridge as you shall see in a summer's day, but it is very well. What he has spoke to me, that is well, I warrant you, when time is served. Gower. Why, he is a gull, a fool, a rogue, that now and then goes to the wars, to grace himself at his return into London under the form of a soldier, and such fellows are perfect in the great commanders' names. And they will learn you by rote where services were done. At such and such a sconce, at such a breach, at such a convoy. Who came off bravely, who was shot, who discracked, what terms the enemy stood on. And this they con perfectly in the phrase of war, which they trick up with new-tuned oaths. And what a beard of the general's cut and a horrid suit of the camp will do among foaming bottles and ale-washed wits, is wonderful to be thought on, but you must learn to know such slanders of the age, or else you may be marvelously mistook. Fluellen. I tell you what, Captain Gower, I do perceive he is not the man that he would gladly make show to the world he is. If I find a hole in his coat, I will tell him my mind. Drumheard. Hark you, the king is coming, and I must speak with him from the bridge. Drum and colours enter King Henry, Gloucester, and his poor soldiers. God bless your majesty. King Henry. How now, Fluellen? Camest thou from the bridge? Fluellen. Aye. So please your majesty, the Duke of Exeter has very gallantly maintained the bridge, the French is gone off, look you. And there is gallant and most brave passages, Mary, the adversary was have possession of the bridge. But he is enforced to retire, and the Duke of Exeter is master of the bridge. I can tell your majesty, the Duke is a brave man. King Henry. What men have you lost, Fluellen? Fluellen. The perdition of the adversary hath been very great, reasonable great, Mary. For my part, I think the Duke hath lost never a man, but one that is like to be executed for robbing a church, one Bardolph. If your majesty know the man, his face is all bubucles and whelks and knobs and flames o' fire, and his lips blows at his nose, and it is like a coal of fire, sometimes blue and sometimes red, but his nose is executed, and his fire's out. King Henry. We would have all such offenders so cut off, and we give express charge, that in our marches through the country, there be nothing compelled from the villages, nothing taken but paid for, none of the French upbraided or abused in disdainful language. For when lenity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentler gamester is the soonest winner. Tucket, enter Montjoy. Montjoy. You know me by my habit. King Henry. Well then I know thee, what shall I know of thee? Montjoy. My master's mind. King Henry. Unfold it. Montjoy. Thus says my king. Say thou to Harry of England. Though we seemed dead, we did but sleep. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebucked him at Harfleur, but that we thought not good to bruise an injury till it were full ripe. Now we speak upon our cue, and our voice is imperial. England shall repent his folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him therefore consider of his ransom, which must proportion the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested, which in weight to re-answer, his pettishness would bow under. For our losses, his exchequer is too poor. For the effusion of our blood, the muster of his kingdom too faint a number. And for our disgrace, his own person, kneeling at our feet, but a weak and worthless satisfaction. So this add defiance. And tell him, for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. So far my king and master, so much my office. King Henry. What is thy name? I know thy quality. Montjoy. Montjoy. King Henry. Thou dost thy office fairly. Turn thee back, and tell thy king I do not seek him now, but could be willing to march on to Calais without impeachment. For, to say the sooth, though 'tis no wisdom to confess so much unto an enemy of craft and vantage, my people are with sickness much enfeebled, my numbers lessened, and those few I have almost no better than so many French, who when they were in health, I tell thee, Harold, I thought upon one pair of English legs did march 3 Frenchmen. Yet, forgive me, God, that I do brag thus. This your heir of France hath blown that vice in me. I must repent. Go therefore, tell thy master here I am. My ransom is this frail and worthless trunk, my army but a weak and sickly guard. Yet, God before, tell him we will come on, though France himself and such another neighbor stand in our way. There's for thy labor, Montjoy. Go, Bid thy master well advise himself. If we may pass, we will. If we be hindred, we shall your tawny ground with your red blood discolor. And so, Montjoy, fare you well. The sum of all our answer is but this: we would not seek a battle as we are, nor as we are, we say we will not shun it. So tell your master. Montjoy, I shall deliver so, thanks to your highness. Exit. Gloucester. I hope they will not come upon us now. King Henry. We are in God's hands, brother, not in theirs. March to the bridge. It now draws toward night. Beyond the river we'll encamp ourselves, and on tomorrow bid them march away. Exeunt. Scene 7. The French camp, near Agincourt. Enter the Constable of France, the Lord Rambers, Orleans, Dauphin with others. Constable. Tut. I have the best armor of the world. Would it were day. Orleans. You have an excellent armor, but let my horse have his due. Constable. It is the best horse of Europe. Orleans. Will it never be morning? Dauphin. My Lord of Orleans and my Lord High Constable, you talk of horse and armor? Orleans. You are as well provided of both as any prince in the world. Dauphin. What a long night is this! I will not change my horse with any that treads but on 4 pasterns. He bounds from the earth, as if his entrails were hares. Le cheval volant, the Pegasus, car les narines de feu. When I bestride him, I soar. I am a hawk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes. Orleans. He's of the color of the nutmeg. Dauphin. And of the heat of the gingered it is a beast for Perseus. He is pure air and fire. And the dull elements of earth and water never appear in him, but only in patient stillness while his rider mounts him. He is indeed a horse, and all other jades you may call beasts. Constable. Indeed, my lord, it is a most absolute and excellent horse. Dauphin. It is the prince of palfreys. His neigh is like the bidding of a monarch, and his countenance enforces homage. Orleans. No more, cousin. Dauphin. Nay, the man hath no wit that cannot, from the rising of the lark to the lodging of the lamb, very deserved praise on my palfrey it is a theme as fluent as the sea. Turn the sands into eloquent tongues, and my horse's argument for them all. 'Tis a subject for a sovereign to reason on, and for a sovereign's sovereign to ride on, and for the world, familiar to us and unknown, to lay apart their particular functions and wonder at him. I once writ a sonnet in his praise, and began thus: wonder of nature. Orleans. I have heard a sonnet begin so to one's mistress. Dauphin. Then did they imitate that which I compassed to my courser, for my horse is my mistress. Orleans. Your mistress bears well. Dauphin. Me well. Which is the prescript praise and perfection of a good and particular mistress. Constable. Nay, for methought yesterday your mistress shrewdly shook your back. Dauphin. So perhaps did yours. Constable. Mine was not bridled. Dauphin. Oh, then belike she was old and gentle. And you rode, like a kern of Ireland, your French hose off, and in your straight straw surce. Constable. You have good judgment in horsemanship. Dauphin. Be warned by me, then. They that ride so and ride not warily, fall into foul bogs. I had rather have my horse to my mistress. Constable. I had as lief have my mistress a jade. Dauphin. I tell thee, Constable, my mistress wears his own hair. Constable. I could make as true a boast as that, if I had a sow to my mistress. Dauphin. Lucien est retorn à son propre vomissement. Et la trui lavio borbier. Thou makest use of anything. Constable. Yet do I not use my horse for my mistress, or any such proverb so little kin to the purpose. Rambers. My Lord Constable, the armor that I saw in your tent tonight, are those stars or suns upon it? Constable. Stars, my lord. Dauphin. Some of them will fall tomorrow, I hope. Constable. And yet my sky shall not want. Dauphin. That may be, for you bear a many superfluously, and 'twere more honor some were away. Constable. Even as your horse bears your praises, who would trot as well, were some of your brags dismounted. Dauphin. Would I were able to load him with his desert. Will it never be day? I will trot tomorrow a mile, and my way shall be paved with English faces. Constable. I will not say so, for fear I should be fac'd out of my way, but I would it were morning, for I would fain be about the ears of the English. Rambers. Who will go to hazard with me for 20 prisoners? Constable. You must first go yourself to hazard, ere you have them. Dauphin. 'Tis midnight. I'll go arm myself. Exit. Orleans. The Dauphin longs for morning. Rambers. He longs to eat the English. Constable. I think he will eat all he kills. Orleans. By the white hand of my lady, he's a gallant prince. Constable. Swear by her foot that she may tread out the oath. Orleans. He is simply the most active gentleman of France. Constable. Doing his activity, and he will still be doing. Orleans. He never did harm, that I heard of. Constable. Nor will do none tomorrow. He will keep that good name still. Orleans. I know him to be valiant. Constable. I was told that by one that knows him better than you. Orleans. What's he? Constable. Marry, he told me so himself. And he said he cared not who knew it. Orleans. He needs not. It is no hidden virtue in him. Constable. By my faith, sir, but it is. Never anybody saw it but his lackey. 'Tis a hooded valor, and when it appears it will bait. Orleans. Ill will never said well. Constable. I will cap that proverb with, there is flattery in friendship. Orleans. And I will take up that with, give the devil his due. Constable. Well placked, there stands your friend for the devil. Have it the very eye of that proverb with a pox of the devil. Orleans. You are the better at proverbs, by how much a fool's bolt is soon shot. Constable. You have shot over. Orleans. 'Tis not the first time you were overshot. Enter a messenger. Messenger. My Lord High Constable, the English lie within 1,500 paces of your tents. Constable. Who hath measured the ground? Messenger. The Lord Grandpré. Constable. A valiant and most expert gentleman, would it were day. Alas, poor Harry of England, he longs not for the dawning as we do. Orleans. What a wretched and peevish fellow is this King of England, to mope with his fat-brained followers so far out of his knowledge. Constable. If the English had any apprehension, they would run away. Orleans. That they lack. For if their heads had any intellectual armor, they could never wear such heavy headpieces. Rambers. That island of England breeds very valiant creatures. Their mastiffs are of unmatchable courage. Orleans. Foolish curs, that run winking into the mouth of a Russian bear, and have their heads crushed like rotten apples. You may as well say, that's a valiant flea that dare eat his breakfast on the lip of a lion. Constable. Just. And the men do sympathize with the mastiffs in robustious and rough coming on, leaving their wits with their wives, and then give them great meals of beef and iron and steel. They will eat like wolves and fight like devils. Orleans. Aye, but these English are shrewdly out of beef. Constable. Then shall we find tomorrow they have only stomachs to eat and none to fight. Now is it time to arm come, shall we about it? Orleans. It is now 2 o'clock, but, let me see, by 10 we shall have each 100 Englishmen. Exeunt. Act 4. Enter chorus. Chorus. Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp through the foul womb of night the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire, and through their poly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed, in high and boastful neighs piercing the night's dull ear, and from the tents the armorers, accomplishing the nights, with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. The country cocks do crow, the clocks do toll, and the third hour of drowsy morning name. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and overlusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled tardy-gated knight who, like a foul and ugly witch, doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger, and their gesture sad, investing lank-lean cheeks and war-worn coats, presented them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. O now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band walking from watch to watch, from tint to tint, let him cry, praise and glory on his head. For forth he goes and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of color unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks, and overbears adant with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largest universal like the sun his liberal eye doth give to every one, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night. And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile and ragged foils, right ill disposed in brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt, yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mock rise be. Exit. Scene I. The English camp at Agincourt. Enter King Henry, Bedford, and Gloucester. King Henry, Gloucester, 'tis true that we are in great danger. The greater therefore should our courage be. Good morrow, brother Bedford, God Almighty. There is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. For our bad neighbor makes us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Besides, they are our outward consciences, and preachers to us all, admonishing that we should dress us fairly for our end. Thus may we gather honey from the weed, and make a moral of the devil himself. Enter Erpingham. Good morrow, old Sir Thomas Erpingham. A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than a churlish turf of France. Erpingham. Not so, my liege. This lodging likes me better, since I may say, now lie I like a king. King Henry. 'Tis good for men to love their present pains upon example. So the spirit is eased, and when the mind is quickened, out of doubt, the organs, though defunct and dead before, break up their drowsy grave and newly move, with casted slough and fresh legerity. Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas, brothers both. Commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them all to my pavilion. Gloucester. We shall, my liege. Erpingham. Shall I attend your grace? King Henry. No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to my lords of England. I in my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company. Erpingham. The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry, exeunt all but king. King Henry. God a mercy. Old heart, thou speakst cheerfully. Enter Pistol. Pistol. Cavula. King Henry. A friend. Pistol. Discuss unto me. Art thou officer, or art thou base, common, and popular? King Henry. I am a gentleman of a company. Pistol. Trailst thou the puissant pike? King Henry. Even so, what are you? Pistol. As good a gentleman as the emperor. King Henry. Then you are a better than the king. Pistol. The king's a bawcock, and a heart of gold, a lad of life, an imp of fame, of parents good, of fist most valiant. I kiss his dirty shoe, and from heartstring I love the lovely bully. What is thy name? King Henry. Harry Leroy. Pistol. Leroy. A Cornish name, art thou of Cornish crew? King Henry. No, I am a Welshman. Pistol. Knowst thou Fluellen? King Henry. Yes. Pistol. Tell him I'll knock his leek about his pate upon St. Davy's Day. King Henry. Do not you wear your dagger in your cap that day, lest he knock that about yours. Pistol. Art thou his friend? King Henry. And his kinsman too. Pistol. The fico for thee then. King Henry. I thank you, God be with you. Pistol. My name is Pistol called. Exit. King Henry. It sorts well with your fierceness. Enter Fluellen and Gower. Gower. Captain Fluellen. Fluellen. So, in the name of Jesu Christ, speak lowered it is the greatest admiration in the universal world, when the true and ancient prerogatives and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, you shall find, I warrant you, that there is no tittle-tattle nor pibble-pabble in Pompey's camp. I warrant you, you shall find the ceremonies of the wars, and the cares of it, and the forms of it, and the sobriety of it, and the modesty of it, to be otherwise. Gower. Why, the enemy is loud. You hear him all night. Fluellen. If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, think you, that we should also, look you, be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb? In your own conscience now? Gower. I will speak lower. Fluellen. I pray you, and beseech you that you will. Exeunt Gower and Fluellen. King Henry. Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valor in this Welshman. Enter 3 soldiers, John Bates, Alexander Court, and Michael Williams. Court. Brother John Bates. Is not that the morning which breaks yonder? Bates. I think it be, but we have no great cause to desire the approach of day. Williams. We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there? King Henry. A friend. Williams. Under what captain serve you? King Henry. Under Sir Thomas Erpingham. Williams. A good old commander and a most kind gentleman, I pray you. What thinks he of our estate? King Henry. Even as men wrecked upon a sand, that look to be washed off the next tide. Bates. He hath not told his thought to the king? King Henry. No, nor it is not meet he should, for though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man as I am, the violet smells to him as it doth to me. The element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions, his ceremonies laid by, in his nakedness he appears but a man, and though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet, when they stoop with the like wing therefore. When he sees reason of fears as we do, his fears, out of doubt, be of the same relish as ours are. Yet, in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army. Bates. He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe, as cold a night as 'tis, he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck, and so I would he were, and I by him, at all adventures, so we were quit here. King Henry. By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is. Bates. Then I would he were here alone. So should he be sure to be ransomed, and a many poor men's lives saved. King Henry. I dare say you love him not so ill, to wish him here alone. Howsoever you speak this to feel other men's minds, methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honorable. Williams. That's more than we know. Bates. Aye, or more than we should seek after. For we know enough, if we know we are the king's subjects, if his cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us. Williams. But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make, when all those legs and arms and heads, chopped off in a battle, shall join together at the latter day and cry all, we died at such a place. Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon their children rawly left. I am afeard there are few die well that die in a battle, for how can they charitably dispose of anything, when blood is their argument? Now, if these men do not die well, it will be a black matter for the king that led them to it, who to disobey were against all proportion of subjection. King Henry. So, if a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness, by your rule, should be imposed upon his father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation, but this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant. For they purpose not their death, when they purpose their services besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder. Some, of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury. Some, making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beetle, war is his vengeance. So that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws, and now the king's quarrel where they feared the death, they have borne life away. And where they would be safe, they perish than if they die unprovided. No more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties. For the which they are now visited, every subject's duty is the king's. But every subject's soul is his own, therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience. And dying so, death is to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness and to teach others how they should prepare. Williams. 'Tis certain, every man that dies ill, the ill upon his own head, the king is not to answer for it. Bates. I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determined to fight lustily for him. King Henry. I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed. Williams. Aye, he said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser. King Henry. If I live to see it, I will never trust his word after. Williams. You pay him then. That's a perilous shot out of an elder gun, that a poor and a private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with fanning in his face with a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish saying. King Henry. Your reproof is something too round. I should be angry with you, if the time were convenient. Williams. Let it be a quarrel between us if you live. King Henry. I embrace it. Williams. How shall I know thee again? King Henry. Give me any gage of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then, if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel. Williams. Here's my glove. Give me another of thine. King Henry. There. Williams. This will I also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say, after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I will take thee a box on the ear. King Henry. If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it. Williams. Thou darest as well be hanged. King Henry. Well, I will do it, though I take thee in the king's company. Williams. Keep thy word. Fare thee well. Bates. Be friends, you English fools. Be friends. We have French quarrels enough, if you could tell how to reckon. King Henry. Indeed, the French may lay 20 French crowns to one they will beat us, for they bear them on their shoulders. But it is no English treason to cut French crowns, and tomorrow the king himself will be a clipper. Exeunt soldiers. Upon the king, let us our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all, O hard condition, twin-born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool, whose sense no more can feel but his own wringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect, that private men enjoy? And what have kings, that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou, thou idle ceremony? What kind of God art thou, that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? O ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men? Wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drink'st thou oft, instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, be sick, great greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou command'st the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No, thou proud dream, that placed so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that find thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the scepter, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertisued robe of gold and pearl, the farce title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these, thrice gorgeous ceremony, not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who, with a body filled and vacant mind gets him to rest, crammed with distressful bread, never sees horrid night, the child of hell, but, like a lackey, from the rise to set sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn, doth rise and help Hyperion to his horse, and follow so the ever-running year, with profitable labor, to his grave. And, but for ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand and vantage of a king. The slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little wots what watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages. Enter Erpingham. Erpingham, my lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you. King Henry, good old knight, collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee. Erpingham, I shall do't, my lord. Exit. King Henry, O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. Possess them not with fear, take from them now the sense of reckoning. If the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them, not today, O Lord. Oh, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made in compassing the crown. I Richard's body have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor I have in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up toward heaven, to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priests sing still for Richard's soul. More will I do, though all that I can do is nothing worth, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester, my liege. King Henry, my brother Gloucester's voice? I know thy errand. I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things stay for me. Exeunt. Scene 2 at the French camp. Enter the Dauphin, Orleans, Rambers and others. Orleans, the sun doth gild our armor. Up, my lords. Dauphin, monte à cheval. My horse, varlet. Laquais ha. Orleans, O brave spirit. Dauphin, via, lesos et terra. Orleans, rain pousse, l'air et fou. Dauphin, seu, cousin Orleans. Enter Constable. Now, my lord Constable. Constable, hark, how our steeds for present service neigh. Dauphin, mount them, and make incision in their hides, that their hot blood may spin in English eyes, and doubt them with superfluous courage. Ha! Rambers, what? Will you have them weep our horses' blood? How shall we, then, behold their natural tears? Enter a messenger. Messenger, the English are embattled, you French peers. Constable, to horse, you gallant princes. Straight to horse. Do but behold yon poor and starved band, and your fair show shall suck away their souls, leaving them but the shales and husks of men. There is not work enough for all our hands, scarce blood enough in all their sickly veins to give each naked curtleax a stain, that our French gallants shall today draw out, and sheathe for lack of sport. Let us but blow on them, the vapor of our valor will o'erturn them. 'Tis positive, gainst all exceptions, lords, that our superfluous lackeys and our peasants, who in unnecessary action swarm about our squares of battle, were enough to purge this field of such a hilding foe, though we upon this mountain's basis by took stand for idle speculation, but that our honors must not doubt what's to say? A very little let us do, and all is done, then let the trumpet sound the tucket sonance and the note to mount. For our approach shall so much dare the field that England shall crouch down in fear and yield. Enter Grandpré. Grandpré, why do you stay so long, my lords of France? Yond island carrions, desperate of their bones, ill-favoredly become the mourning field. Their ragged curtains poorly are let loose, and our air shakes them passing scornfully. Big Mars seems bankrupt in their beggared host, and faintly through a rusty beaver peeps. The horsemen sit like fixed candlesticks with torch staves in their hand, and their poor jades lob down their heads, drooping the hides and hips, the gum down roping from their pale dead eyes, and in their pale dull mouths the gimel bit lies foul with chewed grass, still and motionless. And their executors, the knavish crows, fly o'er them, all impatient for their hour. Description cannot suit itself in words to demonstrate the life of such a battle. In life so lifeless as it shows itself. Constable, they have said their prayers, and they stay for death. Dauphin, shall we go send them dinners and fresh suits, and give their fasting horses provender, and after fight with them? Constable, I stay but for my guard. On to the field. I will the banner from a trumpet take, and use it for my haste. Come, come, away. The sun is high, and we outwear the day. Exeunt. Scene 3, the English camp. Enter Gloucester, Bedford, Exeter, Erpingham, with all his host, Salisbury and Westmoreland. Gloucester, where is the king? Bedford, the king himself is rode to view their battle. Westmoreland, of fighting men they have full 70,000. Exeter, there's 5 to 1. Besides, they all are fresh. Salisbury, God's arm strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds. God be you, princes all to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then, joyfully, my noble lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu. Bedford, farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee. Exeter, farewell, kind lord, fight valiantly today. And yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art frammed of the firm truth of valor. Exit Salisbury. Bedford, he is as full of valor as of kindness, princely in both. Enter the king. Westmoreland, oh that we now had here but 110,000 of those men in England that do no work today. King, what's he that wishes so? My cousin Westmoreland? No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss, and if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honor. God's will. I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my coz, wish not a man from England. God's peace. I would not lose so great an honor as one man more, methinks, would share from me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart, his passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day, and comes safe home, will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day, and see old age, will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, Tomorrow is Saint Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, These wounds I had on Crispian's day. Old men forget. Yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by, from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered, we few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accurs they were not here, and hold their manhood's cheap whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day. Enter Salisbury. Salisbury, my sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battles set, and will with all expedients charge on us. King Henry, all things are ready, if our minds be so. Westmoreland, perish the man whose mind is backward now. King Henry, thou dost not wish more help from England, coz? Westmoreland, God's will. My liege, would you and I alone, without more help, could fight this royal battle. King Henry, why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish us one. You know your places, God be with you all. Tucket, enter Montjoy. Montjoy, once more I come to know of thee, King Harry, if for thy ransom thou wilt now compound, before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly thou art so near the gulf, thou needs must be englutted besides, in mercy, The constable desires thee thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peaceful and a sweet retire from off these fields, where, wretches, their poor bodies must lie and fester. King Henry, who hath sent thee now? Montjoy, the constable of France. King Henry, I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived, was killed with hunting him. A many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which, I trust, shall witness live and brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dunghills, they shall be famed. For there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honors reeking up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Mark then abounding valor in our English, that being dead, like to the bullets grazing, break out into a second course of mischief, killing in relapse of mortality. Let me speak proudly. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument, I hope, we will not fly, and time hath worn us into slovenry. But, by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me, yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats o'er the French soldiers' heads and turn them out of service. If they do this, as, if God please, they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labor. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear, but these my joints, which if they have as I will leave them, shall yield them little. Tell the constable. Montjoy, I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear herald any more. Exit. King Henry, I fear thou wilt once more come again for ransom. Enter York. York, my lord, most humbly on my knee I beg the leading of the vaward. King Henry, take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away, and how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day. Exeunt. Scene 4, the field of battle. Alarum, excursions, enter pistol, French soldier and boy. Pistol, yield, cur. French soldier, je pense que vous êtes le gentilhomme de bonne qualité. Pistol, qualite? Calino custorme. Art thou a gentleman? What is thy name? Discuss. French soldier, O Seigneur Dieu. Pistol, oh, Seigneur Dieu should be a gentleman. Perpend my words, O Seigneur Dieu, and mark. O Seigneur Dieu, thou deest on point of fox, except, O Seigneur, thou do give to me egregious ransom. French soldier, oh, prenez miséricorde. Ayez pity de moi. Pistol, moi shall not serve. I will have 40 mois, or I will fetch thy rim out at thy throat in drops of crimson blood. French soldier, est-il impossible d'échapper la force de ton bras? Pistol, brass cur, thou damned and luxurious mountain goat, offerst me brass? French soldier, oh pardonnez-moi. Pistol, say'st thou me so? Is that a ton of mois? Come hither, boy. Ask me this slave in French what is his name. Boy, écoutes, comment eats-vous appeal? French soldier, Monsieur Lafaire. Boy, he says his name is Master Fair. Pistol, Master Fair. I'll fair him, and firk him, and ferret him. Discuss the same in French unto him. Boy, I do not know the French for fair, and ferret, and firk. Pistol, bid him prepare, for I will cut his throat. French soldier, que dit-il, monsieur? Boy, il me commande à vous dire que vous faites vous prêt, car si soldat icis dispose tout à setter de cour votre gorge. Pistol, owie, cupbelle gorge, permafoy, peasant, unless thou give me crowns, brave crowns, or mangled shalt thou be by this my sword. French soldier, oh, je vous supplie, pour l'amour de Dieu, me pardonner. Je suis le gentilhomme de bonne maison. Gardes ma vie, et vous donnerai du sensicus. Pistol, what are his words? Boy, he prays you to save his life. He is a gentleman of a good house, and for his ransom he will give you 200 crowns. Pistol, tell him my fury shall abate, and I the crowns will take. French soldier. Petit monsieur, qu'est-il? Boy. Encore tu il est contre son germant de pardonner aucun prisonnier. Néanmoins, pour les équis que vous lui avez promis, Illinois est content à vous donner la liberté, le franchisement. French soldier. Sur mes genoux je vous donne mille remerciements. Et m'estime hero que je suis entre les mains d'un chevalier. Je pense, le plus brave, valiant, et très distingué seigneur d'Angleterre. Pistol. Expound unto me, boy. He gives you upon his knees 1,000 thanks, and he esteems himself happy that he hath fallen into the hands of one, as he thinks, the most brave, valorous, and thrice worthy seigneur of England. Pistol. As I suck blood, I will some mercy show. Follow me, boy. Suivez-vous le grand capitaine. Exeunt pistol and French soldier. I did never know so full a voice issue from so empty a heart, but the saying is true, the empty vessel makes the greatest sound. Bardolph and Nym had 10 times more valor than this roaring devil I the old play, that everyone may pare his nails with a wooden dagger, and they are both hanged. And so would this be, if he durst steal anything adventurously, I must stay with the lackeys with the luggage of our camp, the French might have a good prey of us, if he knew of it. For there is none to guard it but boys. Exit. Scene vide, another part of the field. Enter Constable, Orleans, Bourbon, Dauphin, and Rambers. Constable. O diable. Orleans. O seigneur. Le jour est perdu, tout est perdu. Dauphin. Mort de ma vie. All is confounded. All. Reproach and everlasting shame sits mocking in our plumes. A short alarum. O Mashani fortune. Do not run away. Constable. Why? All our ranks are broke. Dauphin. O perdurable shame. Let's stab ourselves. Be these the wretches that we played at dice for? Orleans. Is this the king we sent to for his ransom? Bourbon. Shame and eternal shame. Nothing but shame. Let's die in honor. Once more back again. And he that will not follow Bourbon now, let him go hence, and with his cap in hand, like a base pander, hold the chamber door whilst by a slave, no gentler than my dog, his fairest daughter is contaminated. Constable. Disorder. That hath spoiled us. Friend us now. Let us on heaps go offer up our lives. Orleans. We are enough yet living in the field to smother up the English in our throngs, if any order might be thought upon. Bourbon. The devil take order now. All to the throng. Let life be short, else shame will be too long. Exeunt. Scene sixth, another part of the field. Alarum, enter King Henry, and his train, with prisoners. King Henry. Well have we done, thrice valiant countrymen, but all's not done. Yet keep the French the field. Exeter. The Duke of York commends him to your majesty. King Henry. Lives he, good uncle? Thrice within this hour I saw him down, thrice up again and fighting. From helmet to the spur all blood he was. Exeter. In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie, larding the plain, and by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honoring wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him, where in gore he lay ensteeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face. He cries aloud, Tarry, my cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry. Upon these words I came, and cheered him up. He smilled me in the face, rout me his hand, and with a feeble gripe, says, Dear my lord, commend my service to my sovereign. So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips, and so espaced to death. With blood he sealed a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forked those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of man in me, and all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears. King Henry. I blame you not, for, hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. Alarum. But hark, what new alarum is this same? The French have reinforked their scattered men. Then every soldier kill his prisoners. Give the word through. Exeunt. Scene 7. Another part of the field. Enter Fluellen and Gower. Fluellen. Kill the poise and the luggage. 'Tis expressly against the law of arms. 'Tis as errant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered. In your conscience now, is it not? Gower. 'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive. And the cowardly rascals that ran from the battle ha done this slaughter besides. They have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent. Wherefore the king, most worthily, hath coused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. 'Tis a gallant king. Fluellen. Aye, he was born at Monmouth. Captain Gower, what call you the town's name where Alexander the Pig was born? Gower. Alexander the Great. Fluellen. Why, I pray you, is not Pig great? The pig, or the great, or the mighty, or the huge, or the magnanimous, are all one reckonings, save the phrase is a little variations. Gower. I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it. Fluellen. I think it is in Macedon where Alexander is born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find, in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth, that the situations, look you, is both alike. There is a river in Macedon. And there is also moreover a river at Monmouth. It is called at Monmouth, but it is out of my prains what is the name of the other river. But 'tis all one, 'tis alike as my fingers is to my fingers, and there is salmons in both if you mark. Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it in different well. For there is figures in all things. Alexander, God knows, and you know, in his rages, and his furies, and his wraths, and his chollers, and his moods, and his displeasures, and his indignations, and also being a little intoxicates in his prains, did, in his alesh and his angers, look you, kill his best friend, Clitus. Gower. Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends. Fluellen. It is not well done, mark you now, to take the tales out of my mouth. Ere it is made and finished, I speak, but in the figures and comparisons of it. Alexander killed his friend Clitus, being in his alesh and his cups. So also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and gipes and knaveries and mocks. I have forgot his name. Gower. Sir John Falstaff. Fluellen. That is he. I'll tell you there is good men born at Monmouth. Gower. Here comes his majesty. Alarum, enter King Henry. And forces, Warwick, Gloucester, Exeter with prisoners, flourish. King Henry. I was not angry since I came to France until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yond hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field. They do offend our sight. If they'll do neither, we will come to them, and make them scur away, as swift as stones enforced from the old Assyrian slings. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so. Enter Montjoy. Exeter. Here comes the herald of the French, my liege. Gloucester. His eyes are humbler than they us to be. King Henry. How now? What means this, herald? Know'st thou not that I have finned these bones of mine for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom? Montjoy. No, great king. I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field to book our dead, and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men. For many of our princes, woe the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes, and their wounded steeds fret fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yerk out their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety, and dispose of their dead bodies. King Henry. I tell thee truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no, for yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop o'er the field. Montjoy. The day is yours. King Henry. Praised be God, and not our strength. For it, what is this castle called that stands hard by? Montjoy. They call it Agincourt. King Henry. Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin Crispianus. Fluellen. Your grandfather of famous memory, An't please your majesty, and your great-uncle Edward the Black Prince of Wales, as I have read in the chronicles, fought a most brave battle here in France. King Henry. They did. Fluellen. Fluellen. Your majesty says very true. If your majesties is remembered of it, the Welshmen did good service in garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which, your majesty know, to this hour is an honorable badge of the service. And I do believe your majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. Tavy's Day. King Henry. I wear it for a memorable honor. For I am Welsh, you know, good countryman. Fluellen. All the water and why cannot wash your majesty's Welsh blood out of your potty. I can tell you that, God bless it and preserve it, as long as it pleases his grace, and his majesty too. King Henry. Thanks, good my countryman. Fluellen. By Jeshu, I am your majesty's countryman. I care not who know it, I will confess it to all the world. I need not be ashamed of your majesty, praise be God, so long as your majesty is an honest man. King Henry. God keep me so. Enter Williams. Our heralds go with him. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts, call yonder fellow hither. Exeunt heralds with Montjoy. Exeter. Soldier, you must come to the king. King Henry. Soldier, why wear'st thou that glove in thy cap? Williams. An't please your majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal, if he be alive. King Henry. An Englishman? Williams. An't please your majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive and ever dared to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box o' the ear. Or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore, as he was a soldier, he would wear if alive, I will strike it out soundly. King Henry. What think you, Captain Fluellen? Is it fit this soldier keep his oath? Fluellen. He is a craven and a villain else. An't please your majesty, in my conscience. King Henry. It may be his enemy is a gentleman of great sort, quite from the answer of his degree. Fluellen. Though he be as good a gentleman as the devil is, as Lucifer and Beelzebub himself, it is necessary, look your grace, that he keep his vow and his oath. If he be perjured, see you now, his reputation is as arrant a villain and a jacksauce, as ever his black shoe trod upon God's ground and his earth, in my conscience. La. King Henry. Then keep thy vow, sirrah, when thou meet'st the fellow. Williams. So I will, my liege, as I live. King Henry. Who serv'st thou under? Williams. Under Captain Gower, my liege. Fluellen. Gower is a good captain, and is good knowledge and literature in the wars. King Henry. Call him hither to me, soldier. Williams. I will, my liege. Exit. King Henry. Here, Fluellen. Wear thou this favor for me and stick it in thy cap. When Alassa and myself were down together, I plucked this glove from his helm. If any man challenge this, he is a friend to Alassa, and an enemy to our person. If thou encounter any such, apprehend him, and thou dost me love. Fluellen. Your grace does me as great honors as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects. I would fain see the man, that has but 2 legs, that shall find himself aggrieved at this glove. That is all, but I would fain see it once, and please God of his grace that I might see. King Henry. Know'st thou Gower? Fluellen. He is my dear friend, and please you. King Henry. Pray thee, go seek him, and bring him to my tent. Fluellen. I will fetch him. Exit. King Henry. My Lord of Warwick and my brother Gloucester follow Fluellen closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favor may haply purchase him a box o' the ear. It is the soldier's. I by bargain should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him, as I judge by his blunt bearing he will keep his word, some sudden mischief may arise of it. For I do know Fluellen valiant and, touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow, and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, uncle of Exeter. Exeunt. Scene 8. Before King Henry's pavilion. Enter Gower and Williams. Williams. I warrant it is to knight you, captain. Enter Fluellen. Fluellen. God's will and his pleasure, captain. I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good toward you peradventure than is in your knowledge to dream of. Williams. Sir, know you this glove? Fluellen. Know the glove. I know the glove is a glove. Williams. I know this, and thus I challenge it. Strikes him. Fluellen. Sblood. An errant traitor as any is in the universal world, or in France or in England. Gower. How now, sir? You villain. Williams. Do you think I'll be forsworn? Fluellen. Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason his payment into plows, I warrant you. Williams. I am no traitor. Fluellen. That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in his Majesty's name. Apprehend him. He's a friend of the Duke Alsace. Enter Warwick and Gloucester. Warwick. How now, how now? What's the matter? Fluellen. My lord of Warwick, here is, praised be God for it, a most contagious treason come to light. Look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day, here is his Majesty. Enter King Henry and Exeter. King Henry. How now? What's the matter? Fluellen. My liege, here is a villain and a traitor, that, look your grace, has struck the glove which your Majesty is take out of the helmet of Alsace. Williams. My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it. And he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him. If he did, I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I have been as good as my word. Fluellen. Your Majesty here now, saving your Majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, lousy knave it is. I hope your Majesty is bear me testimony and witness, and will avouchment, that this is the glove of Alsace that your Majesty is give me. In your conscience, now? King Henry. Give me thy glove. Soldier, look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I, indeed, thou promisedst to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms. Fluellen. And it please your Majesty, let his neck answer for it, if there is any martial law in the world. King Henry. How canst thou make me satisfaction? Williams. All offences, my lord, come from the heart, never came any from mine that might offend your Majesty. King Henry. It was ourself thou didst abuse. Williams. Your Majesty came not like yourself, you appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness, and what your highness suffered under that shape. I beseech you take it for your own fault and not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offense. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me. King Henry. Here, Uncle Exeter, fill this glove with crowns, and give it to this fellow, keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honor in thy cap till I do challenge it, give him his crowns. And captain, you must needs be friends with him. Fluellen. By this day and this light, the fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold, there is 12 pence for you. And I pray you to serve God, and keep you out of brawls and prabbles and quarrels and dissensions, and, I warrant you, it is the better for you. Williams. I will none of your money. Fluellen. It is with a good will. I can tell you, it will serve you to mend your shoes. Come, wherefore should you be so bashful? Your shoes is not so good, 'tis a good silling, I warrant you, or I will change it. Enter an English herald. King Henry. Now, herald, are the dead numbered? Herald. Here is the number of the slot read French. King Henry. What prisoners of good sword are taken, uncle? Exeter. Charles Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king. John Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Boucicault. Of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men. King Henry. This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain. Of princes, in this number, and nobles bearing banners, there lie dead 126. Added to these, of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400. Of the which, 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights. So that, in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. The names of those their nobles that lie dead: Charles Delabreth, High Constable of France; Jacques of Chatillon, Admiral of France; the Master of the Crossbows, Lord Rambers; Great Master of France, the brave Sir Guichard Dauphin; John, Duke of Alsace; Anthony, Duke of Brabant, the brother to the Duke of Burgundy; and Edward, Duke of Bar. of lusty earls, Grandpré and Russie, Fauconbridge and Foy, Beaumont and Merly, Vaudemont and Lestrade. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where is the number of our English dead? Harold gives him another paper. Edward the Duke of York, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Ketley, Davy Gam, Esquire. None else of name, and of all other men but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone, ascribe we all. When, without stratagem, but in plain shock and even play of battle, was ever known so great and little loss on one part and on the other? Take it, God, for it is none but thine. Exeter. 'Tis wonderful. King Henry. Come, go we in procession to the village, and be it death proclaimed through our host to boast of this or take that praise from God which is his only. Fluellen. Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed? King Henry. Yes, captain, but with this acknowledgment that God fought for us. Fluellen. Yes, my conscience, he did us great good. King Henry. Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung non nobis and te deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay, and then to Calais, and to England then, where ne'er from France arrived more happy men. Exeunt. Act V. Enter Chorus. Chorus. Vouchsafe to those that have not read the story, that I may prompt them, and of such as have, I humbly pray them to admit the excuse of time, of numbers and due course of things, which cannot in their huge and proper life be here presented. Now we bear the king toward Calais. Grant him there. Their scene, heave him away upon your winged thoughts athwart the sea. Behold, the English beach pales in the flood with men, with wives and boys, whose shouts and claps outvoice the deep-mouthed sea, which, like a mighty whiffler for the king seems to prepare his way to let him land, and solemnly see him set on to London. So swift a pace hath thought that even now you may imagine him upon Blackheath, where that his lords desire him to have borne his bruised helmet and his bended sword before him through the city. He forbids it, being free from vainness and self-glorious pride, giving full trophy, signal, and ostent quite from himself to God. But now behold, in the quick forge and working-house of thought, how London doth pour out her citizens, the mayor and all his brethren in best sort, like to the senators of antique Rome, with the plebeians swarming at their heels, go forth and fetch their conquering Caesar in, as, by a lower but loving likelihood, were now the general of our gracious empress, as in good time he may, from Ireland coming, bringing rebellion broached on his sword. How many would the peaceful city quit, to welcome him? Much more and much more cause did they this Harry now in London place him. As yet the lamentation of the French invites the King of England's stay at home, the emperor's coming in behalf of France, to order peace between them, and omit all the occurrences, whatever chanked, till Harry's back return again to France. There must we bring him, and myself have played the interim, by remembering you 'tis past. Then brook abridgment, and your eyes advance after your thoughts, straight back again to France. Exit. Scene I. France, the English camp. Enter Fluellen and Gower. Gower. Nay, that's right. But why were you your leek today? St. Davy's Day is past. Fluellen. There is occasions and causes why and wherefore in all things. I will tell you. Ask my friend, Captain Gower, the rascally, scald, beggarly, lousy, pragging knave, pistol, which you and yourself and all the world know to be no better than a fellow, look you now, of no merits. He is come to me and prings me bread and salt yesterday, look you, and bid me eat my leek. It was in a place where I could not breed no contention with him, but I will be so bold as to wear it in my cap till I see him once again, and then I will tell him a little piece of my desires. Enter Pistol. Gower. Why, here he comes, swelling like a turkey cock. Fluellen. 'Tis no matter for his swellings, nor his turkey cocks, God bless you. Ancient Pistol. You scurvy, lousy knave, God bless you. Pistol. Ha! Art thou Bedlam? Dost thou thirst, base Trojan, to have me fold up Parca's fatal web? Hence, I am qualmish at the smell of leek. Fluellen. I beseech you heartily, scurfy, lousy knave, at my desires and my requests and my petitions, to eat, look you, this leek, because, look you, you do not love it, nor your affections and your appetites and your digestions does not agree with it, I would desire you to eat it. Pistol. Not for Cadwallader and all his goats. Fluellen. There is one goat for you. Strikes him. Will you be so good, scald knave, as eat it? Pistol. Base Trojan, thou shalt die. Fluellen. You say very true, scald knave. When God's will is, I will desire you to live in the meantime, and eat your victuals come, there is sauce for it. Strikes him. You called me yesterday mountain squire, but I will make you today a squire of low degree, I pray you. Fall to. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek. Gower. Enough, captain. You have astonished him. Fluellen. I say, I will make him eat some part of my leek, or I will peat his pate 4 days bite, I pray you. It is good for your green wound and your bloody coxcomb. Pistol. Must I bite? Fluellen. Yes, certainly, and out of doubt and out of question too, and ambiguities. Pistol. By this leek, I will most horribly revenge. I eat and eat, I swear. Fluellen. Eat, I pray you. Will you have some more sauce to your leek? There is not enough leek to swear by. Pistol. Quiet thy cudgel. Thou dost see I eat. Fluellen. Much good do you, scald knave, heartily, nay, pray you, throw none away. The skin is good for your broken coxcomb when you take occasions to see leeks hereafter. I pray you, mock at that is all. Pistol. Good. Fluellen. Leeks is good hold you. There is a groat to heal your pate. Pistol. Me a groat. Fluellen. Yes, verily and in truth you shall take it, or I have another leek in my pocket, which you shall eat. Pistol. I take thy groat in earnest of revenge. Fluellen. If I owe you anything I will pay you in cudgels, you shall be a woodmonger, and buy nothing of me but cudgels, God be why you, and keep you, and heal your pate. Exit. Pistol. All hell shall stir for this. Gower. Go, go. You are a counterfeit cowardly knave, will you mock at an ancient tradition, begun upon an honorable respect, and worn as a memorable trophy of predeceased valor, and dare not avouch in your deeds any of your words? I have seen you gleeking and galling at this gentleman twice or thrice you thought, because he could not speak English in the native garb, he could not therefore handle an English cudgel, you find it otherwise. And henceforth let a Welsh correction teach you a good English condition fare you well. Exit. Pistol. Doth fortune play the huswife with me now? News have I, that my doll is dead the spittle of malady of France, and there my rendezvous is quite cut off. Old I do wax, and from my weary limbs honor is cudgelled well, bawd I'll turn, and something lean to cutpurse of quick hand. To England will I steal, and there I'll steal, and patches will I get unto these cudgelled scars, and swear I got them in the Gallia wars. Exit. Scene 2. France. A royal palace. Enter at one door, King Henry, Exeter, Bedford, Warwick, Gloucester, Westmoreland, Clarence, Huntingdon, and other lords. At another, Queen Isabel, the French king, the Princess Catherine, Alice, and other ladies, the Duke of Burgundy and other French. King Henry. Peace to this meeting, wherefore we are met. Unto our brother France, and to our sister, health and fair time of day. Joy and good wishes to our most fair and princely cousin Catherine, and as a branch and member of this royalty, by whom this great assembly is contrived, we do salute you, Duke of Burgundy, and princes French and peers, health to you all. French King. Right joyous are we to behold your face, most worthy brother England. Fairly met. So are you, princes English, everyone. Queen Isabel. So happy be the issue, brother England, of this good day and of this gracious meeting, as we are now glad to behold your eyes. Your eyes, which hitherto have borne in them against the French that met them in their bent the fatal balls of murdering basilisks. The venom of such looks, we fairly hope, have lost their quality, and that this day shall change all griefs and quarrels into love. King Henry. To cry amen to that, thus we appear. Queen Isabel. You English princes all, I do salute you. Burgundy. My duty to you both, on equal love, great kings of France and England, that I have labored, with all my wits, my pains, and strong endeavors, to bring your most imperial majesties unto this bar and royal interview. Your mightiness on both parts best can witness. Since then my office hath so far prevailed that, face to face and royal eye to eye, you have congregated. Let it not disgrace me if I demand, before this royal view, what rub or what impediment there is, why that the naked, poor, and mangled peace, dear nurse of arts, plenties, and joyful births, should not in this best garden of the world, our fertile France, put up her lovely visage. Alas, she hath from France too long been chased, and all her husbandry doth lie on heaps, corrupting in it own fertility. Her vine, the merry cheerer of the heart, unpruned dies. Her hedges even pleached, like prisoners wildly overgrown with hair, put forth disordered twigs. Her fallow leas the darnel, hemlock, and rank fumitory, doth root upon, while that the coulter rusts that should deracinate such savagery. The even mead, that erst brought sweetly forth the freckled cowslip, burnet, and green clover, wanting the scythe, all uncorrected, rank, conceives by idleness, and nothing teems but hateful docks, rough thistles, kexies, burrs, losing both beauty and utility. And as our vineyards, fallows, meads, and hedges, defective in their natures, grow to wildness, even so our houses and ourselves and children have lost, or do not learn for want of time, the sciences that should become our country, but grow like savages, as soldiers will that nothing do but meditate on blood, to swearing and stern looks, diffused attire, and everything that seems unnatural, which to reduce into our former favor you are assembled, and my speech entreats, that I may know the let, why gentle peace should not expel these inconveniences and bless us with her former qualities. King Henry, if, Duke of Burgundy, you would the peace, whose want gives growth to the imperfections which you have cited, you must by that peace with full accord to all our just demands, whose 10 hours and particular effects you have enskeduled briefly in your hands. Burgundy, the king hath heard them, to the which as yet there is no answer made. King Henry, well then, the peace, which you before so you are G'd, lies in his answer. French king, I have but with a cursory eye erglanged the articles, pleaseth your grace to appoint some of your council presently to sit with us once more, with better heed to resurvey them. We will suddenly pass our accept and peremptory answer. King Henry, brother, we shall go, Uncle Exeter and Brother Clarence, and you, Brother Gloucester, Warwick, and Huntington, go with the king, and take with you free power to ratify, augment, or alter, as your wisdom's best shall see advantageable for our dignity, anything in or out of our demands, and we'll consign thereto. Will you, fair sister, go with the princes, or stay here with us? Queen Isabel, our gracious brother, I will go with them. Haply a woman's voice may do some good, when articles too nicely you are G'd be stood on. King Henry, yet leave our cousin Catherine here with us. She is our capital demand, compreed within the forerank of our articles. Queen Isabel, she hath good leave. Exeunt all except Henry, Catherine, and Alice. King Henry, fair Catherine, and most fair, will you vouchsafe to teach a soldier terms such as will enter at a lady's ear and plead his love suit to her gentle heart? Catherine, your majesty shall mock me. I cannot speak your England. King Henry, O fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate? Catherine, pardonnez-moi, I cannot tell what is like me. King Henry, an angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel. Catherine, que dit-il? Que je suis semblable à les anges? Alice, oui, vraiment, sauf votre grace, ainsi dit-il. King Henry, I said so, dear Catherine, and I must not blush to affirm it. Catherine, oh bon Dieu, les longues de hommes sont pleines de tromperies. King Henry, what says she, fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceits? Alice, oui, dat de tongues of demands is be full of deceits. Dat is de princess. King Henry, the princess is the better Englishwoman. I faith, Kate, my wooing is fit for thy understanding. I am glad thou canst speak no better English. For if thou couldst, thou wouldst find me such a plain king that thou wouldst think I had sold my farm to buy my crown. I know no ways to mince it in love, but directly to say, I love you. Then if you urge me farther than to say, do you in faith? I wear out my suit, give me your answer. I faith, do. And so clap hands in a bargain, how say you, lady? Catherine. Sa fatrionar. Me understand well. King Henry. Mary, if you would put me to verses, or to dance for your sake, Kate, why you undid me. For the one, I have neither words nor measure, and for the other I have no strength in measure, yet a reasonable measure in strength. If I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting into my saddle with my armor on my back, under the correction of bragging be it spoken, I should quickly leap into a wife. Or if I might buffet for my love, or bound my horse for her favors, I could lay on like a butcher and sit like a jackanapes, never off, but, before God, Kate, I cannot look greenly, nor gasp out my eloquence, nor I have no cunning in protestation. Only downright oaths, which I never use till you are geed, nor never break for urging. If thou canst love a fellow of this temper, Kate, whose face is not worth sunburning, that never looks in his glass for love of anything he sees there, let thine eye be thy cook. I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee, that I shall die, is true. But for thy love, by the Lord, no. Yet I love thee too, and while thou liv'st, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy. For he perforce must do thee right, because he hath not the gift to woo in other places. For these fellows of infinite tongue, that can rhyme themselves into ladies' favors, they do always reason themselves out again. What? A speaker is but a prater. A rhyme is but a ballad. A good leg will fall. A straight back will stoop. A black beard will turn white. A curled pate will grow bald. A fair face will wither. A full eye will wax hollow. But a good heart, Kate, is the sun and the moon. Or rather the sun and not the moon. For it shines bright and never changes, but keeps his course truly. If thou would have such a one, take me, and take me, take a soldier, take a king, and what say'st thou then to my love? Speak, my fair, and fairly, I pray thee. Catherine. Is it possible that I should love the enemy of France? King Henry. No, it is not possible you should love the enemy of France, Kate. But in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. And Kate, when France is mine and I am yours, then yours is France and you are mine. Catherine. I cannot tell what is dat. King Henry. No, Kate, I will tell thee in French, which I am sure will hang upon my tongue like a new married wife about her husband's neck, hardly to be shook off. Je quan sur le possession de France, et quan vous avez le possession de moi. Let me see, what then? Saint Denis be my speed. Donc votre est France, et vous êtes menade it is as easy for me, Kate, to conquer the kingdom as to speak so much more French. I shall never move thee in French, unless it be to laugh at me. Catherine. Sa fatrionar, le français que vous parlez, Illinois est meilleur que l'anglais l'équal je parle. King Henry. No, faith, is not, Kate. But thy speaking of my tongue and I thine, most truly falsely, must needs be granted to be much at one. But Kate, dost thou understand thus much English? Canst thou love me? Catherine. I cannot tell. King Henry. Can any of your neighbors tell, Kate? I'll ask them. Come, I know thou lovest me, and at night, when you come into your closet, you'll question this gentlewoman about me, and I know, Kate, you will to her dispraise those parts in me that you love with your heart. But, good Kate, mock me mercifully. The rather, gentle princess, because I love thee cruelly, if ever thou beest mine, Kate, as I have a saving faith within me tells me thou shalt, I get thee with scambling, and thou must therefore needs prove a good soldier breeder. Shall not thou and I, between St. Denis and St. George, compound a boy, half French, half English, that shall go to Constantinople and take the Turk by the beard? Shall we not? What say'st thou, my fair flower de luce? Catherine. I do not know dat. King Henry. No, 'tis hereafter to know, but now to promise. Oh, but now promise, Kate, you will endeavor for your French part of such a boy, and for my English moiety, take the word of a king and a bachelor. How answer you? La plus belle Catherine du monde, mon très cher et divin DS? Catherine. Your Majesté avez fausse French enough to deceive de most sage demoiselle dat is in France. King Henry. Now, fie upon my false French. By mine honor, in true English, I love thee, Kate, by which honor I dare not swear thou lovest me. Yet my blood begins to flatter me that thou dost, notwithstanding the poor and untempering effect of my visage, now, beshrew my father's ambition. He was thinking of civil wars when he got me. Therefore was I created with a stubborn outside, with an aspect of iron, that, when I come to woo ladies, I fright them, but in faith, Kate, the elder I wax, the better I shall appear, and my comfort is, that old age, that ill layer up of beauty, can do no more spoil upon my face. Thou hast me, if thou hast me, at the worst, and thou shalt wear me, if thou wear me, better and better. And therefore tell me, most fair Catherine, will you have me? Put off your maiden blushes, avouch the thoughts of your heart with the looks of an empress, take me by the hand and say, Harry of England, I am thine. Which word thou shalt no sooner bless mine ear withal, but I will tell thee aloud, England is thine, Ireland is thine, France is thine, and Henry Plantagenet is thine. Who, though I speak it before his face, if he be not fellow with the best king, thou shalt find the best king of good fellow. Come, your answer in broken music, for thy voice is music and thy English broken. Therefore, Queen of all, Catherine, break thy mind to me in broken English. Wilt thou have me? Catherine. Dat is as it shall please le roi mon père. King Henry. Nay, it will please him well, Kate. It shall please him, Kate. Catherine. Den it shall also content me. King Henry. Upon that I kiss your hand, and call you my queen. Catherine. Laissez, Monseigneur, laissez. Ma foi, je ne veux point que vous abaisses votre grandeur in Bysant la main d'une, Notre Seigneur. In dine serviteur d'excuses-moi. Je vous supplie, mon très puissant Seigneur. King Henry. Then I will kiss your lips, Kate. Catherine. Les dames et demoiselles pour être baises devant leurs noces. Illinois n'est pas la coutume de France. King Henry. Madam, my interpreter. What says she? Alice. Dat it is not be de fashion pour les ladies of France. I cannot tell what is baiser in English. King Henry. To kiss. Alice. Your Majesté entend betray que moi. King Henry. It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would she say? Alice. Oui, vraiment. King Henry. O Kate, nice customs curtsy to great kings, dear Kate. You and I cannot be confined within the weak list of a country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Kate, and the liberty that follows our places stops the mouth of all fine faults, as I will do yours, for upholding the nice fashion of your country in denying me a kiss. Therefore, patiently and yielding, kissing her. You have witchcraft in your lips, Kate. There is more eloquence in a sugar touch of them than in the tongues of the French council, and they should sooner persuade Harry of England than a general petition of monarchs. Here comes your father. Enter the French power and the English lords. Burgundy. God save your majesty, my royal cousin. Teach you our princess English? King Henry. I would have her learn, my fair cousin, how perfectly I love her, and that is good English. Burgundy. Is she not apt? King Henry. Our tongue is rough, coz, and my condition is not smooth, so that, having neither the voice nor the heart of flattery about me, I cannot so conjure up the spirit of love in her, that he will appear in his true likeness. Burgundy. Pardon the frankness of my mirth, if I answer you for that, if you would conjure in her, you must make a circle. If conjure up love in her in his true likeness, he must appear naked and blind. Can you blame her then, being a maid yet roast over with the virgin crimson of modesty, if she deny the appearance of a naked blind boy in her naked seeing self? It were, my lord, a hard condition for a maid to consign to. King Henry. Yet they do wink and yield, as love is blind and enforces. Burgundy. They are then excused, my lord, when they see not what they do. King Henry. Then, good my lord, teach your cousin to consent winking. Burgundy. I will wink on her to consent, my lord, if you will teach her to know my meaning. For maids, well summered and warm kept, are like flies at Bartholomew tide, blind, though they have their eyes. and then they will endure handling, which before would not abide looking on. King Henry. This moral ties me over to time and a hot summer, and so I shall catch the fly, your cousin, in the latter end, and she must be blind too. Burgundy. As love is, my lord, before it loves. King Henry. It is so, and you may, some of you, thank love for my blindness, who cannot see many a fair French city for one fair French maid that stands in my way. French King. Yes, my lord, you see them prospectively, the cities turned into a maid. For they are all girdled with maiden walls that no war hath entered. King Henry. Shall Kate be my wife? French King. So please you. King Henry. I am content, so the maiden cities you talk of may wait on her. So the maid that stood in the way for my wish shall show me the way to my will. French King. We have consented to all terms of reason. King Henry. Is so, my lords of England? Westmoreland. The king hath granted every article, his daughter first, and then in sequel all, according to their firm proposed natures. Exeter. Only he hath not yet subscribed this, where your majesty demands that the king of France, having any occasion to write for matter of grant, shall name your highness in this form, and with this addition, in French, Notre très cher fils Henri, Roi d'Angleterre, Héritier de France. And thus in Latin, Preclarissimus filius noster Henricus, Rex Anglii et Hers Franci. French King. Nor this I have not, brother, so denied, but our request shall make me let it pass. King Henry. I pray you then, in love and dear alliance, let that one article rank with the rest, and thereupon give me your daughter. French King. Take her, fair son, and from her blood raise up issue to me, that the contending kingdoms of France and England, whose very shores look pale with envy of each other's happiness, may cease their hatred, and this dear conjunction plant neighborhood and Christian-like accord in their sweet bosoms, that never war advance his bleeding sword twixt England and fair France. Lords. Amen. King Henry. Now, welcome, Kate, and bear me witness all, that here I kiss her as my sovereign queen. Flourish. Queen Isabel. God, the best maker of all marriages, combine your hearts in one, your realms in one. As man and wife, being two, are one in love, so be there twixt your kingdoms such a spousal, that never may ill office or fell jealousy, which troubles off the bed of blessed marriage, thrust in between the paction of these kingdoms, to make divorce of their incorporate league, that English may as French, French Englishmen, receive each other. God speak this amen. All. Amen. King Henry. Prepare we for our marriage, on which day, my lord of Burgundy, will take your oath and all the peers, for surety of our leagues, then shall I swear to Kate, and you to me, and may our oaths well kept and prosperous be. Senate. Exeunt. Epilogue. Enter Chorus. Chorus. Thus far, with rough and all unable pen, our bending author hath pursued the story, in little room confining mighty men, mangling by starts the full course of their glory. Small time, but in that small most greatly lived this star of England, fortune made his sword, by which the world's best garden he achieved, and of it left his son imperial lord. Henry VI, in infant bands crowned king of France and England, did this king succeed, whose state so many had the managing, that they lost France and made his England bleed, which oft our stage hath shown, and, for their sake, in your fair minds let this acceptance take. Exit. The first part of Henry VI. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Westminster Abbey. Scene 2. France before Orleans. Scene 3. London, before the Tower. Scene 4. Orleans. Scene V. Before Orleans. Scene 6. Orleans. Act 2. Scene I. Before Orleans. Scene 2. Orleans within the town. Scene 3. Auvergne, the Countess's castle. Scene 4. London, the Temple Garden. Scene V. The Tower of London. Act 3. Scene I. London, the Parliament House. Scene 2. France before Rouen. Scene 3. The plains near Rouen. Scene 4. Paris, the palace. Act 4. Scene I. Paris, the palace. Scene 2. Before Bordeaux. Scene 3. Plains in Gascony. Scene 4. Other plains in Gascony. Scene V. The English camp near Bordeaux. Scene 6. The field of battle. Scene 7. Another part of the field. Act V. Scene I. London, the palace. Scene 2. France, plains in Anjou. Scene 3. Before Angiers. Scene 4. Camp of the Duke of York in Anjou. Scene V. London, the royal palace. Dramatis Personae. King Henry VI, Duke of Gloucester, uncle to the king, and protector Duke of Bedford, uncle to the king, and regent of France Duke of Exeter, Thomas Beaufort, great-uncle to the king Bishop of Winchester, Henry Beaufort, great-uncle to the king, afterwards Cardinal Duke of Somerset, John Beaufort, Richard Plantagenet, son of Richard, late Earl of Cambridge, afterwards Duke of York, Earl of Warwick, Earl of Salisbury, Earl of Suffolk, Lord Talbot, afterwards Earl of Shrewsbury John Talbot, his son, Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March Sir John Fastolfe, Sir William Lucy, Sir William Glansdale, Sir Thomas Gargrave, Mayor of London, Woodville, Lieutenant of the Tower Vernon, of the White Rose or York faction Bassett, of the Red Rose or Lancaster faction a lawyer, Mortimer's jailers, Charles, Dauphin, and afterwards King of France Rainier, Duke of Anjou, and titular King of Naples Duke of Burgundy, Duke of Alas, Bastard of Orleans, Governor of Paris, Master Gunner of Orleans and Boy, his son General of the French forces in Bordeaux, a French sergeant, a porter, an old shepherd, father to Joan la Pucelle, Margaret, daughter to Rainier, afterwards married to King Henry Countess of Auvergne, Joan la Pucelle, commonly called Joan of Arc, lords, warders of the Tower, heralds, officers, soldiers, messengers, and attendants, fiends appearing to Joan la Pucelle. Scene, partly in England and partly in France. Act I. Scene I. Westminster Abbey. Dead March, enter the funeral of King Henry V, attended on by the Duke of Bedford, Regent of France, the Duke of Gloucester, Protector, the Duke of Exeter, the Earl of Warwick, the Bishop of Winchester, the Duke of Somerset with heralds, and c. Bedford, hung be the heavens with black, yield day to night, comets, importing change of times and states, brandish your crystal tresses in the sky, and with them scourge the bad revolting stars that have consented unto Henry's death. King Henry V, too famous to live long. England ne'er lost a king of so much worth. Gloucester, England ne'er had a king until his time. Virtue he had, deserving to command. His brandished sword did blind men with his beams. His arms spread wider than a dragon's wings. His sparkling eyes, replete with wrathful fire, more dazzled and drove back his enemies than midday sun fear spent against their faces. What should I say? His deeds exceed all speech. He ne'er lift up his hand but conquered. Exeter, we mourn in black. Why mourn we not in blood? Henry is dead and never shall revive. Upon a wooden coffin we attend, and death's dishonorable victory we with our stately presence glorify, like captives bound to a triumphant car. What? Shall we curse the planets of mishap that plotted thus our glory's overthrow? Or shall we thank the subtle-witted French conjurers and sorcerers that, afraid of him, by magic verses have contrived his end? Winchester, he was a king blessed of the King of Kings. Unto the French the dreadful judgment day, so dreadful will not be as was his sight. The battles of the Lord of hosts he fought. The church's prayers made him so prosperous. Gloucester, the church, where is it? Had not churchmen prayed, his thread of life had not so soon decayed. None do you like but an effeminate prince, whom like a schoolboy you may overawe. Winchester, Gloucester, whatever we like, thou art protector, and lookest to command the prince and realm. Thy wife is proud. She holdeth thee in awe more than God or religious churchman may. Gloucester, name not religion, for thou lov'st the flesh, and ne'er throughout the year to church thou goest, except it be to pray against thy foes. Bedford, cease these jars and rest your minds in peace. Let's to the altar. Heralds, wait on us. Instead of gold, we'll offer up our arms, since arms avail not, now that Henry's dead. Posterity, await for wretched years, when at their mother's moist eyes babes shall suck. Our isle be made a nourish of salt tears, and none but women left to wail the dead. Henry V, thy ghost I invocate. Prosper this realm, keep it from civil broils, combat with adverse planets in the heavens. A far more glorious star thy soul will make than Julius Caesar or Bright. Enter a messenger. Messenger. My honorable lords, health to you all. Sad tidings bring I to you out of France, of loss, of slaughter and discomfiture. Guyenne, Champagne, Reims, Rouen, Orleans, Paris, Geyzers, Poitiers are all quite lost. Bedford, what sayst thou, man, before dead Henry's course? Speak softly, or the loss of those great towns will make him burst his lead and rise from death. Gloucester, is Paris lost? Is Rouen yielded up? If Henry were recalled to life again, these news would cause him once more yield the ghost. Exeter, how were they lost? What treachery was us't? Messenger, no treachery, but one of men and money. Amongst the soldiers this is muttered, that here you maintain several factions, and whilst a field should be dispatched and fought, you are disputing of your generals. One would have lingering wars with little cost. Another would fly swift, but wanteth wings. A third thinks, without expense at all, by guileful fair words peace may be obtained. Awake, awake, English nobility. Let not sloth dim your honours new begot. Cropped are the flower de luces in your arms. Of England's coat one half is cut away. He exits. Exeter. Were our tears wanting to this funeral, these tidings would call forth their flowing tides. Bedford. Me they concern. Regent I am of France. Give me my steeled coat, I'll fight for France. Away with these disgraceful wailing robes. Wounds will I lend the French instead of eyes, to weep their intermissive miseries. Enter to them another messenger. Messenger. Lords, view these letters full of bad mischance. France is revolted from the English quite, except some petty towns of no import. The Dauphin Charles is crowned king in Reims. The bastard of Orleans with him is joined. Rainier, Duke of Anjou, doth take his part. The Duke of Alençon fleeth to his side. He exits. Exeter. The Dauphin crowned king. All fly to him. Oh, whither shall we fly from this reproach? Gloucester. We will not fly, but to our enemies' throats. Bedford, if thou be slack, I'll fight it out. Bedford. Gloucester, why doubt'st thou of my forwardness? An army have I mustered in my thoughts, wherewith already France is overrun. Enter another messenger. Messenger. My gracious lords, to add to your laments, wherewith you now bedew King Henry's hearse, I must inform you of a dismal fight betwixt the stout Lord Talbot and the French. Winchester. What? Wherein Talbot overcame, is so? Messenger. Oh no, wherein Lord Talbot was o'erthrown. The circumstance I'll tell you more at large. The 10th of August last this dreadful lord, retiring from the siege of Orleans, having full scarce 6,000 in his troop, by 23,000 of the French was round encompassed and set upon. No leisure had he to inrank his men. He wanted pikes to set before his archers. Instead whereof sharp stakes plucked out of hedges they pitched in the ground confusedly to keep the horsemen off from breaking in. More than 3 hours the fight continued, where valiant Talbot, above human thought, enacted wonders with his sword and lance. Hundreds he sent to hell, and none durst stand him. Here, there, and everywhere, enragged he slew. The French exclaimed the devil was in arms. All the whole army stood aghast on him. His soldiers, spying his undaunted spirit, "A Talbot! A Talbot!" cried out amain, and rushed into the bowels of the battle. Here had the conquest fully been sealed up if Sir John Fastolfe had not played the coward. He, being in the vanward, placked behind with purpose to relieve and follow them, cowardly fled, not having struck one stroke. Hence grew the general rack and massacre. Enclosed were they with their enemies. A base Walloon, to win the Dauphin's grace, thrust Talbot with a spear into the back, whom all France, with their chief assembled strength, durst not presume to look once in the face. Bedford. Is Talbot slain? Then I will slay myself, for living idly here, in pomp and ease, whilst such a worthy leader, wanting aid, unto his dastard foemen is betrayed. Messenger. Oh no, he lives, but is took prisoner, and Lord Scales with him, and Lord Hungerford. Most of the rest slaughtered or took likewise. Bedford. His ransom there is none, but I shall pay. I'll hale the Dauphin headlong from his throne. His crown shall be the ransom of my friend. 4 of their lords I'll change for one of ours. Farewell, my masters. To my task will I. Bonfires in France forthwith I am to make to keep our great St. George's feast withal. 10,000 soldiers with me I will take, whose bloody deeds shall make all Europe quake. Messenger. So you had need. For Orleans is besieged, the English army is grown weak and faint. The Earl of Salisbury craveth supply, and hardly keeps his men from mutiny, since they, so few, watch such a multitude. He exits. Exeter. Remember, lords, your oaths to Henry sworn, either to quell the Dauphin utterly, or bring him in obedience to your yoke. Bedford. I do remember it, and here take my leave to go about my preparation. Exit. Gloucester. I'll to the Tower with all the haste I can to view artillery and munition, and then I will proclaim young Henry king. Exit. Exeter. To Eltham will I, where the young king is, being ordained his special governor, and for his safety there I'll best devise. Exit. Winchester. Each hath his place and function to attend. I am left out, for me nothing remains. But long I will not be Jack out of office. The king from Eltham I intend to steal, and sit at chiefest stern of public weal. Exeunt. Scene 2. France. Before Orleans sound a flourish, enter Charles, Alassa, and Rainier, marching with drum and soldiers. Charles. Mars his true moving, even as in the heavens so in the earth, to this day is not known. Late did he shine upon the English side. Now we are victors, upon us he smiles. What towns of any moment but we have? At pleasure here we lie near Orleans. Otherwhiles the famished English, like pale ghosts, faintly besiege us 1 hour in a month. Alas, they want their porridge and their fat bull beeves. Either they must be dieted like mules, and have their provender tied to their mouths, or piteous they will look, like drowned mice. Rainier. Let's raise the siege, why live we idly here? Talbot is taken, whom we want to fear. Remaineth none but mad-brained Salisbury, and he may well in fretting spend his gall. Nor men nor money hath he to make war. Charles. Sound, sound alarum. We will rush on them. Now for the honor of the forlorn French. Him I forgive my death that killeth me when he sees me go back 1 foot or fly. Exeunt. Hear alarum. They are beaten back by the English, with great loss. Re-enter Charles, Alassa, and Rainier. Charles. Whoever saw the like? What men have I? Dogs, cowards, dastards. I would ne'er have fled but that they left me midst my enemies. Rainier. Salisbury is a desperate homicide. He fighteth as one weary of his life. The other lords, like lions wanting food, do rush upon us as their hungry prey. Alas. Froissart, a countryman of ours, records, England all Olivers and Rolands bred during the time Edward III did reign. More truly now may this be verified. For none but Samsons and Goliasses it sendeth forth to skirmish. 1 to 10. Lean rawbond rascals. Who would e'er suppose they had such courage and audacity? Charles. Let's leave this town. For they are hair-brained slaves, and hunger will enforce them to be more eager. Of old I know them. Rather with their teeth the walls they'll tear down than forsake the siege. Rainier. I think by some odd jimmers or device their arms are set like clocks, still to strike on. Else ne'er could they hold out so as they do. By my consent, we'll even let them alone. Alas, be it so. Enter the bastard of Orleans. Bastard. Where's the Prince Dauphin? I have news for him. Charles. Bastard of Orleans, thrice welcome to us. Bastard. Methinks your looks are sad, your cheer appalled. Hath the late overthrow wrought this offense? Be not dismayed, for succor is at hand. A holy maid hither with me I bring, which, by a vision sent to her from heaven ordained, is to raise this tedious siege, and drive the English forth the bounds of France. The spirit of deep prophecy she hath, exceeding the 9 Sibyls of old Rome. What's past, and what's to come she can descry. Speak, shall I call her in? Believe my words, for they are certain and infallible. Charles, go, call her in. Exit bastard. But first, to try her skill, Rainier, stand thou as Dauphin in my place. Question her proudly. Let thy looks be stern. By this means shall we sound what skill she hath. Re-enter the bastard of Orleans, with Joan la Pucelle. Rainier, fair maid, is-t thou wilt do these wondrous feats? Pucelle, Rainier, is-t thou that thinkest to beguile me? Where is the Dauphin? Come, come from behind. I know thee well, though never seen before. Be not amazed, there's nothing hid from me. In private will I talk with thee apart. Stand back, you lords, and give us leave awhile. Rainier, she takes upon her bravely at first dash. Pucelle, Dauphin, I am by birth a shepherd's daughter, my wit untrained in any kind of art. Heaven and Our Lady gracious hath it pleased to shine on my contemptible estate. Lo, whilst I waited on my tender lambs, and to sun's parching heat displayed my cheeks, God's mother deigned to appear to me, and in a vision full of majesty willed me to leave my base vocation and free my country from calamity. Her aid she promised and assured success. In complete glory she revealed herself, and whereas I was black and swart before, with those clear rays which she infused on me, that beauty am I blessed with which you may see. Ask me what question thou canst possible, and I will answer unpremeditated. My courage try by combat, if thou darest, and thou shalt find that I exceed my sex. Resolve on this. Thou shalt be fortunate if thou receive me for thy warlike mate. Charles, thou hast astonished me with thy high terms. Only this proof I'll of thy valor make. In single combat thou shalt buckle with me, and if thou vanquishest, thy words are true. Otherwise I renounce all confidence. Pucelle, I am prepared. Here is my Kinnideed sword, decked with 5 flower-de-luces on each side, the which at Turin, in St. Catherine's churchyard, out of a great deal of old iron I chose forth. Charles, then come, O God's name, I fear no woman. Pucelle, and while I live, I'll ne'er fly from a man. Here they fight, in Joan la. Pucelle overcomes. Charles, stay, stay thy hands. Thou art an Amazon, and fightest with the sword of Deborah. Pucelle, Christ's mother helps me, else I were too weak. Charles, whoe'er helps thee, 'tis thou that must help me. Impatiently I burn with thy desire. My heart and hands thou hast at once subdued. Excellent Pucelle, if thy name be so, let me thy servant and not sovereign be. 'Tis the French Dauphin sueth to thee thus. Pucelle, I must not yield to any rites of love, for my profession's sacred from above. When I have chased all thy foes from hence, then will I think upon a recompense. Charles, meantime look gracious on thy prostrate thrall. Rainier, my lord, methinks, is very long in talk. Alas, doubtless he shrives this woman to her smock, else ne'er could he so long protract his speech. Rainier, shall we disturb him, since he keeps no mean? Alas, he may mean more than we poor men do know. These women are shrewd tempters with their tongues. Rainier, my lord, where are you? What devise you on? Shall we give over Orleans, or no? Pucelle, why, no, I say, distrustful recreants. Fight till the last gasp. I will be your guard. Charles, what she says I'll confirm, we'll fight it out. Pucelle, assigned am I to be the English scourge. This night the siege assuredly I'll raise. Expect St. Martin's summer, halcyon's days, since I have entered into these wars. Glory is like a circle in the water, which never ceaseth to enlarge itself till by broad spreading it disperse to naught. With Henry's death the English circle ends. Dispersed are the glories it included. Now am I like that proud insulting ship which Caesar and his fortune bear at once. Charles, was Mahomet inspired with a dove? Thou with an eagle art inspired then. Helen, the mother of great Constantine, nor yet St. Philip's daughters, were like thee. Bright star of Venus, fallen down on the earth, how may I reverently worship thee enough? Alas, leave off delays, and let us raise the siege. Rainier, woman, do what thou canst to save our honors. Drive them from Orleans and be immortalized. Charles, presently we'll try come, let's away about it. No prophet will I trust if she prove false. Exeunt. Scene 3, London, before the Tower. Enter the Duke of Gloucester with his serving men in blue coats. Gloucester. I am come to survey the Tower this day. Since Henry's death, I fear, there is conveyance. Where be these warders that they wait not here? Open the gates, 'tis Gloucester that calls. First warder. Within. Who's there that knocks so imperiously? First serving man. It is the noble Duke of Gloucester. Second warder. Within. Who or he be, you may not be let in. First serving man. Villains, answer you so the Lord Protector? First warder. Within. The Lord protect him, so we answer him. We do no otherwise than we are willed. Gloucester. Who willed you? Or whose will stands but mine? There's none protector of the realm but I. Break up the gates, I'll be your warranties. Shall I be flouted thus by dunghill grooms? Gloucester's men rush at the Tower gates, and Woodville, the lieutenant, speaks within. Woodville. What noise is this? What traitors have we here? Gloucester. Lieutenant. Is it you whose voice I hear? Open the gates. Here's Gloucester that would enter. Woodville. Have patience, noble Duke. I may not open. The Cardinal of Winchester forbids. From him I have express commandment that thou nor none of thine shall be let in. Gloucester. Faint-hearted Woodville, prizest him for me? Arrogant Winchester, that haughty prelate, whom Henry, our late sovereign, ne'er could brook. Thou art no friend to God or to the king. Open the gates, or I'll shut thee out shortly. Serving men. Open the gates unto the Lord Protector, or we'll burst them open, if that you come not quickly. Enter to the Protector at the Tower gates Winchester and his men in tawny coats. Winchester. How now, ambitious Humphrey? What means this? Gloucester. Peeled priest. Dost thou command me to be shut out? Winchester. I do. Thou most usurping proditor, and not protector of the king or realm. Gloucester. Stand back, thou manifest conspirator, thou that contrives to murder our dead lord, thou that givest whores indulgences to sin. I'll canvass thee in thy broad cardinal's hat, if thou proceed in this thy insolence. Winchester. Nay, stand thou back. I will not budge a foot. This be Damascus, be thou cursed Cain, to slay thy brother Abel, if thou wilt. Gloucester. I will not slay thee, but I'll drive thee back. Thy scarlet robes, as a child's bearing cloth, I'll use to carry thee out of this place. Winchester. Do what thou darest, I beard thee to thy face. Gloucester. What, am I dared and bearded to my face? Draw, men, for all this privileged place. Blue coats to tawny coats, priest, beware your beard. I mean to tug it, and to cuff you soundly. Under my feet I'll stamp thy cardinal's hat. In spite of pope or dignities of church, here by the cheeks I'll drag thee up and down. Winchester. Gloucester. Thou wilt answer this before the pope. Gloucester. Winchester goose, I cry. A rope, a rope? Now beat them hence. Why do you let them stay? Thee I'll chase hence, thou wolf in sheep's array. Out, tawny coats. Out, scarlet hypocrite. Here Gloucester's men beat. Out the cardinal's men, and enter in the hurly-burly the mayor of London and his officers. Mayor. Fie, lords, that you, being supreme magistrates, thus contumeliously should break the peace. Gloucester. Peace, mayor. Thou know'st little of my wrongs. Here's Beaufort, that regards nor God nor king, hath here distrained the Tower to his use. Winchester. Here's Gloucester, a foe to citizens, one that still motions war and never peace, urcharging your free purses with large fines, that seeks to overthrow religion, because he is protector of the realm, and would have armor here out of the Tower, to crown himself king and suppress the prince. Gloucester. I will not answer thee with words, but blows. Here they skirmish again. Mayor. Not rests for me in this tumultuous strife, but to make open proclamation. Come, officer, as loud as e'er thou canst cry. Officer. All manner of men assembled here in arms this day against God's peace and the king's, we charge and command you, in his highness' name, to repair to your several dwelling places, and not to wear, handle, or use any sword, weapon, or dagger henceforward upon pain of death. Gloucester. Cardinal. I'll be no breaker of the law, but we shall meet and break our minds at large. Winchester. Gloucester, we will meet, to thy cost, be sure. Thy heart-blood I will have for this day's work. Mayor. I'll call for clubs, if you will not away. This cardinal's more haughty than the devil. Gloucester. Mayor, farewell, thou dost but what thou mayst. Winchester. Abominable Gloucester, guard thy head, for I intend to have it ere long. Exeunt, severally, Gloucester and Winchester with their serving men. Mayor. See the coast cleared, and then we will depart. Good God, these nobles should such stomachs bear. I myself fight not once in 40 year. Exeunt. Scene 4. Orleans. Enter, on the walls, a master. Gunner and his boy. Master Gunner. Sirrah, thou know'st how Orleans is besieged, and how the English have the suburbs won. Boy. Father, I know, and oft have shot at them. How unfortunate I missed my aim. Master Gunner. But now thou shalt not be thou ruled by me. Chief Master Gunner am I of this town. Something I must do to procure me grace. The prince's espials have informed me how the English, in the suburbs close entrenched, wont, through a secret grate of iron bars in yonder tower, to overpeer the city, and thence discover how with most advantage they may vex us with shot or with assault. To intercept this inconvenience, a piece of ordnance gainst it I have placed, and even these 3 days have I watched, if I could see them. Now do thou watch, for I can stay no longer. If thou spy'st any, run and bring me word, and thou shalt find me at the governor's. Exit. Boy. Father, I warrant you. Take you no care. I'll never trouble you if I may spy them. Exit. Enter, on the turrets, Salisbury and Talbot, Sir William Glansdale, Sir Thomas Gargrave and others. Salisbury. Talbot, my life, my joy, again returned? How wert thou handled, being prisoner? Or by what means gotst thou to be released? Discourse, I prithee, on this turret's top. Talbot. The Duke of Bedford had a prisoner called the brave Lord Ponton de Santrails. For him was I exchanged and ransomed. But with a baser man of arms by far once in contempt they would have bartered me, which I disdaining scorned, and craved death rather than I would be so vile esteemed. In fine, redeemed I was as I desired. But oh, the treacherous Fastolfe wounds my heart, whom with my bare fists I would execute if I now had him brought into my power. Salisbury. Yet tell'st thou not how thou wert entertained. Talbot. With scoffs and scorns and contumelious taunts. In open marketplace produced they me to be a public spectacle to all. Here, said they, is the terror of the French, the scarecrow that affrights our children so. Then broke I from the officers that led me, and with my nails digged stones out of the ground to hurl at the beholders of my shame. My grisly countenance made others fly. None durst come near for fear of sudden death. In iron walls they deemed me not secure. So great fear of my name, mongst them were spread that they supposed I could rend bars of steel and spurn in pieces posts of adamant. Wherefore a guard of chosen shot I had, that walked about me every minute while. And if I did but stir out of my bed, ready they were to shoot me to the heart. Enter the boy with a. Linstock. Salisbury. I grieve to hear what torments you endured, but we will be revenged sufficiently. Now it is supper time in Orleans. Here, through this grate, I count each one and view the Frenchmen how they fortify. Let us look in. The sight will much delight thee. Sir Thomas Gargrave and Sir William Glansdale, let me have your express opinions where is best place to make our battery next. Gargrave. I think, at the north gate, for their standlords. Glansdale. And I, here, at the bulwark of the bridge. Talbot. For aught I see, this city must be famished, or with light skirmishes enfeebled. Here they shoot, and Salisbury and Gargrave fall down. Salisbury. O Lord, have mercy on us, wretched sinners. Gargrave. O Lord, have mercy on me, woeful man. Talbot. What chance is this that suddenly hath crossed us? Speak, Salisbury, at least, if thou canst speak. How far'st thou, mirror of all martial men? One of thy eyes and thy cheek side struck off. Accursed tower, accursed fatal hand that hath contrived this woeful tragedy. In 13 battles Salisbury o'ercame. Henry V he first trained to the wars. Whilst any trump did sound, or drum struck up, his sword did ne'er leave striking in the field. Yet liv'st thou, Salisbury? Though thy speech doth fail, one eye thou hast to look to heaven for grace. The sun with one eye vieweth all the world. Heaven, be thou gracious to none alive, if Salisbury wants mercy at thy hands. Sir Thomas Gargrave, hast thou any life? Speak unto Talbot. Nay, look up to him. Bear hence his body. I will help to bury it. Exeunt some with the body of Gargrave. Salisbury, cheer thy spirit with this comfort, thou shalt not die whiles. He beckons with his hand and smiles on me, as who should say, when I am dead and gone, remember to avenge me on the French. Plantagenet, I will. And, like thee, Nero, play on the lute, beholding the towns burn. Wretched shall France be only in thy name. Hear an alarum, and it thunders and lightens. What stir is this? What tumults in the heavens? Whence cometh this alarum and the noise? Enter a messenger. Messenger. My lord, the French have gathered head. The Dauphin, with one Joan la Pucelle joined, a holy prophetess new risen up, is come with a great power to raise the siege. Here Salisbury lifteth himself up and groans. Talbot, hear how dying Salisbury doth groan. It irks his heart he cannot be revenged. Frenchman, I'll be a Salisbury to you. Pucelle or Puzzle, dolphin or dogfish. Your hearts I'll stamp out with my horse's heels and make a quagmire of your mingled brains. Convey we Salisbury into his tent, and then we'll try what these dastard Frenchmen dare. Alarum exeunt. Scene V. Before Orleans. Here an alarum again, and Talbot pursueth the Dauphin and driveth him. Then enter Joan la Pucelle, driving Englishmen before her, and exit after them, then re-enter Talbot. Talbot, where is my strength, my valor, and my force? Our English troops retire, I cannot stay them. A woman clad in armor chaseth them. Enter la Pucelle. Here she comes, I'll have a bout with thee. Devil or devil's dam, I'll conjure thee. Blood will I draw on thee. Thou art a witch, and straightway give thy soul to him thou servest. Pucelle, come, 'tis only I that must disgrace thee. Here they fight. Talbot, heavens, can you suffer hell so to prevail? My breast I'll burst with straining of my courage, and from my shoulders crack my arms asunder. But I will chastise this high-minded strumpet. They fight again. Pucelle, Talbot, farewell. Thy hour is not yet come. I must go victual Orleans forthwith. A short alarum, then enter the town with soldiers. Take me, if thou canst that I scorn thy strength. Go, cheer up thy hungry starved men. Help Salisbury to make his testament. This day is ours, as many more shall be. Exit. Talbot, my thoughts are whirled like a potter's wheel. I know not where I am, nor what I do. A witch by fear, not force, like Hannibal, drives back our troops and conquers as she lists. So bees with smoke and doves with noisome stench are from their hives and houses driven away. They called us for our fierceness, English dogs. Now like to whelps we crying run away. A short alarum. Hark, countrymen, either renew the fight, or tear the lions out of England's coat. Renounce your soil, give sheep in lions' stead. Sheep run not half so treacherous from the wolf, or horse or oxen from the leopard, as you fly from your oft-subdued slaves. Alarum, hear another skirmish. It will not be. Retire into your trenches. You all consented unto Salisbury's death, for none would strike a stroke in his revenge. Pucelle is entered into Orleans, Indiana spite of us, or aught that we could do. Oh, would I were to die with Salisbury! The shame hereof will make me hide my head. Exit Talbot, alarum, retreat. Scene 6. Orleans. Flourish, enter on the walls la Pucelle, Charles, Rainier, Alassa, and soldiers. Pucelle. Advance our waving colors on the walls. Rescued is Orleans from the English. Thus Joan la Pucelle hath performed her word. Charles. Divinest creature, Astria's daughter, how shall I honor thee for this success? Thy promises are like Adonis gardens that one day bloomed and fruitful were the next. France, triumph in thy glorious prophetess. Recovered is the town of Orleans. More blessed hap did ne'er befall our state. Rainier, why ring not bells aloud throughout the town? Dauphin, command the citizens make bonfires and feast and banquet in the open streets to celebrate the joy that God hath given us. Alas, all France will be replete with mirth and joy when they shall hear how we have played the men. Charles, 'tis Joan, not we, by whom the day is won, for which I will divide my crown with her, and all the priests and friars in my realm shall in procession sing her endless praise. A statelier Pyramis to her I'll rear than Rhodope of Memphis ever was. In memory of her when she is dead, her ashes, in an urn more precious than the rich jeweled coffer of Darius, transported shall be at high festivals before the kings and queens of France. No longer on Saint Denis will we cry, but Joan la Pucelle shall be France's saint. Come in, and let us banquet royally after this golden day of victory. Flourish, exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Before Orleans. Enter a sergeant of a band, with 2 sentinels. Sergeant, sirs, take your places and be vigilant. If any noise or soldier you perceive near to the walls, by some apparent sign let us have knowledge at the court of guard. First sentinel. Sergeant, you shall. Exit sergeant. Thus are poor servitors, when others sleep upon their quiet beds, constrained to watch in darkness, rain, and cold. Enter Talbot, Bedford, Burgundy, and forces, with scaling ladders. Talbot, Lord Regent and redoubt Burgundy, by whose approach the regions of Artois, Walloon, and Picardy are friends to us. This happy night the Frenchmen are secure, having all day caroused and banqueted. Embrace we then this opportunity, as fitting best to quittance their deceit, contrived by art and baleful sorcery. Bedford, coward of France, how much he wrongs his fame, despairing of his own arm's fortitude, to join with witches and the help of hell. Burgundy, traitors have never other company. But what's that Pucelle whom they term so pure? Talbot, a maid, they say. Bedford, a maid, and be so martial. Burgundy, pray God she prove not masculine ere long, if underneath the standard of the French she carry armor as she hath begun. Talbot, well, let them practice and converse with spirits. God is our fortress, in whose conquering name let us resolve to scale their flinty bulwarks. Bedford, ascend, brave Talbot, we will follow thee. Talbot, not altogether better far, I guess, that we do make our entrance several ways, that if it chance the one of us do fail, the other yet may rise against their force. Bedford, agreed at all to yon corner. Burgundy, and I to this. Talbot, and here will Talbot mount, or make his grave. Now, Salisbury, for thee, and for the right of English Henry, shall this night appear how much in duty I am bound to both. Sentinel, arm, arm, the enemy doth make assault. Cry, St. George, a Talbot. The French leap over the walls in their shirts, enter several ways the bastard of Orleans, Alassa and Rainier, half ready and half unready. Alas, how now, my lords? What, all unready so? Bastard, unready. I, and glad we'd scapt so well. Rainier, 'twas time, I trow, to wake and leave our beds, hearing alarums at our chamber doors. Alas, of all exploits since first I followed arms, ne'er heard I of a warlike enterprise, more venturous or desperate than this. Bastard, I think this Talbot be a fiend of hell. Rainier, if not of hell, the heavens, sure, favor him. Alas, here cometh Charles, I marvel how he sped. Enter Charles and La Pucelle. Bastard, tut, holy Joan was his defensive guard. Charles, is this thy cunning, thou deceitful dame? Didst thou at first, to flatter us withal, make us partakers of a little gain, that now our loss might be 10 times so much? Pucelle, wherefore is Charles impatient with his friend? At all times will you have my power alike? Sleeping or waking, must I still prevail, or will you blame and lay the fault on me? Improvident soldiers, had your watch been good, this sudden mischief never could have fallen. Charles, Duke of Alassa, this was your default, that, being captain of the watch tonight, did look no better to that weighty charge. Alas, Had all your quarters been as safely kept as that whereof I had the government, we had not been thus shamefully surprised. Bastard! Mine was secure. Rainier. And so was mine, my lord. Charles. And for myself, most part of all this night, within her quarter and mine own precinct, I was employed in passing to and fro about relieving of the sentinels. Then how or which way should they first break in? Pucelle. Question, my lords, no further of the case. How or which way? 'Tis sure they found some place but weakly guarded, where the breach was made. And now there rests no other shift but this, to gather our soldiers, scattered and dispersed, and lay new platforms to endamage them. Alarum, enter in English. Soldier, crying, a Talbot. A Talbot. They fly, leaving their clothes behind. Soldier, I'll be so bold to take what they have left. The cry of Talbot serves me for a sword, for I have loaden me with many spoils, using no other weapon but his name. Exit. Scene 2. Orleans within the town. Enter Talbot, Bedford, Burgundy, a captain and others. Bedford. The day begins to break, and night is fled, whose pitchy mantle overveiled the earth. Here sound retreat, and cease our hot pursuit. Retreat sounded. Talbot. Bring forth the body of old Salisbury, and here advance it in the marketplace, the middle centre of this cursed town. Dead March, enter with the body of Salisbury. Now have I paid my vow unto his soul. For every drop of blood was drawn from him, there hath at least 5 Frenchmen died tonight. And that hereafter ages may behold what ruin happened in revenge of him, within their chiefest temple I'll erect a tomb, wherein his corpse shall be interred. Upon the which, that everyone may read, shall be engraved the sack of Orleans, the treacherous manner of his mournful death, and what a terror he had been to France. Exit funeral. But, lords, in all our bloody massacre, I muse we met not with the Dauphin's grace, his new-come champion, virtuous Joan of Arc, nor any of his false confederates. Bedford. 'Tis thought, Lord Talbot, when the fight began, roused on the sudden from their drowsy beds, they did amongst the troops of armed men leap o'er the walls for refuge in the field. Burgundy. Myself, as far as I could well discern for smoke and dusky vapors of the night, am sure I scared the Dauphin and his troll, when arm in arm they both came swiftly running, like to a pair of loving turtle-doves that could not live asunder day or night. After that things are set in order here, we'll follow them with all the power we have. Enter a messenger. Messenger. All hail, my lords. Which of this princely train call ye the warlike Talbot, for his acts so much applauded through the realm of France? Talbot. Here is the Talbot, who would speak with him? Messenger. The virtuous lady, Countess of Auvergne, with modesty admiring thy renown, by me entreats, great lord, thou wouldst vouchsafe to visit her poor castle where she lies, that she may boast she hath beheld the man whose glory fills the world with loud report. Burgundy. Is it even so? Nay, then I see our wars will turn unto a peaceful comic sport, when ladies crave to be encountered with. You may not, my lord, despise her gentle suit. Talbot. Ne'er trust me then. For when a world of men could not prevail with all their oratory, yet hath a woman's kindness overruled. And therefore tell her I return great thanks, and in submission will attend on her. Will not your honors bear me company? Bedford. No, truly, it is more than manners will. And I have heard it said, unbidden guests are often welcomest when they are gone. Talbot. Well then, alone, since there's no remedy, I mean to prove this lady's courtesy. Come hither, Captain. Whispers. You perceive my mind? Captain. I do, my lord, and mean accordingly. Exeunt. Scene 3. Auvergne, the Countess's castle. Enter the Countess and her. Porter. Countess. Porter, remember what I gave in charge, and when you have done so, bring the keys to me. Porter. Madam, I will. Exit. Countess. The plot is laid. If all things fall out right, I shall as famous be by this exploit as Scythian Tomarus by Cyrus' death. Great is the rumor of this dreadful knight, and his achievements of no less account. Fain would mine eyes be witness with mine ears, to give their censure of these rare reports. Enter messenger and Talbot. Messenger. Madam, According as your ladyship desired, by message craved, so is Lord Talbot come. Countess. And he is welcome, what? Is this the man? Messenger. Madam, it is. Countess. Is this the scourge of France? Is this the Talbot, so much feared abroad that with his name the mothers still their babes? I see report is fabulous and false. I thought I should have seen some Hercules, a second Hector, for his grim aspect and large proportion of his strong-knit limbs. Alas, this is a child, a silly dwarf. It cannot be this weak and writhled shrimp should strike such terror to his enemies. Talbot. Madam, I have been bold to trouble you. But since your ladyship is not at leisure, I'll sort some other time to visit you. Countess. What means he now? Go ask him whither he goes. Messenger. Stay, my Lord Talbot, for my lady craves to know the cause of your abrupt departure. Talbot. Mary, for that she's in a wrong belief, I go to certify her Talbot's here. Enter porter with keys. Countess. If thou be he, then art thou prisoner. Talbot. Prisoner. To whom? Countess. To me, bloodthirsty lord. And for that cause I trained thee to my house. Long time thy shadow hath been thrall to me, for in my gallery thy picture hangs. But now the substance shall endure the like, and I will chain these legs and arms of thine, that hast by tyranny these many years wasted our country, slain our citizens, and sent our sons and husbands captivate. Talbot. Ha, ha, ha. Countess. Laughest thou, wretch? Thy mirth shall turn to moan. Talbot. I laugh to see your ladyship so fond to think that you have aught but Talbot's shadow whereon to practice your severity. Countess. Why, art not thou the man? Talbot. I am indeed. Countess. Then have I substance too. Talbot. No, no, I am but shadow of myself. You are deceived. My substance is not here. For what you see is but the smallest part and least proportion of humanity. I tell you, madam, were the whole frame here, it is of such a spacious lofty pitch your roof were not sufficient to contain tea. Countess. This is a riddling merchant for the nonce. He will be here, and yet he is not here. How can these contrarieties agree? Talbot. That will I show you presently. Winds his horn, drums strike up. A peal of ordnance, enter soldiers. How say you, madam? Are you now persuaded that Talbot is but shadow of himself? These are his substance, sinews, arms, and strength, with which he yoketh your rebellious necks, raiseth your cities and subverts your towns, and in a moment makes them desolate. Countess. Victorious Talbot, pardon my abuse. I find thou art no less than fame hath brooded, and more than may be gathered by thy shape. Let my presumption not provoke thy wrath, for I am sorry that with reverence I did not entertain thee as thou art. Talbot. Be not dismayed, fair lady, nor misconstrue the mind of Talbot, as you did mistake the outward composition of his body. What you have done hath not offended me, nor other satisfaction do I crave, but only, with your patience, that we may taste of your wine and see what cates you have, for soldiers' stomachs always serve them well. Countess. With all my heart, and think me honored to feast so great a warrior in my house. Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the Temple Garden. Enter the Earls of Somerset, Suffolk, and Warwick, Richard Plantagenet, Vernon, and another lawyer. Plantagenet. Great lords and gentlemen, what means this silence? Dare no man answer in a case of truth? Suffolk. Within the Temple Hall we were too loud. The garden here is more convenient. Plantagenet. Then say at once if I maintain the truth, or else was wrangling Somerset in terror. Suffolk. Faith, I have been a truant in the law, and never yet could frame my will to it, and therefore frame the law unto my will. Somerset. Judge you, my lord of Warwick, then, between us. Warwick. Between two hawks, which flies the higher pitch, between two dogs, which hath the deeper mouth, between two blades, which bears the better temper, between two horses, which doth bear him best, between two girls, which hath the merriest eye. I have perhaps some shallow spirit of judgment, but in these nice sharp quillets of the law, good faith, I am no wiser than a daw. Plantagenet. Tut, tut, here is a mannerly forbearance. The truth appears so naked on my side that any purblind I may find it out. Somerset. And on my side it is so well apparelled, so clear, so shining and so evident, that it will glimmer through a blind man's eye. Plantagenet. Since you are tongue-tied and so loath to speak, in dumb significance proclaim your thoughts. Let him that is a true-born gentleman and stands upon the honor of his birth, if he suppose that I have pleaded truth, from off this briar pluck a white rose with me. Somerset. Let him that is no coward nor no flatterer, but dare maintain the party of the truth, pluck a red rose from off this thorn with me. Warwick. I love no colors, and without all color of base insinuating flattery, I pluck this white rose with Plantagenet. Suffolk. I pluck this red rose with young Somerset, and say withal I think he held the right. Vernon. Stay, lords and gentlemen, and pluck no more till you conclude that he upon whose side the fewest roses are cropped from the tree shall yield the other in the right opinion. Somerset. Good Master Vernon, it is well objected. If I have fewest, I subscribe in silence. Plantagenet. And I. Vernon. Then for the truth and plainness of the case, I pluck this pale and maiden blossom here, giving my verdict on the white rose side. Somerset. Prick not your finger as you pluck it off, lest, bleeding, you do paint the white rose red, and fall on my side so against your will. Vernon. If I, my lord, for my opinion bleed, opinion shall be surgeon to my hurt, and keep me on the side where still I am. Somerset. Well, come on. Who else? Lawyer. Unless my study and my books be false. To Somerset. The argument you held was wrong in law, in sign whereof I pluck a white rose too. Plantagenet. Now, Somerset, where's your argument? Somerset. Here in my scabbard, meditating that shall dye your white rose in a bloody red. Plantagenet. Meantime your cheeks do counterfeit our roses, for pale they look with fear, as witnessing the truth on our side. Somerset. No, Plantagenet, 'tis not for fear but anger that thy cheeks blush for pure shame to counterfeit our roses, and yet thy tongue will not confess thy error. Plantagenet. Hath not thy rose a canker, Somerset? Somerset. Hath not thy rose a thorn, Plantagenet? Plantagenet. I, sharp and piercing, to maintain his truth, whiles thy consuming canker eats his falsehood. Somerset. Well, I'll find friends to wear my bleeding roses, that shall maintain what I have said is true, where false Plantagenet dare not be seen. Plantagenet. Now, by this maiden blossom in my hand, I scorn thee and thy fashion, peevish boy. Suffolk. Turn not thy scorns this way, Plantagenet. Plantagenet. Proud Pole, I will, and scorn both him and thee. Suffolk. I'll turn my part thereof into thy throat. Somerset. Away, good William de la Pole. We grace the yeoman by conversing with him. Warwick. Now, by God's will, thou wrong'st him, Somerset. His grandfather was Lionel Duke of Clarence, third son to the third Edward King of England. Spring crestless yeoman from so deep a root? Plantagenet. He bears him on the place's privilege, or durst not for his craven heart, say thus. Somerset. By him that made me, I'll maintain my words on any plot of ground in Christendom. Was not thy father, Richard Earl of Cambridge, for treason executed in our late king's days? And, by his treason, standst not thou attainted, corrupted, and exempt from ancient gentry? His trespass yet lives guilty in thy blood. And, till thou be restored, thou art a yeoman. Plantagenet. My father was attached, not attainted, condemned to die for treason, but no traitor, and that I'll prove on better men than Somerset, were growing time once ripened to my will. For your partaker Pole and you yourself, I'll note you in my book of memory, to scourge you for this apprehension. Look to it well, and say you are well warned. Somerset. Ah, thou shalt find us ready for thee still, and know us by these colors for thy foes, for these my friends in spite of thee shall wear. Plantagenet. And by my soul, this pale and angry rose, as cognizance of my blood-drinking hate, will I forever and my faction wear, until it wither with me to my grave, or flourish to the height of my degree. Suffolk. Go forward, and be chocked with thy ambition. and so farewell until I meet thee next. Exit. Somerset. Have with thee, Pole, farewell, ambitious Richard. Exit. Plantagenet. How I am braved and must perforce endure it. Warwick. This blot that they object against your house shall be wiped out in the next Parliament called for the truce of Winchester and Gloucester. And if thou be not then created York, I will not live to be accounted Warwick. Meantime, in signal of my love to thee, against proud Somerset and William Pole, will I upon thy party wear this rose. And here I prophesy. This brawl today, grown to this faction in the Temple Garden, shall send between the red rose and the white 1,000 souls to death and deadly night. Plantagenet. Good Master Vernon, I am bound to you, that you on my behalf would pluck a flower. Vernon. In your behalf still will I wear the same. Lawyer. And so will I. Plantagenet. Thanks, gentlemen. Come, let us for to dinner, I dare say. This quarrel will drink blood another day. Exeunt. Scene V. The Tower of London. Enter Mortimer, brought in a chair, and jailers. Mortimer. Kind keepers of my weak, decaying age, let dying Mortimer here rest himself. Even like a man new haled from the rack, so fare my limbs with long imprisonment. And these grey locks, the pursuivants of death, Nestor-like aged in an age of care, argue the end of Edmund Mortimer. These eyes, like lamps whose wasting oil is spent, wax dim, as drawing to their exigent. Weak shoulders, overborne with burdening grief, and pithless arms, like to a withered vine that droops his sapless branches to the ground. Yet are these feet, whose strengthless stay is numb, unable to support this lump of clay, swift-winged with desire to get a grave, as witting I no other comfort have. But tell me, keeper, will my nephew come? First jailer. Richard Plantagenet, my lord, will come. We sent unto the temple, unto his chamber, and answer was returned that he will come. Mortimer. Enough. My soul shall then be satisfied. Poor gentleman, his wrong doth equal mine. Since Henry Monmouth first began to reign, before whose glory I was great in arms, this loathsome sequestration have I had. And even since then hath Richard been obscured, deprived of honor and inheritance. But now the arbitrator of despairs, just death, kind umpire of men's miseries, with sweet enlargement doth dismiss me hence. I would his troubles likewise were expired, that so he might recover what was lost. Enter Richard Plantagenet. First jailer. My lord, your loving nephew now is come. Mortimer. Richard Plantagenet, my friend. Is he come? Plantagenet. I, noble uncle, thus ignobly used, your nephew, late despised Richard, comes. Mortimer. Direct mine arms I may embrace his neck, and in his bosom spend my latter gasp. Oh, tell me when my lips do touch his cheeks, that I may kindly give one fainting kiss. And now declare, sweet stem from York's great stock, why didst thou say of late thou wert despised? Plantagenet. First, lean thine aged back against mine arm, and in that ease I'll tell thee my disease. This day, in argument upon a case, some words there grew twixt Somerset and me, among which terms he used his lavish tongue and did upbraid me with my father's death, which obloquy set bars before my tongue, else with the like I had requited him. Therefore, good uncle, for my father's sake, in honor of a true Plantagenet, and for alliance's sake, declare the cause my father, Earl of Cambridge, lost his head. Mortimer. That cause, fair nephew, that imprisoned me and hath detained me all my flowering youth within a loathsome dungeon, there to pine, was cursed instrument of his decease. Plantagenet. Discover more at large what cause that was, for I am ignorant and cannot guess. Mortimer. I will, if that my fading breath permit and death approach not ere my tale be done. Henry IV, grandfather to this king, deposed his nephew Richard, Edward's son, the first begotten and the lawful heir of Edward King, the third of that descent, during whose reign the Percys of the North, finding his usurpation most unjust, endeavored my advancement to the throne. The reason moved these warlike lords to this was, for that, young King Richard thus removed, leaving no heir begotten of his body, I was the next by birth and parentage. for by my mother I derived am. From Lionel Duke of Clarence, third son to King Edward the Third, whereas he from John of Gaunt doth bring his pedigree, being but fourth of that heroic line. But mark, as in this haughty great attempt they labored to plant the rightful heir, I lost my liberty and they their lives. Long after this, when Henry V, succeeding his father Bolingbroke, did reign, thy father, Earl of Cambridge then, derived from famous Edmund Langley, Duke of York, marrying my sister that thy mother was again, in pity of my hard distress, levied an army, weening to redeem and have installed me in the diadem. But, as the rest, so fell that noble earl and was beheaded, thus the Mortimers, in whom the title rested, were suppressed. Plantagenet, of which, my lord, your honor is the last. Mortimer. True. And thou sayest that I no issue have, and that my fainting words do warrant death. Thou art my heir. The rest I wish thee gather. But yet be wary in thy studious care. Plantagenet, thy grave admonishments prevail with me. But yet methinks, my father's execution was nothing less than bloody tyranny. Mortimer. With silence, nephew, be thou politic. Strong fixed is the house of Lancaster, and like a mountain, not to be removed. But now thy uncle is removing hence, as princes do their courts when they are cloyed with long continuance in a settled place. Plantagenet. O uncle, would some part of my young years might but redeem the passage of your age. Mortimer. Thou dost then wrong me, as that slaughterer doth which giveth many wounds when one will kill. Mourn not, except thou sorrow for my good. Only give order for my funeral. And so farewell, and fair be all thy hopes, and prosperous be thy life in peace and war. Dies. Plantagenet. And peace, no war, befall thy parting soul. In prison hast thou spent a pilgrimage, and like a hermit overpassed thy days. Well, I will lock his counsel in my breast, and what I do imagine, let that rest. Keepers, convey him hence, and I myself will see his burial better than his life. Exeunt jailers, bearing out the body of Mortimer. Here dies the dusky torch of Mortimer, choked with ambition of the meaner sort. And for those wrongs, those bitter injuries, which Somerset hath offered to my house, I doubt not but with honor to redress, and therefore haste I to the Parliament, either to be restored to my blood, or make mine ill to advantage of my good. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. London, the Parliament House. Flourish, enter King. Exeter, Gloucester, the Bishop of Winchester, Richard Plantagenet, Warwick, and Somerset, Suffolk, and others. Gloucester offers to put up a bill. Winchester snatches it, tears it. Winchester. Comest thou with deep premeditated lines, with written pamphlets studiously devised, Humphrey of Gloucester? If thou canst accuse or aught intends to lay unto my charge, do it without invention, suddenly, as I with sudden and extemporal speech purpose to answer what thou canst object. Gloucester. Presumptuous priest, this place commands my patience, or thou shouldst find thou hast dishonored me. Think not, although in writing I preferred the manner of thy vile, outrageous crimes, that therefore I have forged, or am not able verbatim to rehearse the method of my pen. No, prelate, such is thy audacious wickedness, thy lewd, pestiferous, and dissentious pranks, as very infants prattle of thy pride. Thou art a most pernicious usurer, froward by nature, enemy to peace, lascivious, wanton, more than well beseems a man of thy profession and degree. And for thy treachery, what's more manifest, in that thou laidst a trap to take my life, as well at London Bridge as at the Tower? Beside, I fear me, if thy thoughts are sifted, the king, thy sovereign, is not quite exempt from envious malice of thy swelling heart. Winchester. Gloucester, I do defy thee, lords, vouchsafe to give me hearing what I shall reply. If I were covetous, ambitious, or perverse, as he will have me, how am I so poor? Or how hapsed I seek not to advance or raise myself, but keep my wonted calling? And for dissension, who prefereth peace more than I do, except I be provoked? No, my good lords, it is not that offends. It is not that hath incensed the Duke. It is because no one should sway but he, no one but he should be about the king, and that engenders thunder in his breast and makes him roar these accusations forth. But he shall know I am as good, Gloucester, as good, thou bastard of my grandfather, Winchester. I, lordly sir. For what are you, I pray, but one imperious in another's throne? Gloucester. Am I not protector, saucy priest? Winchester. And am not I a prelate of the church? Gloucester. Yes, as an outlaw in a castle keeps, and useth it to patronage his theft. Winchester. Unreverent Gloucester. Gloucester. Thou art reverent, touching thy spiritual function, not thy life. Winchester. Rome shall remedy this. Gloucester. Rome thither, then. Warwick. My lord, it were your duty to forbear. Somerset. Aye, so the bishop be not overborne. Methinks my lord should be religious, and know the office that belongs to such. Warwick. Methinks his lordship should be humbler. It fitteth not a prelate so to plead. Somerset. Yes, when his holy state is touched so near. Warwick. State holy or unhallowed, what of that? Is not his grace protector to the king? Plantagenet. Aside. Plantagenet, I see, must hold his tongue, lest it be said, speak, sirrah, when you should. Must your bold verdict enter talk with lords? Else would I have a fling at Winchester. King Henry, uncles of Gloucester and of Winchester, the special watchmen of our English weal, I would prevail, if prayers might prevail, to join your hearts in love and amity. Oh, what a scandal is it to our crown that two such noble peers as ye should jar. Believe me, lords, my tender years can tell civil dissension is a viperous worm that gnaws the bowels of the commonwealth. A noise within, down with the tawny coats. What tumult's this? Warwick. An uproar, I dare warrant, begun through malice of the bishop's men. A noise again, stones, stones. Enter Mayor. Mayor. Oh, my good lords and virtuous Henry, pity the city of London, pity us. The bishop and the Duke of Gloucester's men, forbidden late to carry any weapon, have filled their pockets full of pebble stones and, banding themselves in contrary parts, do pelt so fast at one another's pate that many have their giddy brains knocked out. Our windows are broke down in every street, and we for fear compelled to shut our shops. Enter serving men in, skirmish with bloody pates. King Henry, we charge you, on allegiance to ourself, to hold your slaughtering hands and keep the peace. Pray, Uncle Gloucester, mitigate this strife. First serving man. Nay, if we be forbidden stones, we'll fall to it with our teeth. Second serving man. Do what ye dare, we are as resolute. Skirmish again. Gloucester, you of my household, leave this peevish broil, and set this unaccustomed fight aside. Third serving man. My lord, we know your grace to be a man just and upright, and, for your royal birth, inferior to none but to his majesty, and ere that we will suffer such a prince, so kind a father of the commonweal, to be disgraced by an inkhorn mate, we and our wives and children all will fight and have our bodies slaughtered by thy foes. First serving man. I, and the very parings of our nails shall pitch a field when we are dead. Begin again. Gloucester. Stay, stay, I say, and if you love me, as you say you do, let me persuade you to forbear a while. King Henry. Oh, how this discord doth afflict my soul. Can you, my lord of Winchester, behold my sighs and tears, and will not once relent? Who should be pitiful if you be not? Or who should study to prefer a peace if holy churchmen take delight in broils? Warwick. Yield, my lord protector. Yield, Winchester. Except you mean with obstinate repulse to slay your sovereign and destroy the realm. You see what mischief and what murder too hath been enacted through your enmity. Then be at peace, except ye thirst for blood. Winchester. He shall submit, or I will never yield. Gloucester. Compassion on the king commands me stoop, or I would see his heart out, ere the priest should ever get that privilege of me. Warwick. Behold, my lord of Winchester, the duke hath banished moody discontented fury, as by his smoothed brows it doth appear. Why look you still so stern and tragical? Gloucester. Here, Winchester, I offer thee my hand. King Henry. Fie, Uncle Beaufort. I have heard you preach that malice was a great and grievous sin. And will not you maintain the thing you teach, but prove a chief offender in the same? Warwick. Sweet king, the bishop hath a kindly gird. For shame, my lord of Winchester, relent. What, shall a child instruct you what to do? Winchester. Well, Duke of Gloucester, I will yield to thee. Love for thy love, and hand for hand I give. Gloucester. Aside. But, I fear me, with a hollow heart. See here, my friends and loving countrymen. This token serveth for a flag of truce betwixt ourselves and all our followers. So help me God, as I dissemble not. Winchester. Aside. So help me God, as I intend it not. King Henry. O loving uncle, kind Duke of Gloucester, how joyful am I made by this contract. Away, my masters, trouble us no more, but join in friendship, as your lords have done. First serving man. Content. I'll to the surgeons. Second serving man. And so will I. Third serving man. And I will see what physic the tavern affords. Exeunt serving men, mayor, and see. Warwick. Accept this scroll, most gracious sovereign, which in the right of Richard Plantagenet we do exhibit to your majesty. Gloucester. Well urged, my lord of Warwick, for, sweet prince, and if your grace mark every circumstance, you have great reason to do Richard right, especially for those occasions at Eltham Place I told your majesty. King Henry. And those occasions, uncle, were of force. Therefore, my loving lords, our pleasure is that Richard be restored to his blood. Warwick. Let Richard be restored to his blood. So shall his father's wrongs be recompensed. Winchester. As will the rest, so willeth Winchester. King Henry. If Richard will be true, not that alone but all the whole inheritance I give that doth belong unto the house of York, from whence you spring by lineal descent. Plantagenet. Thy humble servant vows obedience and humble service till the point of death. King Henry. Stoop then and set your knee against my foot, and in reguerdon of that duty done I girt thee with the valiant sword of York. Rise, Richard, like a true Plantagenet, and rise created princely Duke of York. Plantagenet. And so thrive Richard as thy foes may fall, and as my duty springs, so perish they that grudge one thought against your majesty. All. Welcome, High Prince, the mighty Duke of York. Somerset. Aside. Perish, base prince, ignoble Duke of York. Gloucester. Now will it best avail your majesty to cross the seas, and to be crowned in France. The presence of a king engenders love amongst his subjects and his loyal friends, as it disanimates his enemies. King Henry. When Gloucester says the word, King Henry goes, for friendly counsel cuts off many foes. Gloucester. Your ships already are in readiness. Senate, flourish, exeunt all but Exeter. Exeter. We may march in England or in France, not seeing what is likely to ensue. This late dissension grown betwixt the peers burns under feigned ashes of forged love, and will at last break out into a flame. As festered members rot but by degree till bones and flesh and sinews fall away, so will this base and envious discord breed. And now I fear that fatal prophecy which in the time of Henry named the Fifth was in the mouth of every sucking babe. That Henry born at Monmouth should win all, and Henry born at Windsor lose all, which is so plain that Exeter doth wish his days may finish ere that hapless time. Exit. Scene 2. France before Rouen. Enter La Pucelle with 4 soldiers with sacks upon their backs. Pucelle. These are the city gates, the gates of Rouen, through which our policy must make a breach. Take heed, be wary how you place your words. Talk like the vulgar sort of market men that come to gather money for their corn. If we have entrance, as I hope we shall, and that we find the slothful watch but weak, I'll by a sign give notice to our friends, that Charles the Dauphin may encounter them. First soldier. Our sacks shall be a mean to sack the city, and we be lords and rulers over Rouen. Therefore we'll knock. Knocks. Watch. Within. Qu'est-ce là? Pucelle. Paysans, la pauvres gens de France. Poor market folks that come to sell their corn. Watch. Enter. Go in. The market bell is rung. Pucelle. Now, Rouen, I'll shake thy bulwarks to the ground. Exeunt. Enter Charles, the bastard of Orleans, Alassa, Rainier and forces. Charles. Saint Denis bless this happy stratagem, and once again will sleep secure in Rouen. Bastard. Here entered Pucelle and her practisance. Now she is there. How will she specify here is the best and safest passage in? Rainier. By thrusting out a torch from yonder tower, which, once discerned, shows that her meaning is no way to that, for weakness, which she entered. Enter La Pucelle, on the top, thrusting out a torch burning. Pucelle. Behold, this is the happy wedding torch that joineth Rouen unto her countrymen, but burning fatal to the Talbonites. Exit. Bastard. See, noble Charles, the beacon of our friend. The burning torch in yonder turret stands. Charles. Now shine it like a comet of revenge, a prophet to the fall of all our foes. Rainier. Defer no time. Delays have dangerous ends. Enter and cry, the Dauphin, presently, and then do execution on the watch. Alarum exeunt. An alarum enter Talbot in. An excursion. Talbot. France, thou shalt rue this treason with thy tears, if Talbot but survive thy treachery. Pucelle, that witch, that damned sorceress, hath wrought this hellish mischief unawares, that hardly we escaped the pride of France. Exit. An alarum excursions, Bedford, brought in sick in a chair, enter Talbot and Burgundy without. Within, La Pucelle, Charles, Bastard, Alassa, and Rainier on the walls. Pucelle. Good morrow, gallants. Want ye corn for bread? I think the Duke of Burgundy will fast before he'll buy again at such a rate. 'Twas full of darnel.do you like the taste? Burgundy. Scoff on, vile fiend and shameless courtesan. I trust ere long to choke thee with thine own, and make thee curse the harvest of that corn. Charles. Your grace may starve, perhaps, before that time. Bedford. Oh, let no words, but deeds, revenge this treason. Pucelle. What will you do, good greybeard? Break a lance and run a tilt at death within a chair? Talbot. Foul fiend of France and hag of all despite, encompassed with thy lustful paramours, becomes it thee to taunt his valiant age and twit with cowardice a man half dead? Damsel, I'll have a bout with you again, or else let Talbot perish with this shame. Pucelle. Are ye so hot? Yet, Pucelle, hold thy peace. If Talbot do but thunder, rain will follow. The English whisper together in council. God speed the Parliament. Who shall be the speaker? Talbot. Dare ye come forth and meet us in the field? Pucelle. Belike your lordship takes us then for fools, to try if that our own be ours or no. Talbot. I speak not to that railing Hecate, but unto thee, Alassa, and the rest. Will ye, like soldiers, come and fight it out? Alice. Seigneur. No. Talbot. Seigneur hang. Base muleteers of France. Like peasant footboys do they keep the walls, and dare not take up arms like gentlemen. Pucelle. Away, captains. Let's get us from the walls, for Talbot means no goodness by his looks. Goodbye, my lord. We came but to tell you that we are here. Exeunt from the walls. Talbot. And there will we be too, ere it be long, or else reproach be Talbot's greatest fame. Vow, Burgundy, by honor of thy house, pricked on by public wrongs sustained in France, either to get the town again or die. And I, as sure as English Henry lives, and as his father here was conqueror, as sure as in this late betrayed town great Coeur de Lion's heart was buried, so sure I swear to get the town or die. Burgundy. My vows are equal partners with thy vows. Talbot. But, ere we go, regard this dying prince, the valiant Duke of Bedford. Come, my lord, we will bestow you in some better place, fitter for sickness and for crazy age. Bedford. Lord Talbot, do not so dishonor me. Here will I sit before the walls of Rouen, and will be partner of your weal or woe. Burgundy. Courageous Bedford, let us now persuade you. Bedford. Not to be gone from hence, for once I read that stout Pendragon in his litter sick came to the field and vanquished his foes. Methinks I should revive the soldiers' hearts, because I ever found them as myself. Talbot, undaunted spirit in a dying breast. Then be it so, heavens keep old Bedford safe. And now no more ado, brave Burgundy, but gather we our forces out of hand and set upon our boasting enemy. Exeunt all but Bedford and attendants. An alarum excursions enter Sir John Fastolfe and a captain. Captain, whither away, Sir John Fastolfe, in such haste? Fastolfe, whither away? To save myself by flight. We are like to have the overthrow again. Captain, what? Will you fly, and leave Lord Talbot? Fastolfe, aye, all the Talbots in the world, to save my life. Exit. Captain, cowardly knight, ill fortune follow thee. Exit. Retreat. Excursions.la Pucelle, Alassa and Charles fly. Bedford. Now, quiet soul, depart when heaven please, for I have seen our enemies overthrow. What is the trust or strength of foolish man? They that of late were daring with their scoffs are glad and fain by flight to save themselves. Bedford dies, and is carried in by two in his chair. An alarum enter Talbot, Burgundy, and the rest. Talbot, lost and recovered in a day again. This is a double honor, Burgundy. Yet heavens have glory for this victory. Burgundy, warlike and martial Talbot, Burgundy enshrines thee in his heart, and there erects thy noble deeds as valor's monuments. Talbot, thanks, gentle Duke, but where is Pucelle now? I think her old familiar is asleep. Now where's the bastard's braves, and Charles his gleeks? What? All amort. Rouen hangs her head for grief that such a valiant company are fled. Now will we take some order in the town, placing therein some expert officers, and then depart to Paris to the king, for their young Henry with his nobles lie. Burgundy. What wills Lord Talbot pleaseth Burgundy? Talbot. But yet, before we go, let's not forget the noble Duke of Bedford late deceased, but see his exequies fulfilled in Rouen. A braver soldier never couched lance, a gentler heart did never sway in court, but kings and mightiest potentates must die, for that's the end of human misery. Exeunt. Scene 3, the plains near Rouen. Enter Charles, the bastard of Orleans, Alassa, La Pucelle and forces. Pucelle. Dismay not, princes, at this accident, nor grieve that Rouen is so recovered. Care is no cure, but rather corrosive, for things that are not to be remedied. Let frantic Talbot triumph for a while, and like a peacock sweep along his tail. We'll pull his plumes and take away his train, if Dauphin and the rest will be but ruled. Charles, we have been guided by thee hitherto, and of thy cunning had no diffidence. One sudden foil shall never breed distrust. Bastard, search out thy wit for secret policies, and we will make thee famous through the world. Alice, we'll set thy statue in some holy place, and have thee reverenced like a blessed saint. Employ thee then, sweet virgin, for our good. Pucelle. Then thus it must be, this doth Joan devise. By fair persuasions mixed with sugared words, we will entice the Duke of Burgundy to leave the Talbot and to follow us. Charles. Ay, marry, sweeting, if we could do that, France were no place for Henry's warriors. Nor should that nation boast it so with us, but be extirped from our provinces. Alice, for ever should they be expulsed from France, and not have title of an earldom here. Pucelle. Your honors shall perceive how I will work to bring this matter to the wished end. Drum sounds afar off. Hark! By the sound of drum, you may perceive their powers are marching unto Paris ward. Here sound an English march. There goes the Talbot, with his colors spread, and all the troops of English after him. French march. Now in the rearward comes the Duke and his. Fortune in favor makes him lag behind. Summon a parley. We will talk with him. Trumpet sound a parley. Charles. A parley with the Duke of Burgundy. Enter Burgundy. Burgundy. Who craves a parley with the Burgundy? Pucelle. The princely Charles of France, thy countryman. Burgundy. What sayst thou, Charles? For I am marching hence. Charles. Speak, Pucelle, and enchant him with thy words. Pucelle. Brave Burgundy, undoubted hope of France, stay, let thy humble handmaid speak to thee. Burgundy. Speak on, but be not over tedious. Pucelle. Look on thy country, look on fertile France, and see the cities and the towns defaced by wasting ruin of the cruel foe, as looks the mother on her lowly babe. When death doth close his tender dying eyes, see the pining malady of France. Behold the wounds, the most unnatural wounds, which thou thyself hast given her woeful breast. Oh, turn thy edged sword another way. Strike those that hurt, and hurt not those that help. One drop of blood drawn from thy country's bosom should grieve thee more than streams of foreign gore. Return thee therefore with a flood of tears, and wash away thy country's stained spots. Burgundy. Either she hath bewitched me with her words, or nature makes me suddenly relent. Pucelle. Besides, all French and France exclaims on thee, doubting thy birth and lawful progeny. Who join'st thou with but with a lordly nation that will not trust thee but for profit's sake? When Talbot hath set footing once in France, and fashioned thee that instrument of ill, who then but English Henry will be lord, and thou be thrust out like a fugitive? Call we to mind, and mark but this for proof. Was not the Duke of Orleans thy foe? And was he not in England prisoner? But when they heard he was thine enemy, they set him free without his ransom paid, in spite of Burgundy and all his friends. See then, thou fight'st against thy countrymen, and join'st with them will be thy slaughtermen. Come, come, return, return, thou wandering lord. Charles and the rest will take thee in their arms. Burgundy. I am vanquished. These haughty words of hers have battered me like roaring cannon shot, and made me almost yield upon my knees. Forgive me, country, and sweet countrymen, and lords, accept this hearty kind embrace. My forces and my power of men are yours. So, farewell, Talbot. I'll no longer trust thee. Pucelle. Aside. Done like a Frenchman, turn and turn again. Charles. Welcome, brave Duke. Thy friendship makes us fresh. Bastard. And doth beget new courage in our breasts. Alice. Pucelle hath bravely played her part in this, and doth deserve a coronet of gold. Charles. Now let us on, my lords, and join our powers, and seek how we may prejudice the foe. Exeunt. Scene 4. Paris, the palace. Enter the king, Gloucester, Bishop of Winchester, Exeter, York, Warwick and Vernon, Suffolk, Somerset, Basset and others. To them, with his soldiers, Talbot. Talbot, my gracious prince and honorable peers, hearing of your arrival in this realm, I have a while given truce unto my wars to do my duty to my sovereign. In sign whereof, this arm, that hath reclaimed to your obedience 50 fortresses, 12 cities and 7 walled towns of strength, beside 500 prisoners of esteem, lets fall his sword before your highness' feet, and with submissive loyalty of heart ascribes the glory of his conquest got first to my God, and next unto your grace. Kneels. King Henry. Is this the Lord Talbot, Uncle Gloucester, that hath so long been resident in France? Gloucester. Yes, if it please your majesty, my liege. King Henry. Welcome, brave captain and victorious lord. When I was young, as yet I am not old, I do remember how my father said a stouter champion never handled sword. Long since we were resolved of your truth, your faithful service, and your toil in war. Yet never have you tasted our reward, or been reguerdoned with so much as thanks, because till now we never saw your face. Therefore, stand up, and for these good deserts we here create you Earl of Shrewsbury, and in our coronation take your place. Senate, flourish, exeunt all but Vernon and Basset. Vernon. Now, sir, to you that were so hot at sea, disgracing of these colors that I wear in honor of my noble lord of York, darest thou maintain the former words thou spak'st? Basset. Yes, sir, as well as you dare patronage the envious barking of your saucy tongue against my lord the Duke of Somerset. Vernon. Sirrah, thy lord I honor as he is. Basset. Why, what is he? As good a man as York. Vernon. Hark ye. Not so. In witness, take ye that. Strikes him. Basset. Villain, thou knowest the law of arms is such that whoso draws a sword, 'tis present death, or else this blow should broach thy dearest blood. But I'll unto his majesty, and crave I may have liberty to venge this wrong. When thou shalt see, I'll meet thee to thy cost. Vernon. Well, miscreant, I'll be there as soon as you, and after, meet you sooner than you would. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Paris, the palace. Enter the King, Gloucester, Bishop of Winchester, Talbot, Exeter, York, and Warwick, Suffolk, Somerset, the governor of Paris, and others. Gloucester. Lord Bishop, set the crown upon his head. Winchester. God save King Henry, of that name the sixth. Gloucester. Now, governor of Paris, take your oath, that you elect no other king but him. Esteem none friends but such as are his friends, and none your foes but such as shall pretend malicious practices against his state. This shall ye do, so help you righteous God. Enter Sir John Fastolfe. Fastolfe. My gracious sovereign, as I rode from Calais, to haste unto your coronation, a letter was delivered to my hands, writ to your grace from to Duke of Burgundy. Talbot. Shame to the Duke of Burgundy and thee. I vowed, base knight, when I did meet thee next, to tear the garter from thy craven's leg, plucking it off, which I have done, because unworthily thou wast installed in that high degree. Pardon me, princely Henry, and the rest. This dastard, at the battle of Patay, when but in all I was 6,000 strong, and that the French were almost 10 to 1, before we met or that a stroke was given, like to a trusty squire did run away. In which assault we lost 1,200 men. Myself and divers gentlemen beside were there surprised and taken prisoners. Then judge, great lords, if I have done amiss, or whether that such cowards ought to wear this ornament of knighthood, yea or no. Gloucester. To say the truth, this fact was infamous and ill-beseeming any common man, much more a knight, a captain, and a leader. Talbot. When first this order was ordained, my lords, knights of the Garter were of noble birth, valiant and virtuous, full of haughty courage, such as were grown to credit by the wars, not fearing death nor shrinking for distress, but always resolute in most extremes. He then that is not furnished in this sort doth but usurp the sacred name of knight, profaning this most honorable order, and should, if I were worthy to be judge, be quite degraded, like a hedge-born swain that doth presume to boast of gentle blood. King Henry. Stain to thy countrymen, thou hear'st thy doom. Be packing, therefore, thou that wast a knight. Henceforth we banish thee on pain of death. Exit Fastolfe. And now, my Lord Protector, view the letter sent from our uncle, Duke of Burgundy. Gloucester. What means his grace, that he hath changed his style? No more but, plain and bluntly, to the king. Hath he forgot he is his sovereign? Or doth this churlish superscription pretend some alteration in goodwill? What's here? Reads, I have, upon a special cause, moved with compassion of my country's wrack, together with the pitiful complaints of such as your oppression feeds upon, forsaken your pernicious faction and joined with Charles, the rightful king of France. O monstrous treachery! Can this be so, that in alliance, amity, and oaths there should be found such false dissembling guile? King Henry. What? Doth my uncle Burgundy revolt? Gloucester. He doth, my lord, and is become your foe. King Henry. Is that the worst this letter doth contain? Gloucester. It is the worst and all, my lord, he writes. King Henry. Why, then, Lord Talbot there shall talk with him, and give him chastisement for this abuse. How say you, my lord, are you not content? Talbot. Content, my liege. Yes, but that I am prevented, I should have begged I might have been employed. King Henry. Then gather strength and march unto him straight. Let him perceive how ill we brook his treason, and what offense it is to flout his friends. Talbot. I go, my lord, in heart desiring still you may behold confusion of your foes. Exit. Enter Vernon and Basset. Vernon. Grant me the combat, gracious sovereign. Basset. And me, my lord, grant me the combat too. York. This is my servant. Hear him, noble prince. Somerset. And this is mine, sweet Henry, favor him. King Henry. Be patient, lords, and give them leave to speak. Say, gentlemen, what makes you thus exclaim, and wherefore crave you combat, or with whom? Vernon. With him, my lord, for he hath done me wrong. Basset. And I with him, for he hath done me wrong. King Henry. What is that wrong whereof you both complain? First let me know, and then I'll answer you. Basset. Crossing the sea from England into France, this fellow here, with envious carping tongue, upbraided me about the rose I wear, saying the sanguine color of the leaves did represent my master's blushing cheeks, when stubbornly he did repugn the truth about a certain question in the law argued betwixt the Duke of York and him, with other vile and ignominious terms, in confutation of which rude reproach, and in defense of my lord's worthiness, I crave the benefit of law of arms. Vernon. And that is my petition, noble lord. For though he seem with forged quaint conceit to set a gloss upon his bold intent, yet know, my lord, I was provoked by him, and he first took exceptions at this badge, pronouncing that the paleness of this flower bewrayed the faintness of my master's heart. York. Will not this malice, Somerset, be left? Somerset. Your private grudge, my lord of York, will out, though ne'er so cunningly you smother it. King Henry. Good lord, what madness rules in brain-sick men, when for so slight and frivolous a cause such factious emulations shall arise. Good cousins both, of York and Somerset, quiet yourselves, I pray, and be at peace. York. Let this dissension first be tried by fight, and then your highness shall command a peace. Somerset. The quarrel toucheth none but us alone. Betwixt ourselves let us decide it then. York. There is my pledge. Accept it, Somerset. Vernon. Nay, let it rest where it began at first. Basset. Confirm it so, mine honorable lord. Gloucester. Confirm it so. Confounded be your strife. And perish ye, with your audacious prate. Presumptuous vassals, are you not ashamed with this immodest clamorous outrage to trouble and disturb the king and us? And you, my lords, methinks you do not well to bear with their perverse objections, much less to take occasion from their mouths to raise a mutiny betwixt yourselves. Let me persuade you take a better course. Exeter. It grieves his highness, good my lords, be friends. King Henry. Come hither, you that would be combatants. Henceforth I charge you, as you love our favor, quite to forget this quarrel and the cause. And you, my lords, remember where we are. In France, amongst a fickle wavering nation. If they perceive dissension in our looks, and that within ourselves we disagree, how will their grudging stomachs be provoked to willful disobedience and rebel? Beside, what infamy will there arise when foreign princes shall be certified that for a toy, a thing of no regard, King Henry's peers and chief nobility destroyed themselves and lost the realm of France? Oh, think upon the conquest of my father, my tender years, and let us not forego that for a trifle that was bought with blood. Let me be umpire in this doubtful strife. I see no reason if I wear this rose, putting on a red rose, that anyone should therefore be suspicious I more incline to Somerset than York. Both are my kinsmen, and I love them both. As well they may upbraid me with my crown, because, forsooth, the King of Scots is crowned. But your discretions better can persuade than I am able to instruct or teach. And therefore, as we hither came in peace, so let us still continue peace and love. Cousin of York, we institute your grace to be our regent in these parts of France. And good my lord of Somerset, unite your troops of horsemen with his bands of foot, and like true subjects, sons of your progenitors, go cheerfully together and digest your angry choler on your enemies. Ourself, my lord protector, and the rest after some respite will return to Calais. From thence to England, where I hope ere long to be presented, by your victories, with Charles, Alençon, and that traitorous rout. Flourish exeunt all but York, Warwick, Exeter, and Vernon. Warwick. My lord of York, I promise you the king prettily, methought, did play the orator. York. And so he did, but yet I like it not, in that he wears the badge of Somerset. Warwick. Tush, that was but his fancy. Blame him not. I dare presume, sweet prince, he thought no harm. York. And if I wist he did, but let it rest. Other affairs must now be managed. Exeunt all but Exeter. Exeter. Well didst thou, Richard, to suppress thy voice. For, Had the passions of thy heart burst out, I fear we should have seen deciphered their more rancorous spite, more furious raging broils, than yet can be imagined or supposed. But howsoe'er, no simple man that sees this jarring discord of nobility, this shouldering of each other in the court, this factious bandying of their favorites, but sees it doth presage some ill event. 'Tis much when scepters are in children's hands, but more when envy breeds unkind division. There comes the ruin, there begins confusion. Exit. Scene 2. Before Bordeaux. Enter Talbot with trump and drum. Talbot. Go to the gates of Bordeaux, trumpeter. Summon their general unto the wall. Trumpet sounds, enter general, and others aloft. English John Talbot, captains, calls you forth, servant in arms to Harry King of England. And thus he would. Open your city gates, be humble to us, call my sovereign yours, and do him homage as obedient subjects, and I'll withdraw me and my bloody power. But if you frown upon this proffered peace, you tempt the fury of my 3 attendants, lean famine, quartering steel, and climbing fire, who in a moment even with the earth shall lay your stately and air-braving towers, if you forsake the offer of their love. General, thou ominous and fearful owl of death, our nation's terror and their bloody scourge, the period of thy tyranny approacheth. On us thou canst not enter but by death. For, I protest, we are well fortified and strong enough to issue out and fight. If thou retire, the Dauphin, well appointed, stands with the snares of war to tangle thee. On either hand thee there are squadrons pitched to wall thee from the liberty of flight, and no way canst thou turn thee for redress but death doth front thee with apparent spoil, and pale destruction meets thee in the face. 10,000 French have ta'en the sacrament to rive their dangerous artillery upon no Christian soul but English Talbot. Lo, there thou stand'st, a breathing valiant man of an invincible unconquered spirit. This is the latest glory of thy praise, that I, thy enemy, do thee withal. For ere the glass, that now begins to run, finish the process of his sandy hour, these eyes, that see thee now well-colored, shall see thee withered, bloody, pale, and dead. Drum afar off. Hark, hark, the Dauphin's drum, a warning bell, sings heavy music to thy timorous soul, and mine shall ring thy dire departure out. Exeunt General, etc. Talbot. He fables not. I hear the enemy. Out, some light horsemen, and peruse their wings. Oh, negligent and heedless discipline! How are we parked and bounded in a pale, a little herd of England's timorous deer, mazed with a yelping kennel of French curs. If we be English deer, be then in blood, not rascal-like, to fall down with a pinch, but rather, moody mad and desperate stags, turn on the bloody hounds with heads of steel and make the cowards stand aloof at bay. Sell every man his life as dear as mine, and they shall find dear of us, my friends. God and St. George, Talbot and England's right, prosper our colors in this dangerous fight. Exeunt. Scene 3. Plains in Gascony. Enter a messenger that meets. York, enter York, with trumpet and many soldiers. York. Are not the speedy scouts returned again that dogged the mighty army of the Dauphin? Messenger. They are returned, my lord, and give it out that he is marched to Bordeaux with his power, to fight with Talbot as he marched along. By your espials were discovered 2 mightier troops than that the Dauphin led, which joined with him and made their march for Bordeaux. Exit. York. A plague upon that villain Somerset that thus delays my promised supply of horsemen that were levied for this siege. Renowned Talbot doth expect my aid, and I am lauded by a traitor villain, and cannot help the noble chevalier. God comfort him in this necessity. If he miscarry, farewell wars in France. Enter Sir William Lucy. Lucy, thou princely leader of our English strength, never so needful on the earth of France, spur to the rescue of the noble Talbot, who now is girdled with a waist of iron, and hemmed about with grim destruction. To Bordeaux, warlike Duke. To Bordeaux, York. Else farewell, Talbot, France, and England's honor. York. O God, that Somerset, who in proud heart doth stop my cornets, were in Talbot's place. So should we save a valiant gentleman by forfeiting a traitor and a coward? Mad ire and wrathful fury makes me weep that thus we die while remiss traitors sleep. Lucy. Oh, send some succor to the distressed lord. York. He dies, we lose. I break my warlike word. We mourn, France smiles. We lose, they daily get. All long of this vile traitor Somerset. Lucy. Then God take mercy on brave Talbot's soul, and on his son young John, who 2 hours since I met in travel toward his warlike father. This 7 years did not Talbot see his son, and now they meet where both their lives are done. York. Alas, what joy shall noble Talbot have to bid his young son welcome to his grave? Away. Vexation almost stops my breath, that sundered friends greet in the hour of death. Lucy, farewell, and no more my fortune can but curse the cause I cannot aid the man. Maine, Blois, Poictiers, and Tours are won away. Long all of Somerset and his delay. Exit, with his soldiers. Lucy. Thus, while the vulture of sedition feeds in the bosom of such great commanders, sleeping Neglectation doth betray to loss the conquest of our scarce cold conqueror, that ever-living man of memory, Henry V, whilst they each other cross, lives, honors, lands, and all hurry to loss. Exit. Scene Ford, other plains in Gascony. Enter Somerset with his army. A captain of Talbot's with him. Somerset. It is too late. I cannot send them now. This expedition was by York and Talbot too rashly plotted. All our general force might with a sally of the very town be buckled with. The overdaring Talbot hath sullied all his gloss of former honor by this unheedful, desperate, wild adventure. York set him on to fight and die in shame that, Talbot dead, great York might bear the name. Captain, here is Sir William Lucy, who with me set from our o'ermatched forces forth for aid. Enter Sir William Lucy. Somerset. How now, Sir William? Whither were you sent? Lucy. Whither, my lord? From bought and sold Lord Talbot, who ringed about with bold adversity, cries out for noble York and Somerset to beat assailing death from his weak legions. And whiles the honorable captain there drops bloody sweat from his war-wearied limbs, and, in advantage lingering, looks for rescue, you, his false hopes, the trust of England's honor, keep off aloof with worthless emulation. Let not your private discord keep away the levied succors that should lend him aid, while he, renowned noble gentleman, yield up his life unto a world of odds. Orleans the bastard, Charles, Burgundy, Alassa, Rainier, compass him about, and Talbot perisheth by your default. Somerset. York set him on. York should have sent him aid. Lucy. And York is fast upon your grace exclaims, swearing that you withhold his levied host collected for this expedition. Somerset. York lies. He might have sent and had the horse. I owe him little duty and less love, and take foul scorn to fawn on him by sending. Lucy. The fraud of England, not the force of France, hath now entrapped the noble-minded Talbot. Never to England shall he bear his life, but dies betrayed to fortune by your strife. Somerset. Come, go. I will dispatch the horsemen straight. Within 6 hours they will be at his aid. Lucy. Too late comes rescue. He is ta'en or slain, for fly he could not if he would have fled, and fly would Talbot never, though he might. Somerset. If he be dead, brave Talbot, then adieu. Lucy. His fame lives in the world, his shame in you. Exeunt. Scene V. The English camp near Bordeaux. Enter Talbot and John his son. Talbot. O young John Talbot, I did send for thee to tutor thee in stratagems of war, that Talbot's name might be in thee revived when sapless age and weak unable limbs should bring thy father to his drooping chair. But, O malignant and ill-boding stars, now thou art come unto a feast of death, a terrible and unavoided danger. Therefore, dear boy, mount on my swiftest horse, and I'll direct thee how thou shalt escape by sudden flight. Come, dally not, be gone. John Talbot. Is my name Talbot? And am I your son? And shall I fly? Oh, if you love my mother, dishonor not her honorable name, to make a bastard and a slave of me. The world will say, He is not Talbot's blood, that basely fled when noble Talbot stood. Talbot, fly, to revenge my death if I be slain. John Talbot, he that flies so will ne'er return again. Talbot, if we both stay, we both are sure to die. John Talbot, then let me stay, and father, do you fly? Your loss is great, so your regard should be. My worth unknown, no loss is known in me. Upon my death the French can little boast. In yours they will, in you all hopes are lost. Flight cannot stain the honor you have won. But mine it will, that no exploit have done. You fled for vantage, everyone will swear. But if I bow, they'll say it was for fear. There is no hope that ever I will stay if the first hour I shrink and run away. Here on my knee I beg mortality, rather than life preserved with infamy. Talbot, shall all thy mother's hopes lie in one tomb? John Talbot, I, rather than I'll shame my mother's womb. Talbot, upon my blessing, I command thee go. John Talbot, to fight I will, but not to fly the foe. Talbot, part of thy father may be saved in thee. John Talbot, no part of him but will be shame in me. Talbot, thou never hadst renown, nor canst not lose it. John Talbot, yes, your renowned name. Shall flight abuse it? Talbot, thy father's charge shall clear thee from that stain. John Talbot, you cannot witness for me, being slain. If death be so apparent, then both fly. Talbot, and leave my followers here to fight and die? My age was never tainted with such shame. John Talbot, and shall my youth be guilty of such blame? No more can I be severed from your side than can yourself in twain divide. Stay, go, do what you will, the like do I. For live I will not, if my father die. Talbot, then here I take my leave of thee, fair son, born to eclipse thy life this afternoon. Come, side by side together live and die, and soul with soul from France to heaven fly. Exeunt. Scene 6. A field of battle. Alarum, excursions, wherein Talbot's son is hemmed about, and Talbot rescues him. Talbot, St. George and victory. Fight, soldiers, fight. The regent hath with Talbot broke his word, and left us to the rage of France his sword. Where is John Talbot? Pause and take thy breath. I gave thee life and rescued thee from death. John Talbot, oh, twice my father, twice am I thy son. The life thou gav'st me first was lost and done, till with thy warlike sword, despite of fate, to my determined time thou gav'st new date. Talbot, when from the Dauphin's crest thy sword struck fire, it warmed thy father's heart with proud desire of bold-faced victory, then leaden age, quickened with youthful spleen and warlike rage, beat down Alsace, Orleans, Burgundy, and from the pride of Gallia rescued thee. The ireful bastard Orleans, that drew blood from thee, my boy, and had the maidenhood of thy first fight, I soon encountered, and interchanging blows, I quickly shed some of his bastard blood, and in disgrace bespoke him thus: contaminated, base and misbegotten blood I spill of thine, mean and right poor, for that pure blood of mine, which thou didst force from Talbot, my brave boy. Here, purposing the bastard to destroy, came in strong rescue. Speak, thy father's care. Art thou not weary, John? How dost thou fare? Wilt thou yet leave the battle, boy, and fly? Now thou art sealed the son of chivalry? Fly, to revenge my death when I am dead. The help of one stands me in little stead. Oh, too much folly is it, well I wot, to hazard all our lives in one small boat. If I today die not with Frenchmen's rage, tomorrow I shall die with mickle age. By me they nothing gain, and if I stay, 'tis but the shortening of my life one day. In thee thy mother dies, our household's name, my death's revenge, thy youth, and England's fame. All these and more we hazard by thy stay. All these are saved if thou wilt fly away. John Talbot, the sword of Orleans hath not made me smart. These words of yours draw lifeblood from my heart. On that advantage, bought with such a shame, to save a paltry life and slay bright fame, before young Talbot from old Talbot fly, the coward horse that bears me fall and die, and like me to the peasant boys of France, to be shame, scorn, and subject of mischance. Surely, by all the glory you have won, and if I fly, I am not Talbot's son. Then talk no more of flight, it is no boot. If son to Talbot, die at Talbot's foot. Talbot, then follow thou thy desperate sire of Crete, thou Icarus. Thy life to me is sweet. If thou wilt fight, fight by thy father's side, and commendable proved, let's die in pride. Exeunt. Scene 7, another part of the field. Alarum, excursions, enter old Talbot led by a servant. Talbot, where's my other life? Mine own is gone. Oh, where's young Talbot? Where is valiant John? Triumphant death, smeared with captivity. Young Talbot's valor makes me smile at thee. When he perceived me shrink and on my knee, his bloody sword he brandished over me, and like a hungry lion did commence rough deeds of rage and stern impatience. But when my angry guardant stood alone, tendering my ruin and assailed of none, dizzy-wide fury and great rage of heart suddenly made him from my side to start into the clustering battle of the French, and in that sea of blood my boy did drench his overmounting spirit, and there died my Icarus, my blossom, in his pride. Servant, O my dear lord, lo where your son is born. Enter soldiers, with the body of young Talbot. Talbot, thou antic death, which laughst us here to scorn, anon, from thy insulting tyranny, coupled in bonds of perpetuity, 2 Talbots, winged through the lither sky, in thy despite shall scape mortality. O thou whose wounds become hard-favored death, speak to thy father ere thou yield thy breath. Brave death by speaking, whether he will or no. Imagine him a Frenchman and thy foe. Poor boy, he smiles, methinks, as who should say, had death been French, then death had died today. Come, come, and lay him in his father's arms. My spirit can no longer bear these harms. Soldiers, adieu. I have what I would have. Now my old arms are young John Talbot's grave. Dies. Enter Charles, Alassa, Burgundy, Bastard, La Pucelle and forces. Charles, had York and Somerset brought rescue in, we should have found a bloody day of this. Bastard, how the young whelp of Talbot's, raging wood, did flesh his puny sword in Frenchman's blood. Pucelle, once I encountered him, and thus I said, Thou maiden youth, be vanquished by a maid. But with a proud majestical high scorn he answered thus, Young Talbot was not born to be the pillage of a giglot wench. So, rushing in the bowels of the French, he left me proudly, as unworthy fight. Burgundy, doubtless he would have made a noble knight. See, where he lies enhearsed in the arms of the most bloody nurser of his harms. Bastard, GW them to pieces, hack their bones asunder, whose life was England's glory, Gallia's wonder. Charles, oh, no, forbear. For that which we have fled during the life, let us not wrong it dead. Enter Sir William Lucy and a French herald. Lucy, herald, conduct me to the Dauphin's tent, to know who hath obtained the glory of the day. Charles, on what submissive message art thou sent? Lucy, submission, Dauphin, 'tis a mere French word. We English warriors wot not what it means. I come to know what prisoners thou hast ta'en, and to survey the bodies of the dead. Charles, for prisoners ask'st thou? Hell our prison is. But tell me whom thou seek'st. Lucy, but where's the great Alcides of the field, valiant Lord Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, created for his rare success in arms, great Earl of Washford, Waterford, and Valence, Lord Talbot of Goodrig and Urchinfield, Lord Strange of Blackmere, Lord Verdun of Alton, Lord Cromwell of Wingfield, Lord Funival of Sheffield, the thrice victorious Lord of Falconbridge, Knight of the Noble Order of St. George, worthy St. Michael, and the Golden Fleece, great Marshal to Henry VI of all his wars. Within the realm of France? Pucelle, here's a silly stately style indeed. The Turk, that 52 kingdoms hath, writes not so tedious a style as this. Him that thou magnifiest with all these titles stinking and fly-blown lies here at our feet. Lucy, is Talbot slain, the Frenchman's only scourge, your kingdom's terror and black nemesis? Oh, were mine eyeballs into bullets turned, that I in rage might shoot them at your faces. Oh, that I could but call these dead to life. It were enough to fright the realm of France. Were but his picture left amongst you here, it would amaze the proudest of you all. Give me their bodies, that I may bear them hence and give them burial as beseems their worth. Pucelle. I think this upstart is old Talbot's ghost. He speaks with such a proud, commanding spirit. For God's sake, let him have them. To keep them here, they would but stink and putrefy the air. Charles. Go, take their bodies hence. Lucy. I'll bear them hence. But from their ashes shall be reared a phoenix that shall make all France afeard. Charles. So we be rid of them. Do with them what thou wilt. And now to Paris in this conquering vein. All will be ours, now bloody Talbot's slain. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. London, the palace. Senate, Interking, Gloucester, and Exeter. King Henry. Have you perused the letters from the Pope, the Emperor, and the Earl of Armagnac? Gloucester. I have, my lord, and their intent is this. They humbly sue unto your excellence to have a godly peace concluded of between the realms of England and of France. King Henry. How doth your grace affect their motion? Gloucester. Well, my good lord, and as the only means to stop effusion of our Christian blood and stablish quietness on every side. King Henry. I, Mary, uncle, for I always thought it was both impious and unnatural that such immanity and bloody strife should reign among professors of one faith. Gloucester. Beside, my lord, the sooner to effect and surer bind this knot of amity. The Earl of Armagnac, near knit to Charles, a man of great authority in France, proffers his only daughter to your grace in marriage, with a large and sumptuous dowry. King Henry. Marriage, uncle. Alas, my years are young, and fitter is my study and my books than wanton dalliance with a paramour. Yet call the ambassadors, and as you please, so let them have their answers every one. I shall be well content with any choice tends to God's glory and my country's weal. Enter Winchester in Cardinal's habit, a legate and 2 ambassadors. Exeter. What? Is my Lord of Winchester installed and called unto a cardinal's degree? Then I perceive that will be verified Henry V did sometime prophesy, if once he come to be a cardinal, he'll make his cap co-equal with the crown. King Henry. My lord's ambassadors, your several suits have been considered and debated on. Your purpose is both good and reasonable, and therefore are we certainly resolved to draw conditions of a friendly peace, which by my Lord of Winchester we mean shall be transported presently to France. Gloucester. And for the proffer of my lord your master, I have informed his highness so at large, as liking of the lady's virtuous gifts, her beauty and the value of her dower, he doth intend she shall be England's queen. King Henry. In argument and proof of which contract, bear her this jewel, pledge of my affection. And so, my lord protector, see them guarded and safely brought to Dover, where inshipped, commit them to the fortune of the sea. Exeunt all but Winchester and Legate. Winchester. Stay, my lord Legate. You shall first receive the sum of money which I promised should be delivered to his holiness for clothing me in these grave ornaments. Legate. I will attend upon your lordship's leisure. Winchester. Aside. Now Winchester will not submit, I trow, or be inferior to the proudest peer. Humphrey of Gloucester, thou shalt well perceive that neither in birth or for authority the bishop will be overborne by thee. I'll either make thee stoop and bend thy knee, or sack this country with a mutiny. Exeunt. Scene 2. France, Plains and Anjou. Enter Charles, Burgundy, Alassa, Bastard, Rainier, La Pucelle and forces. Charles. These news, my lords, may cheer our drooping spirits. 'Tis said the stout Parisians do revolt and turn again unto the warlike French. Alas. Then march to Paris, royal Charles of France, and keep not back your powers in dalliance. Pucelle. Peace be amongst them, if they turn to us, else ruin combat with their palaces. Enter Scout. Scout. Success unto our valiant general, and happiness to his accomplices. Charles. What tidings send our scouts? I prithee, speak. Scout. The English army, that divided was into 2 parties, is now conjoined in one, and means to give you battle presently. Charles. Somewhat too sudden, sirs, the warning is, but we will presently provide for them. Burgundy. I trust the ghost of Talbot is not there. Now he is gone, my lord, you need not fear. Pucelle. Of all base passions, fear is most accursed. Command the conquest, Charles, it shall be thine. Let Henry fret and all the world repine. Charles. Then on, my lords, and France be fortunate. Exeunt. Scene 3 before Angiers. Alarum excursions, enter La Pucelle. Pucelle. The regent conquers, and the Frenchmen fly. Now help, ye charming spells and periapts, and ye choice spirits that admonish me, and give me signs of future accidents. Thunder, you speedy helpers, that are substitutes under the lordly monarch of the north, appear and aid me in this enterprise. Enter fiends. This speed and quick appearance argues proof of your accustomed diligence to me. Now, ye familiar spirits that are culled out of the powerful regions under earth, help me this once, that France may get the field. They walk and speak not. Oh, hold me not with silence over long. Where I was wont to feed you with my blood, I'll lop a member off and give it you in earnest of a further benefit, so you do condescend to help me now. They hang their heads. No hope to have redress? My body shall pay recompense if you will grant my suit. They shake their heads. Cannot my body nor blood sacrifice entreat you to your wonted furtherance? Then take my soul, my body, soul and all, before that England give the French the foil. They depart. See, they forsake me. Now the time is come that France must veil her lofty plumed crest and let her head fall into England's lap. My ancient incantations are too weak and hell too strong for me to buckle with. Now, France, thy glory droopeth to the dust. Exit. Excursions, Burgundy and York fight hand to hand. The French FLY.La Pucelle is taken. York, damsel of France, I think I have you fast. Unchain your spirits now with spelling charms, and try if they can gain your liberty. A goodly prize, fit for the devil's grace. See, how the ugly which doth bend her brows, as if with Circe she would change my shape. Pucelle. Chong to a worser shape thou canst not be. York. Oh, Charles the Dauphin is a proper man. No shape but his can please your dainty eye. Pucelle. A plaguing mischief light on Charles and thee. And may ye both be suddenly surprised by bloody hands, in sleeping on your beds. York. Fell banning hag, enchantress, hold thy tongue. Pucelle. I prithee, give me leave to curse awhile. York. Curse, miscreant, when thou comest to the stake. Exeunt. Alarum, enter Suffolk with Margaret in his hand. Suffolk. Be what thou wilt, thou art my prisoner. Gazes on her. O fairest beauty, do not fear nor fly, for I will touch thee but with reverent hands. I kiss these fingers for eternal peace, and lay them gently on thy tender side. Who art thou? Say, that I may honor thee. Margaret. Margaret my name, and daughter to a king, the king of Naples, whosoe'er thou art. Suffolk. An earl I am, and Suffolk am I called. Be not offended, nature's miracle, thou art allotted to be ta'en by me. So doth the swan her downy cygnets save, keeping them prisoner underneath her wings. Yet, if this servile usage once offend, go and be free again as Suffolk's friend. She is going. Oh, stay. I have no power to let her pass. My hand would free her, but my heart says no. As plays the sun upon the glassy streams, twinkling another counterfeited beam, so seems this gorgeous beauty to mine eyes. Fain would I woo her, yet I dare not speak. I'll call for pen and ink, and write my mind. Fie, de la Pole, disable not thyself. Hast not a tongue? Is she not here? Wilt thou be daunted at a woman's sight? I, beauty's princely majesty is such confounds the tongue, and makes the senses rough. Margaret. Say, Earl of Suffolk, if thy name be so, what ransom must I pay before I pass? For I perceive I am thy prisoner. Suffolk. How canst thou tell she will deny thy suit, before thou make a trial of her love? Margaret. Why speak'st thou not? What ransom must I pay? Suffolk. She's beautiful, and therefore to be wooed. She is a woman, therefore to be won. Margaret. Wilt thou accept of ransom, yea or no? Suffolk. Fond man. Remember that thou hast a wife. Then how can Margaret be thy paramour? Margaret. I were best leave him, for he will not hear. Suffolk. There all is marred. There lies a cooling card. Margaret. He talks at random. Sure, the man is mad. Suffolk. And yet a dispensation may be had. Margaret. And yet I would that you would answer me. Suffolk. I'll win this Lady Margaret. For whom? Why, for my King Tush. That's a wooden thing. Margaret. He talks of wood. It is some carpenter. Suffolk. Yet so my fancy may be satisfied, and peace established between these realms. But there remains a scruple in that too. For though her father be the King of Naples, Duke of Anjou and Maine, yet is he poor, and our nobility will scorn the match. Margaret. Hear ye, Captain. Are you not at leisure? Suffolk. It shall be so. Disdain they ne'er so much. Henry is youthful and will quickly yield. Madam, I have a secret to reveal. Margaret. What though I be enthralled? He seems a knight, and will not any way dishonor me. Suffolk. Lady, vouchsafe to listen what I say. Margaret. Perhaps I shall be rescued by the French, and then I need not crave his courtesy. Suffolk. Sweet madam, give me hearing in a cause. Margaret. Tush, women have been captivate ere now. Suffolk. Lady, wherefore talk you so? Margaret. I cry you mercy, 'tis but quid for quo. Suffolk. Say, gentle princess, would you not suppose your bondage happy, to be made a queen? Margaret. To be a queen in bondage is more vile than is a slave in base servility, for princes should be free. Suffolk. And so shall you, if happy England's royal king be free. Margaret. Why, what concerns his freedom unto me? Suffolk. I'll undertake to make thee Henry's queen, to put a golden scepter in thy hand and set a precious crown upon thy head, if thou wilt condescend to be my. Margaret. What? Suffolk. His love. Margaret. I am unworthy to be Henry's wife. Suffolk. No, gentle madam, I unworthy am to woo so fair a dame to be his wife, and have no portion in the choice myself. How say you, madam, are ye so content? Margaret. And if my father please, I am content. Suffolk. Then call our captains and our colours forth. And, madam, at your father's castle walls will crave a parley, to confer with him. A parley sounded enter. Rainier on the walls. See, Rainier, see, thy daughter prisoner. Rainier. To whom? Suffolk. To me. Rainier. Suffolk. What remedy? I am a soldier, and unapt to weep or to exclaim on fortune's fickleness. Suffolk. Yes, there is remedy enough, my lord. Consent, and for thy honor give consent, thy daughter shall be wedded to my king, whom I with pain have wooed and won thereto. And this her easy-held imprisonment hath gained thy daughter princely liberty. Rainier. Speaks Suffolk as he thinks? Suffolk. Fair Margaret knows that Suffolk doth not flatter, face, or feign. Rainier. Upon thy princely warrant, I descend to give the answer of thy just demand. Exit from the walls. Suffolk. And here I will expect thy coming. Trumpets sound enter. Rainier. Below. Rainier. Welcome, brave Earl, into our territories. Command in Anjou what your honor pleases. Suffolk. Thanks, Rainier. Happy for so sweet a child, fit to be made companion with a king. What answer makes your grace unto my suit? Rainier. Since thou dost deign to woo her little worth to be the princely bride of such a lord, upon condition I may quietly enjoy mine own, the country Maine and Anjou, free from oppression or the stroke of war. My daughter shall be Henry's, if he please. Suffolk. That is her ransom. I deliver her. And those 2 counties I will undertake your grace shall well and quietly enjoy. Rainier. And I again, in Henry's royal name, as deputy unto that gracious king, give thee her hand for sign of plighted faith. Suffolk. Rainier of France, I give thee kingly thanks, because this is in traffic of a king. Aside. And yet, methinks, I could be well content to be mine own attorney in this case. I'll over then to England with this news, and make this marriage to be solemnized. So, farewell, Rainier. Set this diamond safe in golden palaces, as it becomes. Rainier. I do embrace thee as I would embrace the Christian prince, King Henry, were he here. Margaret. Farewell, my lord. Good wishes, praise, and prayers shall Suffolk ever have of Margaret. Going? Suffolk. Farewell, sweet madam. But hark you, Margaret, no princely commendations to my king? Margaret. Such commendations as becomes a maid, a virgin and his servant, say to him. Suffolk. Words sweetly placed and modestly directed. But, madam, I must trouble you again. No loving token to his majesty? Margaret. Yes, my good lord. A pure, unspotted heart, never yet taint with love, I send the king. Suffolk. And this withal. Kisses her. Margaret. That for thyself I will not so presume to send such peevish tokens to a king. Exeunt Rainier and Margaret. Suffolk. Oh, wert thou for myself! But, Suffolk, stay. Thou mayst not wander in that labyrinth. There minotaurs and ugly treasons lurk. Solicit Henry with her wondrous praise. Bethink thee on her virtues that surmount, and natural graces that extinguish art. Repeat their semblance often on the seas, that, when thou comest to kneel at Henry's feet, thou mayst bereave him of his wits with wonder. Exit. Scene 4. Camp of the Duke of York in Anjou. Enter York, Warwick, and others. York. Bring forth that sorceress condemned to burn. Enter La Pucelle, guarded, and a shepherd. Shepherd. Ah, Joan, this kills thy father's heart outright. Have I sought every country far and near? And, now it is my chance to find thee out. Must I behold thy timeless cruel death? Ah, Joan, sweet daughter Joan, I'll die with thee. Pucelle. Decrepit miser, base ignoble wretch, I am descended of a gentler blood. Thou art no father nor no friend of mine. Shepherd. Out. My lords, as please you, 'tis not so. I did beget her, all the parish knows. Her mother liveth yet, can testify she was the first fruit of my bachelorship. Warwick. Graceless. Wilt thou deny thy parentage? York. This argues what her kind of life hath been, wicked and vile, and so her death concludes. Shepherd. Fie, Joan, that thou wilt be so obstacle. God knows thou art a collop of my flesh, and for thy sake have I shed many a tear. Deny me not, I prithee, gentle Joan. Pucelle. Peasant, avaunt. You have suborned this man of purpose to obscure my noble birth. Shepherd. 'Tis true. I gave a noble to the priest the morn that I was wedded to her mother. Kneel down and take my blessing, good my girl. Wilt thou not stoop? Now cursed be the time of thy nativity. I would the milk thy mother gave thee when thou suckedst her breast had been a little rat's bane for thy sake. Or else, when thou didst keep my lambs afield, I wish some ravenous wolf had eaten thee. Dost thou deny thy father, cursed drab? Oh, burn her, burn her. Hanging is too good. Exit. York. Take her away, for she hath lived too long to fill the world with vicious qualities. Pucelle. First, let me tell you whom you have condemned. Not one begotten of a shepherd swain, but issued from the progeny of kings, virtuous and holy, chosen from above, by inspiration of celestial grace, to work exceeding miracles on earth. I never had to do with wicked spirits, but you, that are polluted with your lusts, stained with the guiltless blood of innocence, corrupt and tainted with 1,000 vices, because you want the grace that others have, you judge it straight a thing impossible to compass wonders but by help of devils. No, misconceived. Joan of Arc hath been a virgin from her tender infancy, chaste and immaculate in very thought, whose maiden blood, thus rigorously effused, will cry for vengeance at the gates of heaven. York. Aye, away with her to execution. Warwick. And hark ye, sirs, because she is a maid, spare for no faggots, let there be enow. Place barrels of pitch upon the fatal stake, that so her torture may be shortened. Pucelle. Will nothing turn your unrelenting hearts? Then, Joan, discover thine infirmity, that warranteth by law to be thy privilege. I am with child, ye bloody homicides. Murder not then the fruit within my womb, although ye hale me to a violent death. York. Now heaven forfend, the holy maid with child? Warwick. The greatest miracle that e'er ye wrought. Is all your strict preciseness come to this? York. She and the Dauphin have been juggling. I did imagine what would be her refuge. Warwick. Well, Go to. We'll have no bastards live, especially since Charles must father it. Pucelle. You are deceived. My child is none of his. It was Alasah that enjoyed my love. York. Alasah, that notorious Machiavel. It dies, and if it had 1,000 lives. Pucelle. Oh, give me leave. I have deluded you. 'Twas neither Charles nor yet the Duke I named, but Rainier, King of Naples, that prevailed. Warwick. A married man. That's most intolerable. York. Why, here's a girl. I think she knows not well, there were so many, whom she may accuse. Warwick. It's sign she hath been liberal and free. York. And yet, forsooth, she is a virgin pure. Strumpet, thy words condemn thy brat and thee. Use no entreaty, for it is in vain. Pucelle. Then lead me hence, with whom I leave my curse. May never glorious sun reflex his beams upon the country where you make abode, but darkness and the gloomy shade of death environ you, till mischief and despair drive you to break your necks or hang yourselves. Exit, guarded. York. Break thou in pieces and consume to ashes, thou foul accursed minister of hell. Enter Bishop of Winchester as Cardinal, attended. Winchester. Lord Regent, I do greet your excellence with letters of commission from the king. For know, my lords, the states of Christendom, moved with remorse of these outrageous broils, have earnestly implored a general peace betwixt our nation and the aspiring French. And here at hand the Dauphin and his train approacheth to confer about some matter. York. Is all our travail turned to this effect? After the slaughter of so many peers, so many captains, gentlemen, and soldiers, that in this quarrel have been overthrown and sold their bodies for their country's benefit, shall we at last conclude a feminine peace? Have we not lost most part of all the towns, by treason, falsehood, and by treachery, our great progenitors had conquered? Oh, Warwick, Warwick, I foresee with grief the utter loss of all the realm of France. Warwick, be patient, York. If we conclude a peace, it shall be with such strict and severe covenants as little shall the Frenchman gain thereby. Enter Charles, Alasah, Bastard, Rainier, and others. Charles. Since, lords of England, it is thus agreed that peaceful truce shall be proclaimed in France, we come to be informed by yourselves what the conditions of that league must be. York. Speak, Winchester, for boiling choler chokes the hollow passage of my poisoned voice by sight of these our baleful enemies. Winchester. Charles and the rest, it is enacted thus, that, in regard King Henry gives consent, of mere compassion and of lenity, to ease your country of distressful war, and suffer you to breathe in fruitful peace, you shall become true liegeman to his crown. And, Charles, upon condition thou wilt swear to pay him tribute and submit thyself, thou shalt be placed as viceroy under him, and still enjoy the regal dignity. Alice. Must he be then as shadow of himself? Adorn his temples with a coronet, and yet, in substance and authority, retain but privilege of a private man? This proffer is absurd and reasonless. Charles. 'Tis known already that I am possessed with more than half the Gallian territories, and therein reverenced for their lawful king. Shall I, for lucre of the rest unvanquished, detract so much from that prerogative as to be called but viceroy of the whole? No, Lord Ambassador, I'll rather keep that which I have than, coveting for more, be cast from possibility of all. York. Insulting Charles. Hast thou by secret means used intercession to obtain a league, and, now the matter grows to compromise, standst thou aloof upon comparison? I either accept the title thou usurpst, of benefit proceeding from our king, and not of any challenge of desert, or we will plague thee with incessant wars. Rainier. My lord, you do not well in obstinacy to cavil in the course of this contract. If once it be neglected, 10 to 1 we shall not find like opportunity. Alice. To say the truth, it is your policy to save your subjects from such massacre and ruthless slaughters as are daily seen by our proceeding in hostility, and therefore take this compact of a truce, although you break it when your pleasure serves. Warwick. How sayst thou, Charles? Shall our condition stand? Charles. It shall, only reserved you claim no interest in any of our towns of garrison. York. Then swear allegiance to his majesty, as thou art knight, never to disobey, nor be rebellious to the crown of England, thou, nor thy nobles, to the crown of England. Charles and the rest give tokens of fealty. So, now dismiss your army when ye please. Hang up your ensigns, let your drums be still, for here we entertain a solemn peace. Exeunt. Scene V. London, the Royal Palace. Enter Suffolk in conference, with the King, Gloucester, and Exeter. King Henry, your wondrous rare description, noble Earl, of beauteous Margaret hath astonished me. Her virtues graced with external gifts do breed love's settled passions in my heart, and like as rigor of tempestuous gusts provokes the mightiest hulk against the tide, so am I driven by breath of her renown either to suffer shipwreck or arrive where I may have fruition of her love. Suffolk, tush, my good lord, this superficial tale is but a preface of her worthy praise. The chief perfections of that lovely dame, had I sufficient skill to utter them, would make a volume of enticing lines able to ravish any dull conceit. And which is more, she is not so divine, so full replete with choice of all delights, but with as humble lowliness of mind she is content to be at your command. Command, I mean, of virtuous chaste intents, to love and honor Henry as her lord. King Henry, and otherwise will Henry ne'er presume. Therefore, my Lord Protector, give consent that Margaret may be England's royal queen. Gloucester, so should I give consent to flatter sin. You know, my lord, your highness is betrothed unto another lady of esteem. How shall we then dispense with that contract, and not deface your honor with reproach? Suffolk, as doth a ruler with unlawful oaths, or one that, at a triumph having vowed to try his strength, forsacketh yet the lists by reason of his adversaries' odds. A poor earl's daughter is unequal odds, and therefore may be broke without offense. Gloucester, why, what, I pray, is Margaret more than that? Her father is no better than an earl, although in glorious titles he excel. Suffolk, yes, my lord, her father is a king, the king of Naples and Jerusalem, and of such great authority in France as his alliance will confirm our peace, and keep the Frenchmen in allegiance. Gloucester, and so the Earl of Armagnac may do, because he is near kinsman unto Charles. Exeter, beside, his wealth doth warrant a liberal dower, where Rainier sooner will receive than give. Suffolk, a dower, my lords? Disgrace not so your king, that he should be so abject, base, and poor, to choose for wealth and not for perfect love. Henry is able to enrich his queen, and not to seek a queen to make him rich. So worthless peasants bargain for their wives, as marketmen for oxen, sheep, or horse. Marriage is a matter of more worth than to be dealt in by attorneyship. Not whom we will, but whom his grace affects, must be companion of his nuptial bed. And therefore, lords, since he affects her most of all these reasons bindeth us in our opinions, she should be preferred. For what is wedlock forced but a hell, an age of discord and continual strife? Whereas the contrary bringeth bliss, and is a pattern of celestial peace. Whom should we match with Henry, being a king, but Margaret, that is daughter to a king? Her peerless feature, joined with her birth, approves her fit for none but for a king. Her valiant courage and undaunted spirit, more than in women commonly is seen, will answer our hope and issue of a king. For Henry, son unto a conqueror, is likely to beget more conquerors, if with a lady of so high resolve as is fair Margaret he be linked in love. Then yield, my lords, and here conclude with me that Margaret shall be queen, and none but she. King Henry, whether it be through force of your report, my noble lord of Suffolk, or for that my tender youth was never yet adient with any passion of inflaming love, I cannot tell, but this I am assured, I feel such sharp dissension in my breast, such fierce alarums both of hope and fear, as I am sick with working of my thoughts. Take therefore shipping, post, my lord, to France. Agree to any covenants, and procure that Lady Margaret do vouchsafe to come to cross the seas to England and be crowned King Henry's faithful and anointed queen. For your expenses and sufficient charge, among the people gather up a tenth. Begone, I say, for till you do return, I rest perplexed with 1,000 cares. And you, Good uncle, banish all offense. If you do censure me by what you were, not what you are, I know it will excuse this sudden execution of my will, and so conduct me where, from company, I may revolve and ruminate my grief. Exit. Gloucester. Grief, I fear me, both at first and last. Exeunt Gloucester and Exeter. Suffolk. Thus Suffolk hath prevailed, and thus he goes, as did the youthful Paris once to Greece, with hope to find the like event in love, but prosper better than the Troyan did. Margaret shall now be queen, and rule the king, but I will rule both her, the king, and realm. Exit. The second part of King Henry VI. Contents. Act I. Scene I. London, the Palace. Scene 2. The Duke of Gloucester's house. Scene 3. London, the Palace. Scene 4. Gloucester's garden. Act 2. Scene I. St. Albans. Scene 2. London, the Duke of York's garden. Scene 3. A hall of justice. Scene 4. A street. Act 3. Scene I. The abbey at Bury St. Edmunds. Scene 2. Bury St. Edmunds. A room of state. Scene 3. A bedchamber. Act 4. Scene I. The coast of Kent. Scene 2. Blackheath. Scene 3. Another part of Blackheath. Scene 4. London, the Palace. Scene V. London, the Tower. Scene 6. London, Cannon Street. Scene 7. London, Smithfield. Scene 8. Southwark. Scene 9. Kenilworth Castle. Scene X. Kent. Eden's Garden. Act V. Scene I. Fields between Dartford and Blackheath. Scene 2. St. Albans. Scene 3. Fields near St. Albans. Dramatis Personae. King Henry VI. Margaret, Queen to King Henry. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, his uncle Eleanor, Duchess of Gloucester, Cardinal Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, great-uncle to the King. Duke of Somerset, Duke of Suffolk, Duke of Buckingham, Lord Clifford, young Clifford, his son, Vaux, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, Edward and Richard, his sons, Earl of Salisbury, Earl of Warwick, Thomas Horner, an armorer, Peter Thump, his man, John Hume, a priest, John Southwell, a priest, Marjorie Jourdain, a witch, Roger Bolingbroke, a conjurer, Simcox, an impostor, wife to Simcox, Mayor of St. Albans, Sir John Stanley, 2 murderers, a lieutenant, master, master's mate, Walter Whitmore, 2 gentlemen, prisoners with Suffolk, Jack Cade, a rebel, George Bevis, John Holland, Dick the Butcher, Smith the Weaver, Michael, etc., followers of Cade Clerk of Chartham, Sir Humphrey Stafford, William Stafford, his brother, Lord Scales, Lord Say, Matthew Goff, Alexander Iden, a Kentish gentleman, lords, ladies, and attendants, petitioners, aldermen, a herald, a beadle, sheriff, and officers, citizens, prentices, falconers, guards, soldiers, messengers, and a spirit. Scene, England. Act I. Scene I. London, the Palace. Flourish of trumpets, then hautboys enter the King, Gloucester, Salisbury, Warwick, and Cardinal Beaufort on the one side, the Queen, Suffolk, York, Somerset, and Buckingham on the other. Suffolk, as by your high imperial majesty I had in charge at my depart for France, as procurator to your excellence, to marry Princess Margaret for your grace, so, in the famous ancient city tours, in presence of the kings of France and Sicily, the Dukes of Orleans, Calabar, Bretagne, and Alsace, 7 earls, 12 barons, and 20 reverend bishops, I have performed my task and was espoused, and humbly now upon my bended knee, in sight of England and her lordly peers, deliver up my title and the Queen, to your most gracious hands, that are the substance of that great shadow I did represent. The happiest gift that ever Marquis gave, the fairest Queen that ever King received. King Henry. Suffolk, arise. Welcome, Queen Margaret. I can express no kinder sign of love than this kind kiss, O Lord, that lends me life. Lend me a heart replete with thankfulness, for thou hast given me in this beauteous face a world of earthly blessings to my soul, if sympathy of love unite our thoughts. Queen Margaret. great King of England and my gracious Lord, the mutual conference that my mind hath had by day, by night, waking and in my dreams, in courtly company or at my beads, with you, mine alder-leafist sovereign, makes me the bolder to salute my king with ruder terms, such as my wit affords and overjoy of heart doth minister. King Henry, her sight did ravish, but her grace in speech, her words icled with wisdom's majesty, makes me from wondering fall to weeping joys, such as the fullness of my heart's content. Lords, with one cheerful voice welcome my love. All, kneeling. Long live Queen Margaret, England's happiness. Queen Margaret, we thank you all. Flourish. Suffolk, my Lord Protector, so it please your grace, here are the articles of contracted peace between our sovereign and the French King Charles, for 18 months concluded by consent. Gloucester reads, Imprimis, it is agreed between the French King Charles and William de la Pole, Marquis of Suffolk, ambassador for Henry, King of England, that the said Henry shall espouse the Lady Margaret, daughter unto Rainier King of Naples, Sicilia, and Jerusalem, and crown her Queen of England ere the 30th of May next ensuing item, that the Duchy of Anjou and the County of Maine shall be released and delivered to the King her father. Lets the paper fall. King Henry, Uncle, how now? Gloucester, pardon me, gracious lord. Some sudden qualm hath struck me at the heart and dimmed mine eyes, that I can read no further. King Henry, Uncle of Winchester, I pray read on. Cardinal reads, Item, it is further agreed between them, that the duchies of Anjou and Maine shall be released and delivered to the king her father, and she sent over of the King of England's own proper cost and charges, without having any dowry. King Henry, they please us well. Lord Marquis, kneel down. We here create thee the first Duke of Suffolk, and girt thee with the sword. Cousin of York, we here discharge your grace from being Regent I parts of France, till term of 18 months be full expired. Thanks, Uncle Winchester, Gloucester, York, Buckingham, Somerset, Salisbury, and Warwick. We thank you all for this great favor done in entertainment to my princely queen. Come, let us in, and with all speed provide to see her coronation be performed. Exeunt King, Queen, and Suffolk, Gloucester, brave peers of England, pillars of the state. To you Duke Humphrey must unload his grief, your grief, the common grief of all the land. What? Did my brother Henry spend his youth, his valor, coin, and people in the wars? Did he so often lodge in open field, in winter's cold and summer's parching heat, to conquer France, his true inheritance? And did my brother Bedford toil his wits to keep by policy what Henry got? Have you yourselves, Somerset, Buckingham, brave York, Salisbury, and victorious Warwick, received deep scars in France and Normandy? Or hath mine uncle Beaufort and myself, with all the learned counsel of the realm, studied so long, sat in the council house early and late, debating to and fro how France and Frenchmen might be kept in awe, and had his highness in his infancy crowned in Paris in despite of foes? And shall these labors and these honors die? Shall Henry's conquest, Bedford's vigilance, your deeds of war, and all our counsel die? O peers of England, shameful is this league, fatal this marriage, cancelling your fame, blotting your names from books of memory, raising the characters of your renown, defacing monuments of conquered France, undoing all, as all had never been. Cardinal, nephew, what means this passionate discourse, this peroration with such circumstance? For France, 'tis ours, and we will keep it still. Gloucester, I, uncle, we will keep it if we can, but now it is impossible we should. Suffolk, the new-made duke that rules the roast, hath given the duchy of Anjou and Maine unto the poor King Rainier, whose large style agrees not with the leanness of his purse. Salisbury, now, by the death of him that died for all, these counties were the keys of Normandy. But wherefore weeps Warwick, my valiant son? Warwick, for grief that they are past recovery. For, were there hope to conquer them again, my sword should shed hot blood, mine eyes no tears. Anjou and Maine, myself did win them both. Those provinces these arms of mine did conquer, and are the cities that I got with wounds delivered up again with peaceful words? Mort Dieu, York, For Suffolk's duke, may he be suffocate, that dims the honor of this warlike isle. France should have torn and rent my very heart before I would have yielded to this league. I never read but England's kings have had large sums of gold and dowries with their wives, and our King Henry gives away his own, to match with her that brings no vantages. Gloucester, a proper jest, and never heard before, that Suffolk should demand a whole 15th for costs and charges in transporting her. She should have stayed in France, and starved in France before. Cardinal, my lord of Gloucester, now ye grow too hot. It was the pleasure of my lord the king. Gloucester, my lord of Winchester, I know your mind. 'Tis not my speeches that you do mislike, but 'tis my presence that doth trouble ye. Rancour will out, proud prelate, in thy face I see thy fury. If I longer stay, we shall begin our ancient bickerings. Lordings, farewell, and say, when I am gone, I prophesied France will be lost ere long. Exit. Cardinal. So, there goes our protector in a rage. 'Tis known to you he is mine enemy, nay, more, an enemy unto you all, and no great friend, I fear me, to the king. Consider, lords, he is the next of blood and heir apparent to the English crown. Had Henry got an empire by his marriage, and all the wealthy kingdoms of the West, there's reason he should be displeased at it. Look to it, lords, let not his smoothing words bewitch your hearts. Be wise and circumspect. What though the common people favor him, calling him Humphrey, the good Duke of Gloucester, clapping their hands and crying with loud voice, Jesu maintain your royal excellence. With God preserve the good Duke Humphrey. I fear me, lords, for all this flattering gloss, he will be found a dangerous protector. Buckingham, why should he, then, protect our sovereign, he being of age to govern of himself? Cousin of Somerset, join you with me, and all together, with the Duke of Suffolk, will quickly hoist Duke Humphrey from his seat. Cardinal, this weighty business will not brook delay. All to the Duke of Suffolk presently. Exit. Somerset, cousin of Buckingham, though Humphrey's pride and greatness of his place be grief to us, yet let us watch the haughty cardinal. His insolence is more intolerable than all the princes in the land beside. If Gloucester be displaced, he'll be protector. Buckingham, or thou or I, Somerset, will be protector, despite Duke Humphrey or the cardinal. Exeunt Buckingham and Somerset. Salisbury. Pride went before, ambition follows him. While these do labor for their own preferment, behoves it us to labor for the realm. I never saw but Humphrey Duke of Gloucester did bear him like a noble gentleman. Oft have I seen the haughty cardinal, more like a soldier than a man owed to church, as stout and proud as he were lord of all, swear like a ruffian and demean himself unlike the ruler of a commonweal. Warwick, my son, the comfort of my age, thy deeds, thy plainness, and thy housekeeping, hath won the greatest favor of the commons, excepting none but good Duke Humphrey, and brother York, thy acts in Ireland, Indiana bringing them to civil discipline, thy late exploits done in the heart of France, when thou wert regent for our sovereign, have made thee feared and honored of the people. Join we together for the public good, in what we can to bridle and suppress the pride of Suffolk and the cardinal, with Somerset's and Buckingham's ambition. And, as we may, cherish Duke Humphrey's deeds while they do tend the profit of the land. Warwick. So God help Warwick, as he loves the land and common profit of his country. York. And so says York, aside. For he hath greatest cause. Salisbury. Then let's make haste away and look unto the Main. Warwick. Unto the Main. O father, Maine is lost, that Maine which by main force Warwick did win, and would have kept so long as breath did last. Main chance, father, you meant, but I meant Maine, which I will win from France, or else be slain. Exeunt Warwick and Salisbury. York. Anjou and Maine are given to the French. Paris is lost. The state of Normandy stands on a tickle point now they are gone. Suffolk concluded on the articles, the peers agreed, and Henry was well pleased to change 2 dukedoms for a duke's fair daughter. I cannot blame them all what is to them. 'Tis thine they give away, and not their own. Pirates may make cheap pennyworths of their pillage and purchase friends and give to courtesans, still reveling like lords till all be gone. Willias, the silly owner of the goods, weeps over them, and wrings his hapless hands, and shakes his head, and trembling stands aloof, while all is shared and all is borne away, ready to starve and dare not touch his own. So York must sit and fret and bite his tongue, while his own lands are bargained for and sold. Methinks the realms of England, France, and Ireland bear that proportion to my flesh and blood, as did the fatal brand Althea burnt unto the prince's heart of Caledon. Anjou and Maine both given unto the French. Cold news for me, for I had hope of France, even as I have of fertile England's soil. A day will come when York shall claim his own, and therefore I will take the Neville's parts, and make a show of love to proud Duke Humphrey, and when I spy advantage, claim the crown, for that's the golden mark I seek to hit. Nor shall proud Lancaster usurp my right, nor hold the scepter in his childish fist, nor wear the diadem upon his head, whose church-like humours fits not for a crown. Then, York, be still a while till time do serve. Watch thou and wake when others be asleep, to pry into the secrets of the state, till Henry, surfeiting in joys of love with his new bride and England's dear-bought queen, and Humphrey with the peers be fallen at jars. Then will I raise aloft the milk-white rose, with whose sweet smell the air shall be perfumed, and in my standard bear the arms of York, to grapple with the house of Lancaster. And force perforce I'll make him yield the crown, whose bookish rule hath pulled fair England down. Exit. Scene 2. The Duke of Gloucester's house. Enter Duke Humphrey of Gloucester and his wife Eleanor. Eleanor. Why droops my lord, like over-ripened corn hanging the head at Ceres' plenteous load? Why doth the great Duke Humphrey knit his brows, as frowning at the favours of the world? Why are thine eyes fixed to the sullen earth, gazing on that which seems to dim thy sight? What sayest thou there? King Henry's diadem, enchased with all the honours of the world? If so, gaze on, and grovel on thy face, until thy head be circled with the same. Put forth thy hand, reach at the glorious gold. What is too short? I'll lengthen it with mine. And having both together heaved it up, we'll both together lift our heads to heaven, and never more abase our sight so low as to vouchsafe one glance unto the ground. Gloucester. O Nell, sweet Nell, if thou dost love thy lord, banish the canker of ambitious thoughts, and may that hour when I imagine ill against my king and nephew, virtuous Henry, be my last breathing in this mortal world. My troublous dreams this night doth make me sad. Eleanor. What dreamed my lord? Tell me, and I'll requite it with sweet rehearsal of my morning's dream. Gloucester. Methought this staff, mine office badge in court, was broke in twain, by whom I have forgot, but, as I think, it was by Tate Cardinal, and on the pieces of the broken wand were placed the heads of Edmund, Duke of Somerset, and William de la Pole, 1st Duke of Suffolk. This was my dream. What it doth bode, God knows. Eleanor. Tut, this was nothing but an argument that he that breaks a stick of Gloucester's grove shall lose his head for his presumption. But list to me, my Humphrey, my sweet Duke. Methought I sat in seat of majesty in the Cathedral Church of Westminster, and in that chair where kings and queens are crowned, where Henry and Dame Margaret kneeled to me, and on my head did set the diadem. Gloucester. Nay, Eleanor, then must I chide outright. Presumptuous dame, ill-nurtured Eleanor, art thou not second woman in the realm, and the Protector's wife, beloved of him? Hast thou not worldly pleasure at command, above the reach or compass of thy thought? And wilt thou still be hammering treachery to tumble down thy husband and thyself from top of honour to disgrace's feet? Away from me, and let me hear no more. Eleanor. What, my lord? Are you so choleric with Eleanor for telling but her dream? Next time I'll keep my dreams unto myself, and not be checked. Gloucester. Nay, be not angry, I am pleased again. Enter messenger. Messenger. My Lord Protector, 'tis his Highness' pleasure you do prepare to ride unto St. Albans, whereas the king and queen do mean to hawk. Gloucester. I go come, Nell, thou wilt ride with us? Eleanor. Yes, my good lord, I'll follow presently. Exeunt Gloucester and messenger. Follow I must. I cannot go before while Gloucester bears this base and humble mind. Were I a man, a duke, and next of blood, I would remove these tedious stumbling blocks and smooth my way upon their headless necks. And, being a woman, I will not be slack to play my part in fortune's pageant. Where are you there, Sir John? Nay, fear not, man, we are alone. Here's none but thee and I. Enter Hume. Hume. Jesus preserve your royal majesty. Eleanor. What sayst thou? Majesty. I am but Grace. Hume. But, by the grace of God and Hume's advice, your Grace's title shall be multiplied. Eleanor. What sayst thou, man? Hast thou as yet conferred with Marjorie Jourdain, the cunning witch, with Roger Bolingbroke, the conjurer? And will they undertake to do me good? Hume. This they have promised, to show your highness a spirit raised from depth of underground, that shall make answer to such questions as by your grace shall be propounded him. Eleanor. It is enough. I'll think upon the questions. When from St. Albans we do make return, we'll see these things effected to the full. Here, Hume, take this reward. Make merry, man, with thy confederates in this weighty cause. Exit. Hume. Hume must make merry with the Duchess Gold. Marry and shall, but how now, Sir John Hume? Seal up your lips, and give no words but mum. The business asketh silent secrecy. Dame Eleanor gives gold to bring the witch. Gold cannot come amiss, were she a devil. Yet have I gold flies from another coast. I dare not say, from the rich cardinal and from the great and new-made Duke of Suffolk, yet I do find it so for, to be plain, they, knowing Dame Eleanor's aspiring humor, have hired me to undermine the Duchess and buzz these conjurations in her brain. They say a crafty knave does need no broker, yet am I Suffolk and the Cardinal's broker. Hume, if you take not heed, you shall go near to call them both a pair of crafty knaves. Well, so it stands, and thus, I fear, at last Hume's knavery will be the Duchess' rack, and her attainder will be Humphrey's fall. Sword how it will, I shall have gold for all. Exit. Scene 3, London, the Palace. Enter Peter and petitioners. One petitioner. My masters, let's stand close, why Lord Protector will come this way by, and then we may deliver our supplications in the quill. Two petitioner. Mary, the Lord protect him, for he's a good man. Jesu bless him. Enter Suffolk and Queen. One petitioner. Here he comes, methinks, and the Queen with him. I'll be the first, sure. Two petitioner. Come back, fool. This is the Duke of Suffolk and not my Lord Protector. Suffolk. How now, fellow? Wouldst anything with me? One petitioner. I pray, my lord, pardon me. I took ye for my Lord Protector. Queen Margaret. Reading. To my Lord Protector. Are your supplications to his lordship? Let me see them. What is thine? One petitioner. Mine is, and please your grace, against John Goodman, my Lord Cardinal's man, for keeping my house and lands, and wife and all, from me. Suffolk. Thy wife too. That's some wrong indeed. What's yours? What's here? Reads. Against the Duke of Suffolk for enclosing the commons of Melford. How now, Sir Knave? Two petitioner. Alas, sir, I am but a poor petitioner of our whole township. Peter. Giving his petition. Against my master, Thomas Horner, for saying that the Duke of York was rightful heir to the crown. Queen Margaret. What sayst thou? Did the Duke of York say he was rightful heir to the crown? Peter. That my master was? No, forsooth. My master said that he was, and that the king was an usurper. Suffolk. Who is there? Enter servant. Take this fellow in, and send for his master with a pursuivant presently. We'll hear more of your matter before the king. Exit servant with Peter. Queen Margaret. And as for you, that love to be protected under the wings of our Protector's grace, begin your suits anew, and sue to him. Tears the supplications. Away, base calliance, Suffolk, let them go. All. Come, let's be gone. Exeunt. Queen Margaret. My Lord of Suffolk, say, is this the guise? Is this the fashion in the court of England? Is this the government of Britain's Isle, and this the royalty of Albion's king? What? Shall King Henry be a pupil still under the surly Gloucester's governance? Am I a queen in title and in style, and must be made a subject to a duke? I tell thee, Pole, when in the city tours thou ranst a tilt in honor of my love, and stolest away the ladies' hearts of France, I thought King Henry had resembled thee in courage, courtship, and proportion. But all his mind is bent to holiness, to number Ave Marys on his beads. His champions are the prophets and apostles, his weapons holy saws of sacred writ, his study is his tilt-yard, and his loves are brazen images of canonized saints. I would the college of the cardinals would choose him pope, and carry him to Rome, and set the triple crown upon his head. That were a state fit for his holiness. Suffolk, Madam, be patient as I was cause your highness came to England. So will I in England work your grace's full content. Queen Margaret, beside the haughty protector, have we Beaufort the imperious churchman, Somerset, Buckingham, and grumbling York, and not the least of these but can do more in England than the king. Suffolk, and he of these that can do most of all cannot do more in England than the Nevilles. Salisbury and Warwick are no simple peers. Queen Margaret, not all these lords do vex me half so much as that proud dame, the Lord Protector's wife. She sweeps it through the court with troops of ladies, more like an empress than Duke Humphrey's wife. Strangers in court do take her for the queen. She bears a duke's revenues on her back, and in her heart she scorns our poverty. Shall I not live to be avenged on her? Contemptuous base-born cowlet as she vaunted, mongst her minions t'other day, the very train of her worst-wearing gown was better worth than all my father's lands, till Suffolk gave 2 dukedoms for his daughter. Suffolk, Madam, myself have limed a bush for her, and placed a choir of such enticing birds that she will light to listen to the lays, and never mount to trouble you again. So let her rest, and, Madam, list to me, for I am bold to counsel you in this. Although we fancy not the cardinal, yet must we join with him, and with the lords till we have brought Duke Humphrey in disgrace. As for the Duke of York, this late complaint will make but little for his benefit. So, one by one, we'll weed them all at last, and you yourself shall steer the happy helm. Sound a senate, enter the king, Gloucester, Cardinal Beaufort, Somerset, Buckingham, Salisbury, York, Warwick, and the Duchess of Gloucester. King Henry, for my part, noble lords, I care not which, or Somerset or York, all's one to me. York, if York have ill demeaned himself in France, then let him be denied the regentship. Somerset, if Somerset be unworthy of the place, let York be regent. I will yield to him. Warwick, whether your grace be worthy, yea or no, dispute not that. York is the worthier. Cardinal, ambitious Warwick, let thy betters speak. Warwick, the cardinal's not my better in the field. Buckingham, all in this presence are thy betters. Warwick, Warwick may live to be the best of all. Salisbury, peace, son, and show some reason, Buckingham, why Somerset should be preferred in this. Queen Margaret, because the king, forsooth, will have it so. Gloucester, Madam, the king is old enough himself to give his censure, these are no women's matters. Queen Margaret, if he be old enough, what needs your grace to be protector of his excellence? Gloucester, Madam, I am protector of the realm, and at his pleasure will resign my place. Suffolk, resign it then, and leave thine insolence. Since thou wert king, as who is king but thou? The commonwealth hath daily run to rack, the dauphin hath prevailed beyond the seas, and all the peers and nobles of the realm have been as bondmen to thy sovereignty. Cardinal, the commons hast thou racked, the clergy's bags are lank and lean with thy extortions. Somerset, thy sumptuous buildings and thy wife's attire have cost a mass of public treasury. Buckingham, thy cruelty in execution upon offenders hath exceeded law, and left thee to the mercy of the law. Queen Margaret, thy sale of offices and towns in France, if they were known, as the suspect is great, would make thee quickly hop without thy head. Exit Gloucester. The Queen drops her fan. Give me my fan, what minion? Can ye not? She gives the Duchess a box. On the ear. I cry your mercy, madam. Was it you? Eleanor. Was't I? Yeah, I it was, proud Frenchwoman. Could I come near your beauty with my nails, I'd set my 10 commandments in your face. King Henry. Sweet aunt, be quiet. 'Twas against her will. Eleanor. Against her will. Good king, look to tea in time. She'll hamper thee and dandle thee like a baby. Though in this place most master wear no breeches, she shall not strike Dame Eleanor unrevenged. Exit. Buckingham. Lord Cardinal, I will follow Eleanor, and listen after Humphrey, how he proceeds. She's tickled now. Her fume needs no spurs, she'll gallop far enough to her destruction. Exit. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester. Now, lords, my choler being overblown with walking once about the quadrangle, I come to talk of Commonwealth affairs. As for your spiteful false objections, prove them, and I lie open to the law. But God in mercy so deal with my soul as I in duty love my king and country. But, to the matter that we have in hand, I say, my sovereign, York is meetest man to be your regent in the realm of France. Suffolk, before we make election, give me leave to show some reason, of no little force, that York is most unmeet of any man. York, I'll tell thee, Suffolk, why I am unmeet. First, for I cannot flatter thee in pride. Next, if I be appointed for the place, my lord of Somerset will keep me here without discharge, money, or furniture, till France be won into the Dauphin's hands. Last time, I danced attendance on his will till Paris was besieged, famished, and lost. Warwick, that can I witness, and a fouler fact did never traitor in the land commit. Suffolk, peace, headstrong Warwick. Warwick, image of pride, why should I hold my peace? Enter Horner the armorer, and his man Peter, guarded. Suffolk, because here is a man accused of treason. Pray God the Duke of York excuse himself. York, doth anyone accuse York for a traitor? King Henry, what mean'st thou? Suffolk, tell me, what are these? Suffolk, please it your majesty, this is the man that doth accuse his master of high treason. His words were these, that Richard, Duke of York, was rightful heir unto the English crown, and that your majesty was an usurper. King Henry, say, man, were these thy words? Horner, and tea shall please your majesty. I never said nor thought any such matter. God is my witness. I am falsely accused by the villain. Peter, by these 10 bones, my lords, he did speak them to me in the garret one night, as we were scouring my lord of York's armor. York, base dunghill villain and mechanical, I'll have thy head for this thy traitor's speech. I do beseech your royal majesty, let him have all the rigor of the law. Horner, alas, my lord, hang me if ever I spake the words, my accuser is my prentice. And when I did correct him for his fault the other day, he did vow upon his knees he would be even with me. I have good witness of this. Therefore I beseech your majesty, do not cast away an honest man for a villain's accusation. King Henry, uncle, what shall we say to this in law? Gloucester, this doom, my lord, if I may judge. Let Somerset be regent o'er the French, because in York this breeds suspicion. And let these have a day appointed them for single combat in convenient place, for he hath witness of his servant's malice. This is the law, and this Duke Humphrey's doom. Somerset, I humbly thank your royal majesty. Horner, and I accept the combat willingly. Peter, alas, my lord, I cannot fight. For God's sake, pity my case. The spite of man prevaileth against me, O Lord. Have mercy upon me. I shall never be able to fight a blow. O Lord, my heart. Gloucester, Sirrah, or you must fight or else be hanged. King Henry, away with them to prison, and the day of combat shall be the last of the next month. Come, Somerset, we'll see thee sent away. Flourish, exeunt. Scene 4. Gloucester's garden. Enter the witch Marjorie, Jourdain, the 2 priests, Hume, Southwell, and Bolingbroke. Hume, come, my master's the Duchess, I tell you, expects performance of your promises. Bolingbroke, Master Hume, we are therefore provided. Will her ladyship behold and hear our exorcisms? Hume, aye, what else? Fear you not her courage. Bolingbroke, I have heard her reported to be a woman of an invincible spirit, but it shall be convenient, Master Hume, that you be by her aloft while we be busy below. And so, I pray you go, in God's name, and leave us. Exit Hume. Mother Jourdain, be you prostrate and grovel on the earth. John Southwell, read you. and let us to our work. Enter Duchess aloft, Hume following. Eleanor. Well said, my masters, and welcome all to this gear, the sooner the better. Bolingbroke. Patience, good lady. Wizards know their times. Deep night, dark night, the silent of the night, the time of night when Troy was set on fire, the time when screech owls cry and bandogs howl, and spirits walk and ghosts break up their graves. That time best fits the work we have in hand. Madam, sit you and fear not, whom we raise we will make fast within a hallowed verge. Here they do the ceremonies belonging, and make the circle. Bolingbroke or Southwell reads, Conjuro te, etc. It thunders and lightens terribly. Then the spirit riseth. Spirit. Atsum. M. Jordan. Asnath. By the eternal God, whose name and power thou tremblest at, answer that I shall ask. For till thou speak thou shalt not pass from hence. Spirit. Ask what thou wilt that I had said and done. Bolingbroke. Reads. First of the king. What shall of him become? Spirit. The duke yet lives that Henry shall depose, but him outlive and die a violent death. As the spirit speaks. Southwell writes the answer. Bolingbroke. Reads. What fates await the Duke of Suffolk? Spirit. By water shall he die, and take his end. Bolingbroke. Reads. What shall befall the Duke of Somerset? Spirit. Let him shun castles. Safer shall he be upon the sandy plains than where castles mounted stand. Have done, for more I hardly can endure. Bolingbroke. Descend to darkness and the burning lake. False fiend, avoid. Thunder and lightning, exit spirit. Enter the Duke of York and the Duke of Buckingham with their guard, and Sir Humphrey Stafford, and break in. York. Lay hands upon these traitors and their trash. Beldam. I think we watched you at an inch. What, madam, are you there? The king and commonweal are deeply indebted for this piece of pains. My Lord Protector will, I doubt it not, see you well guerdoned for these good deserts. Eleanor. Not half so bad as thine to England's king, injurious duke, that threatest wears no cause. Buckingham. True, madam. None at all. What call you this? Away with them. Let them be clapped up close and kept asunder. You, madam, shall with us. Stafford, take her to thee. Exit Stafford. Exeunt above, Duchess and Hume, guarded. We'll see your trinkets here all forthcoming. All away. Exeunt guard with Jourdain, Southwell, Bolingbroke, etc. York. Lord Buckingham, methinks you watched her well. A pretty plot, well chosen to build upon. Now, pray, my lord, let's see the devil's writ. What have we here? Reads. The duke yet lives that Henry shall depose, but him outlive and die a violent death. Why, this is just. Aiote, Iacida, Romanos vincere posse. Well, to the rest. Tell me what fate awaits the Duke of Suffolk. By water shall he die, and take his end. What shall betide the Duke of Somerset? Let him shun castles. Safer shall he be upon the sandy plains than where castles mounted stand. Come, come, my lords, these oracles are hardly attained, and hardly understood. The king is now in progress towards St. Albans, with him the husband of this lovely lady. Thither go these news as fast as horse can carry them. A sorry breakfast for my Lord Protector. Buckingham, your grace shall give me leave, my Lord of York, to be the post, in hope of his reward. York. At your pleasure, my good lord. Exit Buckingham. Who's within there? Ho! Enter a serving man. Invite my lords of Salisbury and Warwick to sup with me tomorrow night away. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. St. Albans. Enter the king, queen, Gloucester, cardinal, and Suffolk with falconers hallooing. Queen Margaret. Believe me, lords, for flying at the brook I saw not better sport these 7 years' day. Yet, by your leave, the wind was very high, and 10 to 1, old Joan had not gone out. King Henry. But what a point, my lord, your falcon made, and what a pitch she flew above the rest. To see how God in all his creatures works. Yeah, man and birds are fain of climbing high. Suffolk. No marvel, and it like your majesty, my Lord Protector's hawks do tower so well. They know their master loves to be aloft, and bears his thoughts above his falcon's pitch. Gloucester, my lord, 'tis but a basic noble mind that mounts no higher than a bird can soar. Cardinal, I thought as much, he would be above the clouds. Gloucester, aye, my lord Cardinal, how think you by that? Were it not good your grace could fly to heaven? King Henry, the treasury of everlasting joy. Cardinal, thy heaven is on earth. Thine eyes and thoughts beat on a crown, the treasure of thy heart, pernicious protector, dangerous peer, that smooth'st it so with king and commonweal. Gloucester, what, Cardinal, is your priesthood grown peremptory? Tantine animes coelestibus ire? Churchman so hot? Good uncle, hide such malice. With such holiness can you do it? Suffolk, no malice, sir. No more than well becomes so good a quarrel and so bad a peer. Gloucester, as who, my lord? Suffolk, why, as you, my lord, and tea like your lordly lord protectorship. Gloucester, why, Suffolk, England knows thine insolence. Queen Margaret, and thy ambition, Gloucester. King Henry, I prithee, peace, good queen, and wet not on these furious peers, for blessed are the peacemakers on earth. Cardinal, let me be blessed for the peace I make against this proud protector, with my sword. Gloucester, aside to Cardinal. Faith, holy uncle, would 'twere come to that. Cardinal, aside to Gloucester. Marry, when thou darest. Gloucester, aside to Cardinal. Make up no factious numbers for the matter. In thine own person answer thy abuse. Cardinal, aside to Gloucester. Aye, where thou darest not peep. And if thou darest, this evening on the east side of the grove. King Henry, how now, my lords? Cardinal, believe me, cousin Gloucester, had not your man put up the fowl so suddenly, we had had more sport. Aside to Gloucester, come with thy two-hand sword. Gloucester, true, uncle. Aside to Cardinal, are ye advised? The east side of the grove? Cardinal, aside to Gloucester, I am with you. King Henry, why, how now, Uncle Gloucester? Gloucester, talking of hawking, nothing else, my lord. Aside to Cardinal, now, by God's mother, priest, I'll shave your crown for this, or all my fence shall fail. Cardinal, aside to Gloucester. Medice, type some dot, protector, see to T well, protect yourself. King Henry, the winds grow high, so do your stomachs, lords. How irksome is this music to my heart. When such strings jar, what hope of harmony? I pray, my lords, let me compound this strife. Enter a townsman of St. Albans, crying, a miracle. Gloucester, what means this noise? Fellow, what miracle dost thou proclaim? Townsman, a miracle, a miracle. Suffolk, come to the king, and tell him what miracle. Townsman, forsooth, a blind man at St. Albans shrine, within this half hour, hath received his sight, a man that ne'er saw in his life before. King Henry, now, God be praised, that to believing souls gives light in darkness, comfort in despair. Enter the mayor of St. Albans and his brethren, bearing Simcox between two in a chair, Simcox's wife following. Cardinal, here comes the townsman on procession, to present your highness with the man. King Henry, great is his comfort in this earthly vale, although by his sight his sin be multiplied. Gloucester, stand by, my masters, bring him near the king. His highness' pleasure is to talk with him. King Henry, good fellow, tell us here the circumstance, that we for thee may glorify the Lord. What, hast thou been long blind and now restored? Simcox, born blind, and T please your grace. Wife, I, indeed, was he. Suffolk, what woman is this? Wife, his wife. T like your worship. Gloucester, hadst thou been his mother, thou couldst have better told. King Henry, where wert thou born? Simcox, at Berwick in the north, and T like your grace. King Henry, poor soul, God's goodness hath been great to thee. Let never day nor night unhallowed pass, but still remember what the Lord hath done. Queen Margaret, tell me, good fellow, camest thou here by chance, or of devotion, to this holy shrine? Simcox, God knows, of pure devotion, being called 100 times and oftener, in my sleep, by good Saint Alban, who said, Simcox, come, come, offer at my shrine, and I will help thee. Wife, most true, forsooth, and many time and oft myself have heard a voice to call him so. Cardinal, what, art thou lame? Simcox, I, God Almighty help me. Suffolk, how camest thou so? Simcox, a fall off of a tree. Wife, a plum tree, master. Gloucester, how long hast thou been blind? Simcox, oh, born so, master. Gloucester, what, and wouldst climb a tree? Simcox, but that in all my life, when I was a youth. Wife, too true, and bought his climbing very dear. Gloucester, mass, thou lovediest plums well, that wouldst venture so. Simcox, alas, good master, my wife desired some damsons, and made me climb, with danger of my life. Gloucester, a subtle knave, but yet it shall not serve. Let me see thine eyes wink now open them. In my opinion yet thou sayest not well. Simcox, yes, master, clear as day, I thank God and Saint Alban. Gloucester, say'st thou me so? What color is this cloak of? Simcox, red, master, red as blood. Gloucester, why, that's well said. What color is my gown of? Simcox, black, forsooth, coal black as jet. King Henry, why then, thou knowst what color jet is of. Suffolk, and yet, I think, jet did he never see. Gloucester, but cloaks and gowns before this day, a many. Wife, never before this day in all his life. Gloucester, tell me, sirrah, what's my name? Simcox, alas, master, I know not. Gloucester, what's his name? Simcox, I know not. Gloucester, nor his? Simcox, no, indeed, master. Gloucester, what's thine own name? Simcox, Sander Simcox, and if it please you, master. Gloucester, then, Sander, sit there, the lyingest knave in Christendom. If thou hadst been born blind, thou mightst as well have known all our names as thus to name the several colors we do where sight may distinguish of colors. But suddenly to nominate them all, it is impossible. My lords, Saint Alban here hath done a miracle, and would ye not think his cunning to be great that could restore this cripple to his legs again? Simcox, O master, that you could. Gloucester, my masters of Saint Albans, have you not beetles in your town, and things called whips? Mayor, yes, my lord, if it please your grace. Gloucester, then send for one presently. Mayor, sirrah, go fetch the beetle hither straight. Exit a townsman. Gloucester, now fetch me a stool hither by and by. Now, sirrah, if you mean to save yourself from whipping, leap me over this stool and run away. Simcox, alas, master, I am not able to stand alone. You go about to torture me in vain. Enter a beetle with whips. Gloucester, well, sir, we must have you find your legs. Sirrah Beetle, whip him till he leap over that same stool. Beetle, I will, my lord. Come on, sirrah. Off with your doublet quickly. Simcox, alas, master, what shall I do? I am not able to stand. After the beetle hath hit him once, he leaps over the stool and runs away, and they follow and cry, a miracle. King Henry, O God, sayest thou this, and bearest so long? Queen Margaret, it made me laugh to see the villain run. Gloucester, follow the knave, and take this drab away. Wife, alas, sir, we did it for pure need. Gloucester, let them be whipped through every market town till they come to Berwick, from whence they came. Exeunt wife, beetle, mayor, etc. Cardinal, Duke Humphrey has done a miracle today. Suffolk, true, made the lame to leap and fly away. Gloucester, but you have done more miracles than I. You made in a day, my lord, whole towns to fly. Enter Buckingham. King Henry, what tidings with our cousin Buckingham? Buckingham, such as my heart doth tremble to unfold. A sort of naughty persons, lewdly bent, under the countenance and confederacy of Lady Eleanor, the Protector's wife, the ringleader and head of all this rout, have practiced dangerously against your state, dealing with witches and with conjurers, whom we have apprehended in the fact, raising up wicked spirits from underground, demanding of King Henry's life and death, and other of your highness privy council, as more at large your grace shall understand. Cardinal, aside to Gloucester. And so, my Lord Protector, by this means your lady is forthcoming yet at London. This news, I think, hath turned your weapon's edge. 'Tis like, my lord, you will not keep your hour. Gloucester, ambitious churchman, leave to afflict my heart. Sorrow and grief have vanquished all my powers, and vanquished as I am, I yield to thee, or to the meanest groom. King Henry, O God, what mischiefs work the wicked ones, heaping confusion on their own heads thereby. Queen Margaret, Gloucester, see here the tainture of thy nest, and look thyself be faultless, thou wert best. Gloucester, Madam, for myself, to heaven I do appeal how I have loved my king and commonweal, and for my wife, I know not how it stands. Sorry I am to hear what I have heard. Noble she is, but if she have forgot honor and virtue, and conversed with such as like to pitch defile nobility, I banish her my bed and company, and give her as a prey to law and shame that hath dishonored Gloucester's honest name. King Henry, well, for this night we will repose us here. Tomorrow toward London back again, to look into this business thoroughly, and call these foul offenders to their answers, and poise the cause in justice equal scales, whose beam stands sure, whose rightful cause prevails. Flourish exeunt. Scene 2. London, the Duke of York's garden enter York, Salisbury, and Warwick. York. Now, my good lords of Salisbury and Warwick, our simple supper ended, give me leave in this close walk to satisfy myself in craving your opinion of my title, which is infallible, to England's crown. Salisbury. My lord, I long to hear it at full. Warwick. Sweet York, begin. And if thy claim be good, the Nevilles are thy subjects to command. York. Then thus. Edward III, my lords, had 7 sons. The first, Edward the Black Prince, Prince of Wales. The second, William of Hatfield. And the third, Lionel, Duke of Clarence. Next to whom was John of Gaunt, the Duke of Lancaster. The fifth was Edmund Langley, Duke of York. The sixth was Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester. William of Windsor was the 7th and last. Edward the Black Prince died before his father and left behind him Richard, his only son, who after Edward III's death reigned as king, till Henry Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the eldest son and heir of John of Gaunt, crowned by the name of Henry IV, seized on the realm, deposed the rightful king, sent his poor queen to France, from whence she came, and him to Pomfret, where, as all you know, harmless Richard was murdered traitorously. Warwick. Father, the Duke hath told the truth. Thus got the house of Lancaster the crown. York, which now they hold by force and not by right. For Richard, the first son's heir, being dead, the issue of the next son should have reigned. Salisbury. But William of Hatfield died without an heir. York, the third son, Duke of Clarence, from whose line I claim the crown, had issue Philippa, a daughter, who married Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March. Edmund had issue Roger, Earl of March. Roger had issue Edmund, Anne, and Eleanor. Salisbury. This Edmund, in the reign of Bolingbroke, as I have read, laid claim unto the crown and, but for Owen Glendower, had been king, who kept him in captivity till he died. But to the rest, York, his eldest sister and my mother, being heir unto the crown, married Richard Earl of Cambridge, who was son to Edmund Langley, Edward III's 5th son. By her I claim the kingdom. She was heir to Roger, Earl of March, who was the son of Edmund Mortimer, who married Philippa, sole daughter unto Lionel, Duke of Clarence. So, if the issue of the elder son succeed before the younger, I am king. Warwick. What plain proceeding is more plain than this? Henry doth claim the crown from John of Gaunt, the 4th son. York claims it from the 3rd. Till Lionel's issue fails, his should not reign. It fails not yet, but flourishes in thee and in thy sons, fair slips of such a stock. Then, Father Salisbury, kneel we together, and in this private plot be we the first that shall salute our rightful sovereign with honor of his birthright to the crown. Both. Long live our sovereign Richard, England's king. York. We thank you, lords, but I am not your king till I be crowned, and that my sword be stained with heart-blood of the house of Lancaster. And that's not suddenly to be performed, but with advice and silent secrecy. Do you as I do in these dangerous days, wink at the Duke of Suffolk's insolence, at Beaufort's pride, at Somerset's ambition, at Buckingham, and all the crew of them, till they have snared the shepherd of the flock, that virtuous prince, the good Duke Humphrey. 'Tis that they seek, and they, in seeking that, shall find their deaths, if York can prophesy. Salisbury. My lord, break we off. We know your mind at full. Warwick. My heart assures me that the Earl of Warwick shall one day make the Duke of York a king. York. And Neville, this I do assure myself. Richard shall live to make the Earl of Warwick the greatest man in England but the king. Exeunt. Scene 3. A Hall of Justice. Sound trumpets, enter the king, the queen, Gloucester, York, Suffolk, and Salisbury. The Duchess of Gloucester, Marjorie Jourdain, Southwell, Hume, and Bolingbroke under guard. King Henry. Stand forth, Dame Eleanor Cobham, Gloucester's wife. In sight of God and us, your guilt is great. Receive the sentence of the law for sins such as by God's book are adjudged to death. You four, from hence to prison back again. From thence unto the place of execution. The witch in Smithfield shall be burnt to ashes, and you three shall be strangled on the gallows. You, madam, for you are more nobly born, despoiled of your honor in your life, shall, after 3 days open penance done, live in your country here in banishment, with Sir John Stanley in the Isle of Man. Eleanor. Welcome is banishment. Welcome were my death. Gloucester. Eleanor. The law, thou sayest, hath judged thee. I cannot justify whom the law condemns. Exeunt Duchess and the other. Prisoners, guarded. Mine eyes are full of tears, my heart of grief. Ah, Humphrey, this dishonor in thine age will bring thy head with sorrow to the ground. I beseech your majesty, give me leave to go. Sorrow would solace, and mine age would ease. King Henry. Stay, Humphrey Duke of Gloucester, ere thou go. Give up thy staff, Henry will to himself protector be, and God shall be my hope, my stay, my guide, and lantern to my feet. And go in peace, Humphrey, no less beloved than when thou wert protector to thy king. Queen Margaret. I see no reason why a king of years should be to be protected like a child. God and King Henry govern England's realm. Give up your staff, sir, and the king his realm. Gloucester. My staff? Here, noble Henry, is my staff. As willingly do I the same resign as ere thy father Henry made it mine, and even as willingly at thy feet I leave it as others would ambitiously receive it. Farewell, good king, when I am dead and gone. May honorable peace attend thy throne. Exit. Queen Margaret. Why, now is Henry king and Margaret queen, and Humphrey Duke of Gloucester scarce himself, that bears so shrewd a main point 2 pulls at once. His lady banished, and a limb lopped off. This staff of honor rout, there let it stand where it best fits to be, in Henry's hand. Suffolk. Thus droops this lofty pine and hangs his sprays. Thus Eleanor's pride dies in her youngest days. York. Lords, let him go to. Please it your majesty, this is the day appointed for the combat, and ready are the appellant and defendant, the armorer and his man, to enter the lists, so please your highness to behold the fight. Queen Margaret. Ay, good my lord. For purposely therefore left I the court to see this quarrel tried. King Henry. I God's name, see the lists and all things fit. Here let them end it, and God defend the right. York. I never saw a fellow worse bested, or more afraid to fight, than is the appellant, the servant of his armorer, my lords. Enter at one door Horner the armorer, and his neighbors, drinking to him so much that he is drunk, and he enters with a drum before him and his staff with a sandbag fastened to it. And at the other door Peter, his man, with a drum and sandbag, and prentices drinking to him. One neighbor. Here, neighbor Horner, I drink to you in a cup of sack, and fear not, neighbor, you shall do well enough. Two neighbor. And here, neighbor, here's a cup of charnico. Three neighbor. And here's a pot of good double beer. Neighbor, drink, and fear not your man. Horner, let it come, I faith, and I'll pledge you all, and a fig for Peter. One Prentice, here, Peter, I drink to thee, and be not afraid. Two Prentice, be merry, Peter, and fear not thy master. Fight for credit of the prentices. Peter, I thank you all. Drink and pray for me, I pray you, for I think I have taken my last draught in this world. Here, Robin, and if I die, I give thee my apron, and Will, thou shalt have my hammer. And here, Tom, take all the money that I have. O Lord, bless me, I pray God, for I am never able to deal with my master. He hath learnt so much fence already. Salisbury, come, leave your drinking and fall to blows. Sirrah, what's thy name? Peter. Peter, forsooth. Salisbury. Peter? What more? Peter. Thump. Salisbury. Thump. Then see thou thump thy master well. Horner. Masters, I am come hither, as it were, upon my man's instigation, to prove him a knave and myself an honest man. And touching the Duke of York, I will take my death. I never meant him any ill, nor the king, nor the queen. And therefore, Peter, have it thee with a downright blow. York, dispatch. This knave's tongue begins to double. Sound, trumpets, alarum to the combatants. They fight, and Peter strikes him down. Horner, hold, Peter, hold. I confess treason. Dies. York, take away his weapon. Fellow, thank God and the good wine in thy master's way. Peter, O God, have I overcome mine enemies in this presence? O Peter, thou hast prevailed in right. King Henry, go, take hence that traitor from our sight, for by his death we do perceive his guilt. And God in justice hath revealed to us the truth and innocence of this poor fellow, which he had thought to have murdered wrongfully. Come, fellow, follow us for thy reward. Sound a flourish exeunt. Scene 4. A street. Enter Gloucester and his serving men in mourning cloaks. Gloucester. Thus sometimes hath the brightest day a cloud, and after summer evermore succeeds barren winter, with his wrathful nipping cold. So cares and joys abound, as seasons fleet. Sirs, what's o'clock? Serving men. 10, my lord. Gloucester. 10 is the hour that was appointed me to watch the coming of my punished duchess. Uneath may she endure the flinty streets, to tread them with her tender-feeling feet. Sweet Nell, ill can thy noble mind abrook the abject people gazing on thy face with envious looks, laughing at thy shame, that erst did follow thy proud chariot wheels when thou didst ride in triumph through the streets. But, soft, I think she comes, and I'll prepare my tear-stained eyes to see her miseries. Enter the Duchess of Gloucester in a white sheet, and a taper burning in her hand, with Sir John Stanley, the sheriff, and officers. Serving men. So please your grace, we'll take her from the sheriff. Gloucester. No, stir not for your lives. Let her pass by. Eleanor. Come you, my lord, to see my open shame? Now thou dost penance too. Look how they gaze. See how the giddy multitude do point, and nod their heads, and throw their eyes on thee. Ah, Gloucester, hide thee from their hateful looks, and in thy closet pent up, rue my shame, and ban thine enemies, both mine and thine. Gloucester. Be patient, gentle Nell, forget this grief. Eleanor. Ah, Gloucester, teach me to forget myself, for whilst I think I am thy married wife and thou a prince, protector of this land, methinks I should not thus be led along, mailed up in shame, with papers on my back, and followed with a rabble that rejoice to see my tears and hear my deep-fet groans. The ruthless flint doth cut my tender feet, and when I start, the envious people laugh and bid me be advised how I tread. Ah, Humphrey, can I bear this shameful yoke? Trowest thou that ere I'll look upon the world, or count them happy that enjoy the sun? No, dark shall be my light and night my day. To think upon my pomp shall be my hell. Sometimes I'll say, I am Duke Humphrey's wife, and he a prince and ruler of the land. Yet so he ruled, and such a prince he was as he stood by, whilst I, his forlorn duchess, was made a wonder and a pointing stock to every idle rascal follower. But be thou mild and blush not at my shame, nor stir at nothing till the axe of death hang over thee, as, sure, it shortly will. For Suffolk, he that can do all in all with her that hateth thee and hates us all, and York and impious Beaufort, that false priest, have all limed bushes to betray thy wings. And fly thou how thou canst, they'll tangle thee. But fear not thou until thy foot be snared, nor never seek prevention of thy foes. Gloucester, Nell, forbear. Thou aimest all awry. I must offend before I be attainted. And had I 20 times so many foes, and each of them had 20 times their power, all these could not procure me any scathe so long as I am loyal, true, and crimeless. Wouldst have me rescue thee from this reproach? Why, yet thy scandal were not wiped away, but I in danger for the breach of law. Thy greatest help is quiet, gentle Nell. I pray thee, sort thy heart to patience. These few days' wonder will be quickly worn. Enter a herald. Herald, I summon your grace to his majesty's parliament, holden at Bury the 1st of this next month. Gloucester, and my consent ne'er asked herein before? This is close dealing. Well, I will be there. Exit herald. My Nell, I take my leave. And Master Sheriff, let not her penance exceed the king's commission. Sheriff, and please your grace, here my commission stays, and Sir John Stanley is appointed now to take her with him to the Isle of Man. Gloucester, must you, Sir John, protect my lady here? Stanley, so am I given in charge, may please your grace. Gloucester, entreat her not the worse, in that I pray you use her well, the world may laugh again, and I may live to do you kindness if you do it her, and so, Sir John, farewell. Eleanor, what, gone, my lord, and bid me not farewell? Gloucester, witness my tears, I cannot stay to speak. Exeunt Gloucester and serving men. Eleanor, art thou gone too? All comfort go with thee, for none abides with me. My joy is death, death, at whose name I oft have been afeard, because I wished this world's eternity. Stanley, I prithee, go, and take me hence, I care not whither, for I beg no favor, only convey me where thou art commanded. Stanley, why, madam, that is to the Isle of Man, there to be used according to your state. Eleanor, that's bad enough, for I am but reproach, and shall I then be used reproachfully? Stanley, like to a duchess and Duke Humphrey's lady, according to that state you shall be used. Eleanor, Sheriff, farewell, and better than I fare, although thou hast been conduct of my shame. Sheriff, it is my office, and madam, pardon me. Eleanor, I, farewell, thy office is discharged. Come, Stanley, shall we go? Stanley, madam, your penance done, throw off this sheet, and go we to attire you for our journey. Eleanor, my shame will not be shifted with my sheet. No, it will hang upon my richest robes and show itself. Attire me how I can. Go, lead the way. I long to see my prison. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene at the Abbey at Bury St. Edmund's. Sound a Senate. Enter the King, the Queen, Cardinal Beaufort, Suffolk, York, Buckingham, Salisbury, and Warwick to the Parliament. King Henry, I muse my Lord of Gloucester is not come. 'Tis not his wont to be the hindmost man, whatever occasion keeps him from us now. Queen Margaret, can you not see, or will ye not observe the strangeness of his altered countenance? With what a majesty he bears himself, how insolent of late he is become, how proud, how peremptory, and unlike himself. We know the time since he was mild and affable, and if we did but glance a far-off look, immediately he was upon his knee, that all the court admired him for submission. But meet him now, and be it in the morn when everyone will give the time of day, he knits his brow and shows an angry eye and passeth by with stiff unbowed knee, disdaining duty that to us belongs. Small curs are not regarded when they grin, but great men tremble when the lion roars, and Humphrey is no little man in England. First note that he is near you in descent, and should you fall, he is the next will mount. Meseemeth then it is no policy, respecting what a rancorous mind he bears and his advantage following your decease, that he should come about your royal person or be admitted to your highness' council. By flattery hath he won the commons' hearts, and when he pleased to make commotion, 'tis to be feared they all will follow him. Now 'tis the spring, and weeds are shallow-rooted. Suffer them now, and they'll o'ergrow the garden and choke the herbs for want of husbandry. The reverent care I bear unto my lord made me collect these dangers in the duke. If it be fond, can it a woman's fear? Which fear if better reasons can supplant, I will subscribe and say I wronged the duke. My lord of Suffolk, Buckingham, and York, reprove my allegation if you can, or else conclude my words effectual. Suffolk, well hath your highness seen into this duke, and had I first been put to speak my mind, I think I should have told your grace's tale. The duchess by his subornation upon my life began her devilish practices. Or, if he were not privy to those faults, yet, by reputing of his high descent, as next the king he was successive heir, and such high vaunts of his nobility, did instigate the bedlam brain-sick duchess by wicked means to frame our sovereign's fall. Smooth runs the water where the brook is deep, and in his simple show he harbors treason. The fox barks not when he would steal the lamb. No, no, my sovereign, Gloucester is a man unsound yet, and full of deep deceit. Cardinal, did he not, contrary to form of law, devise strange deaths for small offences done? York, and did he not, in his protectorship, levy great sums of money through the realm for soldiers' pay in France, and never sent it? By means whereof the towns each day revolted. Buckingham, tut, these are petty faults to faults unknown, which time will bring to light in smooth due comfrey. King Henry, my lords at once, the care you have of us to mow down thorns that would annoy our foot is worthy praise. But, shall I speak my conscience, our kinsman Gloucester is as innocent from meaning treason to our royal person as is the sucking lamb or harmless dove. The Duke is virtuous, mild, and too well given to dream on evil or to work my downfall. Queen Margaret, ah, what's more dangerous than this fond defiance? Seems he a dove? His feathers are but borrowed, for he's disposed as the hateful raven. Is he a lamb? His skin is surely lent him, for he's inclined as is the ravenous wolves, who cannot steal a shape that means deceit. Take heed, my lord. The welfare of us all hangs on the cutting short that fraudful man. Enter Somerset. Somerset, all health unto my gracious sovereign. King Henry, welcome, Lord Somerset. What news from France? Somerset, that all your interest in those territories is utterly bereft you. All is lost. King Henry, cold news, Lord Somerset, but God's will be done. York, aside. Cold news for me, for I had hope of France as firmly as I hope for fertile England. Thus are my blossoms blasted in the bud, and caterpillars eat my leaves away. But I will remedy this gear ere long, or sell my title for a glorious grave. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester, all happiness unto my lord the king. Pardon, my liege, that I have stayed so long. Suffolk, nay, Gloucester, know that thou art come too soon, unless thou wert more loyal than thou art. I do arrest thee of high treason here. Gloucester, well, Suffolk, thou shalt not see me blush, nor change my countenance for this arrest. A heart unspotted is not easily daunted. The purest spring is not so free from mud as I am clear from treason to my sovereign. Who can accuse me? Wherein am I guilty? York, 'tis thought, my lord, that you took bribes of France, and, being protector, stayed the soldiers' pay, by means whereof his highness hath lost France. Gloucester, is it but thought so? What are they that think it? I never robbed the soldiers of their pay, nor ever had one penny bribe from France. So help me God, as I have watched the night, I, night by night, in studying good for England, that doit that ere I wrested from the king, or any groat I hoarded to my use, be brought against me at my trial day. No, many a pound of mine own proper store, because I would not tax the needy commons, have I discoursed to the garrisons and never asked for restitution. Cardinal, it serves you well, my lord, to say so much. Gloucester, I say no more than truth, so help me God. York, in your protectorship you did devise strange tortures for offenders never heard of, that England was defamed by tyranny. Gloucester, Why, 'tis well known that, whiles I was protector, pity was all the fault that was in me. For I should melt at an offender's tears, and lowly words were ransom for their fault. Unless it were a bloody murderer, or foul felonious thief that fleeced poor passengers, I never gave them condign punishment. Murder indeed, that bloody sin, I tortured above the felon, or what trespass else? Suffolk, my lord, these faults are easy, quickly answered. But mightier crimes are laid unto your charge, whereof you cannot easily purge yourself. I do arrest you in his highness' name, and here commit you to my lord cardinal to keep until your further time of trial. King Henry, my lord of Gloucester, 'tis my special hope that you will clear yourself from all suspense. My conscience tells me you are innocent. Gloucester, ah, gracious lord, these days are dangerous. Virtue is choked with foul ambition, and charity chased hence by rancor's hand. Foul subornation is predominant, and equity exiled your highness' land. I know their complot is to have my life, and if my death might make this island happy and prove the period of their tyranny, I would expend it with all willingness. But mine is made the prologue to their play. For thousands more, that yet suspect no peril, will not conclude their plotted tragedy. Beaufort's red sparkling eyes blab his heart's malice, and Suffolk's cloudy brow his stormy hate. Sharp Buckingham unburdens with his tongue the envious load that lies upon his heart, and dogged York, that reaches at the moon, whose overweening arm I have plucked back, by false accuse doth level at my life. And you, my sovereign lady, with the rest, causeless have laid disgraces on my head, and with your best endeavor, have stirred up my liefest liege to be mine enemy. I, all of you have laid your heads together. Myself had notice of your conventicles, and all to make away my guiltless life. I shall not want false witness to condemn me, nor store of treasons to augment my guilt. The ancient proverb will be well affected. A staff is quickly found to beat a dog. Cardinal, my liege, his railing is intolerable. If those that care to keep your royal person from treason's secret knife and traitor's rage be thus upbraided, chid, and rated at, and the offender granted scope of speech, 'twill make them cool in zeal unto your grace. Suffolk, hath he not twit our sovereign lady here with ignominious words, though clerkly couched, as if she had suborned some to swear false allegations to o'erthrow his state? Queen Margaret, but I can give the loser leave to chide. Gloucester, far truer spoke than meant. I lose, indeed. Beshrew the winners, for they played me false, and well such losers may have leave to speak. Buckingham, he'll rest the sense and hold us here all day. Lord Cardinal, he is your prisoner. Cardinal, sirs, take away the Duke, and guard him sure. Gloucester, ah, thus King Henry throws away his crutch before his legs be firm to bear his body. Thus is the shepherd beaten from thy side, and wolves are gnarling who shall gnaw thee first. Ah, that my fear were false! Ah, that it were! For, good King Henry, thy decay I fear. Exit Gloucester, guarded. King Henry, my lords, what to your wisdom seemeth best do, or undo, as if ourself were here. Queen Margaret, what, will your highness leave the Parliament? King Henry, I, Margaret, my heart is drowned with grief, whose flood begins to flow within mine eyes, my body round engirt with misery. For what's more miserable than discontent? Ah, Uncle Humphrey, in thy face I see the map of honor, truth, and loyalty. And yet, good Humphrey, is the hour to come that ere I proved thee false or feared thy faith. What lowering star now envies thy estate? That these great lords and Margaret our queen do seek subversion of thy harmless life? Thou never didst them wrong, nor no man wrong. And as the butcher takes away the calf and binds the wretch and beats it when it strains, bearing it to the bloody slaughterhouse, even so remorseless have they borne him hence. And as the dam runs lowing up and down, looking the way her harmless young one went, and can do naught but wail her darling's loss, even so myself bewails good Gloucester's case with sad unhelpful tears, and with dimmed eyes look after him, and cannot do him good, so mighty are his vowed enemies. His fortunes I will weep and, twixt each groan say, who's a traitor? Gloucester he is none. Exeunt all but Queen, Cardinal Beaufort, Suffolk and York. Somerset remains apart. Queen Margaret. Free lords, cold snow melts with the sun's hot beams. Henry my lord is cold in great affairs, too full of foolish pity, and Gloucester's show beguiles him, as the mournful crocodile with sorrow snares relenting passengers, or as the snake, rolled in a flowering bank, with shining checkered slough, doth sting a child that for the beauty thinks it excellent. Believe me, lords, were none more wise than I, and yet herein I judge mine own wit good. This Gloucester should be quickly rid the world, to rid us from the fear we have of him. Cardinal. That he should die is worthy policy, but yet we want a colour for his death. 'Tis meet he be condemned by course of law. Suffolk. But, in my mind, that were no policy. The king will labour still to save his life. The commons haply rise to save his life. And yet we have but trivial argument, more than mistrust, that shows him worthy death. York. So that, by this, you would not have him die. Suffolk. Ah, York, no man alive so fain as I. York. 'Tis York that hath more reason for his death. But, my lord cardinal and you, my lord of Suffolk, say as you think, and speak it from your souls. Were t not all one an empty eagle were set to guard the chicken from a hungry kite, as placed Duke Humphrey for the king's protector? Queen Margaret. So the poor chicken should be sure of death. Suffolk. Madam, 'tis true. And were t not madness then to make the fox surveyor of the fold, who being accused a crafty murderer, his guilt should be but idly posted over because his purpose is not executed? No, let him die in that he is a fox, by nature proved an enemy to the flock, before his chaps be stained with crimson blood, as Humphrey, proved by reasons, to my liege. And do not stand on quillets how to slay him, be it by gins, by snares, by subtlety, sleeping or waking, 'tis no matter how, so he be dead. For that is good deceit which mates him first that first intends deceit. Queen Margaret. Thrice noble Suffolk, 'tis resolutely spoke. Suffolk. Not resolute, except so much were done. For things are often spoke and seldom meant. But that my heart accordeth with my tongue, seeing the deed is meritorious, and to preserve my sovereign from his foe, say but the word, and I will be his priest. Cardinal. But I would have him dead, my lord of Suffolk, ere you can take due orders for a priest. Say you consent and censure well the deed, and I'll provide his executioner. I tender so the safety of my liege. Suffolk. Here is my hand. The deed is worthy doing. Queen Margaret. And so say I. York. And I. And now we three have spoke it. It skills not greatly who impugns our doom. Enter a post. Post. Great lords, from Ireland am I come amain to signify that rebels there are up, and put the Englishmen unto the sword. Send succors, lords, and stop the rage betime, before the wound do grow uncurable. For, being green, there is great hope of help. Cardinal. A breach that craves a quick expedient stop. What counsel give you in this weighty cause? York. That Somerset be sent as regent thither. 'Tis meet that lucky ruler be employed. Witness the fortune he hath had in France. Somerset. If York, with all his far-fet policy, had been the regent there instead of me, he never would have stayed in France so long. York. No, not to lose it all as thou hast done. I rather would have lost my life betimes than bring a burden of dishonour home by staying there so long till all were lost. Show me one scar charactered on thy skin. Men's flesh preserved so whole do seldom win. Queen Margaret. Nay then, this spark will prove a raging fire if wind and fuel be brought to feed it with. No more, good York, sweet Somerset, be still. Thy fortune, York, hadst thou been regent there, might happily have proved far worse than his. York. What, worse than naught? Nay, then a shame take all. Somerset. And in the number, thee that wishest shame. Cardinal. My lord of York, try what your fortune is. Uncivil kerns of Ireland are in arms and temper clay with blood of Englishmen. To Ireland will you lead a band of men, collected choicely, from each county some, and try your hap against the Irishmen? York. I will, my lord. So please his majesty. Suffolk. Why, our authority is his consent, and what we do establish he confirms. Then, noble York, take thou this task in hand. York, I am content, provide me soldiers, lords, whiles I take order for mine own affairs. Suffolk, a charge, Lord York, that I will see performed. But now return we to the false Duke Humphrey. Cardinal, no more of him, for I will deal with him that henceforth he shall trouble us no more. And so break off, the day is almost spent. Lord Suffolk, you and I must talk of that event. York, my Lord of Suffolk, within 14 days at Bristol I expect my soldiers, for there I'll ship them all for Ireland. Suffolk, I'll see it truly done, my Lord of York. Exeunt all but York. York, now, York, or never, steel thy fearful thoughts, and change misdoubt to resolution. Be that thou hopst to be, or what thou art resigned to death, it is not worth to enjoying. Let pale-faced fear keep with the mean-born man, and find no harbor in a royal heart. Faster than springtime showers comes thought on thought, and not a thought but thinks on dignity. My brain, more busy than the laboring spider, weaves tedious snares to trap mine enemies. Well, nobles, well, 'tis politically done, to send me packing with an host of men. I fear me you but warm the starved snake, who, cherished in your breasts, will sting your hearts. 'Twas men I lacked, and you will give them me. I take it kindly, yet be well assured you put sharp weapons in a madman's hands. Whiles I in Ireland nourish a mighty band, I will stir up in England some black storm shall blow 10,000 souls to heaven or hell, and this fell tempest shall not cease to rage until the golden circuit on my head, like to the glorious sun's transparent beams, do calm the fury of this mad-bred flaw. And for a minister of my intent, I have seduced a headstrong Kentishman, John Cade of Ashford, to make commotion, as full well he can, under the title of John Mortimer. In Ireland have I seen this stubborn Cade oppose himself against a troop of kerns, and fought so long till that his thighs with darts were almost like a sharp-quilled porpentine. And in the end being rescued, I have seen him caper upright like a wild Morisco, shaking the bloody darts as he is bells. Full often, like a shag-haired crafty kern, hath he conversed with the enemy, and undiscovered come to me again, and given me notice of their villainies. This devil here shall be my substitute, for that John Mortimer, which now is dead, in face, in gait, in speech, he doth resemble. By this I shall perceive the commons' mind, how they affect the house and claim of York. Say he be taken, racked, and tortured, I know no pain they can inflict upon him will make him say I moved him to those arms. Say that he thrive, as 'tis great like he will. Why then from Ireland come I with my strength and reap the harvest which that rascal sowed. For Humphrey being dead, as he shall be, and Henry put apart, the next for me. Exit. Scene 2. Bury St. Edmunds. A room of state enter 2 or 3 murderers. Running over the stage, from the murder of Duke Humphrey. 1 murderer. Run to my Lord of Suffolk. Let him know we have dispatched the Duke as he commanded. 2 murderer. Oh, that it were to do! What have we done? Didst ever hear a man so penitent? Enter Suffolk. 1 murderer. Here comes my lord. Suffolk. Now, sirs, have you dispatched this thing? 1 murderer. Aye, my good lord, he's dead. Suffolk. Why, that's well said. Go. Get you to my house. I will reward you for this venturous deed. The king and all the peers are here at hand. Have you laid fair the bed? Is all things well, according as I gave directions? 1 murderer. 'Tis my good lord. Suffolk. Away, be gone. Exeunt murderers. Sound trumpets, enter the king, the queen, Cardinal Beaufort, Somerset with attendants. King Henry. Go, call our uncle to our presence straight. Say we intend to try his grace today if he be guilty, as 'tis published. Suffolk. I'll call him presently, my noble lord. Exit. King Henry. Lords, take your places, and, I pray you all, proceed no straighter gainst our uncle Gloucester than from true evidence of good esteem, he be approved in practice culpable. Queen Margaret. God forbid any malice should prevail that faultless may condemn a nobleman. Pray God he may acquit him of suspicion. King Henry. I thank thee, Meg. These words content me much. Enter Suffolk. How now? Why look'st thou pale? Why tremblest thou? Where is our uncle? What's the matter? Suffolk? Suffolk, dead in his bed, my lord. Gloucester is dead. Queen Margaret. Mary, God forfend. Cardinal. God's secret judgment. I did dream tonight the Duke was dumb and could not speak a word. The King swoons. Queen Margaret. How fares my lord? Help, lords. The King is dead. Somerset. Rear up his body. Wring him by the nose. Queen Margaret. Run, go. Help, help. O Henry, ope thine eyes. Suffolk. He doth revive again. Madam, be patient. King Henry. O heavenly God. Queen Margaret. How fares my gracious lord? Suffolk. Comfort, my sovereign. Gracious Henry, comfort. King Henry. What? Doth my lord of Suffolk comfort me? Came he right now to sing a raven's note, whose dismal tune bereft my vital powers, and thinks he that the chirping of a wren, by crying comfort from a hollow breast, can chase away the first conceived sound? Hide not thy poison with such sugared words. Lay not thy hands on me, forbear, I say. Their touch affrights me as a serpent's sting. Thou baleful messenger, out of my sight. Upon thy eyeballs murderous tyranny sits in grim majesty to fright the world. Look not upon me, for thine eyes are wounding. Yet do not go away. Come, basilisk, and kill the innocent gazer with thy sight. For in the shade of death I shall find joy, in life but double death. Now Gloucester's dead. Queen Margaret. Why do you rate my lord of Suffolk thus? Although the Duke was enemy to him, yet he most Christian-like laments his death. And for myself, foe as he was to me, might liquid tears or heart-offending groans or blood-consuming sighs recall his life, I would be blind with weeping, sick with groans, look pale as primrose with blood-drinking sighs, and all to have the noble Duke alive. What know I how the world may deem of me? For it is known we were but hollow friends. It may be judged I made the Duke away. So shall my name with slander's tongue be wounded and princes' courts be filled with my reproach. This get I by his death that I me, unhappy, to be a queen, and crowned with infamy. King Henry. Ah, woe is me for Gloucester, wretched man. Queen Margaret. Be woe for me, more wretched than he is. What? Dost thou turn away and hide thy face? I am no loathsome leper, look on me. What art thou, like the adder, waxen deaf? Be poisonous too, and kill thy forlorn queen. Is all thy comfort shut in Gloucester's tomb? Why, then, Dame Margaret was ne'er thy joy. Erect his statue and worship it, and make my image but an alehouse sign. Was I for this nigh racked upon the sea, and twice, by awkward wind from England's bank, drove back again unto my native clime? What boded this, but well forewarning wind did seem to say, seek not a scorpion's nest, nor set no footing on this unkind shore? What did I then, but cursed the gentle gusts and he that loosed them forth their brazen caves, and bid them blow towards England's blessed shore, or turn our stern upon a dreadful rock? Yet Aeolus would not be a murderer, but left that hateful office unto thee. The pretty vaulting sea refused to drown me, knowing that thou wouldst have me drowned on shore with tears as salt as sea, through thy unkindness. The splitting rocks cowered in the sinking sands, and would not dash me with their ragged sides, because thy flinty heart, more hard than they, might in thy palace perish. Margaret. As far as I could ken thy chalky cliffs, when from thy shore the tempest beat us back, I stood upon the hatches in the storm, and when the dusky sky began to rob my earnest gaping sight of thy land's view, I took a costly jewel from my neck, a heart it was, bound in with diamonds, and threw it towards thy land. The sea received it, and so I wished thy body might my heart. And even with this I lost fair England's view, and bid mine eyes be packing with my heart, and called them blind and dusky spectacles, for losing kin of Albion's wished coast. How often have I tempted Suffolk's tongue, the agent of thy foul inconstancy, to sit and witch me, as Ascanius did when he to madding Dido would unfold his father's acts commenced in burning Troy. Am I not witched like her? Or thou not false like him? I can no more. Die, Margaret, for Henry weeps that thou dost live so long. Noise within, enter Warwick. Salisbury and many Commons. Warwick. It is reported, mighty sovereign, that good Duke Humphrey traitorously is murdered by Suffolk and the Cardinal Beaufort's means. The commons, like an angry hive of bees that want their leader, scatter up and down and care not who they sting in his revenge. Myself have calmed their spleenful mutiny, until they hear the order of his death. King Henry, that he is dead, good Warwick, 'tis too true. But how he died God knows, not Henry. Enter his chamber, view his breathless corpse, and comment then upon his sudden death. Warwick, that shall I do, my liege. Stay, Salisbury, with the rude multitude till I return. Warwick exits through one door, Salisbury and commons exit through another. King Henry, O thou that judgest all things, stay my thoughts that labor to persuade my soul some violent hands were laid on Humphrey's life. If my suspect be false, forgive me, God, for judgment only doth belong to thee. Fain would I go to chafe his polly lips with 20,000 kisses, and to drain upon his face an ocean of salt tears, to tell my love unto his dumb deaf trunk, and with my fingers feel his hand unfeeling. But all in vain are these mean obsequies, and to survey his dead and earthy image, what were it but to make my sorrow greater? Enter Warwick and others, bearing Gloucester's body on a bed. Warwick, come hither, gracious sovereign, view this body. King Henry, that is to see how deep my grave is made, for with his soul fled all my worldly solace. For seeing him, I see my life in death. Warwick, as surely as my soul intends to live with that dread king that took our state upon him to free us from his father's wrathful curse, I do believe that violent hands were laid upon the life of this thrice-famed duke. Suffolk, a dreadful oath, sworn with a solemn tongue. What instance gives Lord Warwick for his vow? Warwick, see how the blood is settled in his face. Oft have I seen a timely parted ghost, of ashy semblance, meager, pale, and bloodless, being all descended to the laboring heart, who, in the conflict that it holds with death, attracts the same for aidance gainst the enemy, which with the heart there cools and ne'er returneth to blush and beautify the cheek again. But see, his face is black and full of blood, his eyeballs further out than when he lived, staring full ghastly like a strangled man. His hair upreared, his nostrils stretched with struggling, his hands abroad displayed, as one that grasped and tugged for life and was by strength subdued. Look on the sheets his hair, you see, is sticking. His well-proportioned beard made rough and rugged, like to the summer's corn by tempest lodged. It cannot be but he was murdered here. The least of all these signs were probable. Suffolk, why, Warwick, who should do the duke to death? Myself and Beaufort had him in protection, and we, I hope, sir, are no murderers. Warwick, but both of you were vowed Duke Humphrey's foes, and you, forsooth, had the good duke to keep. 'Tis like you would not feast him like a friend, and 'tis well seen he found an enemy. Queen Margaret, then you, belike, suspect these noblemen as guilty of Duke Humphrey's timeless death. Warwick, who finds the heifer dead and bleeding fresh and seized fast by a butcher with an axe, but will suspect 'twas he that made the slaughter. Who finds the partridge in the pudic's nest, but may imagine how the bird was dead, although the kite soar with unbloodied beak. Even so suspicious is this tragedy. Queen Margaret, are you the butcher? Suffolk, where's your knife? Is Beaufort termed a kite? Where are his talents? Suffolk, I wear no knife to slaughter sleeping men, but here's a vengeful sword, rusted with ease, that shall be scoured in his rancorous heart that slanders me with murder's crimson badge. Say, if thou darest, proud lord of Warwickshire, that I am faulty in Duke Humphrey's death. Exeunt Cardinal, Somerset, and others. Warwick, what dares not Warwick, if false Suffolk dare him? Queen Margaret, he dares not calm his contumelious spirit, nor cease to be an arrogant controller, though Suffolk dare him 20,000 times. Warwick, Madam, be still, with reverence may I say, for every word you speak in his behalf is slander to your royal dignity. Suffolk, blunt-witted lord, ignoble in demeanor, if ever lady wronged her lord so much, thy mother took into her blameful bed some stern untutored churl, and noble stock was graft with crabtree slip, whose fruit thou art, and never of the Neville's noble race. Warwick, but that the guilt of murder bucklers thee and I should rob the deathsman of his fee, acquitting thee thereby of 10,000 shames, and that my sovereign's presence makes me mild, I would, false murderous coward, on thy knee make thee beg pardon for thy past speech, and say it was thy mother that thou meant'st, that thou thyself wast born in bastardy, and after all this fearful homage done, give thee thy hire and send thy soul to hell, pernicious bloodsucker of sleeping men. Suffolk, thou shalt be waking while I shed thy blood, if from this presence thou darest go with me. Warwick, away even now, or I will drag thee hence. Unworthy though thou art, I'll cope with thee and do some service to Duke Humphrey's ghost. Exeunt Suffolk and Warwick. King Henry, what stronger breastplate than a heart untainted? Thrice is he armed that hath his quarrel just, and he but naked, though locked up in steel, whose conscience with injustice is corrupted. A noise within. Queen Margaret, what noise is this? Enter Suffolk and Warwick with their weapons drawn. King Henry, why, how now, lords? Your wrathful weapons drawn here in our presence? Dare you be so bold? Why, what tumultuous clamor have we here? Suffolk, the traitorous Warwick with the men of Berry set all upon me, mighty sovereign. Enter Salisbury. Salisbury, to the Commons, entering. Sirs, stand apart. The king shall know your mind, dread lord. The Commons send you word by me, unless Lord Suffolk straight be done to death, or banished fair England's territories, they will by violence tear him from your palace and torture him with grievous lingering death. They say, by him the good Duke Humphrey died. They say, in him they fear your highness death, and mere instinct of love and loyalty, free from a stubborn opposite intent, as being thought to contradict your liking, makes them thus forward in his banishment. They say, in care of your most royal person, that if your highness should intend to sleep in charge that no man should disturb your rest, in pain of your dislike or pain of death, yet, notwithstanding such a strait edict, were there a serpent seen, with forked tongue, that slyly glided towards your majesty, it were but necessary you were waked, lest, being suffered in that harmful slumber, the mortal worm might make the sleep eternal. And therefore do they cry, though you forbid, that they will guard you, whether you will or no, from such fell serpents as false Suffolk is, with whose envenomed and fatal sting your loving uncle, 20 times his worth, they say, is shamefully bereft of life. Commons. Within. An answer from the king, my lord of Salisbury. Suffolk, 'tis like the Commons, rude unpolished hinds, could send such message to their sovereign. But you, my lord, were glad to be employed, to show how quaint an orator you are. But all the honor Salisbury hath won is that he was the Lord Ambassador sent from a sort of tinkers to the king. Commons. Within. An answer from the king, or we will all break in. King Henry. Go, Salisbury, and tell them all from me, I thank them for their tender loving care, and had I not been cited so by them, yet did I purpose as they do entreat. For, sure, my thoughts do hourly prophesy mischance unto my state by Suffolk's means, and therefore, by his majesty I swear, whose far unworthy deputy I am, he shall not breathe infection in this air but 3 days longer, on the pain of death. Exit Salisbury. Queen Margaret. O Henry, let me plead for gentle Suffolk. King Henry. Ungentle queen, to call him gentle Suffolk. No more, I say. If thou dost plead for him, thou wilt but add increase unto my wrath. Had I but said, I would have kept my word, but when I swear, it is irrevocable. If, after 3 days' space, thou here beest found on any ground that I am ruler of, the world shall not be ransom for thy life. Come, Warwick, come, good Warwick, go with me. I have great matters to impart to thee. Exeunt all but Queen and Suffolk. Queen Margaret. Mischance and sorrow go along with you. Heart's discontent and sour affliction be playfellows to keep you company. There's 2 of you. The devil make a third, and threefold vengeance tend upon your steps. Suffolk. Cease, gentle queen, these execrations, and let thy Suffolk take his heavy leave. Queen Margaret. Fie, coward woman and soft-hearted wretch, hast thou not spirit to curse thine enemies? Suffolk. A plague upon them. Wherefore should I curse them? Could curses kill, as doth the mandrake's groan? I would invent as bitter searching terms, as cursed, as harsh and horrible to hear, delivered strongly through my fixed teeth, with full as many signs of deadly hate, as lean-faced envy in her loathsome cave. My tongue should stumble in mine earnest words. Mine eyes should sparkle like the beaten flint. Mine hair be fixed on end, as one distract. Every joint should seem to curse and ban. And even now my burdened heart would break should I not curse them, poison be their drink. Gall, worse than gall, the daintiest that they taste. Their sweetest shade a grove of cypress trees. Their chiefest prospect murdering basilisks. Their softest touch as smart as lizard stings. Their music frightful as the serpent's hiss, and boding screech owls make the consort full. All the foul terrors in dark-seated hell. Queen Margaret, enough, sweet Suffolk. Thou torment'st thyself, and these dread curses, like the sun gainst glass, or like an overcharged gun, recoil and turns the force of them upon thyself. Suffolk, you bade me ban, and will you bid me leave? Now, by the ground that I am banished from, well could I curse away a winter's night, though standing naked on a mountain top where biting cold would never let grass grow, and think it but a minute spent in sport. Queen Margaret, oh, let me entreat thee cease, give me thy hand, that I may do it with my mournful tears, nor let the rain of heaven wet this place to wash away my woeful monuments. Oh, could this kiss be printed in thy hand, that thou mightst think upon these by the seal, through whom 1,000 sighs are breathed for thee. So, get thee gone, that I may know my grief. 'Tis but surmised whiles thou art standing by, as one that surfeits thinking on a want. I will repeal thee, or, be well assured, adventure to be banished myself. And banished I am, if but from thee. Go. Speak not to me, even now be gone. Oh, go not yet. Even thus two friends condemned embrace and kiss and take 10,000 leaves. Loather 100 times to part than die. Yet now farewell, and farewell life with thee. Suffolk. Thus is poor Suffolk 10 times banished, once by the king, and 3 times thrice by thee. 'Tis not the land I care for, wert thou thence. A wilderness is populous enough, so Suffolk had thy heavenly company. For where thou art, there is the world itself, with every several pleasure in the world. And where thou art not, desolation. I can no more live thou to joy thy life, myself no joy in naught but that thou livest. Enter Vox. Queen Margaret, whither goes Vox so fast? What news, I prithee? Vox, to signify unto his majesty, that Cardinal Beaufort is at point of death, for suddenly a grievous sickness took him, that makes him gasp and stare and catch the air, blaspheming God and cursing men on earth. Sometime he talks as if Duke Humphrey's ghost were by his side. Sometime he calls the king and whispers to his pillow, as to him, the secrets of his overcharged soul. And I am sent to tell his majesty that even now he cries aloud for him. Queen Margaret, go tell this heavy message to the king. Exit Vox. Ay me, what is this world? What news are these? But wherefore grieve I at an hour's poor loss, omitting Suffolk's exile, my soul's treasure? Why only, Suffolk, mourn I not for thee, and with the southern clouds contend in tears, theirs for the earth's increase, mine for my sorrows. Now get thee hence, the king thou know'st is coming. If thou be found by me thou art but dead. Suffolk, if I depart from thee, I cannot live, and in thy sight to die, what were it else but like a pleasant slumber in thy lap? Here could I breathe my soul into the air, as mild and gentle as the cradle babe dying with mother's dug between its lips. Where, from thy sight, I should be raging mad and cry out for thee to close up mine eyes, to have thee with thy lips to stop my mouth. So shouldst thou either turn my flying soul, or I should breathe it so into thy body, and then it lived in sweet Elysium. To die by thee were but to die in jest. From thee to die were torture more than death. Oh, let me stay, befall what may befall. Queen Margaret, away. Though parting be a fretful corrosive, it is applied to a deathful wound. To France, sweet Suffolk, let me hear from thee, For wheresoe'er thou art in this world's globe, I'll have an iris that shall find thee out. Suffolk, I go, Queen Margaret, and take my heart with thee. Suffolk, a jewel, locked into the woefulst cask that ever did contain a thing of worth. Even as a split bark, so sunder we. This way fall I to death. Queen Margaret, this way for me. Exeunt severally. Scene 3. A bedchamber. Enter the king, Salisbury, and Warwick, to the cardinal in bed. King Henry, how fares my lord? Speak, Beaufort, to thy sovereign. Cardinal, if thou be'st death, I'll give thee England's treasure, enough to purchase such another island, so thou wilt let me live and feel no pain. King Henry, ah, what a sign it is of evil life where death's approach is seen so terrible. Warwick, Beaufort, it is thy sovereign speaks to thee. Cardinal, bring me unto my trial when you will. Died he not in his bed? Where should he die? Can I make men live, whiche'er they will or no? Oh, torture me no more. I will confess. Alive again? Then show me where he is. I'll give £1,000 to look upon him. He hath no eyes, the dust hath blinded them. Comb down his hair. Look, look, it stands upright, like lime twigs set to catch my winged soul. Give me some drink, and bid the apothecary bring the strong poison that I bought of him. King Henry, O thou eternal mover of the heavens, look with a gentle eye upon this wretch. Oh, beat away the busy meddling fiend that lays strong siege unto this wretch's soul, and from his bosom purge this black despair. Warwick, see how the pangs of death do make him grin. Salisbury, disturb him not, let him pass peaceably. King Henry, peace to his soul, if God's good pleasure be. Lord Cardinal, if thou think'st on heaven's bliss, hold up thy hand, make signal of thy hope. He dies and makes no sign that, O God, forgive him. Warwick, so bad a death argues a monstrous life. King Henry, forbear to judge, for we are sinners all. Close up his eyes, and draw the curtain close, and let us all to meditation. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. The coast of Kent. Alarum, fight at sea ordnance goes off, enter a lieutenant. Suffolk, disguised, a prisoner, the master, a master's mate, Walter Whitmore, and prisoners. Lieutenant, the gaudy, blabbing, and remorseful day is crept into the bosom of the sea. And now loud howling wolves arouse the jades that drag the tragic melancholy night, who, with their drowsy, slow, and flagging wings clip dead men's graves and from their misty jaws breathe foul, contagious darkness in the air. Therefore bring forth the soldiers of our prize. For, whilst our pinnace anchors in the downs, here shall they make their ransom on the sand, or with their blood stain this discolored shore. Master, this prisoner freely give I thee, and thou that art his mate, make boot of this. The other, Walter Whitmore, is thy share. One gentleman, what is my ransom, master? Let me know. Master, 1,000 crowns, or else lay down your head. Mate, and so much shall you give, or off goes yours. Lieutenant, what? Think you much to pay 2,000 crowns, and bear the name and port of gentleman? Cut both the villains' throats, for die you shall. The lives of those which we have lost in fight be counterpoised with such a petty sum. One gentleman, I'll give it, sir, and therefore spare my life. 2 gentlemen, and so will I, and write home for it straight. Whitmore, to Suffolk, I lost mine eye in laying the prize aboard, and therefore to revenge it shalt thou die, and so should these if I might have my will. Lieutenant, be not so rash. Take ransom, let him live. Suffolk, look on my George, I am a gentleman. Rate me at what thou wilt, thou shalt be paid. Whitmore, and so am I. My name is Walter Whitmore. How now? Why start'st thou? What doth death affright? Suffolk, thy name affrights me, in whose sound is death. A cunning man did calculate my birth, and told me that by water I should die. Yet let not this make thee be bloody-minded. Thy name is Gaultier, being rightly sounded. Whitmore, Gaultier or Walter, which it is, I care not. Never yet did base dishonor blur our name, but with our sword we wiped away the blot. Therefore, when merchant-like I sell revenge, broke be my sword, my arms torn and defaced, and I proclaimed a coward through the world. Suffolk, stay, Whitmore, for thy prisoner is a prince, the Duke of Suffolk, William de la Pole. Whitmore, the Duke of Suffolk, muffled up in rags? Suffolk, aye, but these rags are no part of the Duke. Jove sometime went disguised, and why not I? Lieutenant, but Jove was never slain, as thou shalt be. Suffolk, obscure and lowly swain, King Henry's blood, the honorable blood of Lancaster, must not be shed by such a jaded groom. Hast thou not kissed thy hand and held my stirrup, bareheaded plodded by my footcloth mule, and thought thee happy when I shook my head? How often hast thou waited at my cup, fed from my trencher, kneeled down at the board, when I have feasted with Queen Margaret? Remember it, and let it make thee crestfallen, aye, and allay thus thy abortive pride. How in our voiding lobby hast thou stood and duly waited for my coming forth? This hand of mine hath writ in thy behalf, and therefore shall it charm thy riotous tongue. Whitmore, speak, Captain, shall I stab the forlorn swain? Lieutenant, first let my words stab him, as he hath me. Suffolk, base slave, thy words are blunt, and so art thou. Lieutenant, convey him hence, and on our longboat's side strike off his head. Suffolk, thou darest not, for thy own. Lieutenant, yes, Pole. Suffolk, Pole. Lieutenant, Poole, Sir Poole. Lord, I, kennel, puddle, sink, whose filth and dirt troubles the silver spring where England drinks. Now will I dam up this thy yawning mouth for swallowing the treasure of the realm. Thy lips that kissed the Queen shall sweep the ground, and thou that smiledst at good Duke Humphrey's death against the senseless winds shalt grin in vain, who in contempt shall hiss at thee again. And wedded be thou to the hags of hell, for daring to affy a mighty lord unto the daughter of a worthless king, having neither subject, wealth, nor diadem. By devilish policy art thou grown great, and, like ambitious Scylla, overgorged with gobbets of thy mother's bleeding heart. By the Anjou and Maine were sold to France. The false revolting Normans thorough thee disdain to call us lord, and Picardy hath slain their governors, surprised our forts, and sent the ragged soldiers wounded home. The princely Warwick and the Nevilles all, whose dreadful swords were never drawn in vain, as hating thee are rising up in arms. And now the House of York, thrust from the crown by shameful murder of a guiltless king and lofty, proud, encroaching tyranny, burns with revenging fire, whose hopeful colors advance our half-faced sun, striving to shine, under the which is writ Invitus Nubibus. The commons here in Kent are up in arms, and, to conclude, reproach and beggary is crept into the palace of our king, and all by thee away. Convey him hence. Suffolk, oh that I were a god, to shoot forth thunder upon these paltry, servile, abject drudges. Small things make base men proud. This villain here, being captain of a pinnace, threatens more than Bargulus the strong Illyrian pirate. Drones suck not eagle's blood but raw beehives. It is impossible that I should die by such a lowly vassal as thyself. Thy words move rage and not remorse in me. I go of message from the Queen to France. I charge thee waft me safely cross the channel. Lieutenant, Walter, Whitmore, come, Suffolk, I must waft thee to thy death. Suffolk, peen gelidus to more occupied artis. It is thee I fear. Whitmore, thou shalt have cause to fear before I leave thee. What, are ye daunted now? Now will ye stoop? One gentleman, my gracious lord, entreat him, speak him fair. Suffolk, Suffolk's imperial tongue is stern and rough, used to command, untaught to plead for favor. Far be it we should honor such as these with humble suit. No, rather let my head stoop to the block than these knees bow to any save to the God of heaven and to my king, and sooner dance upon a bloody pole than stand uncovered to the vulgar groom. True nobility is exempt from fear. More can I bear than you dare execute. Lieutenant, hale him away, and let him talk no more. Suffolk, come, soldiers, show what cruelty ye can, that this my death may never be forgot. Great men oft die by vile Bezonians. A Roman sworder and bandito slave murdered sweet Tully. Brutus' bastard hand stabbed Julius Caesar. Savage Islanders Pompey the Great, and Suffolk dies by pirates. Exeunt Whitmore and others. With Suffolk, Lieutenant. And as for these whose ransom we have set, it is our pleasure one of them depart. Therefore come you with us, and let him go. Exeunt all but the one gentleman. Enter Whitmore with Suffolk's body and head. Whitmore. There let his head and lifeless body lie, until the queen his mistress bury it. Exit. One gentleman. O barbarous and bloody spectacle! His body will I bear unto the king. If he revenge it not, yet will his friends. So will the queen, that living held him dear. Exit with the body. Scene 2. Blackheath. Enter George Bevis and John Holland. Bevis. Come, and get thee a sword, though made of a lath. They have been up these 2 days. Holland. They have the more need to sleep now, then. Bevis. I tell thee, Jack Cade the clothier means to dress the commonwealth, and turn it, and set a new nap upon it. Holland. So he had need, for 'tis threadbare well. I say it was never merry world in England since gentlemen came up. Bevis. O miserable age! Virtue is not regarded in handicraftsmen. Holland. The nobility think scorn to go in leather aprons. Bevis. Nay, more. The king's council are no good workmen. Holland. True. And yet it is said, labor in thy vocation, which is as much to say as, let the magistrates be laboring men, and therefore should we be magistrates. Bevis. Thou hast hit it, for there's no better sign of a brave mind than a hard hand. Holland. I see them. I see them. There's Bess' son, the tanner of Wingham. Bevis. He shall have the skin of our enemies, to make dogs' leather of. Holland. And Dick the butcher. Bevis. Then is sin struck down like an ox, and iniquity's throat cut like a calf. Holland. And Smith the weaver. Bevis. Argo, their thread of life is spun. Holland. Come, come, let's fall in with them. Drum enter Cade, Dick the butcher, Smith the weaver, and a sawyer with infinite numbers carrying long staves. Cade. We, John Cade, so termed of our supposed father. Dick. Aside. Or rather, of stealing a cade of herrings. Cade. For our enemies shall fall before us. Inspired with the spirit of putting down kings and princes, command silence. Dick. Silence. Cade. My father was a Mortimer. Dick. Aside. He was an honest man and a good bricklayer. Cade. My mother a Plantagenet. Dick. Aside. I knew her well. She was a midwife. Cade. My wife descended of the Lacys. Dick. Aside. She was indeed a peddler's daughter, and sold many laces. Smith. Aside. But now of late, not able to travel with her furred pack, she washes bucks here at home. Cade. Therefore am I of an honorable house. Dick. Aside. I, by my faith, the field is honorable. And there was he born, under a hedge, for his father had never a house but the cage. Cade. Valiant I am. Smith. Aside. He must needs, for beggary is valiant. Cade. I am able to endure much. Dick. Aside. No question of that, for I have seen him whipped 3 market days together. Cade. I fear neither sword nor fire. Smith. Aside. He need not fear the sword, for his coat is of proof. Dick. Aside. But methinks he should stand in fear of fire, being burnt hand for stealing of sheep. Cade. Be brave, then, for your captain is brave, and vows reformation, there shall be in England 7 halfpenny loaves sold for a penny. The 3-hooped pot shall have 10 hoops, and I will make it felony to drink small beer. All the realm shall be in common, and in Cheapside shall my palfrey go to grass, and when I am king, as king I will be. All. God save your majesty. Cade. I thank you, good people. There shall be no money. All shall eat and drink on my score, and I will apparel them all in one livery, that they may agree like brothers and worship me their lord. Dick. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. Cade. Nay, that I mean to do is not this a lamentable thing, that of the skin of an innocent lamb should be made parchment. That parchment, being scribbled o'er, should undo a man? Some say the bee stings, but I say 'tis the beeswax. For I did but seal once to a thing, and I was never mine own man since how now? Who's there? Enter some, bringing in the clerk of Chartham. Smith. The clerk of Chartham, he can write and read and cast account. Cade. Oh, monstrous. Smith. We took him setting of boys' copies. Cade. Here's a villain. Smith. Has a book in his pocket with red letters in T. Cade. Nay, then, he is a conjurer. Dick. Nay, he can make obligations and write court hand. Cade. I am sorry for T. The man is a proper man, of mine honor. Unless I find him guilty, he shall not die. Come hither, Sirrah, I must examine thee. What is thy name? Clerk. Emmanuel. Dick. They used to write it on the top of letters. 'Twill go hard with you. Cade. Let me alone. Dost thou use to write thy name? Or hast thou a mark to thyself, like a honest, plain-dealing man? Clerk. Sir, I thank God. I have been so well brought up that I can write my name. All. He hath confessed. Away with him. He's a villain and a traitor. Cade. Away with him, I say. Hang him with his pin and inkhorn about his neck. Exit one with the clerk. Enter Michael. Michael. Where's our general? Cade. Here I am, thou particular fellow. Michael. Fly, fly, fly. Sir Humphrey Stafford and his brother are hard by, with the king's forces. Cade. Stand, villain, stand, or I'll fell thee down. He shall be encountered with a man as good as himself. He is but a knight. Is he? Michael. No. Cade. To equal him, I will make myself a knight presently. Kneels. Rise up, Sir John Mortimer. Rises. Now have at him. Enter Sir Humphrey Stafford, and his brother with drum and soldiers. Stafford. Rebellious hinds, the filth and scum of Kent, marked for the gallows, lay your weapons down. Home to your cottages, forsake this groom. The king is merciful, if you revolt, brother, but angry, wrathful, and inclined to blood, if you go forward, therefore yield or die. Cade. As for these silken-coated slaves, I pass not. It is to you, good people, that I speak, over whom, in time to come, I hope to reign, for I am rightful heir unto the crown. Stafford. Villain, thy father was a plasterer, and thou thyself a shearman, art thou not? Cade. And Adam was a gardener. Brother. And what of that? Cade. Marry, this. Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, married the Duke of Clarence' daughter, did he not? Stafford. Aye, sir. Cade. By her he had 2 children at one birth. Brother. That's false. Cade. Aye, there's the question, but I say 'tis true. The elder of them, being put to nurse, was by a beggar woman stolen away, and, ignorant of his birth and parentage, became a bricklayer when he came to age. His son am I, deny it if you can. Dick. Nay, 'tis too true. Therefore he shall be king. Smith. Sir, he made a chimney in my father's house, and the bricks are alive at this day to testify it. Therefore deny it not. Stafford. And will you credit this base drudge's words, that speaks he knows not what? All. Aye, marry will we, therefore get ye gone. Brother. Jackade, the Duke of York hath taught you this. Cade. Aside. He lies, for I invented it myself to go to, Sirrah, tell the king from me that, for his father's sake, Henry V, in whose time boys went to span counter for French crowns, I am content he shall reign, but I'll be protector over him. Dick. And furthermore, we'll have the Lord Say's head for selling the dukedom of Maine. Cade. And good reason, for thereby is England mained and fain to go with a staff, but that my puissance holds it up, fellow kings. I tell you that Lord Say hath gelded the Commonwealth and made it an eunuch, and more than that, he can speak French, and therefore he is a traitor. Stafford. O gross and miserable ignorance. Cade. Nay, answer if you can. The Frenchmen are our enemies. Go to, then, I ask but this. Can he that speaks with the tongue of an enemy be a good counselor, or no? All. No, no, and therefore will have his head. Brother. Well, seeing gentle words will not prevail, assail them with the army of the king. Stafford. Herald, away, and throughout every town proclaim them traitors that are up with Cade, that those which fly before the battle ends may, even in their wives' and children's sight, be hanged up for example at their doors. And you that be the king's friends, follow me. Exeunt the two Staffords. And soldiers. Cade. And you that love the commons follow me. Now show yourselves men. 'Tis for liberty. We will not leave one lord, one gentleman. Spare none but such as go in clout shoon, for they are thrifty honest men and such as would, but that they dare not, take our parts. Dick. They are all in order and march toward us. Cade. But then are we in order when we are most out of order? Come, march forward. Exeunt. Scene 3. Another part of Blackheath. Alarums to the fight, wherein both the Staffords are slain, enter Cade and the rest. Cade. Where's Dick, the butcher of Ashford? Dick. Here, sir. Cade. They fell before thee like sheep and oxen, and thou behavedst thyself as if thou hadst been in thine own slaughterhouse, therefore thus will I reward thee. The Lent shall be as long again as it is, and thou shalt have a license to kill for 100 lacking one. Dick. I desire no more. Cade. And, to speak truth, thou deservest no less. This monument of the victory will I bear, putting on Sir Humphrey's brigandine, and the bodies shall be dragged at my horse heels till I do come to London, where we will have the mayor's sword borne before us. Dick. If we mean to thrive and do good, break open the jails and let out the prisoners. Cade. Fear not that, I warrant thee. Come, let's march towards London. Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the palace. Enter the king with a supplication, and the queen with Suffolk's head. The Duke of Buckingham and the lords say. Queen Margaret. Aside. Oft have I heard that grief softens the mind and makes it fearful and degenerate. Think therefore on revenge and cease to weep. But who can cease to weep and look on this? Here may his head lie on my throbbing breast, but where's the body that I should embrace? Buckingham. What answer makes your grace to the rebel supplication? King Henry. I'll send some holy bishop to entreat, for God forbids so many simple souls should perish by the sword, and I myself, rather than bloody war shall cut them short, will parley with Jack Cade their general. But stay, I'll read it over once again. Queen Margaret. Aside. Ah, barbarous villains, hath this lovely face ruled, like a wandering planet, over me, and could it not enforce them to relent that were unworthy to behold the same? King Henry. Lord, say, Jack Cade hath sworn to have thy head. Say, aye, but I hope your highness shall have his. King Henry. How now, madam? Still lamenting and mourning for Suffolk's death? I fear me, love, if that I had been dead, thou wouldst not have mourned so much for me. Queen Margaret. No, my love, I should not mourn, but die for thee. Enter a messenger. King Henry. How now, what news? Why comest thou in such haste? Messenger. The rebels are in Southwark. Fly, my lord. Jack Cade proclaims himself Lord Mortimer, descended from the Duke of Clarence house, and calls your grace usurper openly, and vows to crown himself in Westminster. His army is a ragged multitude of hinds and peasants, rude and merciless. Sir Humphrey Stafford and his brother's death hath given them heart and courage to proceed. All scholars, lawyers, courtiers, gentlemen, they call false caterpillars, and intend their death. King Henry. O graceless men, they know not what they do. Buckingham. My gracious lord, retire to Killingworth until a power be raised to put them down. Queen Margaret. Ah, were the Duke of Suffolk now alive, these Kentish rebels would be soon appeased. King Henry. Lord, say, the traitors hate thee, therefore away with us to Killingworth. Say, so might your grace's person be in danger. The sight of me is odious in their eyes, and therefore in this city will I stay and live alone as secret as I may. Enter another messenger. Messenger. Jack Cade hath gotten London Bridge. The citizens fly and forsake their houses. The rascal people, thirsting after prey, join with the traitor, and they jointly swear to spoil the city and your royal court. Buckingham. Then linger not, my lord. Away, take horse. King Henry. Come, Margaret, God, our hope, will succor us. Queen Margaret. Aside. My hope is gone, now Suffolk is deceased. King Henry. Farewell, my lord, trust not the Kentish rebels. Buckingham. Trust nobody, for fear you be betrayed. Say, the trust one have is in mine innocence, and therefore am I bold and resolute. Exeunt. Scene V. London, the Tower. Enter Lord Scales. Upon the tower, walking, then enter 2 or 3 citizens below. Scales. How now? Is Jack Cade slain? One citizen. No, my lord, nor likely to be slain. For they have won the bridge, killing all those that withstand them. The Lord Mayor craves aid of your honor from the tower to defend the city from the rebels. Scales. Such aid as I can spare you shall command, but I am troubled here with them myself. The rebels have essayed to win the tower. But get you to Smithfield and gather head, and thither I will send you Matthew Goff. Fight for your king, your country, and your lives. And so farewell, for I must hence again. Exeunt. Scene 6. London, Cannon Street. Enter Jack Cade and the rest, and strikes his staff on London stone. Cade. Now is Mortimer lord of this city, and here, sitting upon London stone, I charge and command that, of the city's cost, the pissing conduit run nothing but claret wine this first year of our reign, and now henceforward it shall be treason for any that calls me other than Lord Mortimer. Enter a soldier, running. Soldier. Jack Cade. Jack Cade. Cade. Knock him down there. They kill him. Dick. If this fellow be wise, he'll never call ye Jack Cade more. I think he hath a very fair warning. Why, lord, there's an army gathered together in Smithfield. Cade. Come then, let's go fight with them, but first, go and set London Bridge on fire. And if you can, burn down the tower too. Come, let's away. Exeunt. Scene 7. London, Smithfield. Alarums. Matthew Goff is slain, and all the rest. Then enter Jack Cade with his company. Cade. So, sirs, now go some and pull down the Savoy. Others to the Inns of Court. Down with them all. Dick. I have a suit unto your lordship. Cade. Be it a lordship, thou shalt have it for that word. Dick. Only that the laws of England may come out of your mouth. Holland. Aside. Mass, 'twill be sore law, then. For he was thrust in the mouth with a spear, and 'tis not whole yet. Smith. Aside. Nay, John, it will be stinking law, for his breath stinks with eating toasted cheese. Cade. I have thought upon it, it shall be so away. Burn all the records of the realm, my mouth shall be the Parliament of England. Holland. Aside. Then we are like to have biting statutes, unless his teeth be pulled out. Cade. And henceforward all things shall be in common. Enter a messenger. Messenger. My lord, a prize, a prize. Here's the Lord say, which sold the towns in France. He that made us pay 1 20/15, and 1 shilling to the pound, the last subsidy. Enter George Bevis with the Lord say. Cade. Well, he shall be beheaded for it 10 times. Thou say, thou surge, nay, thou buckram lord. Now art thou within point blank of our jurisdiction regal. What canst thou answer to my majesty for giving up of Normandy unto Mounser Basimecu, the Dauphin of France? Be it known unto thee by these presents, even the presence of Lord Mortimer, that I am the besom that must sweep the court clean of such filth as thou art. Thou hast most traitorously corrupted the youth of the realm in erecting a grammar school. And whereas before, our forefathers had no other books but the score and the tally, thou hast caused printing to be used, and contrary to the king, his crown and dignity, thou hast built a paper-mill. It will be proved to thy face that thou hast men about thee that usually talk of a noun and a verb, and such abominable words as no Christian ear can endure to hear. Thou hast appointed justices of peace, to call poor men before them about matters they were not able to answer. Moreover, thou hast put them in prison, and because they could not read, thou hast hanged them, when indeed only for that cause they have been most worthy to live. Thou dost ride on a footcloth, dost thou not? Say, what of that? Cade. Marry, thou oughtst not to let thy horse wear a cloak when honester men than thou go in their hose and doublets. Dick. And work in their shirt too, as myself, for example, that am a butcher. Say, you men of Kent. Dick. What say you of Kent? Say, nothing but this, 'tis bona terra, mala gens. Cade. Away with him, away with him. He speaks Latin. Say, hear me but speak, and bear me where you will. Kent. In the commentaries Caesar writ, is termed the civilst place of all this isle. Sweet is the country, because full of riches, the people liberal, valiant, active, wealthy, which makes me hope you are not void of pity. I sold not Maine, I lost not Normandy, yet to recover them would lose my life. Justice with favor have I always done. Prayers and tears have moved me, gifts could never. When have I aught exacted at your hands, kent to maintain the king, the realm, and you? Large gifts have I bestowed on learned clerks, because my book preferred me to the king. And seeing ignorance is the curse of God, knowledge the wing wherewith we fly to heaven. Unless you be possessed with devilish spirits, you cannot but forbear to murder me. This tongue hath parleyed unto foreign kings for your behoof. Cade, tut, when struck'st thou one blow in the field? Say, great men have reaching hands. Oft have I struck those that I never saw, and struck them dead. George, O monstrous coward! What, to come behind folks? Say, these cheeks are pale for watching for your good. Cade, give him a box o' teach ear, and that will make him red again. Say, long sitting to determine poor men's causes hath made me full of sickness and diseases. Cade, ye shall have a hempen caudle then, and the help of hatchet. Dick, why dost thou quiver, man? Say, the palsy, and not fear, provokes me. Cade, nay, he nods at us as who should say, I'll be even with you. I'll see if his head will stand steadier on a pole or no. Take him away, and behead him. Say, tell me, wherein have I offended most? Have I affected wealth or honor? Speak, are my chests filled up with extorted gold? Is my apparel sumptuous to behold? Whom have I injured, that ye seek my death? These hands are free from guiltless bloodshedding, this breast from harboring foul, deceitful thoughts. Oh, let me live. Cade, aside. I feel remorse in myself with his words, but I'll bridle it, he shall die. And it be but for pleading so well for his life, away with him. He has a familiar under his tongue. He speaks not I God's name. Go, take him away, I say, and strike off his head presently, and then break into his son-in-law's house, Sir James Cromer, and strike off his head, and bring them both upon 2 poles hither. All, it shall be done. Say, ah, countrymen, if when you make your prayers, God should be so obdurate as yourselves, how would it fare with your departed souls? And therefore yet relent, and save my life. Cade, away with him, and do as I command ye. Exeunt some with Lord say, the proudest peer in the realm shall not wear a head on his shoulders unless he pay me tribute. There shall not a maid be married, but she shall pay to me her maidenhead ere they have it. Men shall hold of me in capite. And we charge and command that their wives be as free as heart can wish or tongue can tell. Dick, my lord, when shall we go to Cheapside and take up commodities upon our bills? Cade, marry, presently. All, oh brave, enter one with the heads. Cade, but is not this braver? Let them kiss one another, for they loved well when they were alive, now part them again. Lest they consult about the giving up of some more towns in France, soldiers, defer the spoil of the city until night. For with these borne before us instead of maces will we ride through the streets, and at every corner have them kissed away. Exeunt. Scene 8. Southwark. Alarum and retreat enter Cade, and all his rabblement. Cade, up Fish Street, down St. Magnus Corner, kill and knock down, throw them into Thames. Sound a parley. What noise is this I hear? Dare any be so bold to sound retreat, or parley when I command them kill? Enter Buckingham and old Clifford attended. Buckingham, I? Here they be that dare and will disturb thee. No, Cade, we come ambassadors from the king unto the commons, whom thou hast misled, and here pronounce free pardon to them all that will forsake thee and go home in peace. Clifford, what say ye, countrymen? Will ye relent and yield to mercy whilst 'tis offered you? Or let a rebel lead you to your deaths, who loves the king and will embrace his pardon, fling up his cap, and say, God save his majesty, who hadeth him and honors not his father, Henry V, that made all France to quake, shake he his weapon at us and pass by. All, God save the king, God save the king. Cade, what, Buckingham and Clifford, Are ye so brave? And you, base peasants, do ye believe him? Will you needs be hanged with your pardons about your necks? Hath my sword therefore broke through London gates, that you should leave me at the White Hart in Southwark? I thought you would never have given out these arms till you had recovered your ancient freedom, but you are all recreants and dastards, and delight to live in slavery to the nobility. Let them break your backs with burdens, take your houses over your heads, ravish your wives and daughters before your faces. For me, I will make shift for one, and so God's curse light upon you all. All will follow Cade. Will follow Cade. Clifford. Is Cade the son of Henry V, that thus you do exclaim you'll go with him? Will he conduct you through the heart of France, and make the meanest of you earls and dukes? Alas, he hath no home, no place to fly to, nor knows he how to live but by the spoil, unless by robbing of your friends and us. Were he not ashamed that whilst you live at jar the fearful French, whom you late vanquished, should make a start o'er seas and vanquish you? Methinks already in this civil broil I see them lording it in London streets, crying Villego unto all they meet. Better 10,000 base-born Cades miscarry than you should stoop unto a Frenchman's mercy. To France, and get what you have lost. Spare England, for it is your native coast. Henry hath money, you are strong and manly. God on our side, doubt not of victory. All, a Clifford, will follow the king and Clifford. Cade, was ever feathers so lightly blown to and fro as this multitude? The name of Henry V hails them to 100 mischiefs, and makes them leave me desolate. I see them lay their heads together to surprise me. Why, sword, make way for me, for here is no stanged. In despite of the devils and hell, have through the very middest of you, and heavens and honor be witness that no want of resolution in me, but only my followers' base and ignominious treasons, makes me betake me to my heels. Exit. Buckingham. What? Is he fled? Go some and follow him. And he that brings his head unto the king shall have 1,000 crowns for his reward. Exeunt some of them. Follow me, soldiers. We'll devise a mean to reconcile you all unto the king. Exeunt. Scene 9. Kenilworth Castle. Sound trumpets, enter king. Queen and Somerset on the terrace, aloft. King Henry. Was ever king that joyed an earthly throne, and could command no more content than I? No sooner was I crept out of my cradle, but I was made a king at 9 months old. Was never subject long to be a king as I do long, and wish to be a subject. Enter Buckingham and old Clifford. Buckingham. Health and glad tidings to your majesty. King Henry. Why, Buckingham, is the traitor Cade surprised? Or is he but retired to make him strong? Enter below multitudes with halters about their necks. Clifford. He is fled, my lord, and all his powers do yield, and humbly thus, with halters on their necks, expect your highness doom of life or death. King Henry. Then, heaven, set ope thy everlasting gates to entertain my vows of thanks and praise. Soldiers, this day have you redeemed your lives and showed how well you love your prince and country. Continue still in this so good a mind, and Henry, though he be unfortunate, assure yourselves, will never be unkind. And so, with thanks and pardon to you all, I do dismiss you to your several countries. All. God save the king. God save the king. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Please at your grace to be advertised the Duke of York is newly come from Ireland, and with a puissant and a mighty power of gallowglasses and stout kerns is marching hitherward in proud array, and still proclaimeth, as he comes along, his arms are only to remove from thee the Duke of Somerset, whom he terms a traitor. King Henry. Thus stands my state, twixt Cade and York distressed, like to a ship that, having scaped a tempest, is straightway calmed and boarded with a pirate. But now is Cade driven back, his men dispersed, and now is York in arms to second him. I pray thee, Buckingham, go and meet him, and ask him what's the reason of these arms. Tell him I'll send Duke Edmund to the Tower, and Somerset, we will commit thee thither, until his army be dismissed from him. Somerset. My lord, I'll yield myself to prison willingly, or unto death, to do my country good. King Henry. In any case, be not too rough in terms, for he is fierce and cannot brook hard language. Buckingham, I will, my lord, and doubt not so to deal as all things shall redound unto your good. King Henry, come, wife, let's in, and learn to govern better. For yet may England curse my wretched reign. Flourish exeunt. Scene X. Kent. Iden's garden. Enter Cade. Cade. Fie on ambitions. Fie on myself, that have a sword, and yet am ready to famish. These 5 days have I hid me in these woods, and durst not peep out, for all the country is laid for me. But now am I so hungry that if I might have a lease of my life for 1,000 years, I could stay no longer. Wherefore, o'er a brick wall have I climbed into this garden, to see if I can eat grass, or pick a sowlet another while, which is not amiss to cool a man's stomach this hot weather, and I think this word, sowlet, was born to do me good. For many a time, but for a sowlet, my brain pan had been cleft with a brown bill, and many a time, when I have been dry and bravely marching, it hath served me instead of a quart pot to drink in. And now the word sowlet must serve me to feed on. Enter Iden and his men. Iden, Lord, who would live turmoiled in the court and may enjoy such quiet walks as these. This small inheritance my father left me contenteth me, and worth a monarchy. I seek not to wax great by others' waning or gather wealth. I care not with what envy. Sufficeth that I have maintains my state and sends the poor well pleased from my gate. Cade, here's the lord of the soil come to seize me for a stray, for entering his fee simple without leave. Ah, villain, thou wilt betray me and get 1,000 crowns of the king by carrying my head to him. But I'll make thee eat iron like an ostrich, and swallow my sword like a great pin, ere thou and I part. Iden, why, rude companion, whatsoe'er thou be, I know thee not. Why, then, should I betray thee? Is 't not enough to break into my garden and, like a thief, to come to rob my grounds, climbing my walls in spite of me the owner? But thou wilt brave me with these saucy terms? Cade, brave thee? I, by the best blood that ever was broached, and beard thee too. Look on me well. I have eat no meat these 5 days, yet come thou and thy 5 men, and if I do not leave you all as dead as a doornail, I pray God I may never eat grass more. Iden, nay, it shall ne'er be said, while England stands, that Alexander Iden, an esquire of Kent, took odds to combat a poor famished man. Oppose thy steadfast gazing eyes to mine. See if thou canst outface me with thy looks. Set limb to limb, and thou art far the lesser. Thy hand is but a finger to my fist, thy leg a stick compared with this truncheon. My foot shall fight with all the strength thou hast, and if mine arm be heaved in the air, thy grave is digged already in the earth. As for words, whose greatness answers words, let this my sword report what speech forbears. Cade, by my valor, the most complete champion that ever I heard. Steel, if thou turn the edge, or cut not out the burly-boned clown in chins of beef ere thou sleep in thy sheath, I beseech God on my knees thou mayst be turned to hobnails. Here they fight, and Cade falls. Oh, I am slain. Famine and no other hath slain me. Let 10,000 devils come against me, and give me but the 10 meals I have lost, and I defy them all. Wither, garden, and be henceforth a burying place to all that do dwell in this house, because the unconquered soul of Cade is fled. Iden, is't Cade that I have slain, that monstrous traitor? Sword, I will hallow thee for this thy deed, and hang thee o'er my tomb when I am dead. Ne'er shall this blood be wiped from thy point, but thou shalt wear it as a herald's coat to emblaze the honor that thy master got. Cade, Iden, farewell, and be proud of thy victory. Tell Kent from me she hath lost her best man, and exhort all the world to be cowards. For I, that never feared any, am vanquished by famine, not by valor. Dies. Iden, how much thou wrong'st me, heaven be my judge. Die, damned wretch, the curse of her that bare thee. And as I thrust thy body in with my sword, so wish I might thrust thy soul to hell. Hence will I drag thee headlong by the heels unto a dunghill, which shall be thy grave, and there cut off thy most ungracious head, which I will bear in triumph to the king, leaving thy trunk for crows to feed upon. Exit. Act V. Scene I. Fields between Dartford and Blackheath enter York and his army of Irish, with drum and colours. York. From Ireland thus comes York to claim his right and pluck the crown from feeble Henry's head. Ring, bells, aloud. Burn, bonfires, clear and bright, to entertain great England's lawful king. Ah, sancta majestas, who would not buy thee dear? Let them obey that knows not how to rule. This hand was made to handle naught but gold. I cannot give due action to my words except a sword or sceptre balance it. A sceptre shall it have I a soul, on which I'll toss the fleur-de-luce of France. Enter Buckingham. Whom have we here? Buckingham, to disturb me? The king hath sent him. Sure, I must dissemble. Buckingham. York, if thou meanest well, I greet thee well. York. Humphrey of Buckingham, I accept thy greeting. Art thou a messenger, or come of pleasure? Buckingham. A messenger from Henry, our dread liege, to know the reason of these arms in peace, or why thou, being a subject as I am, against thy oath and true allegiance sworn, should raise so great a power without his leave, or dare to bring thy force so near the court. York. Aside. Scarce can I speak, my choler is so great. Oh, I could hew up rocks and fight with flint. I am so angry at these abject terms. And now, like Ajax Telamonius, on sheep or oxen could I spin my fury. I am far better born than is the king, more like a king, more kingly in my thoughts. But I must make fair weather yet a while, till Henry be more weak and I more strong. Buckingham, I prithee, pardon me, that I have given no answer all this while. My mind was troubled with deep melancholy. The cause why I have brought this army hither is to remove proud Somerset from the king, seditious to his grace and to the state. Buckingham, that is too much presumption on thy part. But if thy arms be to no other end, the king hath yielded unto thy demand. The Duke of Somerset is in the Tower. York, upon thine honour, is he prisoner? Buckingham, upon mine honour, he is prisoner. York, then, Buckingham, I do dismiss my powers. Soldiers, I thank you all. Disperse yourselves. Meet me tomorrow in St. George's Field. You shall have pay and everything you wish. Exeunt, soldiers, and let my sovereign, virtuous Henry, command my eldest son, nay, all my sons, as pledges of my fealty and love. I'll send them all as willing as I live. Lands, goods, horse, armor, anything I have is his to use, so Somerset may die. Buckingham. York, I commend this kind submission. We twain will go into his highness' tent. Enter king and attendants. King Henry. Buckingham, doth York intend no harm to us that thus he marcheth with thee arm in arm? York. In all submission and humility York doth present himself unto your highness. King Henry. Then what intends these forces thou dost bring? York. To heave the traitor Somerset from hence and fight against that monstrous rebel Cade, who since I heard to be discomfited. Enter Iden with Cade's head. Iden. If one so rude and of so mean condition may pass into the presence of a king, lo, I present your grace a traitor's head, the head of Cade, whom I in combat slew. King Henry. The head of Cade. Great God, how just art thou? Oh, let me view his visage. Being dead, that living wrought me such exceeding trouble. Tell me, my friend, art thou the man that slew him? Iden. I was, and tea like your majesty. King Henry. How art thou called? And what is thy degree? Iden. Alexander Iden, that's my name. A poor esquire of Kent, that loves his king. Buckingham. So please it you, my lord, 'twere not amiss he were created knight for his good service. King Henry. Iden. Kneel down. He kneels. Rise up a knight. We give thee for reward 1,000 marks, and will that thou henceforth attend on us. Iden. May Iden live to merit such a bounty, and never live but true unto his liege. Rises. Enter Queen and Somerset. King Henry. See, Buckingham, Somerset comes with the Queen. Go, bid her hide him quickly from the Duke. Queen Margaret. For 1,000 Yorks he shall not hide his head, but boldly stand and front him to his face. York. How now? Is Somerset at liberty? Then, York, unloose thy long-imprisoned thoughts, and let thy tongue be equal with thy heart. Shall I endure the sight of Somerset? False king, why hast thou broken faith with me, knowing how hardly I can brook abuse? King did I call thee? No, thou art not king, not fit to govern and rule multitudes, which darest not, no, nor canst not rule a traitor. That head of thine doth not become a crown. Thy hand is made to grasp a palmer's staff, and not to grace an awful princely scepter. That gold must round and girt these brows of mine, whose smile and frown, like to Achilles' spear, is able with the change to kill and cure. Here is a hand to hold a scepter up, and with the same to act controlling laws. Give place. By heaven, thou shalt rule no more o'er him, whom heaven created for thy ruler. Somerset, O monstrous traitor! I arrest thee, York, of capital treason gainst the king and crown. Obey, audacious traitor, kneel for grace. York, wouldst have me kneel? First let me ask of these if they can brook I bow a knee to man. Sirrah, call in my sons to be my bail. Exit attendant. I know, ere they will have me go to ward, they'll pawn their swords for my enfranchisement. Queen Margaret, call hither Clifford. Bid him come amain, to say if that the bastard boys of York shall be the surety for their traitor father. Exit Buckingham. York, O blood-bespotted Neapolitan, outcast of Naples, England's bloody scourge, the sons of York, thy betters in their birth, shall be their father's bail, and bane to those that for my surety will refuse the boys. Enter Edward and Richard. See where they come. I'll warrant they'll make it good. Enter old Clifford and his son, Queen Margaret, and here comes Clifford to deny their bail. Clifford, health and all happiness to my lord the king. Rises. York, I thank thee, Clifford. Say, what news with thee? Nay, do not fright us with an angry look. We are thy sovereign, Clifford. Kneel again. For thy mistaking so, we pardon thee. Clifford, this is my king, York, I do not mistake. But thou mistakes me much to think I do. To Bedlam with him. Is the man grown mad? King Henry. I, Clifford, a bedlam and ambitious humor makes him oppose himself against his king. Clifford, he is a traitor. Let him to the Tower, and chop away that factious pate of his. Queen Margaret, he is arrested, but will not obey. His sons, he says, shall give their words for him. York, will you not, sons? Edward, I, noble father, if our words will serve. Richard, and if words will not, then our weapons shall. Clifford, why, what a brood of traitors have we here? York, look in a glass, and call thy image so. I am thy king, and thou a false heart traitor. Call hither to the stake my two brave bears, that with the very shaking of their chains they may astonish these fell-lurking curs. Bid Salisbury and Warwick come to me. Enter the Earls of Warwick and Salisbury. Clifford, are these thy bears? We'll bait thy bears to death and manacle the bear herd in their chains, if thou darest bring them to the baiting place. Richard, oft have I seen a hot o'erweening cur run back and bite because he was withheld, who, being suffered with the bear's fell paw, hath clapped his tail between his legs and cried. And such a piece of service will you do if you oppose yourselves to match Lord Warwick. Clifford, hence, heap of wrath, foul indigested lump, as crooked in thy manners as thy shape. York, nay, we shall heat you thoroughly anon. Clifford, take heed, lest by your heat you burn yourselves. King Henry, why, Warwick, hath thy knee forgot to bow? Old Salisbury, shame to thy silver hair, thou mad misleader of thy brain-sick son. What, wilt thou on thy deathbed play the ruffian, and seek for sorrow with thy spectacles? Oh, where is faith? Oh, where is loyalty? If it be banished from the frosty head, where shall it find a harbor in the earth? Wilt thou go dig a grave to find out war, and shame thine honorable age with blood? Why art thou old, and want'st experience? Or wherefore dost abuse it, if thou hast it? For shame, in duty bend thy knee to me that bows unto the grave with mickle age. Salisbury, my lord, I have considered with myself the title of this most renowned duke, and in my conscience do repute his grace the rightful heir to England's royal seat. King Henry, Hast thou not sworn allegiance unto me? Salisbury. I have. King Henry. Canst thou dispense with heaven for such an oath? Salisbury. It is great sin to swear unto a sin, but greater sin to keep a sinful oath. Who can be bound by any solemn vow to do a murderous deed, to rob a man, to force a spotless virgin's chastity, to reave the orphan of his patrimony, to wring the widow from her customed right, and have no other reason for this wrong but that he was bound by a solemn oath? Queen Margaret. A subtle traitor needs no sophister. King Henry. Call Buckingham, and bid him arm himself. York. Call Buckingham, and all the friends thou hast. I am resolved for death or dignity. Clifford. The first I warrant thee, if dreams prove true. Warwick. You were best to go to bed and dream again, to keep thee from the tempest of the field. Clifford. I am resolved to bear a greater storm than any thou canst conjure up today, and that I'll write upon thy burgonet, might I but know thee by thy household badge. Warwick. Now, by my father's badge, old Neville's crest, the rampant bear chained to the ragged staff, this day I'll wear aloft my burgonet, as on a mountain top the cedar shows that keeps his leaves in spite of any storm, even to affright thee with the view thereof. Clifford. And from thy burgonet I'll rend thy bear, and tread it under foot with all contempt, despite the bear herd that protects the bear. Young Clifford. And so to arms, victorious father, to quell the rebels and their complices. Richard. Fie, Charity, for shame. Speak not in spite, for you shall sup with Jesu Christ tonight. Young Clifford. Foul stigmatic, that's more than thou canst tell. Richard. If not in heaven, you'll surely sup in hell. Exeunt severally. Scene 2. St. Albans. The sign of the castle and is displayed. Alarums to the battle. Enter Warwick. Warwick. Clifford of Cumberland, 'tis Warwick calls. And if thou dost not hide thee from the bear, now, when the angry trumpet sounds alarum and dead men's cries do fill the empty air, Clifford, I say, come forth and fight with me. Proud northern lord, Clifford of Cumberland, Warwick is hoarse with calling thee to arms. Enter York. How now, my noble lord? What, all afoot? York. The deadly-handed Clifford slew my steed, but match to match I have encountered him, and made a prey for carrion kites, and crows even of the bonny beast he loved so well. Enter old Clifford. Warwick. Of one or both of us the time is come. York. Hold, Warwick, seek thee out some other chase, for I myself must hunt this deer to death. Warwick. Then, nobly York, 'tis for a crown thou fight'st, as I intend, Clifford, to thrive today. It grieves my soul to leave thee unassailed. Exit. Clifford. What sayest thou in me? York. Why dost thou pause? York. With thy brave bearing should I be in love, but that thou art so fast mine enemy. Clifford. Nor should thy prowess want praise and esteem, but that 'tis shown ignobly and in treason. York. So let it help me now against thy sword as I in justice and true right express it. Clifford. My soul and body on the action both. York. A dreadful lay. Address thee instantly. They fight, and Clifford falls. Clifford. La fin couronne les ouvra. Dies. York. Thus war hath given thee peace, for thou art still. Peace with his soul, heaven, if it be thy will. Exit. Enter young Clifford. Young Clifford. Shame and confusion. All is on the rout. Fear frames disorder, and disorder wounds where it should guard. A war, thou son of hell, whom angry heavens do make their minister, throw in the frozen bosoms of our part hot coals of vengeance. Let no soldier fly. He that is truly dedicate to war hath no self-love, nor he that loves himself hath not essentially but by circumstance the name of valor. Seize his dead father. Oh! Let the vile world end, and the premised flames of the last day knit earth and heaven together. Now let the general trumpet blow his blast, particularities and petty sounds to cease. Wast thou ordained, dear father, to lose thy youth in peace, and to achieve the silver livery of advised age, and in thy reverence and thy chair days, thus to die in ruffian battle? Even at this sight my heart is turned to stone, and while 'tis mine it shall be stony. York not our old men spares. No more will I their babes. Tears virginal shall be to me even as the dew to fire, and beauty, that the tyrant oft reclaims, shall to my flaming wrath be oil and flax. Henceforth I will not have to do with pity. Meet I an infant of the house of York, into as many gobbets will I cut it as wild Medea young Absyrtus did. In cruelty will I seek out my fame. He takes him up on his back. Come, thou new ruin of old Clifford's house, as did Aeneas old Anchises bear. So bear I thee upon my manly shoulders. But then Aeneas bare a living load, nothing so heavy as these woes of mine. Exit, bearing off his father. Enter Richard and Somerset to fight. Somerset is killed. Richard, so, lie thou there. For underneath an alehouse, paltry sign, the castle in St. Albans, Somerset hath made the wizard famous in his death. Sword, hold thy temper. Heart, be wrathful still. Priests pray for enemies, but princes kill. Exit. Fight excursions, enter King, Queen and others. Queen Margaret. Away, my lord. You are slow, for shame, away. King Henry. Can we outrun the heavens? Good Margaret, stay. Queen Margaret. What are you made of? You'll nor fight nor fly. Now is it manhood, wisdom, and defense to give the enemy way, and to secure us by what we can, which can no more but fly. Alarum afar off. If you be ta'en, we then should see the bottom of all our fortunes. But if we haply scape, as well we may, if not through your neglect, we shall to London get, where you are loved and where this breach now in our fortunes made may readily be stopped. Enter young Clifford. Young Clifford. But that my heart's on future mischief set, I would speak blasphemy ere bid you fly, but fly you must. Uncurable discomfit reigns in the hearts of all our present parts. Away, for your relief, and we will live to see their day, and them our fortune give. Away, my lord, away. Exeunt. Scene 3, Fields near St. Albans. Alarum, retreat, enter York. Richard, Warwick and soldiers with drum and colours. York, of Salisbury, who can report of him, that winter lion, who in rage forgets aged contusions and all brush of time, and, like a gallant in the brow of youth, repairs him with occasion? This happy day is not itself, nor have we won 1 foot, if Salisbury be lost. Richard, my noble father, 3 times today I holp him to his horse, 3 times bestrid him. Thrice I led him off, persuaded him from any further act. But still, where danger was, still there I met him, and like rich hangings in a homely house, so was his will in his old feeble body. But, noble as he is, look where he comes. Enter Salisbury. Now, by my sword, well hast thou fought today. Salisbury. By te mass, so did we all. I thank you, Richard. God knows how long it is I have to live, and it hath pleased him that 3 times today you have defended me from imminent death. Well, lords, we have not got that which we have. 'Tis not enough our foes are this time fled, being opposites of such repairing nature. York, I know our safety is to follow them, for, as I hear, the king is fled to London to call a present court of Parliament. Let us pursue him ere the writs go forth. What says Lord Warwick? Shall we after them? Warwick, after them? Nay, before them, if we can. Now, by my hand, lords, 'twas a glorious day. St. Albans battle won by famous York shall be eternized in all age to come. Sound drums and trumpets, and to London all, and more such days as these to us befall. Exeunt. The third part of King Henry VI. Contents. Act I. Scene I. London, the Parliament House. Scene 2. Sandal Castle. Scene 3. Plains near Sandal Castle. Scene 4. The same. Act 2. Scene I. A plain near Mortimer's Cross in Herefordshire. Scene 2. Before York. Scene 3. A field of battle between Towton and Saxton in Yorkshire. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Scene V. Another part of the field. Scene 6. Another part of the field. Act 3. Scene I. A forest in the north of England. Scene 2. The palace. Scene 3. France, the King's Palace. Act 4. Scene I. London, the palace. Scene 2. A plain in Warwickshire. Scene 3. Edward's camp near Warwick. Scene 4. London, the palace. Scene V. A park near Middleham Castle in Yorkshire. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Scene 7. Before York. Scene 8. London, the Palace. Act V. Scene I. Coventry. Scene 2. A field of battle near Barnet. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Scene 4. Plains near Tewkesbury. Scene V. Another part of the field. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Scene 7. London, the Palace. Dramatis Personae. King Henry VI, Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, Prince of Wales, his son Duke of Somerset, Duke of Exeter, Earl of Oxford, Earl of Northumberland, Earl of Westmoreland, Lord Clifford, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, Edward, Earl of March, afterwards King Edward IV, his son George, afterwards Duke of Clarence, his son Richard, afterwards Duke of Gloucester, his son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, his son Duke of Norfolk, Marquis of Montague, Earl of Warwick, Earl of Pembroke, Lord Hastings, Lord Stafford, Sir John Mortimer, uncle to the Duke of York, Sir Hugh Mortimer, uncle to the Duke of York, Lady Grey, afterwards Queen Elizabeth to Edward IV, Earl Rivers, brother to Lady Grey, Henry, Earl of Richmond, a youth, Sir William Stanley, Sir John Montgomery, Sir John Somerville, King Louis XI, King of France, Bona, sister to the French Queen, tutor to Rutland, Mayor of York, Lieutenant of the Tower, a nobleman, 2 keepers, a huntsman, a son that has killed his father, a father that has killed his son, soldiers, attendants, messengers, watchmen, etc. Scene: England and France. Act I. Scene I. London, the Parliament House, Alarum, enter Duke of York, Edward, Richard, Norfolk, Montague, Warwick, and soldiers, all wearing the white rose. Warwick: I wonder how the king escaped our hands. York: while we pursued the horsemen of the north, he slyly stole away and left his men. Whereat the great lord of Northumberland, whose warlike ears could never brook retreat, cheered up the drooping army, and himself, Lord Clifford, and Lord Stafford, all abreast, charged our main battle's front, and breaking in, were by the swords of common soldiers slain. Edward, Lord Stafford's father, Duke of Buckingham, is either slain or wounded dangerous. I cleft his beaver with a downright blow. That this is true, father, behold his blood, showing his bloody sword. Montague, and brother, here's the Earl of Wiltshire's blood, to York, showing his, whom I encountered as the battles joined. Richard, speak thou for me, and tell them what I did. Throwing down the Duke of Somerset's head. York, Richard hath best deserved of all my sons. But is your grace dead, my lord of Somerset? Norfolk, such hope have all the line of John of Gaunt. Richard, thus do I hope to shake King Henry's head. Warwick, and so do I. Victorious Prince of York, before I see thee seated in that throne which now the house of Lancaster usurps, I vow by heaven these eyes shall never close. This is the palace of the fearful king, and this the regal seat. Possess it, York, for this is thine, and not King Henry's heirs. York, assist me, then, sweet Warwick, and I will. For hither we have broken in by force. Norfolk, will all assist you. He that flies shall die. York, thanks, gentle Norfolk, stay by me, my lords, and, soldiers, stay and lodge by me this night. Warwick, and when the king comes, offer him no violence, unless he seek to thrust you out perforce. They retire. York, the queen this day here holds her parliament, but little thinks we shall be of her counsel. By words or blows here let us win our right. Richard, armed as we are, let's stay within this house. Warwick, the bloody parliament shall this be called, unless Plantagenet, Duke of York, be king, and bashful Henry deposed, whose cowardice hath made us bywords to our enemies. York, then leave me not, my lords, be resolute. I mean to take possession of my right. Warwick, neither the king, nor he that loves him best, the proudest he that holds up Lancaster, dares stir a wing if Warwick shake his bells. I'll plant Plantagenet, root him up who dares. Resolve thee, Richard, claim the English crown. Warwick leads, York to the throne, who seats himself. Flourish, enter King Henry. Clifford, Northumberland, Westmoreland, Exeter, and the rest, all wearing the red rose. King Henry, my lords, look where the sturdy rebel sits, even in the chair of state. Belike he means, backed by the power of Warwick, that false peer, to aspire unto the crown and reign as king. Earl of Northumberland, he slew thy father, and thine, Lord Clifford. And you both have vowed revenge on him, his sons, his favorites, and his friends. Northumberland, if I be not, heavens be revenged on me. Clifford, the hope thereof makes Clifford mourn in steel. Westmoreland, what, shall we suffer this? Let's pluck him down. My heart for anger burns, I cannot brook it. King Henry, be patient, gentle Earl of Westmoreland. Clifford, patience is for poltroons, such as he. He durst not sit there had your father lived. My gracious lord, here in the Parliament let us assail the family of York. Northumberland, well hast thou spoken, cousin, be ye it so. King Henry, ah, know you not the city favors them, and they have troops of soldiers at their beck? Exeter, but when the Duke is slain, they'll quickly fly. King Henry, far be the thought of this from Henry's heart, to make a shambles of the Parliament House. Cousin of Exeter, frowns, words, and threats shall be the war that Henry means to use. They advance to the Duke. Thou factious Duke of York, descend my throne, and kneel for grace and mercy at my feet. I am thy sovereign. York, I am thine. Exeter, for shame, come down, he made thee Duke of York. York, 'twas my inheritance, as the earldom was. Exeter, thy father was a traitor to the crown. Warwick, Exeter, thou art a traitor to the crown in following this usurping Henry. Clifford, whom should he follow but his natural king? Warwick, true. Clifford, that's Richard, Duke of York. King Henry, and shall I stand, and thou sit in my throne? York, it must and shall be so, content thyself. Warwick, be Duke of Lancaster, let him be king. Westmoreland, he is both king and Duke of Lancaster, and that the Lord of Westmoreland shall maintain. Warwick, and Warwick shall disprove it. You forget that we are those which chased you from the field and slew your fathers, and with colors spread marched through the city to the palace gates. Northumberland, yes, Warwick, I remember it to my grief, and by his soul, thou and thy house shall rue it. Westmoreland, Plantagenet, of thee and these thy sons, thy kinsmen and thy friends, I'll have more lives than drops of blood were in my father's veins. Clifford, urge it no more, lest that, instead of words, I send thee, Warwick, such a messenger as shall revenge his death before I stir. Warwick, poor Clifford, how I scorn his worthless threats. York, will we show our title to the crown? If not, our swords shall plead it in the field. King Henry, what title hast thou, traitor, to the crown? Thy father was, as thou art, Duke of York. Thy grandfather, Roger Mortimer, Earl of March. I am the son of Henry V, who made the Dauphin and the French to stoop, and seized upon their towns and provinces. Warwick, talk not of France, sith thou hast lost it all. King Henry, the Lord Protector lost it, and not I. When I was crowned I was but 9 months old. Richard, you are old enough now, and yet, methinks, you lose. Father, tear the crown from the usurper's head. Edward, sweet father, do so, set it on your head. Montague, good brother, as thou lovest and honorest arms, let's fight it out and not stand cavilling thus. Richard, sound drums and trumpets, and the king will fly. York, sons, peace. King Henry, peace thou, and give King Henry leave to speak. Warwick, Plantagenet shall speak first, hear him, lords, and be you silent and attentive too, for he that interrupts him shall not live. King Henry, think'st thou that I will leave my kingly throne, wherein my grandsire and my father sat? No, first shall war unpeople this my realm. I, and their colors, often born in France, and now in England, to our heart's great sorrow, shall be my winding sheet. Why faint you, lords? My title's good, and better far than his. Warwick, prove it, Henry, and thou shalt be king. King Henry, Henry IV by conquest got the crown. York, 'Twas by rebellion against his king. King Henry. Aside. I know not what to say. My title's weak. Tell me, may not a king adopt an heir? York. What then? King Henry. And if he may, then am I lawful king. For Richard, in the view of many lords, resigned the crown to Henry IV, whose heir my father was, and I am his. York. He rose against him, being his sovereign, and made him to resign his crown perforce. Warwick. Suppose, my lords, he did it unconstrained. Think you 'twere prejudicial to his crown? Exeter. No, for he could not so resign his crown, but that the next heir should succeed and reign. King Henry. Art thou against us, Duke of Exeter? Exeter. His is the right, and therefore pardon me. York. Why whisper you, my lords, and answer not? Exeter. My conscience tells me he is lawful king. King Henry. Aside. All will revolt from me, and turn to him. Northumberland. Plantagenet, for all the claim thou lay'st, think not that Henry shall be so deposed. Warwick. Deposed he shall be, in despite of all. Northumberland. Thou art deceived, 'tis not thy southern power, of Essex, Norfolk, Suffolk, nor of Kent, which makes thee thus presumptuous and proud, can set the Duke up in despite of me. Clifford. King Henry, be thy title right or wrong, Lord Clifford vows to fight in thy defense. May that ground gape and swallow me alive, where I shall kneel to him that slew my father. King Henry. O Clifford, how thy words revive my heart. York. Henry of Lancaster, resign thy crown. What mutter you, or what conspire you, lords? Warwick. Do right unto this princely Duke of York, or I will fill the house with armed men, and over the chair of state where now he sits, write up his title with usurping blood. He stamps with his foot, and the soldiers show themselves. King Henry. My lord of Warwick, hear but one word. Let me for this my lifetime reign as king. York. Confirm the crown to me, and to mine heirs, and thou shalt reign in quiet while thou livest. King Henry. I am content, Richard Plantagenet, enjoy the kingdom after my decease. Clifford. What wrong is this unto the prince your son? Warwick. What good is this to England and himself? Westmoreland. Base, fearful, and despairing Henry. Clifford. How hast thou injured both thyself and us? Westmoreland. I cannot stay to hear these articles. Northumberland. Nor I. Clifford. Come, cousin, let us tell the queen these news. Westmoreland. Farewell, faint-hearted and degenerate king, in whose cold blood no spark of honor bides. Northumberland. Be thou a prey unto the house of York, and die in bands for this unmanly deed. Clifford. In dreadful war mayst thou be overcome, or live in peace abandoned and despised. Exeunt Westmoreland, Northumberland, and Clifford. Warwick. Turn this way, Henry, and regard them not. Exeter. They seek revenge, and therefore will not yield. King Henry. Ah, Exeter. Warwick. Why should you sigh, my lord? King Henry. Not for myself, Lord Warwick, but my son, whom I unnaturally shall disinherit. But be it as it may, to York. I here entail the crown to thee and to thine heirs forever, conditionally, that here thou take an oath to cease this civil war, and whilst I live, to honor me as thy king and sovereign, and neither by treason nor hostility to seek to put me down and reign thyself. York. This oath I willingly take and will perform. Coming from the throne. Warwick. Long live King Henry. Plantagenet. Embrace him. King Henry. And long live thou, and these thy forward sons. York. Now York and Lancaster are reconciled. Exeter. Accursed be he that seeks to make them foes. Senate, here they come down. York. Farewell, my gracious lord, I'll to my castle. Warwick. And I'll keep London with my soldiers. Norfolk. And I to Norfolk with my followers. Montague. And I unto the sea from whence I came. Exeunt York and his sons, Warwick, Norfolk, Montague, and their soldiers. King Henry. And I with grief and sorrow to the court. Enter Queen Margaret and the Prince of Wales. Exeter. Here comes the queen, whose looks bewray her anger. I'll steal away. King Henry. Exeter. So will I. Going. Queen Margaret. Nay, go not from me. I will follow thee. King Henry. Be patient, gentle queen, and I will stay. Queen Margaret. Who can be patient in such extremes? Ah, wretched man, would I had died a maid, and never seen thee, never borne thee son. Seeing thou hast proved so unnatural a father, hath he deserved to lose his birthright thus? Hadst thou but loved him half so well as I, or felt that pain which I did for him once, or nourished him as I did with my blood, thou wouldst have left thy dearest heart-blood there, rather than have made that savage duke thine heir and disinherited thine only son. Prince Edward. Father, you cannot disinherit me. If you be king, why should not I succeed? King Henry. Pardon me, Margaret. Pardon me, sweet son. The Earl of Warwick and the Duke enforced me. Queen Margaret. Enforced thee? Art thou king, and wilt be forced? I shame to hear thee speak. Ah, timorous wretch, thou hast undone thyself, thy son, and me, and given unto the house of York such head as thou shalt reign but by their sufferance. To entail him and his heirs unto the crown, what is it but to make thy sepulchre and creep into it far before thy time? Warwick is chancellor and the lord of Calais. Stern Falconbridge commands the narrow seas. The Duke is made protector of the realm, and yet shalt thou be safe? Such safety finds the trembling lamb environed with wolves. Had I been there, which am a silly woman, the soldiers should have tossed me on their pikes before I would have granted to that act. But thou preferst thy life before thine honor. And seeing thou dost, I here divorce myself both from thy table, Henry, and thy bed, until that act of Parliament be repealed whereby my son is disinherited. The northern lords that have forsworn thy colors will follow mine if once they see them spread. And spread they shall be, to thy foul disgrace and utter ruin of the house of York. Thus do I leave thee. Come, son, let's away. Our army is ready. Come, we'll after them. King Henry. Stay, gentle Margaret, and hear me speak. Queen Margaret. Thou hast spoke too much already. Get thee gone. King Henry. Gentle son Edward, thou wilt stay with me? Queen Margaret. Aye, to be murdered by his enemies. Prince Edward. When I return with victory from the field, I'll see your grace. Till then I'll follow her. Queen Margaret. Come, son, away. We may not linger thus. Exeunt Queen Margaret and the prince. King Henry. Poor queen, how love to me and to her son hath made her break out into terms of rage. Revenged may she be on that hateful duke, whose haughty spirit, winged with desire, will cost my crown, and like an empty eagle tire on the flesh of me and of my son. The loss of those 3 lords torments my heart. I'll write unto them, and entreat them fair. Come, cousin, you shall be the messenger. Exeter. And I hope, shall reconcile them all. Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 2. Sandal Castle. Enter Edward, Richard, and Montague. Richard. Brother, though I be youngest, give me leave. Edward. No, I can better play the orator. Montague. But I have reasons strong and forcible. Enter the Duke of York. York. Why, how now, sons and brother, at a strife? What is your quarrel? How began it first? Edward. No quarrel, but a slight contention. York. About what? Richard. About that which concerns your grace and us. The crown of England, father, which is yours. York. Mine, boy? Not till King Henry be dead. Richard. Your right depends not on his life or death. Edward. Now you are heir, therefore enjoy it now. By giving the house of Lancaster leave to breathe, it will outrun you, father, in the end. York. I took an oath that he should quietly reign. Edward. But for a kingdom any oath may be broken. I would break 1,000 oaths to reign 1 year. Richard. No, God forbid your grace should be forsworn. York. I shall be, if I claim by open war. Richard. I'll prove the contrary if you'll hear me speak. York. Thou canst not, son. It is impossible. Richard. An oath is of no moment, being not took before a true and lawful magistrate that hath authority over him that swears. Henry had none, but did usurp the place. Then, seeing 'twas he that made you to depose. Your oath, my lord, is vain and frivolous. Therefore, to arms. And, father, do but think how sweet a thing it is to wear a crown, within whose circuit is Elysium and all that poets feign of bliss and joy. Why do we linger thus? I cannot rest until the white rose that I wear be dyed even in the lukewarm blood of Henry's heart. York. Richard, enough. I will be king, or die. Brother, thou shalt to London presently, and wed on Warwick to this enterprise. Thou, Richard, shalt to the Duke of Norfolk, and tell him privily of our intent. You, Edward, shall unto my Lord Cobham, with whom the Kentishmen will willingly rise. In them I trust, for they are soldiers, witty, courteous, liberal, full of spirit. While you are thus employed, what resteth more but that I seek occasion how to rise, and yet the king not privy to my drift, nor any of the house of Lancaster? Enter a messenger. But stay, what news? Why comest thou in such post? Messenger. The queen, with all the northern earls and lords, intend here to besiege you in your castle. She is hard by with 20,000 men, and therefore fortify your hold, my lord. York. I, with my sword, what? Think'st thou that we fear them? Edward and Richard, you shall stay with me. My brother Montague shall post to London. Let noble Warwick, Cobham, and the rest, whom we have left protectors of the king, with powerful policy strengthen themselves, and trust not simple Henry nor his oaths. Montague. Brother, I go. I'll win them, fear it not. And thus most humbly I do take my leave. Exit. Enter Sir John and Sir Hugh Mortimer. York. Sir John and Sir Hugh Mortimer, mine uncles, you are come to Sandal in a happy hour. The army of the Queen mean to besiege us. Sir John. She shall not need. We'll meet her in the field. York. What, with 5,000 men? Richard. Aye, with 500, father, for a need. A woman's general. What should we fear? A march afar off. Edward. I hear their drums. Let's set our men in order, and issue forth and bid them battle straight. York. 5 men to 20. Though the odds be great, I doubt not, uncle, of our victory. Many a battle have I won in France, when as the enemy hath been 10 to 1. Why should I not now have the like success? Alarum, exeunt. Scene 3, plains near Sandal Castle. Alarums, enter Rutland and his tutor. Rutland. Ah, whither shall I fly to scape their hands? Ah, tutor, look where bloody Clifford comes. Enter Clifford and soldiers. Clifford. Chaplain, away. Thy priesthood saves thy life. As for the brat of this accursed duke, whose father slew my father, he shall die. Tutor. And I, my lord, will bear him company. Clifford. Soldiers, away with him. Tutor. Ah, Clifford, murder not this innocent child, lest thou be hated both of God and man. Exit, dragged off by soldiers. Clifford. How now? Is he dead already? Or is it fear that makes him close his eyes? I'll open them. Rutland. So looks the pent-up lion o'er the wretch that trembles under his devouring paws. And so he walks, insulting o'er his prey, and so he comes to rend his limbs asunder. Ah, gentle Clifford, kill me with thy sword, and not with such a cruel, threatening look. Sweet Clifford, hear me speak before I die. I am too mean a subject for thy wrath. Be thou revenged on men, and let me live. Clifford. In vain thou speak'st, poor boy. My father's blood hath stopped the passage where thy words should enter. Rutland. Then let my father's blood open it again. He is a man, and Clifford, cope with him. Clifford. Had I thy brethren here, their lives and thine were not revenge sufficient for me. No, if I digged up thy forefathers' graves and hung their rotten coffins up in chains, it could not slake mine ire nor ease my heart. The sight of any of the house of York is as a fury to torment my soul, until I root out their accursed line and leave not one alive. I live in hell. Therefore, lifting his hand, Rutland. Oh, let me pray before I take my death. To thee I pray. Sweet Clifford, pity me. Clifford. Such pity as my rapier's point affords. Rutland. I never did thee harm. Why wilt thou slay me? Clifford. Thy father hath. Rutland. But 'twas ere I was born. Thou hast one son. For his sake pity me, lest in revenge thereof, sith God is just, he be as miserably slain as I. Ah, let me live in prison all my days, and when I give occasion of offense, then let me die. For now thou hast no cause. Clifford. No cause? Thy father slew my father, therefore die. Clifford stabs him. Rutland. Defacient laudis summa sit istatui. Dies. Clifford. Plantagenet. I come, Plantagenet. And this thy son's blood cleaving to my blade shall rust upon my weapon till thy blood, congealed with this, do make me wipe off both. Exit. Scene 4. The same. Alarum. Enter Richard, Duke of York. York. The army of the Queen hath got the field. My uncles both are slain in rescuing me, and all my followers to the eager foe turn back and fly like ships before the wind, or lambs pursued by hunger-starved wolves. My sons, God knows what hath bechanced them, but this I know, they have demeaned themselves like men born to renown by life or death. 3 times did Richard make a lane to me, and thrice cried courage, Father, fight it out. And full as oft came Edward to my side with purple falchion painted to the hilt in blood of those that had encountered him. And when the hardiest warriors did retire, Richard cried, Charge, and give no foot of ground, and cried a crown, or else a glorious tomb, a scepter, or an earthly sepulchre. With this we charged again, but, out alas, we budged again, as I have seen a swan with bootless labor swim against the tide and spend her strength with overmatching waves. A short alarum within. Ah, hark, the fatal followers do pursue, and I am faint and cannot fly their fury, and were I strong, I would not shun their fury. The sands are numbered that makes up my life. Here must I stay, and here my life must end. Enter Queen Margaret, Clifford, Northumberland, the young Prince Edward and soldiers. Come, bloody Clifford, rough Northumberland, I dare your quenchless fury to more rage. I am your butt, and I abide your shot. Northumberland, yield to our mercy, proud Plantagenet. Clifford, aye, to such mercy as his ruthless arm with downright payment showed unto my father. Now Phaethon hath tumbled from his car, and made an evening at the noontide prick. York, my ashes, as the phoenix, may bring forth a bird that will revenge upon you all. And in that hope I throw mine eyes to heaven, scorning whatever you can afflict me with. Why come you not? What? Multitudes and fear. Clifford, so cowards fight when they can fly no further. So doves do peck the falcon's piercing talons. So desperate thieves, all hopeless of their lives, breathe out invectives gainst the officers. York, O Clifford, but bethink thee once again, and in thy thought Aaron my former time. And if thou canst for blushing, view this face, and bite thy tongue, that slanders him with cowardice whose frown hath made thee faint and fly ere this. Clifford, I will not bandy with thee word for word, but buckle with thee blows twice 2 for 1. Queen Margaret, hold, valiant Clifford, for 1,000 causes I would prolong a while the traitor's life. Wrath makes him deaf. Speak thou, Northumberland. Northumberland, hold, Clifford, do not honor him so much to prick thy finger, though to wound his heart. What valor were it, when a cur doth grin, for one to thrust his hand between his teeth, when he might spurn him with his foot away? It is war's prize to take all vantages, and 10 to 1 is no impeach of valor. They lay hands on York, who struggles. Clifford, aye, so strives the woodcock with the gin. Northumberland, so doth the coney struggle in the net. York is taken prisoner. York, so triumph thieves upon their conquered booty. So true men yield, with robbers so o'ermatched. Northumberland, what would your grace have done unto him now? Queen Margaret, brave warriors, Clifford and Northumberland, come, make him stand upon this molehill here, that routed mountains with outstretched arms, yet parted but the shadow with his hand. What, was it you that would be England's king? Was 't you that revelled in our parliament, and made a preachment of your high descent? Where are your mess of sons to back you now, the wanton Edward and the lusty George? And where's that valiant crookback prodigy, Dicky your boy, that with his grumbling voice was wont to cheer his dad in mutinies, or with the rest, where's your darling Rutland? Look, York, I stained this napkin with the blood that valiant Clifford with his rapier's point made issue from the bosom of the boy. And if thine eyes can water for his death, I give thee this to dry thy cheeks withal. Alas, poor York, but that I hate thee deadly I should lament thy miserable state. I prithee grieve to make me merry, York. Stamp, rave, and fret, that I may sing and dance. What? Hath thy fiery heart so parched thine entrails that not a tear can fall for Rutland's death? Why art thou patient, man? Thou shouldst be mad, and I, to make thee mad, do mock thee thus. Stamp, rave, and fret, that I may sing and dance. Thou wouldst be feed, I see, to make me sport. York cannot speak unless he wear a crown. A crown for York. And lords, bow low to him. Hold you his hands whilst I do set it on. Putting a paper crown on his head. Ay, marry, sir, now looks he like a king. Ay, this is he that took King Henry's chair, and this is he was his adopted heir. But how is it that great Plantagenet is crowned so soon and broke his solemn oath? As I bethink me, you should not be king till our King Henry had shook hands with death. And will you pale your head in Henry's glory, and rob his temples of the diadem, now in his life, against your holy oath? Oh, 'tis a fault too unpardonable. Off with the crown, and with the crown, his head. And whilst we breathe, take time to do him dead. Clifford, that is my office, for my father's sake. Queen Margaret, nay, stay. Let's hear the orisons he makes. York, she-wolf of France, but worse than wolves of France, whose tongue more poisons than the adder's tooth. How ill-beseeming is it in thy sex to triumph like an Amazonian trull upon their woes whom fortune captivates, but that thy face is vizard-like, unchanging, made impudent with use of evil deeds, I would essay, proud queen, to make thee blush. To tell thee whence thou camest, of whom derived, were shame enough to shame thee, wert thou not shameless. Thy father bears the type of king of Naples, of both the Sicils and Jerusalem, yet not so wealthy as an English yeoman. Hath that poor monarch taught thee to insult? It needs not, nor it boots thee not, proud queen, unless the adage must be verified, that beggars mounted run their horse to death. 'Tis beauty that doth oft make women proud, but God he knows thy share thereof is small. 'Tis virtue that doth make them most admired, the contrary doth make thee wondered at. 'Tis government that makes them seem divine, the want thereof makes thee abominable. Thou art as opposite to every good as the antipodes are unto us, or as the south to the septentrion. O tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide, how couldst thou drain the life-blood of the child, to bid the father wipe his eyes withal, and yet be seen to bear a woman's face? Women are soft, mild, pitiful, and flexible. Thou stern, obdurate, flinty, rough, remorseless. Bidst thou me rage? Why, now thou hast thy wish. Wouldst have me weep? Why, now thou hast thy will. For raging wind blows up incessant showers, and when the rage allays, the rain begins. These tears are my sweet Rutland's obsequies, and every drop cries vengeance for his death gainst thee, fell Clifford, and thee, false Frenchwoman. Northumberland, beshrew me, but his passion moves me so that hardly can I check my eyes from tears. York, that face of his the hungry cannibals would not have touched, would not have stained with blood. But you are more inhuman, more inexorable, oh, 10 times more than tigers of Hyrcania. See, ruthless queen, a hapless father's tears. This cloth thou dipst in blood of my sweet boy, and I with tears do wash the blood away. Keep thou the napkin and go boast of this, and if thou tell'st the heavy story right upon my soul, the hearers will shed tears. Yea, even my foes will shed fast-falling tears and say, alas, it was a piteous deed. There, take the crown, and with the crown my curse, and in thy need such comfort come to thee as now I reap at thy too cruel hand. Hard-hearted Clifford, take me from the world, my soul to heaven, my blood upon your heads. Northumberland, had he been slaughterman to all my kin, I should not for my life but weep with him, to see how inly sorrow gripes his soul. Queen Margaret. What, weeping ripe, my Lord Northumberland? Think but upon the wrong he did us all, and that will quickly dry thy melting tears. Clifford. Here's for my oath, here's for my father's death. Stabbing him. Queen Margaret. And here's to right our gentle-hearted king. Stabbing him. York. Open thy gate of mercy, gracious God. My soul flies through these wounds to seek out thee. Dies. Queen Margaret. Off with his head, and set it on York gates, so York may overlook the town of York. Flourish exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A plain near Mortimer's Cross in Herefordshire. A march. Enter Edward and Richard and their power. Edward. I wonder how our princely father scaped, or whether he be scaped away or no from Clifford's and Northumberland's pursuit. Had he been ta'en, we should have heard the news. Had he been slain, we should have heard the news. Or had he scaped, methinks we should have heard the happy tidings of his good escape. How fares my brother? Why is he so sad? Richard. I cannot joy until I be resolved where our right valiant father is become. I saw him in the battle range about, and watched him how he singled Clifford forth. Methought he bore him in the thickest troop as doth a lion in a herd of neat, or as a bear, encompassed round with dogs, who having pinched a few and made them cry, the rest stand all aloof and bark at him. So fared our father with his enemies. So fled his enemies my warlike father. Methinks 'tis pride enough to be his son. See how the morning opes her golden gates and takes her farewell of the glorious sun. How well resembles it the prime of youth, trimmed like a younker prancing to his love. Edward. Dazzle mine eyes, or do I see 3 sons? Richard. 3 glorious sons, each one a perfect son, not separated with the racking clouds, but severed in a pale, clear, shining sky. See, see, they join, embrace, and seem to kiss, as if they vowed some league inviolable. Now are they but one lamp, one light, one sun. In this the heaven figures some event. Edward. 'Tis wondrous strange, the like yet never heard of. I think it cites us, brother, to the field, that we, the sons of brave Plantagenet, each one already blazing by our meads, should notwithstanding join our lights together, and overshine the earth, as this the world. Whatever it bodes, henceforward will I bear upon my target 3 fair shining sons. Richard. Nay, bear 3 daughters. By your leave I speak it, you love the breeder better than the male. Enter a messenger, blowing. But what art thou, whose heavy looks foretell some dreadful story hanging on thy tongue? Messenger. Ah, one that was a woeful looker-on when as the noble Duke of York was slain, your princely father and my loving lord. Edward. Oh, speak no more, for I have heard too much. Richard. Say how he died, for I will hear it all. Messenger. Environed he was with many foes, and stood against them as the hope of Troy against the Greeks that would have entered Troy. But Hercules himself must yield to odds, and many strokes, though with a little axe, hews down and fell the hardest timbered oak. By many hands your father was subdued, but only slaughtered by the ireful arm of unrelenting Clifford, and the queen, who crowned the gracious duke in high despite, laughed in his face. And when with grief he wept, the ruthless queen gave him to dry his cheeks a napkin steeped in the harmless blood of sweet young Rutland, by rough Clifford slain. And after many scorns, many foul taunts, they took his head, and on the gates of York they set the same. And there it doth remain, the saddest spectacle that e'er I viewed. Edward. Sweet Duke of York, our prop to lean upon, now thou art gone, we have no staff, no stay. O Clifford, boisterous Clifford, thou hast slain the flower of Europe for his chivalry, and treacherously hast thou vanquished him, for hand to hand he would have vanquished thee. Now my soul's palace is become a prison. Ah, would she break from hence, that this my body might in the ground be closed up in rest. For never henceforth shall I joy again. Never, oh never, shall I see more joy. Richard. I cannot weep, for all my body's moisture scarce serves to quench my furnace-burning heart, nor can my tongue unload my heart's great burthen. For self-same wind that I should speak withal is kindling coals that fires all my breast and burns me up with flames that tears would quench. To weep is to make less the depth of grief. Tears, then, for babes, blows and revenge for me. Richard, I bear thy name. I'll venge thy death, or die renowned by attempting it. Edward, his name that valiant duke hath left with thee. His dukedom and his chair with me is left. Richard, nay, if thou be that princely eagle's bird, show thy descent by gazing 'gainst the sun. For chair and dukedom, throne and kingdom say, either that is thine, or else thou wert not his. March, enter Warwick, Marquis Montague, and their army. Warwick, how now, fair lords? What fare? What news abroad? Richard, great lord of Warwick, if we should recount our baleful news, and at each word's deliverance stab poniards in our flesh till all were told, the words would add more anguish than the wounds. O valiant lord, the Duke of York is slain. Edward, O Warwick, Warwick, that Plantagenet which held thee dearly as his soul's redemption is by the stern Lord Clifford done to death. Warwick, 10 days ago I drowned these news in tears, and now, to add more measure to your woes, I come to tell you things sith then befallen. After the bloody fray at Wakefield fought, where your brave father breathed his latest gasp, tidings, as swiftly as the posts could run, were brought me of your loss and his depart. I, then in London, keeper of the king, mustered my soldiers, gathered flocks of friends, and very well appointed, as I thought, marched towards St. Albans to intercept the queen, bearing the king in my behalf along. For by my scouts I was advertised that she was coming with a full intent to dash our late decree in Parliament touching King Henry's oath and your succession. Short tale to make, we at St. Albans met, our battles joined, and both sides fiercely fought. But whether 'twas the coldness of the king, who looked full gently on his warlike queen, that robbed my soldiers of their heated spleen, or whether 'twas report of her success, or more than common fear of Clifford's rigor, who thunders to his captives' blood and death, I cannot judge. But, to conclude with truth, their weapons like to lightning came and went. Our soldiers, like the night owl's lazy flight, or like an idle thresher with a flail, fell gently down, as if they struck their friends. I cheered them up with justice of our cause, with promise of high pay and great rewards, but all in vain. They had no heart to fight, and we in them no hope to win the day, so that we fled. The king unto the queen. Lord George your brother, Norfolk and myself, in haste, post-haste, are come to join with you. For in the marches here we heard you were, making another head to fight again. Edward, where is the Duke of Norfolk, gentle Warwick? And when came George from Burgundy to England? Warwick, some 6 miles off the Duke is with the soldiers, and for your brother, he was lately sent from your kind aunt, Duchess of Burgundy, with aid of soldiers to this needful war. Richard, 'twas odds, belike, when valiant Warwick fled. Oft have I heard his praises in pursuit, but ne'er till now his scandal of retire. Warwick, nor now my scandal, Richard, dost thou hear. For thou shalt know this strong right hand of mine can pluck the diadem from faint Henry's head and wring the awful scepter from his fist, were he as famous and as bold in war as he is famed for mildness, peace, and prayer. Richard, I know it well, Lord Warwick, blame me not. 'Tis love I bear thy glories makes me speak. But in this troublous time what's to be done? Shall we go throw away our coats of steel and wrap our bodies in black mourning gowns, numbering our Ave Marys with our beads? Or shall we on the helmets of our foes tell our devotion with revengeful arms? If for the last, say I, and to it, lords. Warwick, why, therefore Warwick came to seek you out, and therefore comes my brother Montague. Attend me, lords, the proud insulting queen, with Clifford and the haught Northumberland, and of their feather many mo proud birds, have wrought the easy-melting king like wax. He swore consent to your succession, his oath enrolled in the Parliament. And now to London all the crew are gone, to frustrate both his oath and what beside may make against the house of Lancaster. Their power, I think, is 30,000 strong. Now, if the help of Norfolk and myself, with all the friends that thou, brave Earl of March, amongst the loving Welshmen canst procure, will but amount to 25,000, why, via, to London will we march amain. and once again bestride our foaming steeds, and once again cry, charge upon our foes. But never once again turn back and fly. Richard. Now methinks I hear great Warwick speak. Ne'er may he live to see a sunshine day that cries retire, if Warwick bid him stay. Edward. Lord Warwick, on thy shoulder will I lean, and when thou fail'st, as God forbid the hour, must Edward fall, which peril heaven forfend. Warwick. No longer Earl of March, but Duke of York. The next degree is England's royal throne. For King of England shalt thou be proclaimed in every borough as we pass along, and he that throws not up his cap for joy shall for the fault make forfeit of his head. King Edward, valiant Richard, Montague, stay we no longer dreaming of renown, but sound the trumpets and about our task. Richard. Then, Clifford, were thy heart as hard as steel, as thou hast shown it flinty by thy deeds, I come to pierce it, or to give thee mine. Edward. Then strike up, drums, God and St. George for us. Enter a messenger. Warwick. How now, what news? Messenger. The Duke of Norfolk sends you word by me. The Queen is coming with a puissant host, and craves your company for speedy counsel. Warwick. Why then it sorts. Brave warriors, let's away. Exeunt. Scene 2. Before York. Flourish, enter King Henry, Queen Margaret, the Prince of Wales, Clifford and Northumberland with drums and trumpets. Queen Margaret. Welcome, my lord, to this brave town of York. Yonder's the head of that arch-enemy that sought to be encompassed with your crown. Doth not the object cheer your heart, my lord? King Henry. Aye, as the rocks cheer them that fear their wrack. To see this sight, it irks my very soul. Withhold revenge, dear God. 'Tis not my fault, nor wittingly have I infringed my vow. Clifford. My gracious liege, this too much lenity and harmful pity must be laid aside. To whom do lions cast their gentle looks? Not to the beast that would usurp their den. Whose hand is that the forest bear doth lick? Not his that spoils her young before her face. Who scapes the lurking serpent's mortal sting? Not he that sets his foot upon her back. The smallest worm will turn, being trodden on, and doves will peck in safeguard of their brood. Ambitious York did level at thy crown, thou smiling while he knit his angry brows. He, but a duke, would have his son a king, and raise his issue like a loving sire. Thou, being a king, blessed with a goodly son, didst yield consent to disinherit him, which argued thee a most unloving father. Unreasonable creatures feed their young, and though man's face be fearful to their eyes, yet, in protection of their tender ones, who hath not seen them, even with those wings which sometime they have used with fearful flight, make war with him that climbed unto their nest, offering their own lives in their young's defense? For shame, my liege, make them your precedent. Were it not pity that this goodly boy should lose his birthright by his father's fault, and long hereafter say unto his child, what my great-grandfather and grandsire got, my careless father fondly gave away? Ah, what a shame were this! Look on the boy, and let his manly face, which promiseth successful fortune, steel thy melting heart to hold thine own and leave thine own with him. King Henry. Full well hath Clifford played the orator, inferring arguments of mighty force. But, Clifford, tell me, didst thou never hear that things ill-got had ever bad success? And happy always was it for that son, whose father for his hoarding went to hell? I'll leave my son my virtuous deeds behind, and would my father had left me no more. For all the rest is held at such a rate as brings 1,000-fold more care to keep than in possession any jot of pleasure. Ah, cousin York, would thy best friends did know how it doth grieve me that thy head is here. Queen Margaret. My lord, cheer up your spirits. Our foes are nigh, and this soft courage makes your followers faint. You promised knighthood to our forward son. Unsheath your sword and dub him presently. Edward, kneel down. King Henry. Edward Plantagenet, arise a knight, and learn this lesson. Draw thy sword and write. Prince Edward. My gracious father, by your kingly leave, I'll draw it as a parent to the crown, and in that quarrel use it to the death. Clifford. Why, that is spoken like a toward prince. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Royal commanders, be in readiness. For with a band of 30,000 men comes Warwick, backing of the Duke of York, and in the towns, as they do march along, proclaims him king, and many fly to him. Darraign your battle, for they are at hand. Clifford, I would your highness would depart the field. The queen hath best success when you are absent. Queen Margaret, I, good my lord, and leave us to our fortune. King Henry, why, that's my fortune too, therefore I'll stay. Northumberland, be it with resolution then to fight. Prince Edward, my royal father, cheer these noble lords, and hearten those that fight in your defense. Unsheathe your sword, good father. Cry St. George. March, enter Edward, George, Richard, Warwick, Norfolk, Montague and soldiers. Edward, now, perjured Henry, wilt thou kneel for grace and set thy diadem upon my head, or bide the mortal fortune of the field? Queen Margaret, go rate thy minions, proud insulting boy. Becomes it thee to be thus bold in terms before thy sovereign and thy lawful king? Edward, I am his king, and he should bow his knee. I was adopted heir by his consent, since when his oath is broke. For, as I hear, you that are king, though he do wear the crown, have caused him by new act of parliament to blot out me and put his own son in. Clifford, and reason too. Who should succeed the father but the son? Richard, are you there, butcher? Oh, I cannot speak. Clifford, I, Crookback, here I stand to answer thee, or any he, the proudest of thy sort. Richard, 'twas you that killed young Rutland, was it not? Clifford, I, and old York, and yet not satisfied. Richard, for God's sake, lords, give signal to the fight. Warwick, what sayst thou? Henry, wilt thou yield the crown? Queen Margaret, why, how now? Long-tongued Warwick, dare you speak? When you and I met at St. Albans last, your legs did better service than your hands. Warwick, then 'twas my turn to fly, and now 'tis thine. Clifford, you said so much before, and yet you fled. Warwick, 'twas not your valor, Clifford, drove me thence. Northumberland, no, nor your manhood that durst make you stay. Richard, Northumberland, I hold thee reverently. Break off the parley, for scarce I can refrain the execution of my big swollen heart upon that Clifford, that cruel child-killer. Clifford, I slew thy father. Call'st thou him a child? Richard, I, like a dastard and a treacherous coward, as thou didst kill our tender brother Rutland. But ere sunset I'll make thee curse the deed. King Henry, have done with words, my lords, and hear me speak. Queen Margaret, defy them then, or else hold close thy lips. King Henry, I prithee, give no limits to my tongue. I am a king, and privileged to speak. Clifford, my liege, the wound that bred this meeting here cannot be cured by words, therefore be still. Richard, then, executioner, unsheathe thy sword. By him that made us all, I am resolved that Clifford's manhood lies upon his tongue. Edward, say, Henry, shall I have my right, or no? 1,000 men have broke their fasts today that ne'er shall dine unless thou yield the crown. Warwick, if thou deny, their blood upon thy head. For York in justice puts his armor on. Prince Edward, if that be right which Warwick says is right, there is no wrong, but everything is right. Richard, whoever got thee, there thy mother stands. For well I wot thou hast thy mother's tongue. Queen Margaret, but thou art neither like thy sire nor dam, but like a foul misshapen stigmatic, marked by the destinies to be avoided, as venom toads or lizards' dreadful stings. Richard, iron of Naples, hid with English guilt, whose father bears the title of a king, as if a channel should be called the sea, sham'st thou not, knowing whence thou art extraught, to let thy tongue detect thy base-born heart? Edward, a wisp of straw were worth 1,000 crowns to make this shameless cowlet know herself. Helen of Greece was fairer far than thou, although thy husband may be Menelaus, and ne'er was Agamemnon's brother wronged by that false woman as this king by thee. His father revelled in the heart of France, and tamed the king, and made the dauphin stoop. And had he matched according to his state, he might have kept that glory to this day. But when he took a beggar to his bed and graced thy poor sire with his bridal day, Even then that sunshine brewed a shower for him that washed his father's fortunes forth of France and heaped sedition on his crown at home. For what hath broached this tumult but thy pride? Hadst thou been meek, our title still had slept, and we, in pity of the gentle king, had slipped our claim until another age. George. But when we saw our sunshine made thy spring, and that thy summer bred us no increase, we set the axe to thy usurping root. And though the edge hath something hit ourselves, yet know thou, since we have begun to strike, we'll never leave till we have hewn thee down or bathed thy growing with our heated bloods. Edward. And in this resolution I defy thee, not willing any longer conference, since thou deignest the gentle king to speak. Sound trumpets, let our bloody colors wave, and either victory or else a grave. Queen Margaret. Stay, Edward. Edward. No, wrangling woman, will no longer stay. These words will cost 10,000 lives this day. Exeunt. Scene 3. A field of battle between Towton and Saxton. In Yorkshire alarums, excursions, enter Warwick. Warwick. For spent with toil, as runners with a race, I lay me down a little while to breathe. For strokes received, and many blows repaid, have robbed my strong-knit sinews of their strength, and spite of spite, needs must I rest a while. Enter Edward, running. Edward. Smile, gentle heaven, or strike, ungentle death. For this world frowns and Edward's sun is clouded. Warwick. How now, my lord? What hap? What hope of good? Enter George. George. Our hap is loss, our hope but sad despair. Our ranks are broke and ruin follows us. What counsel give you? Whither shall we fly? Edward. Bootless is flight, they follow us with wings, and weak we are and cannot shun pursuit. Enter Richard. Richard. Ah, Warwick, why hast thou withdrawn thyself? Thy brother's blood the thirsty earth hath drunk, broached with the steely point of Clifford's lance, and in the very pangs of death he cried, like to a dismal clangor heard from far, Warwick, revenge. Brother, revenge my death. So, underneath the belly of their steeds, that stained their fetlocks in his smoking blood, the noble gentleman gave up the ghost. Warwick. Then let the earth be drunken with our blood. I'll kill my horse because I will not fly. Why stand we like soft-hearted women here, wailing our losses whiles the foe doth rage, and look upon, as if the tragedy were played in jest by counterfeiting actors? Here on my knee I vow to God above I'll never pause again, never stand still, till either death hath closed these eyes of mine, or fortune given me measure of revenge. Edward. O Warwick, I do bend my knee with thine, and in this vow do chain my soul to thine. And, ere my knee rise from the earth's cold face, I throw my hands, mine eyes, my heart to thee, thou set her up and pluck her down of kings, beseeching thee, if with thy will it stands that to my foes this body must be prey, yet that thy brazen gates of heaven may ope, and give sweet passage to my sinful soul. Now, lords, take leave until we meet again, where'er it be, in heaven or in earth. Richard. Brother, give me thy hand. And gentle Warwick, let me embrace thee in my weary arms. I, that did never weep, now melt with woe that winter should cut off our springtime so. Warwick. Away, away. Once more, sweet lords, farewell. George. Yet let us all together to our troops, and give them leave to fly that will not stay, and call them pillars that will stand to us. And if we thrive, promise them such rewards as victors wear at the Olympian Games. This may plant courage in their quailing breasts, for yet is hope of life and victory. For slow no longer, make we hence amain. Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the field excursions, enter Richard and Clifford. Richard. Now, Clifford, I have singled thee alone. Suppose this arm is for the Duke of York, and this for Rutland. Both bound to revenge, wert thou environed with a brazen wall. Clifford. Now, Richard, I am with thee here alone. This is the hand that stabbed thy father York, and this the hand that slew thy brother Rutland. And here's the heart that triumphs in their death and cheers these hands that slew thy sire and brother to execute the like upon thyself. And so have it thee. They fight. Warwick comes. Clifford flies. Richard. Nay, Warwick, single out some other chase. For I myself will hunt this wolf to death. Exeunt. Scene Vede, another part of the field. Enter King Henry. King Henry. This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day nor night. Now sways it this way, like a mighty sea forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the selfsame sea forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind. Now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors, breast to breast, yet neither conqueror nor conquered. So is the equal poise of this fell war. Here on this molehill will I sit me down. To whom God will, there be the victory. For Margaret my queen, and Clifford too, have chid me from the battle, swearing both they prosper best of all when I am thence. Would I were dead, if God's good will were so. For what is in this world but grief and woe? O God, methinks it were a happy life to be no better than a homely swain, to sit upon a hill, as I do now, to carve out dials quaintly, point by point, thereby to see the minutes how they run. How many make the hour full complete? How many hours brings about the day? How many days will finish up the year? How many years a mortal man may live? When this is known, then to divide the times. So many hours must I tend my flock. So many hours must I take my rest. So many hours must I contemplate. So many hours must I sport myself. So many days my ewes have been with young. So many weeks ere the poor fools will eat. So many years ere I shall shear the fleece. So minutes, hours, days, months, and years, passed over to the end they were created, would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Ah, what a life were this! How sweet, how lovely! Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds, looking on their silly sheep, than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? Oh yes, it doth. 1,000-fold it doth. And to conclude, the shepherd's homely curds, his cold thin drink out of his leather bottle, his wonted sleep under a fresh tree's shade, all which secure and sweetly he enjoys, is far beyond a prince's delicates. His viands sparkling in a golden cup, his body couched in a curious bed, when care, mistrust, and treason waits on him. Alarum, enter a son that hath killed his father, bringing in the dead body. Son, ill blows the wind that profits nobody. This man, whom hand to hand I slew in fight, may be possessed with some store of crowns, and I, that haply take them from him now, may yet ere night yield both my life and them to some man else, as this dead man doth me. Who's this? O God, it is my father's face, whom in this conflict I unawares have killed. O heavy times, begetting such events! From London by the king was I pressed forth. My father, being the Earl of Warwick's man, came on the part of York, pressed by his master. And I, who at his hands received my life, have by my hands of life bereaved him. Pardon me, God, I knew not what I did, and pardon, Father, for I knew not thee. My tears shall wipe away these bloody marks, and no more words till they have flowed their fill. King Henry, O piteous spectacle! O bloody times! Whiles lions war and battle for their dens, poor harmless lambs abide their enmity. Weep, wretched man, I'll aid thee tear for tear, and let our hearts and eyes, like civil war, be blind with tears and break o'ercharged with grief. Enter a father who has killed his son, with the body in his arms. Father, thou that so stoutly hath resisted me, give me thy gold, if thou hast any gold, for I have bought it with 100 blows. But let me see, is this our foeman's face? Ah, no, 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 it is mine only son. Ah, boy, if any life be left in thee, throw up thine eye. See, see what showers arise, blown with the windy tempest of my heart upon thy wounds, that kill mine eye and heart. Oh, pity, God, this miserable age! What stratagems, how fell, how butcherly, erroneous, mutinous, and unnatural, this deadly quarrel daily doth beget. O boy, thy father gave thee life too soon, and hath bereft thee of thy life too late. King Henry, woe above woe, grief more than common grief. Oh, that my death would stay these ruthful deeds! Oh, pity, pity, gentle heaven, pity! The red rose and the white are on his face, the fatal colors of our striving houses. The one his purple blood right well resembles, the other his pale cheeks, methinks, presenteth. Wither one rose, and let the other flourish. If you contend, 1,000 lives must wither. Son, how will my mother for a father's death take on with me, and ne'er be satisfied? Father, how will my wife for slaughter of my son shed seas of tears, and ne'er be satisfied? King Henry, how will the country for these woeful chances misthink the king, and not be satisfied? Son, was ever son so rued a father's death? Father, was ever father so bemoaned his son? King Henry, was ever king so grieved for subjects' woe? Much is your sorrow, mine 10 times so much. Son, I'll bear thee hence, where I may weep my fill. Exit with the body. Father, these arms of mine shall be thy winding sheet. My heart, sweet boy, shall be thy sepulchre, for from my heart thine image ne'er shall go. My sighing breast shall be thy funeral bell, and so obsequious will thy father be, even for the loss of thee, having no more, as Priam was for all his valiant sons. I'll bear thee hence, and let them fight that will, for I have murdered where I should not kill. Exit with the body. King Henry, sad-hearted men, much overgone with care, here sits a king more woeful than you are. Alaram's excursions, enter Queen Margaret, Prince of Wales and Exeter. Prince Edward, fly, father, fly, for all your friends are fled, and Warwick rages like a chafed bull. Away, for death doth hold us in pursuit. Queen Margaret, mount you, my lord, towards Berwick post amain. Edward and Richard, like a brace of greyhounds having the fearful flying hare in sight, with fiery eyes sparkling for very wrath, and bloody steel grasped in their ireful hands, are at our backs, and therefore hence amain. Exeter, away, for vengeance comes along with them. Nay, stay not to expostulate, make speed, or else come after. I'll away before. King Henry, nay, take me with thee, good sweet Exeter. Not that I fear to stay, but love to go whither the queen intends. Forward, away. Exeunt. Scene 6. Another part of the field. A loud alarum. Enter Clifford. Wounded. Clifford. Here burns my candle out. I, here it dies, which whiles it lasted gave King Henry light. O Lancaster, I fear thy overthrow more than my body's parting with my soul. My love and fear glued many friends to thee. And now I fall, thy tough commixtures melts, impairing Henry, strengthening misproud York. The common people swarm like summer flies, and whither fly the gnats but to the sun? And who shines now but Henry's enemies? O Phoebus, hadst thou never given consent that Phaethon should check thy fiery steeds, thy burning car never had scorched the earth. And, Henry, hadst thou swayed as kings should do, or as thy father and his father did, giving no ground unto the house of York, they never then had sprung like summer flies. I, and 10,000 in this luckless realm had left no mourning widows for our death, and thou this day hadst kept thy chair in peace. For what doth cherish weeds but gentle air? And what makes robbers bold but too much lenity? Bootless are plaints and cureless are my wounds. No way to fly, nor strength to hold out flight. The foe is merciless and will not pity, for at their hands I have deserved no pity. The air hath got into my deadly wounds, and much effuse of blood doth make me faint. Come, York and Richard, Warwick and the rest. I stabbed your father's bosoms, split my breast. He faints. Alarum and retreat. Enter Edward, George, Richard, Montague, Warwick and soldiers. Edward. Now breathe we, lords. Good fortune bids us pause and smooth the frowns of war with peaceful looks. Some troops pursue the bloody-minded queen that led calm Henry, though he were a king, as doth a sail, filled with a fretting gust, command an argosy to stem the waves. But think you, lords, that Clifford fled with them? Warwick. No, 'tis impossible he should escape. For, though before his face I speak the words, your brother Richard marked him for the grave, and wheresoe'er he is, he's surely dead. Clifford groans and dies. Richard, whose soul is that which takes her heavy leave? A deadly groan, like life and death's departing. Edward, see who it is, and now the battle's ended, if friend or foe, let him be gently used. Richard, revoke that doom of mercy, for 'tis Clifford, who, not contented that he lopped the branch in hewing Rutland when his leaves put forth, but set his murdering knife unto the root from whence that tender spray did sweetly spring. I mean our princely father, Duke of York. Warwick, from off the gates of York fetch down the head, your father's head, which Clifford placed there. Instead whereof let this supply the room. Measure for measure must be answered. Edward, bring forth that fatal screech-owl to our house, that nothing sung but death to us and ours. Now death shall stop his dismal threatening sound, and his ill-boding tongue no more shall speak. Soldiers, bring the body forward. Warwick, I think his understanding is bereft. Speak, Clifford, dost thou know who speaks to thee? Dark cloudy death o'ershads his beams of life, and he nor sees nor hears us, what we say. Richard, oh, would he did, and so, perhaps, he doth. 'Tis but his policy to counterfeit, because he would avoid such bitter taunts which in the time of death he gave our father. George, if so thou think'st, vex him with eager words. Richard, Clifford, ask mercy, and obtain no grace. Edward, Clifford, repent in bootless penitence. Warwick, Clifford, devise excuses for thy faults. George, while we devise fell tortures for thy faults. Richard, thou didst love York, and I am son to York. Edward, thou pittedst Rutland, I will pity thee. George, where's Captain Margaret to fence you now? Warwick, they mock thee, Clifford. Swear as thou wast wont. Richard, what, not an oath? Nay then, the world goes hard when Clifford cannot spare his friends an oath. I know by that he's dead, and by my soul, if this right hand would buy but 2 hours' life, that I in all despite might rail at him, this hand should chop it off, and with the issuing blood stifle the villain whose unstaunched thirst York and young Rutland could not satisfy. Warwick, aye, but he's dead off with the traitor's head, and rear it in the place your father's stands. And now to London with triumphant march, there to be crowned England's royal king. From whence shall Warwick cut the sea to France, and ask the Lady Bona for thy queen. So shalt thou sinew both these lands together, and having France thy friend, thou shalt not dread the scattered foe that hopes to rise again. For though they cannot greatly sting to hurt, yet look to have them buzz to offend thine ears. First will I see the coronation, and then to Brittany I'll cross the sea to effect this marriage, so it please my lord. Edward, even as thou wilt, sweet Warwick, let it be. For in thy shoulder do I build my seat, and never will I undertake the thing wherein thy counsel and consent is wanting. Richard, I will create thee Duke of Gloucester, and George of Clarence Warwick as ourself, shall do and undo as him pleaseth best. Richard, let me be Duke of Clarence, George of Gloucester, for Gloucester's dukedom is too ominous. Warwick, tut, that's a foolish observation. Richard, be Duke of Gloucester now to London, to see these honors in possession. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. A forest in the north of England. Enter 2 keepers with crossbows in their hands. 1 keeper. Under this thick-grown brake we'll shroud ourselves, for through this lawn anon the deer will come, and in this covert will we make our stand, culling the principal of all the deer. 2 keeper. I'll stay above the hill, so both may shoot. 1 keeper. That cannot be. The noise of thy crossbow will scare the herd, and so my shoot is lost. Here stand we both, and aim we at the best. And, for the time shall not seem tedious, I'll tell thee what befell me on a day in this self-place where now we mean to stand. 2 keeper. Here comes a man. Let's stay till he be past. Enter King Henry, disguised, with a prayer book. King Henry, from Scotland am I stolen, even of pure love, to greet mine own land with my wishful sight. No, Harry, Harry, 'tis no land of thine. Thy place is filled, thy scepter wrung from thee, thy balm washed off wherewith thou wast anointed. No bending knee will call thee Caesar now, no humble suitors press to speak for right. No, not a man comes for redress of thee. For how can I help them and not myself? One keeper. I? Here's a deer whose skin's a keeper's fee. This is the quondam king. Let's seize upon him. King Henry, let me embrace thee, sour adversity, for wise men say it is the wisest course. Two keeper. Why linger we? Let us lay hands upon him. One keeper. Forbear a while. We'll hear a little more. King Henry, my queen and son are gone to France for aid, and as I hear, the great commanding Warwick is thither gone to crave the French king's sister to wife for Edward. If this news be true, poor queen and son, your labor is but lost, for Warwick is a subtle orator, and Louis a prince soon won with moving words. By this account, then, Margaret may win him, for she's a woman to be pitied much. Her sighs will make a battery in his breast, her tears will pierce into a marble heart. The tiger will be mild while she doth mourn, and Nero will be tainted with remorse to hear and see her plaints, her brinish tears. Aye, but she's come to beg, Warwick to give. She on his left side craving aid for Henry, he on his right asking a wife for Edward. She weeps and says her Henry is deposed. He smiles and says his Edward is installed, that she, poor wretch, for grief can speak no more. Whiles Warwick tells his title, smooths the wrong, infereth arguments of mighty strength, and in conclusion wins the king from her with promise of his sister, and what else, to strengthen and support King Edward's place. O Margaret, thus 'twill be, and thou, poor soul, art then forsaken, as thou went'st forlorn. Two keeper. Say, what art thou, that talk'st of kings and queens? King Henry. More than I seem, and less than I was born to. A man at least, for less I should not be, and men may talk of kings, and why not I? Two keeper. I, but thou talk'st as if thou wert a king. King Henry. Why, so I am in mind, and that's enough. Two keeper. But, if thou be a king, where is thy crown? King Henry. My crown is in my heart, not on my head. Not decked with diamonds and Indian stones, not to be seen when why crown is called content. A crown it is that seldom kings enjoy. Two keeper. Well, if you be a king crowned with content, your crown content, and you must be contented to go along with us. For, as we think, you are the king King Edward hath deposed, and we his subjects, sworn in all allegiance, will apprehend you as his enemy. King Henry. But did you never swear, and break an oath? Two keeper. No, never such an oath, nor will not now. King Henry. Where did you dwell when I was king of England? Two keeper. Here in this country, where we now remain. King Henry. I was anointed king at 9 months old. My father and my grandfather were kings, and you were sworn true subjects unto me. And tell me then, have you not broke your oaths? One keeper. No, for we were subjects but while you were king. King Henry. Why, am I dead? Do I not breathe a man? Ah, simple men, you know not what you swear. Look, as I blow this feather from my face, and as the air blows it to me again, obeying with my wind when I do blow, and yielding to another when it blows, commanded always by the greater gust, such is the lightness of you common men. But do not break your oaths, for of that sin my mild entreaty shall not make you guilty. Go where you will, the king shall be commanded, and be you kings, command, and I'll obey. One keeper. We are true subjects to the king, King Edward. King Henry. So would you be again to Henry if he were seated as King Edward is? One keeper. We charge you, in God's name, and the king's to go with us unto the officers. King Henry. In God's name, lead. Your king's name be obeyed, and what God will, that let your king perform. And what he will, I humbly yield unto. Exeunt. Scene 2, the palace. Enter King Edward, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, George, Duke of Clarence, and Lady Grey. King Edward, brother of Gloucester, at St. Albans field this lady's husband, Sir John Grey, was slain, his land then seized on by the conqueror. Her suit is now to repossess those lands, which we in justice cannot well deny, because in quarrel of the house of York the worthy gentleman did lose his life. Richard, Your Highness shall do well to grant her suit. It were dishonor to deny it her. King Edward. It were no less, but yet I'll make a pause. Richard. Aside to George. Is it so? I see the lady hath a thing to grant before the king will grant her humble suit. George. Aside to Richard. He knows the game. How true he keeps the wind. Richard. Aside to George. Silence. King Edward. Widow, we will consider of your suit, and come some other time to know our mind. Lady Grey. Right gracious lord, I cannot brook delay. May it please your Highness to resolve me now, and what your pleasure is shall satisfy me. Richard. Aside to George. I, widow? Then I'll warrant you all your lands, and if what pleases him shall pleasure you. Fight closer, or, good faith, you'll catch a blow. George. Aside to Richard. I fear her not, unless she chance to fall. Richard. Aside to George. God forbid that, for he'll take vantages. King Edward. How many children hast thou, widow? Tell me. George. Aside to Richard. I think he means to beg a child of her. Richard. Aside to George. Nay, whip me then. He'll rather give her two. Lady Grey. 3. My most gracious lord. Richard. Aside to George. You shall have 4 if you'll be ruled by him. King Edward. 'Twere pity they should lose their father's lands. Lady Grey. Be pitiful, dread lord, and grant it then. King Edward. Lords, give us leave. I'll try this widow's wit. Richard. Aside to George. Ay, good leave have you. For you will have leave till youth take leave and leave you to the crutch. Richard and George stand aside. King Edward. Now tell me, madam, do you love your children? Lady Grey. I, full as dearly as I love myself. King Edward. And would you not do much to do them good? Lady Grey. To do them good I would sustain some harm. King Edward. Then get your husband's lands to do them good. Lady Grey. Therefore I came unto your majesty. King Edward. I'll tell you how these lands are to be got. Lady Grey. So shall you bind me to your Highness' service. King Edward. What service wilt thou do me if I give them? Lady Grey. What you command that rests in me to do. King Edward. But you will take exceptions to my boon. Lady Grey. No, gracious lord, except I cannot do it. King Edward. Ay, but thou canst do what I mean to ask. Lady Grey. Why, then, I will do what your grace commands. Richard. Aside to George. He plies her hard, and much rain wears the marble. George. Aside to Richard. As red as fire. Nay, then her wax must melt. Lady Grey. Why stops my lord? Shall I not hear my task? King Edward. An easy task. 'Tis but to love a king. Lady Grey. That's soon performed, because I am a subject. King Edward. Why, then, thy husband's lands I freely give thee. Lady Grey. I take my leave with many thousand thanks. Richard. Aside to George. The match is made. She seals it with a curtsy. King Edward. But stay thee. 'Tis the fruits of love I mean. Lady Grey. The fruits of love I mean, my loving liege. King Edward. But, I fear me in another sense. What love, think'st thou, I sue so much to get? Lady Grey. My love till death, my humble thanks, my prayers. That love which virtue begs, and virtue grants. King Edward. No, by my troth, I did not mean such love. Lady Grey. Why, then, you mean not as I thought you did. King Edward. But now you partly may perceive my mind. Lady Grey. My mind will never grant what I perceive your Highness aims at, if I aim aright. King Edward. To tell thee plain, I aim to lie with thee. Lady Grey. To tell you plain, I had rather lie in prison. King Edward. Why, then thou shalt not have thy husband's lands. Lady Grey. Why, then mine honesty shall be my dower, for by that loss I will not purchase them. King Edward. Therein thou wrong'st thy children mightily. Lady Grey. Herein your Highness wrongs both them and me. But, mighty lord, this merry inclination accords not with the sadness of my suit. Please you dismiss me either with aye or no. King Edward. Aye, if thou wilt say aye to my request. No, if thou dost say no to my demand. Lady Grey. Then no, my lord. My suit is at an end. Richard. Aside to George. The widow likes him not. She knits her brows. George. Aside to Richard. He is the bluntest wooer in Christendom. King Edward. Aside. Her looks doth argue her replete with modesty. Her words doth show her wit incomparable. All her perfections challenge sovereignty. One way or other, she is for a king, and she shall be my love, or else my queen. Say that King Edward take thee for his queen. Lady Grey. 'Tis better said than done, my gracious lord. I am a subject fit to jest withal, but far unfit to be a sovereign. King Edward. Sweet widow, by my state I swear to thee, I speak no more than what my soul intends, and that is to enjoy thee for my love. Lady Grey. And that is more than I will yield unto. I know I am too mean to be your queen, and yet too good to be your concubine. King Edward. You cavil, widow. I did mean my queen. Lady Grey. 'Twill grieve your grace my sons should call you father. King Edward. No more than when my daughters call thee mother. Thou art a widow, and thou hast some children. And by God's mother, I, being but a bachelor, have others some. Why, 'tis a happy thing to be the father unto many sons. Answer no more, for thou shalt be my queen. Richard. Aside to George. The ghostly father now hath done his shrift. George. Aside to Richard. When he was made a shriver, 'twas for shift. King Edward. Brothers, you muse what chat we two have had. Richard and George come forward. Richard. The widow likes it not, for she looks very sad. King Edward. You'd think it strange if I should marry her. George. To whom, my lord? King Edward. Why, Clarence, to myself. Richard. That would be 10 days' wonder at the least. George. That's a day longer than a wonder lasts. Richard. By so much is the wonder in extremes. King Edward. Well, jest on, brothers, I can tell you both her suit is granted for her husband's lands. Enter a nobleman. Nobleman. My gracious lord, Henry your foe is taken, and brought your prisoner to your palace gate. King Edward. See that he be conveyed unto the Tower. And go we, brothers, to the man that took him, to question of his apprehension. Widow, go you along, lords, use her honorably. Exeunt all but Richard. Richard. I, Edward, will use women honorably. Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring, to cross me from the golden time I look for. And yet, between my soul's desire and me, the lustful Edward's title buried, is Clarence, Henry, and his son young Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies, to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Why then I do but dream on sovereignty, like one that stands upon a promontory and spies a far-off shore where he would tread, wishing his foot were equal with his eye, and chides the sea that sunders him from thence, saying he'll laid it dry to have his way. So do I wish the crown, being so far off, and so I chide the means that keeps me from it. And so I say I'll cut the causes off, flattering me with impossibilities. My eyes too quick, my heart o'erweens too much, unless my hand and strength could equal them. Well, say there is no kingdom then for Richard. What other pleasure can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap, and deck my body in gay ornaments, and witch sweet ladies with my words and looks. O miserable thought, and more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and, for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back, where sits deformity to mock my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos, or an unlicked bear whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I then a man to be beloved? O monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown, and, whiles I live, account this world but hell until my misshaped trunk that bear this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. And yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns, and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment I will free myself, or HW my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder while I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall, I'll slay more gazers than the basilisk. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and, like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it farther off, I'll pluck it down. Exit. Scene 3, France. The king's palace flourish. Enter Louis, the French king, his sister the Lady Bona, his admiral called Bourbon, Prince Edward, Queen Margaret, and the Earl of Oxford. Louis sits, and riseth up again. King Louis, fair Queen of England, worthy Margaret, sit down with you. It ill befits thy state and birth that thou shouldst stand while Louis doth sit. Queen Margaret, no, mighty King of France, now Margaret must strike her sail and learn a while to serve where king's command I was. I must confess, great Albion's queen in former golden days. But now mischance hath trod my title down and with dishonor laid me on the ground, where I must take like seat unto my fortune, and to my humble seat conform myself. King Louis, why, say, fair queen, whence springs this deep despair? Queen Margaret, from such a cause as fills mine eyes with tears and stops my tongue, while heart is drowned in cares. King Louis, whatever it be thou still like thyself, and sit thee by our side, yield not thy neck. Seats her by him, to fortune's yoke, but let thy dauntless mind still ride in triumph over all mischance. Be plain, Queen Margaret, and tell thy grief. It shall be eased if France can yield relief. Queen Margaret, those gracious words revive my drooping thoughts and give my tongue-tied sorrows leave to speak. Now, therefore, be it known to noble Louis that Henry, sole possessor of my love, is of a king, become a banished man and forced to live in Scotland a forlorn, while proud ambitious Edward, Duke of York, usurps the regal title and the seat of England's true anointed lawful king. This is the cause that I, poor Margaret, with this my son, Prince Edward, Henry's heir, am come to crave thy just and lawful aid. And if thou fail us, all our hope is done. Scotland hath will to help, but cannot help. Our people and our peers are both misled, our treasure seized, our soldiers put to flight, and, as thou sayest, ourselves in heavy plight. King Louis, renowned queen, with patience calm the storm while we bethink a means to break it off. Queen Margaret, the more we stay, the stronger grows our foe. King Louis, the more I stay, the more I'll succor thee. Queen Margaret, oh, but impatience waiteth on true sorrow, and see where comes the breeder of my sorrow. Enter Warwick. King Louis, what's he approacheth boldly to our presence? Queen Margaret, our Earl of Warwick, Edward's greatest friend. King Louis, welcome, brave Warwick, what brings thee to France? He descends. Queen Margaret, rises. Queen Margaret, aye, now begins a second storm to rise, for this is he that moves both wind and tide. Warwick, from worthy Edward, King of Albion, my lord and sovereign, and thy vowed friend, I come, in kindness and unfeigned love, first, to do greetings to thy royal person, and then to crave a league of amity, and lastly, to confirm that amity with nuptial knot, if thou vouchsafe to grant that virtuous Lady Bona, thy fair sister, to England's king in lawful marriage. Queen Margaret, aside. If that go forward, Henry's hope is done. Warwick, to Bona. And, gracious madam, in our king's behalf, I am commanded, with your leave and favor, humbly to kiss your hand, and with my tongue to tell the passion of my sovereign's heart, where fame, late entering at his heedful ears, hath placed thy beauty's image and thy virtue. Queen Margaret, King Louis and Lady Bona, hear me speak before you answer Warwick. His demand springs not from Edward's well-meant honest love, but from deceit, bred by necessity. For how can tyrants safely govern home unless abroad they purchase great alliance? To prove him tyrant this reason may suffice, that Henry liveth still. But were he dead, yet here Prince Edward stands, King Henry's son. Look therefore, Lewis, that by this league and marriage thou draw not on thy danger and dishonor. For though usurpers sway the rule awhile, yet heavens are just, and time suppresseth wrongs. Warwick, injurious Margaret, Prince Edward, and why not Queen? Warwick, because thy father Henry did usurp, and thou no more art prince than she is queen. Oxford, then Warwick disannuls great John of Gaunt, which did subdue the greatest part of Spain. And after John of Gaunt, Henry the Fourth, whose wisdom was a mirror to the wisest, and after that wise prince, Henry the Fifth, who by his prowess conquered all France. From these our Henry lineally descends. Warwick, Oxford, how haps it in this smooth discourse you told not how Henry the Sixth hath lost all that which Henry the Fifth had gotten? Methinks these peers of France should smile at that. But for the rest, you tell a pedigree of 62 years, a silly time to make prescription for a kingdom's worth. Oxford, why, Warwick, canst thou speak against thy liege, whom thou obeyedst 36 years, and not bewray thy treason with a blush? Warwick, can Oxford, that did ever fence the right, now buckler falsehood with a pedigree? For shame, leave Henry, and call Edward king. Oxford, call him my king by whose injurious doom my elder brother, the Lord Aubrevere, was done to death? And more than so, my father, even in the downfall of his mellowed years, when nature brought him to the door of death. No, Warwick, no. While life upholds this arm upholds the house of Lancaster. Warwick, and I the house of York. King Louis, Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, and Oxford, vouchsafe at our request to stand aside while I use further conference with Warwick. They stand aloof. Queen Margaret, heavens grant that Warwick's words bewitch him not. King Louis, now, Warwick, tell me, even upon thy conscience, is Edward your true king? For I were loath to link with him that were not lawful chosen. Warwick, thereon I pawn my credit and mine honor. King Louis, but is he gracious in the people's eye? Warwick, the more that Henry was unfortunate. King Louis, then further, all dissembling set aside, tell me for truth the measure of his love unto our sister Bona. Warwick, such it seems, as may beseem a monarch like himself. Myself have often heard him say and swear that this his love was an eternal plant, whereof the root was fixed in virtue's ground, the leaves and fruit maintained with beauty's sun, exempt from envy, but not from disdain, unless the Lady Bona quit his pain. King Louis, now, sister, let us hear your firm resolve. Bona, your grant or your denial shall be mine. To Warwick, yet I confess that often ere this day, when I have heard your king's desert recounted, mine ear hath tempted judgment to desire. King Louis, then, Warwick, thus, our sister shall be Edward's. And now forthwith shall articles be drawn touching the jointure that your king must make, which with her dowry shall be counterpoised. Draw near, Queen Margaret, and be a witness that Bona shall be wife to the English king. Prince Edward, to Edward, but not to the English king. Queen Margaret, deceitful Warwick, it was thy device by this alliance to make void my suit. Before thy coming Louis was Henry's friend. King Louis, and still is friend to him and Margaret. But if your title to the crown be weak, as may appear by Edward's good success, then 'tis but reason that I be released from giving aid which late I promised. Yet shall you have all kindness at my hand that your estate requires and mine can yield. Warwick, Henry now lives in Scotland, at his ease, where, having nothing, nothing can he lose. And as for you yourself, our quondam queen, you have a father able to maintain you, and better, 'twere you troubled him than France. Queen Margaret, peace, impudent and shameless Warwick, proud setter up and puller down of kings. I will not hence till with my talk and tears, both full of truth, I make King Louis behold thy sly conveyance and thy lord's false love. For both of you are birds of self-same feather, post blowing a horn within. King Louis, Warwick, this is some post to us or thee. Enter the post. Post. My Lord Ambassador, these letters are for you. Sent from your brother, Marquis Montague. These from our king unto your majesty. And, madam, these for you, from whom I know not. They all read their letters. Oxford. I like it well that our fair queen and mistress smiles at her news while Warwick frowns at his. Prince Edward. Nay, mark how Lewis stamps as he were nettled. I hope all's for the best. King Louis. Warwick, what are thy news? And yours, fair queen? Queen Margaret. Mine, such as fill my heart with unhoped joys. Warwick. Mine, full of sorrow and heart's discontent. King Louis. What? Has your king married the Lady Grey, and now, to soothe your forgery and his, sends me a paper to persuade me patience? Is this the alliance that he seeks with France? Dare he presume to scorn us in this manner? Queen Margaret. I told your majesty as much before. This proveth Edward's love and Warwick's honesty. Warwick. King Louis, I here protest in sight of heaven, and by the hope I have of heavenly bliss, that I am clear from this misdeed of Edward's. No more my king, for he dishonors me, but most himself, if he could see his shame. Did I forget that by the house of York my father came untimely to his death? Did I let pass the abuse done to my niece? Did I impale him with the regal crown? Did I put Henry from his native right? And am I guerdoned at the last with shame? Shame on himself, for my desert is honor. And to repair my honor lost for him, I here renounce him and return to Henry. My noble queen, let former grudges pass, and henceforth I am thy true servitor. I will revenge his wrong to Lady Bona, and replant Henry in his former state. Queen Margaret. Warwick, these words have turned my hate to love, and I forgive and quite forget old faults, and joy that thou becomest King Henry's friend. Warwick. So much his friend, I, his unfeigned friend, that if King Louis vouchsafe to furnish us with some few bands of chosen soldiers, I'll undertake to land them on our coast and force the tyrant from his seat by war. 'Tis not his new-made bride shall succor him. And as for Clarence, as my letters tell me, he's very likely now to fall from him for matching more for wanton lust than honor, or than for strength and safety of our country. Bona, dear brother, how shall Bona be revenged but by thy help to this distressed queen? Queen Margaret. Renowned prince, how shall poor Henry live unless thou rescue him from foul despair? Bona. My quarrel and this English queen's are one. Warwick. And mine, fair Lady Bona, joins with yours. King Louis. And mine with hers and thine and Margaret's. Therefore, at last I firmly am resolved you shall have aid. Queen Margaret. Let me give humble thanks for all at once. King Louis. Then, England's messenger, return in post and tell false Edward, thy supposed king, that Louis of France is sending over maskers to revel it with him and his new bride. Thou sayest what's past. Go fear thy king withal. Bona. Tell him, in hope he'll prove a widower shortly, I'll wear the willow garland for his sake. Queen Margaret. Tell him my mourning weeds are laid aside, and I am ready to put armor on. Warwick. Tell him for me that he hath done me wrong, and therefore I'll uncrown him ere he be long. There's thy reward. Be gone. Exit post. King Louis. But, Warwick, thou and Oxford with 5,000 men shall cross the seas and bid false Edward battle, and as occasion serves, this noble queen and prince shall follow with a fresh supply. Yet, ere thou go, but answer me one doubt. What pledge have we of thy firm loyalty? Warwick. This shall assure my constant loyalty, that if our queen and this young prince agree, I'll join mine eldest daughter and my joy to him forthwith in holy wedlock bands. Queen Margaret. Yes, I agree, and thank you for your motion. Son Edward, she is fair and virtuous, therefore delay not. Give thy hand to Warwick, and with thy hand thy faith irrevocable that only Warwick's daughter shall be thine. Prince Edward. Yes, I accept her, for she well deserves it. And here, to pledge my vow, I give my hand. He gives his hand to Warwick. King Louis. Why stay we now? These soldiers shall be levied, and thou, Lord Bourbon, our high admiral, shall waft them over with our royal fleet. I long till Edward fall by war's mischance for mocking marriage with a dame of France. Exeunt all but Warwick. Warwick, I came from Edward as ambassador, but I return his sworn and mortal foe. Matter of marriage was the charge he gave me, but dreadful war shall answer his demand. Had he none else to make a stale but me? Then none, but I shall turn his jest to sorrow. I was the chief that raised him to the crown, and I'll be chief to bring him down again. Not that I pity Henry's misery, but seek revenge on Edward's mockery. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. London, the Palace. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester, George, Duke of Clarence, Somerset, and Montague. Richard. Now tell me, brother Clarence, what think you of this new marriage with the Lady Grey? Hath not our brother made a worthy choice? George. Alas, 'tis far from hence to France. How could he stay till Warwick made return? Somerset. My lords, forbear this talk. Here comes the king. Flourish, enter King Edward. Attended, Lady Grey as Queen Elizabeth. Pembroke, Stafford, Hastings, and others. 4 stand on one side, and 4 on the other. Richard, and his well-chosen bride. George. I mind to tell him plainly what I think. King Edward. Now, brother of Clarence, how like you our choice, that you stand pensive as half malcontent? George. As well as Louis of France, or the Earl of Warwick, which are so weak of courage and in judgment that they'll take no offense at our abuse. King Edward. Suppose they take offense without a cause, they are but Louis and Warwick. I am Edward, your king and Warwick's, and must have my will. Richard. And shall have your will, because our king. Yet hasty marriage seldom proveth well. King Edward. Yea, brother Richard, are you offended too? Richard. Not I. No, God forbid that I should wish them severed whom God hath joined together that I, and 'twere pity to sunder them that yoke so well together. King Edward. Setting your scorns and your mislike aside, tell me some reason why the Lady Grey should not become my wife and England's queen. And you too, Somerset and Montague, speak freely what you think. George. Then this is mine opinion, that King Louis becomes your enemy for mocking him about the marriage of the Lady Bona. Richard. And Warwick, doing what you gave in charge, is now dishonored by this new marriage. King Edward. What if both Louis and Warwick be appeased by such invention as I can devise? Montague. Yet to have joined with France in such alliance would more have strengthened this our commonwealth gainst foreign storms than any homebred marriage. Hastings. Why, knows not Montague that of itself England is safe, if true within itself? Montague. But the safer when 'tis backed with France. Hastings. 'Tis better using France than trusting France. Let us be backed with God, and with the seas which he hath given for fence impregnable, and with their helps only defend ourselves. In them and in ourselves our safety lies. George. For this one speech Lord Hastings well deserves to have the air of the Lord Hungerford. King Edward. What of that? It was my will and grant, and for this once my will shall stand for law. Richard. And yet, methinks, your grace hath not done well to give the heir and daughter of Lord Scales unto the brother of your loving bride. She better would have fitted me or Clarence. But in your bride you bury brotherhood. George. Or else you would not have bestowed the heir of the Lord Boneville on your new wife's son, and leave your brothers to go speed elsewhere. King Edward. Alas, poor Clarence, is it for a wife that thou art malcontent? I will provide thee. George. In choosing for yourself you showed your judgment, which being shallow, you shall give me leave to play the broker in mine own behalf, and to that end I shortly mind to leave you. King Edward. Leave me or tarry, Edward will be king, and not be tied unto his brother's will. Queen Elizabeth. My lords, before it pleased his majesty to raise my state to title of a queen, do me but right, and you must all confess that I was not ignoble of descent, and meaner than myself have had like fortune. But as this title honors me and mine, so your dislikes, to whom I would be pleasing, doth cloud my joys with danger and with sorrow. King Edward. My love, forbear to fawn upon their frowns. What danger or what sorrow can befall thee so long as Edward is thy constant friend and their true sovereign, whom they must obey? Nay, whom they shall obey, and love thee too, unless they seek for hatred at my hands. Which if they do, yet will I keep thee safe, and they shall feel the vengeance of my wrath. Richard. Aside. I hear, yet say not much, but think the more. Enter a post. King Edward. Now, messenger, what letters, or what news from France? Post. My sovereign liege, no letters and few words, but such as I, without your special pardon, dare not relate. King Edward. Go to, we pardon thee therefore, in brief. Tell me their words as near as thou canst guess them. What answer makes King Louis unto our letters? Post. At my depart these were his very words. Go tell false Edward, thy supposed king, that Louis of France is sending over maskers to revel it with him and his new bride. King Edward. Is Louis so brave? Belike he thinks me Henry. But what said Lady Bona to my marriage? Post. These were her words, uttered with mild disdain. Tell him, in hope he'll prove a widower shortly, I'll wear the willow garland for his sake. King Edward. I blame not her. She could say little less. She had the wrong, but what said Henry's queen? For I have heard that she was there in place. Post. Tell him, quoth she, my mourning weeds are done, and I am ready to put armor on. King Edward. Belike she minds to play the Amazon. But what said Warwick to these injuries? Post. He, more incensed against your majesty than all the rest, discharged me with these words. Tell him from me that he hath done me wrong, and therefore I'll uncrown him ere 't be long. King Edward. Ha! Durst the traitor breathe out so proud words? Well, I will arm me, being thus forewarned. They shall have wars and pay for their presumption. But say, is Warwick friends with Margaret? Post. Aye, gracious sovereign, they are so linked in friendship that young Prince Edward marries Warwick's daughter. George. Belike the elder, Clarence will have the younger. Now, brother king, farewell and sit you fast, for I will hence to Warwick's other daughter. That, though I want a kingdom, yet in marriage I may not prove inferior to yourself. You that love me in Warwick, follow me. Exit George and Somerset follows. Richard. Aside. Not I. My thoughts aim at a further matter. I stay not for the love of Edward, but the crown. King Edward. Clarence and Somerset, both gone to Warwick. Yet am I armed against the worst can happen, and haste is needful in this desperate case. Pembroke and Stafford. You in our behalf go levy men and make prepare for war. They are all ready, or quickly will be, landed. Myself in person will straight follow you. Exeunt Pembroke and Stafford. But ere I go, Hastings and Montague, resolve my doubt you twain, of all the rest, are near to Warwick by blood and by alliance. Tell me if you love Warwick more than me. If it be so, then both depart to him. I rather wish you foes than hollow friends. But if you mind to hold your true obedience, give me assurance with some friendly vow, that I may never have you in suspect. Montague. So God help Montague as he proves true. Hastings. And Hastings as he favors Edward's cause. King Edward. Now, brother Richard, will you stand by us? Richard. Aye, in despite of all that shall withstand you. King Edward. Why so? Then am I sure of victory. Now, therefore, let us hence, and lose no hour till we meet Warwick with his foreign power. Exeunt. Scene 2. A plain in Warwickshire. Enter Warwick and Oxford in England, with French soldiers. Warwick. Trust me, my lord, all hitherto goes well. The common people by numbers swarm to us. Enter George, Duke of Clarence, and Somerset. But see where Somerset and Clarence comes. Speak suddenly, my lords. Are we all friends? George. Fear not that, my lord. Warwick. Then, gentle Clarence, welcome unto Warwick, and welcome, Somerset. I hold it cowardice to rest mistrustful where a noble heart hath pawned an open hand in sign of love. Else might I think that Clarence, Edward's brother, were but a feigned friend to our proceedings. But welcome, sweet Clarence, my daughter shall be thine. And now what rests but, in night's coverture, thy brother being carelessly encamped, his soldiers lurking in the towns about, and but attended by a simple guard, we may surprise and take him at our pleasure? Our scouts have found the adventure very easy, that, as Ulysses and stout Diomed with sleight and manhood stole to Rhesus' tents, and brought from thence the Thracian fatal steeds. So we, well covered with the knight's black mantle, at unawares may beat down Edward's guard, and seize himself I say not, slaughter him, for I intend but only to surprise him. You that will follow me to this attempt, applaud the name of Henry with your leader. They all cry Henry. Why then, let's on our way in silent sort, for Warwick and his friends, God and St. George. Exeunt. Scene 3. Edward's camp near Warwick. Enter 3 watchmen. 2. Guard the king's tent. 1 watchman. Come on, my masters, each man take his stand. The king by this is set him down to sleep. 2 watchmen. What, will he not to bed? 1 watchman. Why, no, for he hath made a solemn vow never to lie, and take his natural rest till Warwick or himself be quite suppressed. 2 watchmen. Tomorrow, then, belike shall be the day, if Warwick be so near as men report. 3 watchmen. But say, I pray, what nobleman is that with the king here resteth in his tent? 1 watchman. 'Tis the Lord Hastings, the king's chiefest friend. 3 watchmen. Oh, is it so? But why commands the king that his chief followers lodge in towns about him, while he himself keeps in the cold field? 2 watchmen. 'Tis the more honor, because more dangerous. 3 watchmen. Aye, but give me worship and quietness. I like it better than dangerous honor. If Warwick knew in what estate he stands, 'tis to be doubted he would waken him. 1 watchman. Unless our halberds did shut up his passage. 2 watchmen. Aye, wherefore else guard we his royal tent, but to defend his person from night foes? Enter Warwick, George, Duke of Clarence, Oxford, Somerset, and French soldiers, silent all. Warwick. This is his tent, and see where stand his guard. Courage, my masters, honor now or never. But follow me, and Edward shall be ours. 1 watchman. Who goes there? 2 watchmen. Stay, or thou deest. Warwick and the rest cry. All. Warwick, Warwick, and set upon the guard, who fly, crying arm, arm. Warwick and the rest following them. The drum playing and trumpet sounding, enter Warwick, Somerset, and the rest, bringing the king out in his gown. Sitting in a chair Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and Hastings fly over the stage. Somerset. What are they that fly there? Warwick. Richard and Hastings. Let them go, here is the Duke. King Edward. The Duke? Why, Warwick, when we parted, thou calledst me king. Warwick. Aye, but the case is altered. When you disgraced me in my embassade, then I degraded you from being king, and come now to create you Duke of York. Alas, how should you govern any kingdom that know not how to use ambassadors, nor how to be contented with 1 wife, nor how to use your brothers brotherly, nor how to study for the people's welfare, nor how to shroud yourself from enemies? King Edward. Yea, brother of Clarence, art thou here too? Nay, then I see that Edward needs must down. Yet, Warwick, in despite of all mischance of thee thyself and all thy complices, Edward will always bear himself as king. Though fortune's malice overthrow my state, my mind exceeds the compass of her wheel. Warwick. Then for his mind be Edward England's king, takes off his crown. But Henry now shall wear the English crown and be true king indeed, thou but the shadow. My lord of Somerset, at my request, see that forthwith Duke Edward be conveyed unto my brother, Archbishop of York. When I have fought with Pembroke and his fellows, I'll follow you and tell what answer Lewis and the Lady Bona send to him. Now, for a while farewell, good Duke of York. They begin to lead him out forcibly. King Edward. What fates impose, that men must needs abide. It boots not to resist both wind and tide. Exit King Edward, led out. Somerset with him. Oxford. What now remains, my lords, for us to do, but march to London with our soldiers? Warwick. Aye, that's the first thing that we have to do, to free King Henry from imprisonment and see him seated in the regal throne. Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the palace. Enter Queen Elizabeth and Rivers. Rivers. Madam, what makes you in this sudden change? Queen Elizabeth. Why, brother Rivers, are you yet to learn what late misfortune is befallen King Edward? Rivers. What? Loss of some pitched battle against Warwick. Queen Elizabeth. No, but the loss of his own royal person. Rivers. Then is my sovereign slain? Queen Elizabeth. I, almost slain, for he is taken prisoner, either betrayed by falsehood of his guard or by his foe surprised at unawares. And, as I further have to understand, is new committed to the Bishop of York, fell Warwick's brother, and by that our foe. Rivers. These news, I must confess, are full of grief. Yet, gracious madam, bear it as you may. Warwick may lose that now hath won the day. Queen Elizabeth. Till then, fair hope must hinder life's decay, and I the rather wean me from despair for love of Edward's offspring in my womb. This is it that makes me bridle passion and bear with mildness my misfortune's cross. For this I draw in many a tear and stop the rising of blood-sucking sighs, lest with my sighs or tears I blast or drown King Edward's fruit, true heir to the English crown. Rivers. But, madam, where is Warwick then become? Queen Elizabeth. I am informed that he comes towards London to set the crown once more on Henry's head. Guess thou the rest. King Edward's friends must down. But to prevent the tyrant's violence, for trust not him that hath once broken faith, I'll hence forthwith unto the sanctuary to save at least the heir of Edward's right. There shall I rest secure from force and fraud. Come, therefore, let us fly while we may fly. If Warwick take us, we are sure to die. Exeunt. Scene V. A park near Middleham Castle in Yorkshire.